Introduction. Warrior of the throne, old gods, new gods, the faceless god, the king of light, ancient horrors, dragons, sword and sorcery. 1 Gus. On the outskirts of the Trident River, within a camp illuminated by flickering flames. Hey, did you hear? The king is hosting a tournament for the new prime minister, and everyone is welcome to participate. It is said that the victor will receive a reward of 40,000 golden dragons, while the runner-up will earn 20,000 golden dragons. Other prizes for categories, such as team champions and archery champions, are also quite generous. By the bonfire, a seasoned mercenary clad in leather armor spoke wistfully to the younger men beside him. Damn it, why are the rewards so extravagant when I struggle just to wield a sword? If I could return to my mother's womb, I would certainly beg her to let me practice swordplay properly, lamented a young mercenary, eliciting hearty laughter from those around him. The leather-clad mercenary chuckled as well, though his gaze drifted to a figure not far away, a dark-haired man by the riverbank. The man squatted by the water, meticulously polishing an astonishingly large greatsword, which measured over 2 meters in length and was both broad and heavy. The leather-clad mercenary had once attempted to lift the greatsword, but even with both hands grasping the hilt, he struggled to raise it above his head, let alone wield it. He could hardly fathom what sort of mind would be driven to craft such an enormous weapon. However, according to the man by the river, a king once boasted of his ability to slay dragons and ordered his blacksmith to forge an exceptional sword. Thus, the earnest blacksmith, in all seriousness, created a great sword that no one could wield. The leather-clad mercenary reminisced about the tale the man had shared, recalling the foreign mercenary swordsman who had risen to prominence in the mercenary world at the border of these 3 kingdoms within a mere 6 months. That seemingly insurmountable greatsword was wielded by him with such speed that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible, as countless foe beasts, men, and even numerous noble knights fell to its edge. Consequently, many nobles extended invitations to him, promising to make him a sworn knight of their houses, which incited both admiration and envy among the mercenaries. However, to their astonishment, the man declined each offer and instead established his own mercenary company, carving out quite a reputation in the river valleys and the northern regions of the kingdom. Captain Gus, are you considering participating in this tournament? The rewards are said to be exceedingly generous. Indeed, with your prowess, Captain, even a confrontation with the Mountain of Magic would pose no challenge. Captain, I implore you, take us along to witness this spectacle. As they beheld the man approaching with the greatsword resting on his shoulder, the youthful mercenaries gathered around the bonfire called out with gleaming eyes. This band of companions had been drawn to Gus's remarkable feats over the past 6 months, sons of destitute farmers, orphans, illegitimate offspring of nobles, and even a few young women totaling around 100. Gus nurtured them as his trusted confidants, preparing them to assume various roles in his forthcoming plans. Gus pressed his hand down, signaling for silence before he spoke. Brothers and sisters, do not be anxious. The martial arts tournament is not as simple as you might envision, and King's Landing is not as splendid as you imagine. However, given the generous rewards, I shall not disappoint your expectations. This time, I will select a few outstanding individuals from our usual assessments to accompany me to King's Landing. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. For those who remain, do not lose heart, intensify your training, and strive to pass the next evaluation. I assure you that every successful candidate will receive my personal guidance and rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, the young men erupted in cheers of "Long live the captain." Afterward, Gus engaged the group of youthful mercenaries in discussions about life and instructed the veteran members to guard against any unfamiliar individuals approaching core secrets during his absence. He then approached the leather-armored mercenary, saying, "Balin, I often hear you prattle on about the ladies of King's Landing. This time, you shall lead the team alongside me to the city. Just remember not to get carried away." With that, Gus made his way to his tent to sleep, leaving Balin in a state of bewilderment, who then shouted with a grin, "Yes, my esteemed captain." After 6 months, the plot was finally unfolding, and Gus felt a surge of excitement as he tossed and turned in bed. Originally named Gais, he had recently graduated from university on Blue Star, enjoying binge-watching series and occasionally exercising, embodying a semi-sporty homebody. Half a year ago, Gais received a newly purchased figurine of the legendary sword, and during the unboxing, he accidentally knocked over a cup of water. At that moment, holding the figurine of Gus while watching Game of Thrones on his computer, the water splashed onto the plug, resulting in a loud pop. Everything went dark. When he awoke, he found himself in this new world with a striking resemblance to Gus. Beside him lay a dragon slayer sword and a full set of Berserker armor. Thankfully, his hands and eyes remained intact. He had merely grown much taller and possessed a physique stronger than an ox. The 300 to 400-pound dragon slayer sword felt as if it had been wielded for many years. Countless techniques surged through his mind, and Geist could not help but begin to dance with the massive sword, swinging it like a windmill, which astonished the passing mercenary Balin, who stared in wide-eyed disbelief. From that moment, the two became companions, and Geist transformed into Gus. With his understanding of the plot and a promising start, Gus felt confident in achieving great things. He orchestrated the acquisition of wealth for Balin and conferred upon him the position of captain of 100 men, thereby securing a formidable ally early on. After a night of pleasant dreams, morning arrived, and after his squire helped him don his armor, Balin had already assembled the troops, waiting at the camp entrance. When the two met, they exchanged knowing smiles, and Gus waved his hand with grandeur, proclaiming, "Let us depart for King's Landing." King's Landing. The Trident River flowed not far from King's Landing, and with a small group of just a few dozen, they arrived at the renowned capital of 2 continents by that afternoon. From afar, the overwhelming stench of waste made Gus wrinkle his nose. Upon entering the city, under Balin's guidance, the group checked into a crowded inn and began inquiring about the registration for the martial arts tournament. Upon learning that the martial arts tournament was to be held outside the Imperial Forest, Gus and Poland split into 2 groups. One proceeded to register, while the other ventured into the city's shops to sell a product known as soap. As evening approached, both groups reconvened at the inn. "Poland, how did everything go? Smoothly, I hope?" Gus inquired as he settled into a chair, pouring a glass of the era's uniquely flavored wine for both himself and Poland. "Indeed, it went splendidly. When I arrived, that bunch of unscrupulous merchants was nearly overwhelmed by a throng of noble ladies. The moment they saw me, it was as if they had spotted a savior. Ha ha! Poland had never anticipated being surrounded by so many aristocratic women." As he spoke, he tossed a sizable leather bag onto the table and began to reminisce about the events of the afternoon while sipping his drink. Gus, amused by Poland's exuberance, opened the bag and retrieved a handful of golden coins emblazoned with a 3-headed dragon, which he handed to Poland. "It's a rare opportunity to be out here. Take those young lads out for a proper enjoyment. Just make sure to return early. We have matters to attend to tomorrow," Gus advised. "Aren't you coming along?" Poland asked, noticing Gus shake his head in refusal. After securing the golden coins, Poland refrained from further questioning, though he cast a curious glance at Gus. If it weren't for their shared indulgence in libations, he would have been perplexed by Gus's prolonged abstinence from women. Was there something amiss with him as a man? This thought triggered a memory of whispers surrounding a certain prince in the palace, and he recalled how Gus often shared a bed with the men in their troop. Poland's expression tightened, and he covertly glanced at Gus, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Damn it. Imperfectly fine. I simply dislike soliciting." Gus, fully aware of Poland's insinuation, retorted irritably, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing Poland's knowing look, he felt his temper flare, grabbing the sword resting against the table and raising it threateningly. Poland's eyelids fluttered, and he hastily made his exit. As a man raised in the disciplined ethos of the new era, Gus was determined not to be tainted by such vile influences. He vividly recalled the scene of a woman emerging from a room, wiping her mouth, who knew if she had just entertained some elderly patron. Shaking off these disquieting thoughts, Gus began to strategize for the days ahead, engaging in 2 sets of military exercises and traditional martial arts routines before indulging in a refreshing bath that ushered him into slumber. The following day, observing the vacant expressions of his companions, Gus chose not to disturb their silence. Instead, he summoned a few outer caravan members to accompany him to the blacksmith street in the capital. As they journeyed, Gus witnessed numerous desperate refugees, their vacant and lifeless eyes reflecting the struggle for survival, which dampened his spirits early in the day. What a lamentable era this is. Gus felt fortunate to have grown up without the burden of want, living a life of relative dignity. With a heavy heart, Gus remained silent, and the group, composed mainly of merchants adept at reading the room, refrained from interrupting him. Along the way, a young man occasionally tossed coins from his bag to the women and children begging on the streets, but soon the bag was emptied, leaving the gathered crowd disappointed. "What is your name?" Gus's sudden inquiry caused the elderly man accompanying the youth to grow tense. He nudged the young man's sleeve, and the youth smiled reassuringly at him, signaling that everything was fine, before nodding respectfully to Gus. "My name is Iron. May the 7 gods bless you and I am grateful for your intervention that saved my father from the mountain folk. Iron's calm demeanor unexpectedly endeared him to Gus, who smiled and replied, "You are quite commendable. A few coins might afford these unfortunate souls a meal, but what comes after? Have you given that thought?" Iron paused, taken aback. He had acted out of kindness, yet hadn't contemplated the broader implications. Unsure of how to respond, he noticed Gus smile and found his answer. "Since you posed the question, I presume you must have your own answer. If I may be so bold, could you share it with me?" "Well done. A clever young man, I appreciate that." Gus halted, prompting the entire group to stop as well. The young man's father became visibly anxious, but Gus smiled and waved to ease his tension, turning to face the red keep and asking, "Iron, tell me, what would you do if the roots of a great tree were to rot?" With that, Gus turned away, quickening his pace and leading the group out of the refugee camp. Iron's expression was a mixture of contemplation, ignoring even the reassurances from his father. Upon reaching Smithy Street, Gus discussed orders with the blacksmiths and encountered Jandry, the illegitimate son of King Robert. The lad bore a resemblance to Christian Bale. After placing a substantial deposit, Gus patted Jandry on the shoulder and said, "Young man, should you ever tire of forging iron and wish to wield a true sword, seek me out. Just find any inn in the Riverlands and ask for Davar, someone will guide you to me." With that, Gus left Jandry, who stood perplexed, until the blacksmith's scolding snapped him back to reality, prompting him to resume his work. After crossing off the blacksmith from his list, Gus spent the following days procuring supplies from the grain stores in the city, arranging a time for pickup and paying with the last of his gold dragons as a deposit, before returning to the inn to await the morrow's tournament. The Tournament of the Mountain and the Horse Knight unfolds in the realm of Westeros, a splendid event under the reign of the current king, renowned for its lavish rewards. This occasion not only fosters communication among the Seven Kingdoms, but also enhances the prosperity of King S. Landing. As Littlefinger aptly remarked, the influx of people has led to an overwhelming demand for the ladies of the court, leaving them inundated with suitors. One must admit, Littlefinger is indeed a shrewd businessman. Today marks the grand opening of the tournament in honor of King Robert's welcoming of his hand, Ned Stark, featuring the highly anticipated jousting competition, with a staggering prize of 40,000 gold dragons. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ned Stark is conspicuously absent. Gus observes a plethora of characters from the original narrative within the arena, including the unmistakable Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, known as the Kingslayer, the smiling knight adorned in resplendent golden armor, and the formidable Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, towering at an impressive height of over 2 meters, alongside his brother Sandor Clegane, the Hound, both clad in dark armor. Among them is the flamboyant Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, whose intricately designed armor, adorned with countless roses, evokes the craftsmanship of a master smith, eliciting gasps and fainting spells from the gathered noble women, reminiscent of a star-studded concert. Additionally, the audience is filled with familiar faces: King Robert, Queen Cersei, the beloved Joffrey, Renly, Littlefinger, Varys, and the Stark sisters, among others. Gus's arrival hardly stirs significant attention. His humble armor and imposing stature render him a mere footnote amidst the spectacle. In truth, Gus prefers to remain inconspicuous. The side effects of his Berserker armor are too profound, often leading him to exhibit excessive brutality, which he fears may tarnish his reputation. Hence his choice of a more ordinary suit of armor. As all the knights take their positions, King Robert grows impatient from his dais, vociferously calling for the festivities to commence, disregarding the disdainful expressions of Queen Cersei beside him. Enough with the mundane pleasantries. Let us begin, with the king's command. The referee promptly sounds the whistle, and the knights lift their visors, spurring their steeds into action as the competition officially begins. Although Gus is somewhat inexperienced in jousting, his childhood spent on horseback has endowed him with respectable equestrian skills, and his robust physique allows him to excel, quickly distinguishing himself from the lesser competitors. However, the Knight of Flowers once again challenges the Kingslayer, inciting a wave of excitement throughout the crowd. The Mountain's brutal slaying of the newly dubbed knight, Ser Hugh, sends shockwaves through the audience, though Gus is acutely aware that this is a result of Cersei's clandestine machinations. The crowd soon dismisses the incident as a mere accident, quickly immersing themselves in the evolving atmosphere, indifferent to the life of a young knight. As time passes, some second-rate knights are gradually eliminated, while Gus finds himself pitted against the formidable Ser Lancel Lannister, one of the 7 Kingsguard. Although many of the current Kingsguard have been elevated by Robert to secure his throne, Lancel still ranks among the elite competitors. Yet, in a brief encounter, Lancel's lance fails to even come close to Gus, culminating in a resounding clash. With a resounding crash, the wooden shield shattered, and Marlin was unceremoniously thrown from his horse, breaking through a row of barriers in the process. He tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before losing consciousness, his armor dented and battered. Gus discarded his already exploded hollow lance with nonchalance as he made his exit. Oh, by the gods! This lad truly possesses remarkable strength, reminiscent of my own youth. King Robert exclaimed, summoning a servant to discreetly wager 100 golden dragons on Gus. What followed was a contest of titans, a true clash of masters, with the remaining contenders being the Mountain, the Hound, the Knight of Flowers, and the Dark Horse Gus. Many were astonished to see Gus emerge as a formidable competitor in this tournament, and numerous onlookers, driven by a spirit of adventure, placed their bets on him. The first duel featured Gus against the Hound. Before the bout commenced, Gus, cradling his helmet, approached Sansa, holding a garland aloft as an offering to the naive young lady infatuated with the world. Upon encountering the strikingly handsome Gus, with his dark hair and eyes exuding masculinity, Sansa blushed deeply, nearly gasping in excitement. However, noticing the displeasure etched on Joffrey's face behind her, she managed an awkward smile at Gus, who, unfazed, bowed slightly in acknowledgement before hastily departing, leaving Sansa feeling somewhat empty inside. Set upon this insufferable wretch, Hound, Joffrey bellowed, his frustration palpable as he seethed, his chest heaving with anger. Sandor, wearing an expression akin to one who had just consumed something vile, felt uncertain of his chances against Gus. Nonetheless, he bowed respectfully to Joffrey before taking to the field, donning his helm and charging toward Gus with determination. Gus lowered his helmet and raised his lance, also beginning his advance. In the stance, Sansa was rendered speechless, clutching her best friend's arm tightly, burying her face in trepidation. The arena erupted with a deafening boom as Sandor and Gus's shields and lances collided, splintering wood flying into the air. Both knights quickly turned their horses, and Sandor shook his numbed arm before replacing his lance and shield, readying himself for another charge. The audience was captivated, with Joffrey shouting in excitement, only to be silenced by Robert's stern reprimand. Armed with a new lance, Gus was determined not to engage recklessly. He intended to employ a more skillful approach against the brute Sandor. As the sound of pounding hooves filled the arena, the two knights closed in on each other. Sandor, noticing Gus's lack of vulnerabilities, opted for a brute force tactic. However, just as they were about to collide, Gus suddenly reined in his horse, causing it to rear back. Clinging tightly to his steed, Gus, in a moment of sheer brilliance, elevated himself, striking Sandor's shield from an advantageous angle, his lance piercing through to hit Sandor's breastplate. Sandor's lance missed entirely, grazing past his horse's hindquarters and crashing to the ground, sending him tumbling through the air. Fortunately, his armor was sufficiently robust, and though disoriented, he quickly sat up. Wow! The crowd was left in awe by this magnificent display, erupting into cheers, while Robert shouted praises of beautiful. Beautiful! By the seven! This lad is a veritable warrior descended from the heavens. Even Joffrey, who stood nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Sansa let out a piercing scream, her body convulsing. Thus, amid the cheers, Gus withdrew from the arena, and the crowd gradually regained its composure. In the next round, it was the turn of the Flower Knight to confront the Mountain, a match that everyone eagerly anticipated. Before it had even commenced, Loras had already garnered the adulation of the noble women. Then, amidst the highborn maiden's expectations, flowers were once again presented to Sansa. She felt as though this was the happiest moment of her life, gazing adoringly at Loras as he departed, completely oblivious to Joffrey. Before the duel could begin, Peter Baelish and the king's younger brother, the Duke of Storm's End, Renly Baratheon, engaged in a verbal spar. One wagered on the Mountain, while the other put his faith in Loras. Unexpectedly, King Robert interjected, exclaiming, "To hell with the Mountain, to hell with the Flower Knight. I bet on that dark-haired lad to win. 1,000 golden dragons. Are you in or not?" Robert, fueled by drink and indignation, found himself in high spirits, prompting the surrounding lords and nobles to join in on the betting, quickly swelling the prize pool to tens of thousands of golden dragons. The extravagance of their lives starkly contrasted with the emaciated existence of the refugees in King's Landing, a scene both maddening and tragic. Soon, the duel commenced, the horn sounded, and the two knights lowered their visors, charging forth under the watchful eyes of the audience. Sansa clutched her friend's arm, her face a mask of concern. With a resounding crash, Loras's lance barely grazed the Mountain before the latter's steed buckled beneath him. Damn it! Blast it! A chorus of curses erupted from the nobility who had wagered on the mountain. Renly could not help but taunt Peter, yet the latter remained impassive, suddenly leaning in to whisper in Sansa's ear, causing her to frown in dismay. Impossible. The Flower Knight is not that kind of man, Sansa retorted angrily. While it was indeed improper to entice a stallion with a mare, golden dragons were not known to lie. With a jest, Peter departed, seemingly indifferent to whom his words were directed, though it mattered little. He had just suffered a significant loss from his carefully amassed military funds and decided it was best to retreat to his quarters in King's Landing to cool off. At that moment, a gasp swept through the arena. The Mountain tore off his visor, summoning his servants in a rage. He drew forth his massive sword and, in one swift motion, beheaded his own horse. Unsatisfied with his display of fury, the Mountain, amidst the shrieks of the noble women, aimed a strike at the unsuspecting knight Loras. In a desperate attempt, Loras could only raise his shield to defend himself, but the sheer force knocked him off his steed. Rolling and scrambling, Loras held up his shield. But the Mountain relentlessly hacked away, shattering it into pieces. Disarmed and with no means of defense, Loras's eyes widened in despair, believing he was about to meet his end. The arena was engulfed in chaos and screams. Just as the Mountain prepared to deliver the final blow to the infuriating knight, a black horse suddenly arrived on the scene. Clang! With a single sound, the dark-haired knight tethered his steed with one hand while wielding an exaggerated greatsword in the other, delivering a powerful strike that repelled the giant sword of the Mountain. The Mountain staggered back a few steps, finally discerning the identity of his opponent, the unexpected contender of this match, Gus, with his ebony hair and onyx eyes. Gus swiftly dismounted, positioning himself protectively behind Loras as he faced the Mountain, leading to a profound silence in the arena. Countless spectators rose from their seats, eager to witness this extraordinary confrontation. The Mountain, confronted by this unknown challenger, felt a surge of anger. Gripping his massive sword tightly, he aimed a ferocious slash at Gus. Gus reacted with remarkable swiftness, tightly grasping the hilt of his greatsword and executing a diagonal parry to block the Mountain's attack. He then delivered a powerful kick that destabilized the Mountain, twisting his wrist to swing his oversized sword in a sweeping arc. The Mountain, realizing the tremendous force behind this blow, braced himself against the back of his giant sword with his palm. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming power transmitted through the blade. The Mountain felt a tremor in his knee, and he collapsed to the ground. Almost immediately, another assault followed, as the greatsword spun counterclockwise at astonishing speed, howling like a wraith as it descended with lethal intent. The Mountain's heart raced, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had anticipated unleashing his fury upon this insufferable foe. Yet he found this dark-haired outsider to be unexpectedly fierce. As the specter of death loomed, the king's furious roar echoed through the air. Enough! With a resounding clang, the greatsword severed the Mountain's weapon, coming to rest on his brow with the king's voice, causing the Mountain's legs to tremble uncontrollably. Afterward, Gus sheathed his sword, planting it into the ground and kneeling on one knee before King Robert, while the infuriated Mountain hastily rose, shoving through the crowd in an attempt to flee, only to be intercepted by the armed guards. Let him go. Robert descended from the dais, issuing a sharp reprimand, and only then did the guards step aside, allowing the Mountain to exit in a huff. As the jousting competition concluded, Loras raised Gus's hand, declaring him the champion, prompting applause from the audience for the courageous knight. The victory brought forth a bounty of 40,000 gold dragons, stirring a wave of exhilaration within Gus, young man with ebony hair and onyx eyes. Such appearances are rare in Westeros. What is your name? Where do you hail from? King Robert inquired, his demeanor exuding the regal authority acquired over years of kingship. Your Majesty, I am Gus Ya, from the distant Far East, hailing from the Sea of Rising Sun, Gus replied, referring to his former homeland. Oh, what place is this? I have never heard of it. By the gods, has anyone here ever heard of this cursed location? Robert exclaimed with astonishment, while the surrounding nobility shook their heads in unison. Damn it, 7 hells. Not a single one of these fellows knows of it. With that, Robert suddenly descended from the platform. His curiosity piqued as he examined Gus's greatsword intently. Young man, your sword is quite grand. May I have a try? Gus smiled, nodded, and rose to his feet. After bowing, he stepped aside, gesturing for the portly king to proceed. Observing the king's intent to wield Gus's exaggerated greatsword, the surrounding spectators stood up, their faces filled with curiosity, eager to discover the peculiarities of this colossal blade. After all, it had proven insurmountable even against the most fearsome of the 7 kingdoms, the Demon Mountain. The rotund king circled the greatsword, then steadied himself, gripping the hilt with both hands and bellowing, "Oh, ah!" The Dragon Slayer's sword was slowly extracted from the mire, ultimately hoisted above the king's head by Robert. However, that was the extent of it. His face flushed crimson as he realized the difficulty of wielding the sword and promptly set it down. Clang! The Dragon Slayer's sword struck the ground with a resounding thud. "Curse it! How did you wield this iron block so gracefully? By the 7 gods! Had I known in my youth, I too would have sought a sword such as this. This truly is a weapon befitting a real man." Robert's praise was ever so simple yet elegant, and the audience responded with fervent applause, as if celebrating their king's valor. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I merely possess a bit more strength," Gus humbly replied. "By the 7 hells, you and Ned are truly cut from the same cloth," Robert lamented, then suddenly drew the sword of his personal guard, Balistan, and declared, "Young man, I admire you greatly. Were my royal guard not at full strength, I would certainly keep you by my side. Now, kneel and pledge your loyalty to me. I shall bestow upon you the title of knight in my kingdom. Are you willing to serve me? Such a fortunate opportunity. It is well known that the distinction between a noble knight and one directly appointed by the king is vast. Those thus honored often etch their names into history, becoming renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms, such as the Dawn Sword, the Tall Duncan, and the fearless Balistan. Thank you, Your Majesty. I willingly pledge my loyalty to House Baratheon." Gus, having lived 2 lives, felt a profound solemnity wash over him. The entire assembly gazed at Gus with envy as he hastily planted the great sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee. With a single hand, Robert placed the sword upon Gus's shoulder and recited, "I, Robert Baratheon I, by the name of King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, and as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, do hereby name Gus Summer a knight of the kingdom." As he spoke, the portly king moved the long sword back and forth across Gus's shoulders, intoning, "In the name of the warrior, I command you to forge ahead unflinchingly. In the name of the Father above, I command you to be just and honorable. In the name of the Mother, I command you to protect the innocent. Rise, Knight of the Kingdom, Gus Summer." Upon concluding, Robert sheathed the long sword into Balistan's scabbard and returned to the dais, sitting down heavily upon his throne. Gus rose and nodded respectfully to the king and Balistan before suddenly raising the Dragon Slayer's sword with one hand, turning to face the audience. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Several noble ladies even screamed to the point of fainting. Nearby, Shansa was in tears of excitement, and even Arya's eyes sparkled like stars. The cries and cheers resounded throughout the royal grounds, reaching even the city of King's Landing, leaving the uninformed onlookers in bewilderment as they gazed toward the royal premises. After the tournament, as Gus and his entourage returned to the inn's entrance, they were approached by someone. "Are you Sir Gus?" called out a young squire on horseback. Noticing the golden rose emblem on the young man's attire, Gus pondered for a moment and nodded at Boron beside him. Boron understood and called out, "What brings you here?" The squire, having confirmed the identity of the tall, handsome youth with dark hair standing next to Boron, dismounted and produced a gilded invitation from his cloak, presenting it to Boron. "Esteemed sir, I come on behalf of House Tyrell from Highgarden. Here is the invitation to tonight's Tyrell banquet. I kindly ask you to accept it." Upon hearing this, Boron took the invitation, glanced at it, and turned to Gus, who looked at the golden rose and smiled gently. "Very well, I understand. I shall attend this evening." With Gus's response, the squire bowed respectfully and retraced his steps. "I've heard that House Tyrell is one of the wealthiest families after the Lannisters, and I've heard some tales about the Knight of Flowers," Boron remarked with a knowing smile, leaving Gus feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Enough of that. Let us get ready. You're coming with me tonight?" Gus interrupted. His forehead creased with annoyance, eager to prevent Boron from rambling further. Noticing the envious gazes around them, Boron shrugged and tilted his head, implying his own helplessness in the matter. At the Highgarden banquet, it was indeed befitting of the 2nd richest family in Westeros, with food prepared so exquisitely that Gus wondered if even the waste would be as refined. Perhaps so, considering the rumors that Lannisters produce gold, Gus concurred. Just as a familiar figure approached swiftly, Loras, accompanied by a beautiful young lady with large eyes reminiscent of a doe. "Hey, my friend. Thank you for coming to support us. Sister, this is the champion of today's jousting tournament, Sir Gus," Loras introduced enthusiastically. Before Loras could continue, the doe-eyed maiden extended her hand toward Gus, warmly declaring, "I've long heard of your esteemed name. I am Marjorie Tyrell, Loras's younger sister." Gus, taken by the lively girl who bore a striking resemblance to her literary counterpart, couldn't he help but reflect on her fate. He took her hand, smiling as he replied, Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Gus Summer, and this is my companion, Boron. Boron exchanged subtle nods and smiles with the two individuals opposite him, then instinctively retreated to a corner to enjoy his drink. Almost immediately, several noble ladies and gentlewomen from the earlier tournament approached him, inquiring about Gus and occasionally casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Observing this, Gus offered a sheepish smile to Marjorie, yet she appeared oblivious to his discomfort, boldly intertwining her arm with his, reminiscent of a lively and spirited fawn. I have heard, dear knight, of your remarkable performance in the tournament. Not only did you save Loras's life, but you also effortlessly vanquished the infamous mountain, a terror known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, you were personally knighted by His Majesty, which is truly admirable, young Marjorie declared, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she playfully accentuated her form. Gus, having lived 2 lives, couldn't he help but feel a flush of warmth creep across his face. Ah, merely rumors, nothing more, Gus replied, attempting to extricate his arm, only to sense a multitude of hostile gazes encircling him. As anticipated, it wasn't too long before someone stepped forward. Damn you, dark-haired scoundrel. Remove your hand. Lady Marjorie is not someone of your lowly status to touch, spoke a tall young man with unremarkable brown hair, whose family crest was unknown to Gus. However, his audacity suggested he hailed from a respectable lineage. Nearby, the Knight of Flowers recognized the brewing trouble and prepared to intervene, but Gus restrained him, signaling him to remain silent, while the young man remained resolute, intent on making a statement against Gus. With deftness, Gus withdrew his arm from Marjorie's grasp, maintaining his composure as he inquired, "Pardon my curiosity, but may I ask who you are? If I am not mistaken, the kingdom does not appear to have any laws prohibiting normal discourse between the genders, does it? Or are you perhaps so insecure about your own appearance that you resort to this manner to engage with Lady Marjorie?" The tall young man, whose stature rivaled Gus's, quickly recognized the mockery embedded in Gus's words. Having seldom faced adversity, he responded with indignation, "You arrogant pretty boy. Don't presume that your fleeting fame from the tournament grants you any significance. I shall duel you for the honor of House Bulwer." "Oh dear," thought the Knight of Flowers, watching his hot-headed distant relative with a look of disbelief. The gathering crowd, intrigued by the spectacle, began to rally vocally in support of the young man, eager to witness how this rising foreigner had earned his knighthood directly from the king. "Go, John. John, I support you in defeating him. You can do it. Show him the strength of the men of the Riverlands." The lad, sharing a name with the original protagonist, felt a surge of confidence upon hearing the cheers, casting a smug glance at Gus. As a law-abiding citizen of the new era, Gus's avoidance of conflict did not equate to fear. Sensing the myriad of scrutinizing eyes upon him, it became evident that today, he could not establish his footing in Westeros without proving his mettle. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Now, choose your weapon," Gus casually remarked, inciting disdain from the young man, who inwardly vowed to make this insufferable individual kneel before him in supplication. Summoning a servant, Gus nonchalantly selected the largest and sturdiest sword from the rack, twirling it a few times with a flick of his wrist before positioning himself at the center of the hall. The lad named John chose a sword that appeared colossal to the average onlooker and squared off against Gus, adopting a half-squat combat stance with both hands gripping his weapon. "Come on, you strike first," Gus said, pointing his sword at John with an air of casual arrogance, reminiscent of a certain notorious figure. Yet his refined demeanor eclipsed that of his counterpart, eliciting gasps from the surrounding noblewomen, who squirmed in their seats. Blast it! John could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he swung his sword down with both hands. Gus merely sidestepped and effortlessly deflected the powerful blow with a flick of his wrist, immediately countering with his own downward strike, this time wielding his sword with one hand. John hastily raised his weapon to block, but after sustaining the impact, he felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, only to be met with Gus's relentless follow-up. Bang, bang, bang. The sword, though massive, was wielded by Gus as if it were a mere cleaver, delivering a rapid succession of strikes that left John's sword shattered into several pieces on the floor. In an instant, Gus's blade hovered ominously above John's forehead. A gasp rippled through the crowd as John fixated on the sword threateningly poised above him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Gus, with one hand raised and gritting his teeth, fixed a fierce gaze upon him, instilling a profound sense of dread within John. It felt as though he were a mere vendor, threatened by a knife-wielding assailant, the palpable aura of menace surrounding Gus akin to that of a ruthless criminal. I concede," John exclaimed, unable to suppress his terror any longer. Gus, taking advantage of the moment, surveyed the crowd before discarding his sword, embracing the bewildered little Rose, and nonchalantly ascending the staircase to the second floor with an air of audacious elegance. By the 7 gods, what manner of creature is this? No wonder even the demon mountain cannot contend with him. Jon's defeat is hardly unjust, exclaimed the onlookers, a chorus of agreement resonating among the gathered nobles. Upon reaching the second floor, Loras swiftly led Gus to a richly attired young man. Before Loras could finish his introduction, Gus interjected, "I am acquainted with you. Lord Loras Tyrell, Duke of Highgarden." With that, Gus performed a noble salute. "Oh, Sir Gus, do you always make such a grand entrance?" Lord Loras remarked with a hint of jest. "Not at all, my lord. You witnessed it yourself. I had no choice," Gus replied, subtly shaking his head, exuding humility that belied the reputation of the famed king's brother, leaving no trace of pretense in his demeanor. Little Rose also performed a courteous gesture toward Lord Loras. Loras nodded and invited everyone to take a seat. Gendry hastily pulled out a chair and sat beside Loras, while Gendry took a seat across from him. "Sir Gendry, your exceptional martial prowess is truly awe-inspiring. It is rare to encounter someone as handsome and skilled as yourself," Loras remarked with a smile. Suddenly, he paused, casting a furtive glance at Loras beside him, then cleared his throat and continued, "I wonder if you would consider serving under my banner? I am prepared to offer you a remuneration far exceeding that of others." Loras was quite direct in his proposal. It was clear that he sought to recruit Gendry. But well aware of the narrative, Gendry was reluctant to pledge allegiance so easily. Moreover, this prince had peculiar inclinations, and Gendry feared unrestful nights even if he did decide to serve. "Forgive my impertinence, your grace, but you may not be aware that I have established my own mercenary company, which is quite sizable. Many of my brothers depend on me for their livelihoods, and I cannot abandon them. Therefore, I sincerely appreciate your generous offer," Gendry responded, his expression earnest enough to leave Loras without a hint of suspicion. Loras could only nod in disappointment. "However, my lord, I believe we could collaborate." Gendry pivoted the conversation, causing Loras's eyes to light up as he nodded for Gendry to continue. "It is well known that I am a foreigner. My homeland is scarcely recognized, and the notion of cooperation pertains to it." After taking a sip of wine to clear his throat, Gendry elaborated, "My homeland is a bustling place, rich with numerous unheard-of knowledge and techniques from Westeros." He then began to extract several small items from his pocket. Objects unfamiliar to the others at the table, a bar of soap, a bottle of perfume, and a tube of lipstick. Curiosity adorned their faces as Little Rose eagerly picked up a lipstick, examining it closely, while Loras and Gendry watched intently. "What are these objects? They seem to emit a delicate fragrance." Loras, who had always taken pleasure in grooming, had a vague inkling of what Gendry presented. "Indeed, my lord. Allow me to introduce them slowly," Gendry said, lifting the bottle of perfume and gently twisting open the cap. Instantly, the air around them filled with a delightful aroma. Loras and Little Rose closed their eyes, seemingly entranced by the scent enveloping them. After a moment, Loras opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration. "My lord, this is a perfume crafted with the techniques of my homeland, designed for adornment. A few drops on clothing, in a room, or during a bath will allow the fragrance to linger for days without fading." Gendry took Little Rose's wrist, letting drops of perfume fall onto her delicate hand, gently massaging it in, then leaning down to inhale deeply, revealing an expression of sheer delight. Little Rose's face flushed crimson, her heart racing at the sensation. Soon after, Loras and Gendry also applied a few drops to their hands, mimicking Gendry's actions, and found it to be precisely as he described. "It is truly remarkable, Sir Gus. This perfume must be quite expensive," Loras inquired with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. "Not so fast. Allow me to introduce the other 2 items first," Gus replied, picking up a bar of soap. "This is soap, akin to the horn soap of Westeros, yet it is far smoother to use, preventing any abrasion to the skin. Moreover, various fragrances can be added, enhancing its cleansing power while leaving a lingering scent on the skin, much like the perfume. And this," he continued, "is lipstick, but much more convenient and easy to preserve, also allowing for the addition of various fragrances. Beautiful Miss Marjorie, might I trouble you to try it?" Upon hearing Gus's request, Marjorie nodded. Gus unscrewed the well-polished wooden lipstick case, revealing a rose-hued cylindrical tip. In a moment of spontaneity, he cradled her face and applied the lipstick. Afterward, Gus felt quite satisfied with his handiwork. "Oh, my dear sister, you have become even more enchanting," Loras exclaimed, leaving Little Rose in a state of amazement. The transformative power of such a small lipstick was unexpected, and Loras found himself contemplating the idea of trying it on a woman. Renly shared a similar sentiment, though he had not forgotten the main topic. Sir Gus, your homeland is indeed extraordinary. However, regarding the collaboration, what exactly is it about? Renly had his suspicions, but chose to inquire for the sake of civility. Gus had anticipated this question and replied, "It is as follows. My lord, I mentioned that I have formed a mercenary company, and its numbers are considerable, making expenses quite significant. I wish to forge a stronger bond of friendship based on these items." To Renly's surprise, Sir Gus was not only skilled in combat, but also articulate. Renly jested lightly. "Do share your terms, Sir Gus." Gus nodded and said, "I will arrange for some workshops to produce these items exclusively for your 3 houses. But I require initial financial and material support from you. As for the pricing, that will be at your discretion. I shall only take 30% of the profits. In simple terms, I provide the expertise. Will you invest?" Renly quickly grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, "And what of the third party? Surely, there is another?" "Indeed," Gus confirmed. "Duke Tywin of House Lannister has already agreed, and we are to share the profits equally, as their last gold mine has been dormant for 3 years. A moment of silence enveloped the table as the other 3 exchanged glances. Finally, Renly resolved, "We can agree to your terms. But you must ensure that our prices remain lower than those of the Lannisters." Gus smiled slightly. It was evident that these 2 houses would not allow the old lion to dominate once again. The hidden profits within these 3 items were far too substantial. If swallowed whole, even the most formidable of the 7 kingdoms' nobility would choke. Only the foremost families of the Reach, the Tyrells, and the royal bloodline could truly digest such wealth. As for the collaboration with the old lion, that was merely a ruse. An attempt to deceive these 2 parties for the time being. Who knows if the old lion, should negotiations falter, might suddenly lead a formidable army to pay me a visit? After yet another round of discussions, once the 3 parties finalized the details, Gus took Boron back to his inn. "Boron, the next phase of our plan can commence," Gus remarked suddenly at the door. Boron nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and quietly exited Gus's room. The invitation of the Hand of the King today marked the second event of the tournament, the team battle. This event had a lower threshold for participation, attracting a mix of individuals, which inherently increased its danger. Among the competitors were mercenary squads with formidable prowess, as well as seasoned veterans, the most notable being the Red Priest, who had fought alongside the Fat King during the Usurper Wars. The Red Priest, Soros, hailed from another continent, a missionary of Marine and a devoted follower of the Lord of Light, possessing the ability to imbue long swords with fire magic. His reputation in Westeros was considerable, yet his fortunes were rather dismal, leading him to question his own worth. Accompanying the Red Priest was Lord Barrington Lean, the Black Harbor Count, both friends and seasoned comrades of Robert, renowned for their exceptional skills. Soon, the competition commenced. Gus opted to fight alone. As his forces were currently diminished, he was keen to avoid any mishaps with Boron, as the mercenary company still relied on his leadership. Aware of Gus's formidable abilities, most participants wisely refrained from provoking him at the outset. Those harboring ulterior motives, upon witnessing Gus wielding his exaggerated great sword with astonishing speed, dispatching a fully armored trio with ease, swiftly chose to steer clear of him. Thus, a vacuum formed around Gus. In his boredom, he noticed that the Prime Minister, Ned, had also arrived at the venue, seated comfortably with his 2 daughters beneath Robert's platform. Heavens above, is there not a soul brave enough to confront that dark-haired lad? "You cowards bring shame upon the 7 kingdoms," Robert bellowed in frustration. Yet, despite his outbursts, no one dared risk their life to amuse the king. After all, every competitor's sole objective was the bounty of 20,000 gold dragons. Damn it all, you despicable lot. Had you been on the battlefield back in the day, I would have been the first to topple you. Robert fumed, summoning a wine steward to down a hearty gulp before sulking back into his chair. Ned, seated at the front, could not help but smile at the king's tirade, lost in his thoughts. Father, that dark-haired knight wielding a sword twice my size. He defeated that behemoth known as the Mountain yesterday and secured first place in the competition. The king even knighted him as a knight of the realm. Arya exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Ned's arm. Sansa chimed in, Father, he is undeniably handsome. Just yesterday, he presented me with a garland, causing me to nearly swoon. Ned had merely heard of Gus's formidable reputation, but upon learning of this act, he widened his eyes in astonishment, fixating on the dark-haired knight, who was being exalted by 2 daughters. At that moment, 2 unscrupulous individuals attempted to ambush Gus from both sides, startling Sansa in the audience into a terrified scream. However, Gus merely executed a spinning sword technique. With a sword over 2 meters long and an arm span exceeding 1 meter, the nearly 4-meter lethal range enveloped both assailants. The swift arc of his sword unleashed a chilling wail that echoed throughout the arena, severing one man's arm and cleaving the other's thigh along with his armor, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The two unscrupulous men collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain, causing those with nefarious intentions nearby to shudder in fear, abandoning any thoughts of confronting Gus. As attendants entered to carry the two off the field, Gus resumed his leisurely demeanor, while Ned outside the arena was utterly captivated by Gus. By the seven hells, how is this lad like a monster? Ned, did you hear? That immense sword, which I can scarcely wield, emits such terrifying shrieks in his hands. Robert clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening, feeling an inexplicable relief that he had not encountered such a grotesque adversary on the battlefield years ago. Your Majesty, you are the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. No matter how formidable this lad may be, he is still your knight. Ned's flattery brought immense pleasure to Robert, who laughed heartily and took several swigs of wine, entirely oblivious to the contemplative expression of Queen Cersei beside him. Soon, the competition neared its conclusion. After Gus systematically dealt with several lesser opponents, only 3 groups remained in the arena, a trio of mercenaries, a cohort of red-robed monks alongside Barry, and Gus standing alone. As the anticipated spectacle unfolded, many spectators, including King Robert and even the previously disdainful Prince Joffrey, rose to their feet, along with numerous noble ladies cheering for Gus. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, and Jaime, the Kingslayer, flanking the Queen and Prince, were equally engrossed, clearly eager to test their mettle against Gus, despite their doubts about their chances of victory. The 3 groups exchanged glances, ultimately deciding that the mercenaries and red-robed monks would first join forces to eliminate the enigmatic Gus before vying for the championship themselves. Yet Gus was quicker, pivoting. He gripped the sword hilt with both hands in a semi-dragging stance. He charged toward the mercenary group, leveraging his waist strength for a sweeping strike. The sole fully armored swordsman leading the mercenaries, towering over Gus, raised his iron shield to block. But what is Gus's swordsmanship? It thrives on unparalleled speed and sheer power. With a fierce cry, the great sword crashed into the mercenary leader's iron shield. Clang! The sharp, jarring sound of steel colliding reverberated throughout the arena. Countless individuals, in agony, clasped their ears as the colossal mercenary leader collided with his 2 subordinates, sending them hurtling several meters away, stirring up a cloud of ash. As the haze dissipated, the ground around Gus was left in a pristine vacuum, untouched by any remnants of smoke. Meanwhile, the iron shield shattered into 2, and the fates of the 3 mercenaries remained unknown, as they were carried off the arena by a group of attendants. By the gods above, this was nothing short of a warrior descending from the heavens. A warrior, indeed. The spectacle left countless spectators awestruck, compelled to draw such a comparison to Gus. Beside them, Soros and Barry stood motionless, utterly astonished. However, as Gus approached wielding his sword, they mustered their courage and bravely charged forth, earning Gus's admiration for their valor. In an effort to allow them a more dignified defeat, Gus relinquished his great sword and picked up a spear from the ground, striking a pose reminiscent of the renowned 6 Harmony spear from a certain country on his former world, Blue Star. Bloody hell, this lad can wield a spear too, Robert exclaimed, taking another hefty swig of his drink. Witnessing Gus's switch from sword to spear, Soros and Barry sensed an opportunity. Even Robert couldn't help but rally in support of his comrades. Soros, take him down. If you manage to defeat this fellow, I'll reward you with double the prize. Ned remained silent, his heart aching fiercely. With the king's backing, the 2 red-robed monks felt their confidence surge. They ignited their swords with flames, eliciting gasps from the audience. Before charging forward, Gus slightly bent his knees, gripping the spear tightly, and with a flick, it danced in his hand like a viper poised to strike. The dazzling display left Soros and his companion spellbound, but in an instant, Gus lunged at Soros with the spear. Soros felt a tingling at his brow, a warning of impending danger. Instinctively, he stepped back and raised his sword to block. Yet, in the next moment, Gus expertly flicked his spear, slapping Soros's fiery blade to the ground with a resounding crack. Soros hurried to retrieve it, while Barry rushed forward to apply pressure, hoping to create an opportunity for his ally to reclaim his sword. Unbeknownst to them, Gus had orchestrated an elaborate trap. He leaped back, and midair, launched another thrust. Barry, in his forward charge, had never felt death so closely. It was as though he had collided with the spearhead itself, leaving him feeling utterly thwarted as he hastily sidestepped. However, the next moment, Gus's spear swept across with ferocity, striking Barry's chest plate. The impact sent Barry flying, his breath knocked out of him, and he fell unconscious in an instant. Damn it! Soros had just grasped his sword, only to find himself cursing loudly before recklessly charging forward. determined to exchange his life for his comrades. His erratic footfalls and exposed vulnerabilities made it difficult for Gus to inflict further harm on this simpleton. Yet, in the spirit of the original tale, and out of respect, Gus delivered a swift sequence of thrusts, strikes, and grabs, leaving the unarmed Soros similarly incapacitated. What kind of sorcery is this? Why do I feel a chill in my chest and on the crown of my head? Robert vented his frustrations fiercely, taking several swigs from his cup before finally acknowledging Gus as the champion of the team battle, rewarding him with a bounty of 20,000 gold dragons. By the seven hells, why didn't you arrive on this earth sooner? I would have made you my personal guard, Robert exclaimed, delivering a hearty punch to Gus, causing the armor to resonate with a dull thud. Your Majesty's kindness is overwhelming. If possible, I shall return to inform my father, inquiring why he did not bring me into this world earlier, so I could serve as your royal guard. Gus's flattering words brought a glimmer of joy to King Robert, easing the ache that had recently plagued his heart and igniting a peculiar sense of anticipation within his mind. Damn it, the more I see you, the more I like you. Now be off with you, enjoy your gold, and once you've squandered it all, come hunt with me. You'll get a taste of the king's prowess. Robert's words were light-hearted, yet the ever-watchful hand of the king, Lord Eddard Stark, felt the sting of those words, as the familiar pang of sorrow resurfaced. Today marked the second event of the tournament, the team battle. This segment had a lower threshold for entry, attracting a motley crew of participants, making it quite perilous. Among them were some bloodthirsty mercenary squads and seasoned veterans, with the most notable being the Red Priest, who had fought alongside the Rotund King during the War of Usurpers. The Red Priest, Melisandre, hailed from a distant continent, a missionary of the Lord of Light, possessing the ability to enchant swords with flames. His fame was considerable in Westeros, yet his fortunes had waned, leaving him doubting his own worth. Accompanying him was Lord Beric Dondarrion, a close friend and fellow veteran of Robert S., both formidable warriors in their own right. As the match commenced, Gus opted for a solo performance, not wishing to risk any unforeseen mishaps with the absence of his comrades. He was the bastion of strength for his mercenary band. Understanding Gus's prowess, most competitors wisely refrained from immediate provocation. Those with other intentions quickly retreated upon witnessing Gus wield his oversized sword with remarkable speed, dispatching a fully armored trio with alarming ease, forming a protective bubble around him. In this vacuum of challengers, Gus observed that the Prime Minister Eddard had also graced the event, seated with his two daughters near Robert. By the seven hells, is there no one brave enough to confront that dark-haired lad? You cowards bring shame to the seven kingdoms. Robert bellowed in frustration. Yet, despite his outburst, none dared to risk their lives for the king's amusement, for the true prize was the 20,000 gold dragons. Damn it all. Had I been on the battlefield back then, I would have been the first to topple you all. Robert erupted in a fit of rage, summoning the wine steward to pour himself a generous draught of wine before sulking back into his chair. Ned, seated at the front, could not help but smile at the king's outburst, his thoughts drifting to his father, the dark-haired knight wielding a sword as large as himself. Just yesterday, he had triumphed over the formidable giant known as the Mountain, securing first place in the tournament, and the king had personally knighted him. How impressive! I too aspire to become a knight of the realm like him. Arya clutched her father Ned's arm, her face alight with excitement, while Sansa chimed in, Father, he is truly magnificent. Yesterday, he even bestowed his garland upon me, and I nearly swooned. Ned had heard of Gregor's prowess, but now, upon learning of such gallantry, his eyes widened in awe at the dark-haired knight being lauded by his daughters. At that moment, two unscrupulous ruffians attempted to ambush Gregor from either side, sending a shriek of terror from Sansa in the stands. Yet, Gregor merely executed a spinning sword technique. His sword, a 2-meter-long blade complemented by a 1-meter arm span, created a lethal arc of nearly 4 meters, enveloping both assailants. The swift sweep of his sword cut through the air with a chilling cry, severing one man's arm and cleaving the thigh of the other, who remained encumbered by his armor, eliciting gasps of horror from the audience. The two attackers fell to the ground, howling in agony, as those with nefarious intentions around them were left trembling, abandoning any thoughts of confronting Gregor. As attendants carried the incapacitated men off the field, Gregor resumed his relaxed demeanor, while Ned, now utterly captivated by him, exclaimed, By the seven hells, how is this lad so monstrous in strength? Ned, did you hear that? That sword, which I would struggle to wield, produces such a terrifying shriek in his hands. Robert clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening, a strange relief washing over him at the thought that he had not encountered such a freak of nature on the battlefield in his youth. Your Majesty, you are the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. No matter how formidable this lad may be, he is still your knight." Ned's flattery delighted Robert, who erupted in hearty laughter. Taking several more swigs of wine, blissfully unaware of the contemplative expression on Queen Cersei's face beside him. As the tournament neared its conclusion, Gregor systematically dispatched the remaining lesser opponents, leaving only 3 groups in the arena: a trio of mercenaries, a band of red priests accompanied by Beric, and the solitary figure of Gregor. As the spectacle approached its climax, many spectators, including King Robert and even the previously disdainful Prince Joffrey, could not help but rise from their seats, along with numerous noble ladies cheering for Gregor. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, and Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, stood attentively beside the Queen and Prince, both evidently eager to test their mettle against Gregor, despite their doubts of victory. The 3 groups exchanged glances, and it was clear that the mercenaries and the Red Priests had decided to ally against the enigmatic Gregor, intending to determine the champion thereafter. However, Gregor was quicker. He sidestepped, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, and with a powerful thrust, he advanced toward the mercenary team, ready to unleash a sweeping blow. The only fully armored swordsman leading the mercenary group stood at a height similar to Gus, though considerably more robust. Clutching an iron shield, he hurriedly attempted to block. But what was Gus's swordsmanship? It was a philosophy of overwhelming strength, achieving victory through sheer speed and power. A powerful swing of the great sword unleashed a wailing tempest, crashing down upon the mercenary leader's shield with a resounding clang. The piercing sound of steel clashing reverberated throughout the arena. Countless spectators covered their ears in agony as the massive mercenary leader, along with his shield, collided with 2 of his comrades behind him, hurtling several meters away and kicking up a cloud of ash. As the haze dissipated, a pristine vacuum was left on the ground surrounding Gus, devoid of any trace of soot, while on the other side, the iron shield had been cleaved in 2, leaving the fates of the 3 mercenaries uncertain, as they were carried off the arena by a group of attendants. By the gods, this was truly a warrior descending from the heavens. A warrior descending. A warrior descending. The multitude was left in awe, compelled to liken Gus to a divine being. Meanwhile, Soros and Barry stood motionless, utterly stunned. However, upon witnessing Gus approach with his sword raised, they mustered their courage and charged forward, eliciting admiration from Gus for their bravery. In an effort to allow them a more dignified defeat, Gus relinquished his great sword and picked up a spear from the ground. In the bewildered gaze of the crowd, he assumed the posture of the renowned 6 Harmonies spear from a distant land of his past life. "Damn, this kid can wield a spear as well." Robert muttered a curse, taking another hearty swig from his flask. Observing Gus's transition from sword to spear, Soros and Barry sensed an opportunity. Even Robert couldn't help but rally in support of his comrades. "Soros, take him down. If you can defeat this lad, I'll reward you with double the bounty." Ned remained silent, feeling a pang of distress. With the king's endorsement, the 2 red-robed monks surged with newfound confidence, igniting their swords in flames, which elicited gasps from the audience. They charged forward, swords drawn. Gus slightly bent his waist, gripping the spear tightly, its tip flickering like a serpent's tongue as he unleashed a flurry of thrusts that left Soros and Barry momentarily entranced. Then, in a swift motion, he aimed a thrust directly at Soros. Soros felt a prickling sensation at his forehead, a warning of impending danger. Instinctively, he stepped back and raised his sword to block. Yet, in the next moment, Gus deftly maneuvered the spear, and with a sharp crack, he knocked Soros's flaming sword to the ground. Soros hurried to retrieve it, while Barry rushed forward to apply pressure, attempting to create an opening for his comrade to regain his weapon. But all of this was merely a trap devised by Gus. He retreated a step, launching another thrust midair. Barry, in his forward charge, had never felt death so close. It was as if he collided head-on with the spear's tip, leaving him frustrated and hastily sidestepping to evade. However, in the next instant, Gus's spear swept with ferocity, crashing violently against Barry's breastplate. Barry was sent reeling, blood surging, and then fell unconscious, everything transpiring in the blink of an eye. Damn! Soros had just grasped his sword when he could only muster a furious curse, recklessly charging forward, prepared to exchange his life for another. His erratic steps and the vulnerabilities that marred his form prompted Gus to refrain from taking advantage of this brutish figure. Yet, out of respect for the original narrative, he delivered a swift trio of strikes to Soros, rendering the unarmed man unconscious in an instant. What in the world is this atrocious marksmanship? Why do I feel a chill in my chest and even atop my head? Robert exclaimed, venting his frustration with several swigs of liquor. Subsequently, he gloomily awarded Gus the title of champion of the group battle. granting him a reward of 20,000 golden dragons. Damn it. 7 layers of hell. Why weren't you born sooner, you rascal? I would have made you my royal guard, Robert declared, delivering a playful punch to Gus, causing the knight's armor to reverberate. Your Majesty, I am truly grateful for your kindness. If possible, I shall return home and inquire of my father why he did not bring me into this world earlier, so I could serve as your royal guard. Gus flatteringly responded, eliciting boundless joy in King Robert, who felt his previously hollow chest swell with warmth, as if something was about to blossom within him. By the gods, the more I see you, the more I like you. Now be off with you. Go spend that golden dragon wisely, and when you've squandered it all, you can join me in hunting, where I shall surely show you the might of a king. The words were spoken without intent, yet they resonated deeply with those who listened. The hand of the king, Lord Ned Stark, who had been a mere spectator, suddenly found himself ensnared in the turmoil, the pangs of heartache returning with a vengeance. As the tournament concluded and the path back to the arena commenced, the hand of the king, Ned Stark, approached Gus personally. Sir Gus, I am Ned Stark, the newly appointed hand of the king and the royal prime minister. I wish to invite you to serve as my captain of the guard. Accompanied by the captain of the guards, Jory, Ned relayed this invitation. Although Gus respected Ned's integrity, he had his own ambitions and ultimately declined the earnest offer of the honorable Northern Lord. My lord, I am aware of your esteemed reputation and hold you in high regard, but I am bound by duties that I cannot abandon. Hundreds of my brothers, along with their families, await my return from King's Landing with funds for their relief. I hope you can forgive my refusal. Though slightly disheartened by Gus's reply, Ned, upon understanding the knight's plight, warmly escorted him to the Red Keep, where they settled the 60,000 golden dragons earned from the tournament. Throughout the encounter, Ned did not cast a glance at the master of whisperers, Peter Baelish, whose face contorted in displeasure, resembling one who had just consumed something repugnant. Gus paid little mind to such matters. In the original tale, Baelish was indeed a figure of malice, yet it was undeniable that he possessed an exceptional aptitude for manipulation, adept at navigating murky waters. Without the presence of a rival, the cunning Lord Baelish might have indeed made a bid for the Iron Throne. Upon acquiring the Golden Dragon, the following morning, Gus set forth with several thousand robust and youthful refugees along King's Road, departing from King's Landing. In accordance with the agreement made with Ser Loras and the Tyrell family, these individuals, comprising men, women, and children capable of labor, were assured by Gus that as long as they were willing to work, their sustenance and lodging would be provided, alongside a daily wage of copper coins. These arrangements were meticulously orchestrated by Gus in advance through Boron. Many of these refugees had endured the hardships of famine, and were more than willing to follow him as long as they were offered food, even in the absence of monetary compensation. Thus, Gus selected around 100 vigorous young men to serve as recruits for his mercenary company, while the remainder were distributed into 3 groups, haphazardly integrated into the construction of the factory. However, as the size of the entourage increased, their pace inevitably slowed. Originally, the camp was reachable in the afternoon by 2 riders. Now, due to the need to care for the elderly and infirm, the journey would span 3 days. To Gus's surprise, on the first night, a young man from a surrounding merchant caravan named Eileen approached him. My lord, I pledge my undying loyalty to you. I shall never betray you, Eileen declared, kneeling on one knee, his gaze fervent. Gus felt a genuine fondness for this kind-hearted young man. Eileen, I am but a knight without lands, without power to elevate my vassals, merely a title to my name, Gus replied. Nay, my lord, my father instilled in me the faith of the 7, to serve the 7, yet I can never forget the days of my mother's illness, and my father's relentless search for a maester, selling our possessions. Eileen spoke, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. That was a period I can never erase from my memory. I prayed day and night to the 7, beseeching for my mother's recovery and for my father's burdens to cease. Yet ultimately, my mother departed from me. The 7 did not manifest their grace. We were left with nothing, unable to afford a dignified burial for her. Afterward, my father and I wandered, begging for sustenance. Eventually, our fortunes began to improve, only for cruel fate to strike again. I know not why, but had it not been for your appearance, I would have lost my only remaining kin. Since then, I have ceased to believe in the 7. Oh, have you considered that perhaps it was the 7 who guided me to save your father? Gus mused. At this, Eileen, previously despondent, suddenly radiated with an astonishing light in his eyes. No, it was not the 7. It was the true God. The true God descended to save my father. I have witnessed your deeds, and I have heard the tales. You are the true God sent from above to rescue those languishing in suffering and hardship. I have never encountered a being as powerful yet as benevolent as you. This must be divine providence. My lord, allow me to serve you for all my days." Eileen's fervor escalated to a frenzied pitch. Reminiscent of those in the throes of addiction. Alarmed by the commotion, Boron and the nearby guards rushed over, unaware of the context, and Boron instinctively restrained Eileen. "Release me. I wish to serve the true God," he cried out in desperation. To the astonishment of all, this ordinarily refined and affable young man, disregarding his pain, let out a howl as he broke his own arm and knelt before Gus, blood streaming from his wounds. Yet he did not forget to voice his plea. "True God, I beseech you for eternal loyalty, to serve at your side." This act left the newly arrived companions utterly dumbfounded. "By the gods, I came to conquer Westeros, not to establish a cult," Gus muttered under his breath, quickly assisting Eileen to his feet. Once he had collected his thoughts and steadied Eileen, he spoke. "Eileen, I can accept your loyalty, but you must promise me one thing." "My lord, command me." Eileen's fervor enveloped everyone present, as if they could feel a flame burning close at hand. "Promise me, Eileen, that you will never harm yourself like this again. I am willing to accept your loyalty, but I must make it clear, I am not a god. I am but a mortal. Thus, I fight for mortals. I fight for the people." Gus articulated each word with conviction, gradually calming Eileen, yet the youth still fervently declared, "You are my true God, and I serve at the side of the true God." Gus found himself at a loss, resorting to coaxing and persuasion. All right, I understand. You must go tend to your wounds. A true God does not require a cripple to serve." Upon hearing this, Eileen nodded obediently and followed the guards to the old scholar for treatment. "What happened?" Boron finally inquired about the situation. "Nothing much. This boy has had a difficult childhood, and upon witnessing my small act of kindness, he has come to see me as a divine being." Gus casually dismissed the matter, but as Boron departed, he wore a thoughtful expression. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which some unfortunate incidents involving unscrupulous women occurred. The ill-fated souls happened to cross paths with Gus, who was in a foul mood, and thus met their demise. Consequently, the ranks were thinned of those with sordid intentions, amounting to several dozen individuals. Gus, disdainful of such scum, did not make any effort to retain them. However, there was a silver lining. Many brave women stepped forward to report the wrongdoings, leading to a cleaner environment within the group as people began to grasp the regulations in place. The Ironblood Mercenary Corps was precisely the mercenary group Gus had established in this realm. In merely 6 months, it had risen within the riverlands of Westeros, expanding from just a handful of members to hundreds, soon on the verge of surpassing 1,000. The Corps now boasted several hundred combatants, comprising seasoned veterans, hedge knights, and newly recruited mercenaries, all sharing a common bond. They had fought alongside Gus or had been personally trained by him. These individuals once lived perilously, aware that any day could be their last on a mission. In typical mercenary bands or smaller squads, death was a commonplace occurrence, often with the captain pocketing their earnings. Yet Gus's emergence offered them a life unlike any they had known before. Gus would never embezzle their commissions, and whenever a mercenary fell in battle, he not only ensured that their commission was given to their families, but also provided an additional sum from his own earnings as a form of compensation. In the absence of family, Gus would erect a gravestone to honor each brother who fought alongside him. Moreover, the mercenary company boasted an extensive logistical team. Initially, the company lacked a proper camp, and Gus occasionally took in the destitute elderly and women, providing them shelter in exchange for assistance in managing logistics. However, as the number of people grew, and many fallen mercenaries entrusted their orphans to Gus, he established a camp, even going so far as to engage in unsavory dealings with local nobles. Fortunately, after promising to pay them rent and leveraging the mercenary company's strength, these nobles ceased their complaints. Yet, economic pressures soon emerged, compelling Gus to devise strategies to fulfill missions while simultaneously establishing an outer trading caravan for the mercenary company, leading to the creation of 3 lucrative ventures. Thus, the mercenary company firmly rooted itself in the Sanha region, earning acclaim through trade and the protection of merchant caravans, as well as occasionally assisting the nobles in eradicating bandits. The Ironblood Mercenary Company finally garnered a formidable reputation, receiving countless accolades in the Sanha area. Particularly, recent news of Gus being knighted by the king and winning 2 championships in a martial competition, coupled with his refusal of the Prime Minister's invitation, deeply moved many within the company, reinforcing their loyalty to a leader who had not abandoned them. This influx of mercenaries seeking to join Gus was unprecedented, and with the looming threat of war, he welcomed them without hesitation. After a series of arrangements, and alongside those brought from King's Landing, Gus swiftly organized a mercenary company of 1,000, complemented by logistical personnel, bringing the total to 5,000. Balin, have we clarified the rules? Gus inquired, as he accompanied a group of old comrades orphans in the camp, quietly approaching the busy Balin. Everything is arranged, Balin replied, beaming with pride as he now held the position of vice commander of a 1,000-strong mercenary company. Ah, Vice Commander Balin, you seem quite pleased with yourself, Gus teased. To which Balin tilted his head and spread his arms in a signature gesture. By the way, 2 matters must be attended to with utmost diligence. Noticing Gus's serious demeanor, Balin immediately straightened up. First, the production and processing of those 3 items must adhere strictly to standards. And we need to expedite the creation of a batch. I must return to King's Landing post-haste. Second, all intelligence regarding the Sanha region and beyond must be meticulously gathered. Remain vigilant for any unforeseen events. As for the rest, you may manage as you see fit. After speaking, Gus looked at Balin, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Gus to turn and return to the camp to continue his educational efforts for the next generation. In the subsequent days, Gus meticulously organized the restructuring of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. After categorizing the various commissions received from the inn according to their risk levels, he assigned the veteran mercenaries to complete an array of tasks based on these classifications. Meanwhile, the newly recruited or selected mercenaries, totaling several hundred individuals, were all subjected to rigorous training under Gus's supervision according to established protocols. While many seasoned mercenaries grumbled incessantly, Gus led by example, and with the camp's excellent provisions. He often reminded them, a life is but one, sweat more in training to bleed less in battle. This gradually instilled a sense of seriousness among them. Those who attempted to cut corners were promptly confronted by Gus, who educated them in various ways. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps sought true men, not mere boys who could not even compare to the women of the camp. Numerous voices echoed in agreement, only to be met with Gus's reprimand. What are you? You are warriors. On the battlefield, you are comrades who entrust each other with life and death. Brothers, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is not the same as before. It is an organization that disregards status and family background. You share the same barracks and eat from the same pot. What right do you have to mock others? Of course, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps welcomed the strong. Here, the capable would rise, while the inept would fall. If anyone dares to challenge me, Gus, let them step forward. If anyone can defeat me, I shall appoint them as the leader. This declaration stirred significant commotion, igniting the competitive spirit among many of the newly joined veteran mercenaries, though few dared to step forward. Are you men or not? I have seen village women bolder than you. At last, a tall youth could no longer contain himself. No, I am a real man. I hail from Hujin. I challenge you. The boy's face was resolute, though it was more a matter of defending his dignity than sheer bravado. Very well, what is your name? Gus inquired with a faint smile. I am Locke, the truest man of the 7 kingdoms. Locke bellowed defiantly. Impressive. With that, Gus drew a circle approximately 10 square meters in size in the soft earth. Here is your opportunity. Whoever can either knock me down or push me out of this circle will not only be made the leader, but will also be bestowed the title of Knight of the Kingdom. His words sent a ripple of excitement through the assembly, prompting many spirited young men to rise, while some older individuals began to stir with anticipation. Enough talk. Come at me if you dare. Gus's fierce admonition spurred the first challenger, the lad named Locke. In an instant, with a resounding thud, Gus sent Locke flying with a single kick, causing the onlookers to freeze in shock. A bunch of cowards, all of you. Come at me together. Gus derisively taunted. Indeed, this provocation spurred 5 or 6 individuals to charge forth. Adopting the 3-body stance, he silently recited the principles of the Xingyi boxing classic: split, crash, drill, cannon, horizontal, with a swift kick added to the mix. The young men scarcely comprehended Gus's movements before they found themselves sprawled on the ground, some with bruised eyes and others spitting blood. Gus, having restrained his prowess, was aware that this martial art, honed over 3 rigorous years, was a formidable skill capable of inflicting real harm. He had seamlessly integrated technique and breath, each movement emanating a palpable explosive energy. I shall take on 10, he bellowed, his frustration evident from the lack of practice. Such audacious words stirred the youthful companions, brimming with vigor and enthusiasm, who could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of appeasing their audacious leader. Thus, they rose en masse, a torrent of bodies rushing forth. The sudden influx of challengers momentarily pressured Gus, yet as he established his stance, an indescribable aura radiated from him. With a swift and decisive strike, he landed a powerful blow on the first assailant's face, rendering the youth unconscious. Like a slippery eel, he maneuvered through the chaos, stepping deftly upon another's foot, and with a violent tug, dislocated the arm of yet another, leaving him wailing on the ground. In rapid succession, Gus unleashed a barrage of techniques: chopping fists, cannon punches, horizontal strikes, piercing jabs, dragon kicks, tiger lunges, hawk pecks, snake strikes, and monkey grabs. The fluidity of his movements was akin to flowing water, and soon, all adversaries lay prostrate, tranquil in defeat. "Who dares challenge me now?" he roared, drenched in sweat. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another wave of challengers surged forward. In light of the escalating situation, Gus opted to unleash a variety of martial arts styles: 8 extremes fist, tumble fist, Tai Chi whips, 12-path kicks, Black Dragon 18 hands, both raw and refined techniques. After years of suppressing these skills in his past life on Blue Star, he finally indulged in their practice, achieving a profound sense of satisfaction. The ground echoed with groans and gasps from over 100 defiant individuals, predominantly new mercenaries, who now understood the weight of their hubris. Meanwhile, a group of spectators, mainly new recruits from the camp's logistics, had anticipated this display and were thoroughly entertained. "Forgive my candor, but you are all worthless. Is there anyone here who dares to defy me now?" Gus's thunderous shouts startled many who feigned unconsciousness, prompting them to obediently sit on the ground, silenced by his authority. Yet, one individual remained etched in Gus's memory: the boy named Locke, who repeatedly rose despite his battered state, his body marred in bruises, his head swollen like that of a pig. Ultimately, Gus, unable to bear the sight, delivered a gentle kick, allowing him to rest peacefully. "Well, there is still some spirit left in you," he mused. "That is enough for today. Return and rest. Those who have watched should carry your comrades back for a proper recovery." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the command, everyone straightened up and hurriedly assisted the injured away from the training ground. Once the last individual departed, Gus quietly withdrew his swollen fist and left the training field with a calm demeanor. Following the incident at the training ground, Gus perceived that the majority of people in Westeros were now more inclined to accept the education at hand. At least, no one dared to be idle anymore. Additionally, he had heard from Boron that rumors were circulating within the Legion about Gus's ability to transform into various beasts. "Boron, are you present?" A multitude of crates was loaded onto the cart, marking the initial shipment agreed upon with House Lannister, which Gus himself needed to escort. "My lord, everything is in order." Boron nodded in affirmation. "By the way, the new recruits can be taken out for some practice by the veterans. I suspect war will soon be upon us." Gus patted Boron's shoulder before taking his seat on the cart, leaving Boron with an expression of astonishment and contemplation. On this journey, Gus was accompanied by the injured Aaron and the newly appointed knightly squire, Locke. Locke served as Gus's squire, while Aaron, currently managing the caravan, was still required to assist his father due to his injuries. "Locke, you are now my squire. Do you have any thoughts?" Gus inquired, gazing at the formidable Locke, clad in armor with a sword at his side, his dark brown hair framing his strong physique. "Captain, I did not anticipate." Locke began, his expression tinged with guilt. "Locke, do not dwell on it too much. You have earned this position. Out of more than 100, only you have fallen countless times, yet risen just as many. You are a commendable warrior." Gus admired the young man's indomitable spirit, reminiscent of the original owner of this body. Even when broken and battered, the black swordsman would defiantly raise his great sword and charge into the darkness, proving mortal courage to the divine. "Captain, I shall become a true warrior," Locke declared with conviction, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Locke, can you wield a sword?" Gus suddenly asked with a mischievous glint. This question momentarily caught Locke off guard. "I know a bit," he stammered. "Forget practicing with the sword. I'll get you an axe to play with." Gus's playful nature emerged. In the current Riverlands, bandits had diminished significantly, and numerous caravans bound for King's Landing were spotted. Upon seeing the banner of the Iron Blood mercenaries, they eagerly followed, adding to their modest income. Upon reaching King's Landing, the guards in golden robes recognized Gus by his prominent great sword and banner, allowing them passage after a brief inspection. Once the goods were organized, the group returned to the same inn as before. This time, Boron would remain home, while Gus intended to take Locke and Aaron along for further training. With time still on their side, Gus resolved to visit Smith Street to forge a massive axe for Locke. It was the same shop, with the same blacksmith, Jandelli. Hard at work. "Master, please forge a practical battle axe for this lad according to my design. The golden dragon is not an issue. Also, the usual rule, no frills. 50 sets of armor as well." Upon seeing this frequent patron, the proprietor beamed with delight, nodding vigorously in agreement. After arranging the details and paying the deposit, Gus entrusted the subsequent order to Aaron. However, just as he was about to return to the inn, he received an invitation from the Golden Rose of Highgarden. "There are eyes everywhere," Gus muttered under his breath as he boarded the Highgarden carriage. After a leisurely half-hour ride, Gus finally encountered Highgarden's little Rose, Miss Marjorie Tyrell. "Beautiful Miss Marjorie, your personal welcome fills me with immense gratitude." Gus first performed a noble greeting, then gently kissed Marjorie's small hand. Marjorie smiled faintly. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the imposing figure of Locke beside Gus. "This is my squire, Locke, a remarkably talented young man. Let us proceed inside." Upon hearing Gus's words, Marjorie couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the burly fellow. Yet Locke stood steadfastly behind Gus, displaying not a hint of frivolity. Merely rolling his eyes in secret, Marjorie linked her arm with Gus's, enthusiastically sharing the picturesque scenery of her courtyard in King's Landing. The party soon arrived at a private parlor, where Loras and Renly were engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. "Long time no see, my friend," Loras exclaimed, embracing Gus warmly upon his arrival. "Likewise, my friend," Gus replied heartily, only to catch a whiff of the lad's excessive cologne. "Your Grace, it is an honor to reunite with you," Gus said politely, observing the customary noble etiquette as he greeted Renly. "The gallant demeanor of Sir Gus remains as splendid as ever," Renly remarked with a nod and a smile. Before he could finish, however, Loras was seen making playful faces from the side, while Marjorie stood nearby, her thoughts seemingly adrift. Clearing his throat, Renly continued, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Let us get straight to the point. Have you brought the goods?" "Your Grace, they are intact," Gus replied, slowly producing a list from within his cloak. "This details the quantity of all the goods for this transaction." Renly received the list, glancing over it and nodding in approval. "Sir Gus, I am quite satisfied with the quantity. Loras and I have settled the pricing. Soap at 1 gold dragon per bar, lipstick at 3 gold dragons each, and perfume at 6 gold dragons per bottle. Based on these prices, shall we arrange a deposit?" With war on the horizon, Gus was willing to accept reasonable terms, as all preparations were in place, with only the matter of funds remaining. "Certainly, Your Grace. But I believe you have heard that my mercenary company has expanded significantly since the melee tournament. May I use this sum to procure a batch of supplies from Whispering Castle and Highgarden?" Though the Riverlands, where Gus resided, was a vital grain-producing region of Westeros, it had been caught in the throes of conflict multiple times. Renly and Loras exchanged knowing glances before nodding in agreement. "As friends, we are willing to assist you. However," Renly furrowed his brow and added, "but as friends, I must also caution you that your activities in the Riverlands have reached my brother's ears." Gus pondered this, suspecting the involvement of Littlefinger Baelish and the kingdom's spymaster, Varys, stirring the pot during the council meetings. It was also possible that Renly's words carried other implications. "I understand, Your Grace. Thank you for your warning," Gus replied, bowing slightly in gratitude, acknowledging the pressure of the situation. "Enough of these matters," Renly declared. "Sir Gus, after your arduous journey, let us properly celebrate the success of this collaboration. Blaine possesses an extraordinary ability to enliven the atmosphere. However, Gus still wishes to push away from the gathering, as he harbors a deep-seated fear of the peculiar inclinations of these individuals." Before Gus could articulate his thoughts, Little Rose unexpectedly embraced Gus's arm and declared, "My Lord Blaine, Loras, I shall escort Sir Gus away now." With that, she took hold of Gus and exited the private chamber, whereupon Gus caught a glimpse of Loras waving farewell with an expression that conveyed good wishes. "Sir Gus, your renown now resonates across the 7 kingdoms. I have admired knights like you since my youth. Might you regale me with tales of your exploits on the battlefield?" Marjorie inquired, her face alight with admiration as she followed the maidservant along the dimly lit path illuminated by flickering candles. "Miss Marjorie, in truth, battle is not as glorious as it seems. While it brings honor, it also inflicts suffering upon others." Gus's response left Marjorie momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Though raised under the guidance of her family, Little Rose was not a cruel soul. As Gus spoke, he gradually came to a halt and turned to gaze at the dark expanse of the Blackwater River in the distance. The crown elevates its bearer, symbolizing status. Yet, the true essence of the crown lies in its promise. "When calamity descends, I shall shield you from all," he uttered cryptic words. Following his gaze, Marjorie beheld the boundless darkness of the river's surface, devoid of any sailing vessels, while a solitary beam of bright moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the water beneath. "A storm approaches. We must hasten our departure," Gus proclaimed. Marjorie nodded in agreement, suddenly addressing her attendants. "You may return. and please prepare a room for this brave knight." "As you wish, my lady," the attendants replied. Marjorie's eyes sparkled as they lingered on Gus, who narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding toward Loke beside him. Following Marjorie along a winding path, they entered what was clearly a lady's chamber, and Gus inwardly lamented the turn of events. "Sir Gus, I have heard mixed reviews from the nobility regarding you. Some speak ill of your character, while others hold you in high esteem. Might I inquire into this matter?" Marjorie invited him to sit, pouring him a drink while her face brimmed with curiosity. The noble lords are often quite gossipy. With the emergence of such a figure in the tournament, it is only natural for many to consult their acquaintances in the Riverlands. However, with the true man present, little Rose is more eager to hear Gus's own account. "Very well, Miss Marjorie, allow me to share my tale," Gus began, recounting the story of his mercenary band, followed by how he had inadvertently offended certain nobles. Some offered refuge to the displaced, yet these scoundrels remained insatiable in their greed. Upon hearing this, Marjorie expressed her indignation, a spark of defiance flickering in her eyes. "Thank you, my lady, but I doubt anyone would relish the prospect of a substantial armed force encroaching upon their lands." Gus remarked nonchalantly, "Sir Gus, do you truly not desire to serve a lord? Sustaining such a large band must be quite the challenge," Marjorie inquired innocently. "Oh, my dear Miss Marguerite, the intentions behind my actions are not solely for revelry. My mercenary band comprises 5,000 or 6,000 mouths to feed, and the expenses for the mercenaries are considerable. Moreover, I have vowed to care for the orphans left behind." Marguerite gazed at Gus, whose expression was resolute, and paused momentarily before a radiant smile illuminated her face as she approached him. "I never imagined that a knight, as depicted in poetry, would stand before me. And such a handsome one at that." "Miss, please wait," Gus interjected, pushing away Marguerite, who seemed eager to flirt. "Why? Is it because I am not beautiful enough for you, my knight?" Marguerite's enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief, her brow furrowed in a pitiable manner, as if on the verge of tears. "Not at all. It is merely that I prefer to retain control," Gus replied with a charming smile, lifting the bewildered Marguerite into his arms. "Many books have become increasingly rare. Cherish them while you can." Following the events at the training grounds, Gus sensed that most of the populace of Westeros was now more inclined to embrace education. At least, no one was being lazy anymore. He had also heard from Boron that rumors were circulating about Gus's ability to transform into various beasts. "Boron, are you present?" A multitude of crates was being loaded onto a cart. This was the first batch of goods agreed upon with Ser Loras and House Tyrell, which Gus needed to escort personally. "Everything is in order, my lord," Boron nodded affirmatively. "By the way, the new recruits can be taken out for practice by the veterans." "War is likely to arrive soon," Gus remarked, patting Boron's shoulder before taking his seat on the cart, leaving Boron in a state of astonishment and contemplation. On this journey, Gus was accompanied by the recuperating Aileen and the newly knighted squire, Locke. Locke served as Gus's squire, while Aileen, now overseeing the merchant caravan, needed to assist her father due to her injury. "Locke, you are now my squire. Do you have any thoughts?" Gus inquired, observing the armor-clad Locke, whose robust frame boasted dark brown hair. "Captain, I did not anticipate this," Locke replied, a look of guilt crossing his face. "Locke, do not overthink it. You have earned this. Out of more than 100, you have fallen countless times, yet risen again just as many. You are a worthy warrior." Gus admired the youth's indomitable spirit, reminiscent of the original owner of this body. Even when battered and broken, the black swordsman would defiantly raise his great sword, charging into the darkness to demonstrate the courage of mortals to the divine. "Captain, I shall become a true warrior," Locke declared with unwavering certainty, his eyes filled with resolve. "Locke, do you know how to wield a sword?" Gus suddenly asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. This question left Locke momentarily taken aback. "Just a little," Locke stammered. "Forget the sword. I will get you an axe to play with." Gus's playful side emerged. Currently, in the Riverlands, there were far fewer bandits, and numerous merchant caravans heading to King's Landing were following the banner of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, providing yet another source of modest income. Upon arriving at King's Landing, the guards in golden robes, upon noticing Gus's conspicuous sword and banner, conducted a brief inspection before allowing passage. Once the goods were organized, the group made their way to the same inn as before, occupying the same room. This time, Bolon would remain behind to guard their belongings, while Locke and Iron accompanied Gus for some practical training. With ample time at hand, Gus resolved to visit Smith Street to commission a great axe for Locke. Returning to the same shop, where the blacksmith Jandelli was hard at work. "Master, please forge a practical battle axe for this lad according to my designs. A golden dragon is not an issue." Furthermore, as per our usual arrangement, no embellishments, and 50 sets of armor, Gus instructed. Upon seeing yet another significant customer, the proprietor's face brightened, and he nodded enthusiastically in agreement. After setting a time and paying a deposit, Gus entrusted the order's details to Iron. However, just as he intended to return to the inn, Gus received an invitation from the golden rose of the High Garden. Truly, there are eyes everywhere, he muttered under his breath as he climbed aboard the High Garden carriage. After a leisurely half-hour ride, Gus finally encountered Lady Marjorie Tyrell, the charming rose of High Garden. "Beautiful Lady Marjorie, I am immensely grateful for your personal welcome," Gus proclaimed with noble etiquette, planting a gentle kiss upon Marjorie's delicate hand. Marjorie smiled slightly, her curiosity piqued by the imposing figure of Locke beside Gus. "This is my retainer, Locke, an exceptionally talented young man. Shall we proceed inside?" Gus introduced, prompting Marjorie to cast a few more glances at the burly figure. Locke, however, stood resolutely behind Gus, displaying no extraneous gestures, while secretly rolling his eyes. Marjorie affectionately linked her arm with Gus's, enthusiastically beginning to describe the picturesque scenery of her estate in King's Landing. The group soon arrived at a private parlor where Loras and Loras were engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. "It has been too long, my friend," Loras exclaimed, warmly embracing Gus upon seeing him. "Indeed, my friend," Gus replied with equal warmth, only to be met with the overwhelming scent of cologne emanating from Loras. "Your Grace, it is an honor to reunite," Gus said politely, executing the customary noble greeting upon encountering Loras. "The gallantry of Sir Gus remains as steadfast as ever," Loras remarked with a smile. Before he could finish his sentence, Loras began making suggestive gestures, while Marjorie observed the exchange with an inscrutable expression. Clearing his throat with composure, Loras continued, "Let us get straight to the matter at hand. Have the goods arrived?" "Your Grace, they are intact," Gus replied, slowly retrieving a list from his pocket. "This details the quantity of all items." Loras accepted the list, glancing over it before nodding in satisfaction. "Sir Gus, I am pleased with the quantity. Loras and I have agreed on the price. Soap at 1 golden dragon each, lipstick at 3 golden dragons per unit, and perfume at 6 golden dragons per bottle. Shall we proceed with a deposit based on these prices?" Loras inquired, fixing his gaze upon Gus. With impending conflict on the horizon, Gus was prepared to accept reasonable terms, as their forces were assembled and now only funds were required to complete their preparations. "My lord, of course, there is no issue. However, you must have heard that after the martial competition, my mercenary band has grown considerably. May I first utilize this sum to procure a supply of provisions from Wind's Rest and Highgarden? Although the Riverlands, where Jess resides, is a significant grain-producing region of Westeros, it lies centrally within the continent and has suffered through several wars." Blaine and Loras exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, stating, "As friends, we are willing to assist you." Yet, Blaine furrowed his brow and added, "Moreover, as a friend, I must caution you that your activities in the Riverlands have already reached my brother's ears." Upon hearing this, Jess pondered briefly, suspecting that Littlefinger Baelish and the kingdom's spymaster, Varys the Spider, might be stirring the waters at the council. It is also possible that Blaine's remark bore other implications. "Yes, my lord, I comprehend. Thank you for your warning. One must bow their head beneath the eaves." Jess promptly bowed to express his gratitude. "Now, let us set aside such matters. Sir Jess, you must be weary from your journey. Let us celebrate the success of our collaboration." Blaine had a knack for uplifting the atmosphere. Yet Jess felt a strong inclination to withdraw due to the peculiarities of the company he kept, which filled him with trepidation. Before Jess could articulate his hesitations, the young rose suddenly embraced his arm, exclaiming, "My lord Blaine, Loras, I shall take Sir Jess with me now." With that, she led Jess out of the private chamber, where he caught a glimpse of Loras waving goodbye with a look that seemed to wish him luck. "Sir Jess, your renown now echoes throughout the 7 kingdoms. I have admired knights like you since my youth. Would you share tales of your exploits on the battlefield?" Following the dim glow of candlelight and the guiding maid, Marjorie inquired with a look of admiration. "Lady Marjorie, the reality of battle is far from glorious. While it brings honor, it also inflicts suffering upon others." Jess's response left Marjorie momentarily taken aback. After a moment's reflection, she nodded in agreement. Though raised under her family's guidance, she was not a cruel individual. As Jess spoke, he gradually came to a halt, turning his gaze towards the distant darkness of the Blackwater River. A crown elevates its bearer, serving as a symbol of status. Yet, the true essence of a crown is that when calamity descends from the heavens, I shall stand as your shield against it. As Jess uttered these enigmatic words, Marjorie followed his gaze to the seemingly endless dark waters of the Blackwater, where no ships sailed, only the oppressive sky loomed overhead. A beam of bright moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the water's surface. A storm approaches. We should hurry, Jess remarked. Marjorie nodded and suddenly instructed her attendants. You may return now and prepare a chamber for this valiant warrior. Yes, my lady, the attendants responded. Marjorie's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jess, who squinted slightly and nodded to Locke, who stood nearby. Following Marjorie along a winding path, they entered a room that unmistakably belonged to a lady's private quarters, causing Jess to silently lament the turn of events. Sir Gus, I have heard that some nobles speak ill of you, while others hold you in high regard. What could be the reason for such contrasting opinions? May I inquire further? Marguerite welcomed Gus to take a seat and, pouring wine for him, asked with genuine curiosity. The noble lords are often quite gossipy. With such a figure emerging from the martial competition, many have sought to consult their acquaintances in the Riverlands. However, with the man himself present, the petite Rose was more eager to hear Gus's own account. Well, Miss Marguerite, allow me to share my thoughts. Gus began recounting the tale of his mercenary band, followed by an explanation of how he had incurred the ire of certain nobles. Some have taken in refugees. Yet this group remains insatiably greedy, truly a wretched lot. Upon hearing this, Marguerite expressed her indignation, her eyes glinting with a newfound intensity. Thank you, my lady. But I believe no one would be pleased to see a large armed force thriving within their own territory, Gus remarked casually. Sir Gus, do you truly not wish to serve a lord? Maintaining such a large army must be quite challenging, Marguerite asked innocently. Ah, Miss Marguerite, my mercenary band comprises 5,000 to 6,000 mouths to feed, and the expenses for the mercenaries are even greater. Moreover, I have promised to care for the orphans of my fallen comrades. Marguerite gazed at Gus, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a radiant smile as she leaned closer. I never imagined that a knight, akin to those found in poetry, would stand before me, and one so strikingly handsome at that. Miss, please wait, Gus interrupted, attempting to ward off Marguerite's playful advances. Why? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? My knight. Marguerite's enchanting eyes sparkled, her brow furrowed in a pitiful expression as if on the verge of tears. No, it is simply that I prefer to maintain the upper hand. Gus replied with a mischievous smile, lifting the bewildered Marguerite into his arms. The oath as the night turned, Gus awakened early the next day, holding the still sleeping Marguerite, who resembled a little kitten, deep in contemplation. Time had passed. It had been more than half a month since the martial competition, and Lady Catelyn Stark of Winterfell should be journeying south. War was imminent, and his time was becoming increasingly constrained. If Catelyn, as in the original tale, had captured the imp, then as the resolute leader of the Iron Blood mercenary corps, Tywin would soon seek him out. A multitude of thoughts flooded Gus's mind, leaving him restless. Ned was admirable, yet he was not adept at navigating the treacherous waters of intrigue. His obstinacy would likely lead him into the flames, and the ensuing conflict would undoubtedly engulf the central northern regions of Westeros. Even more daunting was the looming threat of the Night King beyond the wall. Time was of the essence. The army of the dead was destined to reap countless living souls, and the identity of those seated at the high table was a matter of complexity that Gus sensed was far from simple. This world bore a resemblance to Gus's original realm, albeit without such darkness. The masses seemed like lambs, destined to be harvested by the divine, the only distinction being between the living and the dead. Upon contemplating the impending obstacles, Gus felt a throbbing headache, particularly due to the cursed powers of the three-eyed crow. He was deeply concerned that while donning the Berserker armor, the crow might seize the opportunity to strike. Throughout the original narrative, Gus harbored no illusions about the benevolence of the three-eyed crow. After the awakening of the shape-shifting abilities in Ned's second son, Brandon Stark, he had persistently guided Brandon to his lair. Once Brandon emerged from that lair, he seemed utterly transformed. As someone well-versed in the Blue Star's cultivation system, Gus had every reason to suspect that Brandon had been possessed, for he was undoubtedly the greatest beneficiary of the original tale. Thus, Gus's foremost desire was to eliminate the three-eyed crow. Without the crow's interference, empowered by the Berserker armor and the characteristics of the dragon-slaying sword, Gus would not claim invincibility, but he would undeniably be the preeminent warrior in the world. Knock, knock, knock. Miss, it is time to rise. The maid's voice pierced Gus's thoughts. In his embrace, Marjorie also stirred awake, her eyes filled with affection as she nestled closer, reluctant to move. The door swung open, and the maid gasped, catching Gus's eye, prompting her to quickly set down the basin and towel before preparing to exit. Wait, please bring breakfast to my room, and make sure there is plenty, commanded little Rose. The maid hurriedly complied and departed, allowing little Rose to close her eyes once more. Marjorie, Gus whispered softly. Little Rose opened her eyes, puzzled. You must understand that my aspirations extend beyond merely acquiring the title of knight and the role of mercenary leader, Gus said, his voice rich and tender as he caressed little Rose's porcelain back. Indeed, so what? Do you intend to pursue me? Little Rose replied teasingly. Recalling how Gus had conquered her body the previous night, though she was painfully aware of her fate as a sacrificial pawn in her family's schemes. No, you are already mine. I am aware of your thoughts, and I shall not permit you to marry another man. Trust me, it will not be long before I possess the right to claim you as my bride. Gus's tone was commanding and serious, compelling little Rose to regard him more earnestly. I have received word that the war between the lions and the wolves is imminent, and the ospreys will undoubtedly be involved. The sea monsters have long been restless. This war presents an opportunity for me. It is also a chance for your house, Tully. Upon hearing such explosive news, little Rose's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Gus's strikingly resolute visage. Her expression was a blend of emotions. She yearned to become a queen and was willing to sacrifice for her family, yet Gus's presence made her hesitate. Caressing his face gently, she voiced her concern. Will you survive? Of course. For you, my beloved. For all that resides in my heart. As soon as this war concludes, I shall return with honor to claim you. Let me share another piece of news. The prince is not the king's trueborn son. Little Rose, moved yet utterly shocked, recognized Gus's ambition. Overwhelmed, she cast aside thoughts of family and dreams. My knight, I implore you to survive at all costs. Only through life can one possess everything. It is only by living that I can wed you. Do you understand? Little Rose's eyes brimmed with tears, and a sense of fear began to envelop her as she realized she was but a young girl, yearning solely for the companionship of her beloved man. My dear, do not worry, trust in me. Even if I have nothing, I shall return to your side and protect you forever. Yet as a man, I cannot allow myself to be idle, nor do I wish to be unable to provide for my wife. Gus gently consoled her, and after a moment of weeping, little Rose regained her composure. As a dutiful wife, I shall support my husband wholeheartedly, therefore I will wait for you. Remember, you must live, my knight. Little Rose grasped Gus's hand, her face radiating tenderness and strength. Gus refrained from saying much more and placed a soft kiss upon the girl's forehead. At that moment, the maid arrived with breakfast. After discreetly closing the door, Gus hastily donned his attire and assisted little Rose, who limped to a chair, berating himself for his own perceived shortcomings along the way. After their meal, Locke appeared with Loras, who, upon learning that his sister had pledged her heart to Gus, expressed deep concern. Dear sister, you know grandmother will not approve. Loras lamented, sharing in the sorrow of being unable to be with his beloved. Brother, you know my resolve. Seeing little Rose's determination, Loras merely placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and embraced Gus in a gesture of goodwill, saying earnestly, Knight, I owe you my life. If needed, I shall assist you. Thank you, Loras, Gus replied with a solemn nod. Having witnessed many outrageous events since arriving from Blue Star, Gus felt little animosity toward Loras, merely reflecting on the tragic fate of the young man in the original tale. Subsequently, Gus resided at the Tully estate for several days. Upon learning of Gus and little Rose's relationship, Balan offered his blessings, fortifying the alliance between the families. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Aaron managed all affairs adeptly. Gus, accompanied by his team and several hundred newly chosen commoners, as well as 50 fully armed warriors sponsored by House Tully, departed from the gates of King's Landing. Standing upon the King's Road, Gus cast a lingering gaze back at the city, commanding his troops to set forth with haste. Many books have become scarce. Cherish what remains. After 2 days and nights of travel, they finally returned to the camp by the afternoon of the second day. Observing the orderly changes within the camp, Gus felt a swell of satisfaction. Balin, did you say that Prime Minister Ned's wife apprehended the imp yesterday? Gus inquired. Indeed, I was present that day. That lady even hired many of our brothers, Balin replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Damn it, assemble a contingent. I must head to the Vale. Gus's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the narrative had indeed veered off course. Balin, war has commenced. Hurry to organize the camp and recall all personnel, except for the intelligence team. Furthermore, select a few more young individuals willing to join the mercenary band and expedite their training, striving to cultivate as many combat-ready warriors as possible. Maintain the situation. For the success of our grand endeavor now rests upon your shoulders upon my return. Balin. Gus's tone was grave, prompting the typically lethargic Balin to adopt a serious demeanor. his eyes glinting with the realization that this was indeed a high-stakes gamble. Indeed, I shall accomplish the task. Having followed Gus for 6 months, Balin clenched his right fist against his chest and immediately assumed the most precise military stance from their training in response. Without further ado, Gus gathered a contingent and set off towards the valley under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Catelyn encountered Tyrion Lannister on her return journey, driven by a fierce protective instinct. Catelyn, disregarding the consequences, invoked her father's name, along with the title of the Lord of Riverrun and the Duke of Storm's End, commanding the vassals and friends present to apprehend the notorious imp Tyrion Lannister. As she journeyed, a wave of calm began to wash over Catelyn, mingled with regret for her impulsive actions, as she grew increasingly anxious about the safety of her husband, Ned, in King's Landing. However, having crossed this threshold, Catelyn was left with no choice but to escort the imp as they slowly made their way towards the Eyrie in the Vale. The Eyrie, which was once the domain of Ned's foster father, the late Jon Arryn, was now under the stewardship of Lisa Tully, Catelyn's sister. To preclude any interception by the Lannisters, Catelyn resolved to bring the perpetrator of her son's injury to her sister for judgment. As not all could ride, Catelyn's party still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the bloody gate of the Eyrie. Just as they rested for the night, preparing to set forth the next day, a band of mountain folk suddenly emerged, unleashing a cacophony of violence. Witnessing a northern warrior's head cleaved off by a mountain man, Catelyn stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear. Seeing his lord's lady in a daze, the white-haired, bearded instructor from Winterfell rushed to her aid, dispatching 2 mountain men with swift strikes. In the fervor of protecting Catelyn, he inadvertently took a stab to his back. "Roderick," Catelyn cried out in alarm. "No worries, my lady. Find shelter quickly while I deal with these wretched savages," he admonished, wielding his sword with relentless fervor. The bound imp, sensing the chaos, scrambled over to Catelyn, pleading urgently, "Quick, free me from these ropes. If I perish, your efforts will be in vain, and you will incur the wrath of House Lannister." With urgency, Catelyn retrieved a small knife and hastily severed the bonds. Once liberated, the imp seized a wooden shield from the ground. The diminutive Tyrion, unnoticed by the towering mountain men, delivered a swift kick to one of their knees. Seizing the opportunity as the mountain man fell, he struck him with the shield, incapacitating him with relentless blows until the foe ceased to draw breath. Witnessing the fierce prowess of the imp, Catelyn gazed on in astonishment. At that moment, the earth trembled as a battalion of armored horsemen surged onto the battlefield. Leading them was a figure wielding an exaggeratedly large sword, each swing accompanied by a piercing shriek of steel, cleaving a mountain dweller in twain. Catelyn and the imp widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing the knight with the great sword charge into the heart of the fray, piercing the heart of any mountain dweller that dared to obstruct his path. With a flick of his blade, the lifeless body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The great sword knight surveyed his surroundings and, upon spotting the imp, swiftly dismounted, cutting a swath through the enemy ranks. The massive sword, comparable to the size of 2 imps, let out a continuous wail as it was wielded with ferocity. Seeing such a formidable warrior, a group of fearless mountain dwellers dared to encircle him. But as soon as they closed in, a shrill, ear-piercing shriek rang out, and all the mountain dwellers suddenly fell, reduced to mere heaps of flesh upon the ground. Whose knight is this? Such valor is unparalleled. Are there truly knights of such caliber in the valley? 7 gods above. We are saved. Ha ha. The imp, overwhelmed with shock, burst into laughter at Catelyn's side. Meanwhile, Catelyn gazed at the unfamiliar banner flying on the battlefield, her face etched with confusion. With the elite cavalry of Gus intervening, the battle concluded in mere minutes. The imp, observing the knight striding toward them with the colossal sword slung over his shoulder, speculated that this fierce warrior must have dispatched dozens of foes. 7 gods above. It's the Wailing Sword Master. The warrior descended from the heavens, the champion of the martial tournament. At that moment, a knight from Riverlands recognized Gus, and the surviving warriors and mercenaries were instantly stirred with excitement. They were fighting alongside a legendary knight renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms. Gus's combat prowess, akin to that of a divine warrior, left them in awe. He was truly deserving of the title conferred upon him by the king himself. Catelyn finally came to her senses. Throughout her journey, she had heard much of this knight's reputation, especially since he had once turned down an offer from her husband. "Thank you, Sir Knight. I am Catelyn Tully, the wife of Lord Ned," she said, regaining her composure and exuding the grace befitting a duchess. "No need for thanks, Lady Catelyn. I am Sir Gus, and I hold Lord Ned in great esteem, which is why I have come to your aid," Gus replied, then turned to the imp. who stood only up to his thigh. And you must be Tyrion Lannister. The imp, beaming with delight, was about to employ his cunning to persuade Gus to extricate him from his plight when he heard, Lady Catelyn, the valley is rife with peril from the mountain dwellers. So allow me to escort you to your sister's location. At this, the imp felt his heart sink, casting a pitiful glance at Catelyn. She remained oblivious, her curiosity piqued by how Gus had discerned her intentions, but prioritizing safety, she replied, Then I shall rely on your guidance, Sir Knight. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleared, and the iron-blooded mercenaries previously hired by Catelyn gathered around, each one respectfully greeting Gus. Gus instructed them to tend to the wounded and to incinerate the fallen brothers on the spot, before reorganizing their ranks to continue the journey. Along the way, the little demon was not bound this time, yet surrounded by a group of armored warriors, leaving him with no opportunity to converse with Gus, forcing him to read a book with a sullen expression. Sir Gus, how did you know I would be heading to my sister's? Catelyn inquired, observing Gus, a young and handsome man with dark hair. Contrary to what one might expect from her appearance in films, Catelyn seemed no older than her 30s, with flowing red hair, a tall and slender figure, and a striking beauty exuding an air of refined nobility. However, Gus had no ulterior thoughts. He simply focused on the road ahead and replied matter-of-factly, It was quite easy to deduce. My subordinates did not encounter your party along the King's Road to the north. Thus, considering Lord Ned's familial alliances and your efforts to evade the watchful eyes of the Lannisters, I surmised you would seek out your nearest sister. Catelyn was taken aback, observing Gus's back, sensing that he possessed not only formidable martial skills and exceptional intellect, but also a disciplined demeanor and a remarkably cohesive band of warriors, particularly the unique spirit they embodied. She instantly recognized that he was bound to make a remarkable impact in the forthcoming war. The thought of having someone of his caliber join her house Stark briefly crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. It was evident that a man who had refused countless invitations from noble lords and her own husband surely had his own ambitions and desires. The more Catelyn pondered, the more astonished she became. A figure who could decline an invitation from a duke must have insatiable aspirations. As time passed, the group soon arrived at the entrance of the Bloodgate. Pray tell, who dares to approach? Sir Vardys Egan inquired loudly, having already received word from his scouts. I am Lady Catelyn Tully of Winterfell, sister to Lady Lisa Tully of the Eyrie. I seek to bring the murderer of my son, Tyrion Lannister, to my sister for judgment. Vardys was taken aback, but upon seeing Gus's disciplined troop, he asked, And who are these individuals? Before Catelyn could respond, Gus interjected. I am Ser Gus of the Summer Knights. You may have heard of me. Lady Catelyn has been under my protection throughout her journey. Surprised to learn that Catelyn had such a formidable knight escorting her, Vardys fell silent before swiftly opening the gates to allow Catelyn's party entry. Once everyone had passed through, Vardys approached with a cavalry unit. Lady Catelyn, I shall escort your party from here on. I kindly ask everyone to entrust their weapons to my men for safekeeping. Catelyn frowned slightly, but, upon seeing Gus nod in agreement, acquiesced. Soon, a group of attendants hurriedly came forth to collect everyone's weapons. And Gus's greatsword was so burdensome that it was only lifted onto a cart after a chorus of roars from several strong men. This scene left everyone secretly alarmed, except for the members of the mercenary group, who could not help but chuckle softly. This caused the Honorable Sir Vardys Egan to feel a flush of embarrassment, yet, due to his composure, he refrained from uttering a word. And thus the party proceeded into Eagle's Nest City. Along the way, the elder Roderick marveled at the magnificent fortress perched upon the cliffside, accessible by only a narrow path. Even after visiting this castle several times, I remain in awe of its splendor. It truly is a marvel crafted by divine artisans. Just as he finished speaking, Gus interjected. A friend of mine claims that with 10 pairs of spiked shoes, a bundle of ropes, and a score of skilled men, he could bed the maidens of the city tonight. Upon hearing this, the old instructor fell silent, while Catelyn and Vardys exchanged glances marked by exasperation. In the depths of Eagle's Nest City, the imprisoned imp Tyrion nearly tumbled off the cliff during his slumber, prompting him to confess his crimes the following day. As the little imp was escorted along, Catelyn and her sister engaged in a lively argument, with their uncle, Blackfish Brynden Tully, attempting to mediate. The quarrel only ceased upon his intervention. Blackfish Brynden had accompanied Lisa when she married Duke Jon Arryn. The moniker Blackfish originated from Brynden's brother, host Tully, who bestowed it upon him during a reprimand, branding Brynden as the black sheep of the family. Brynden retorted that their family crest featured a white sturgeon. Thus, he was the Blackfish of the family. Consequently, with Brynden's valor, the moniker Blackfish became widely recognized. I confess my sins. Just spare me from that accursed sky inn. The little imp exclaimed as soon as he was brought forward. Very well. Please proceed to state the crimes you have committed. Caitlin declared solemnly from the elevated platform, with Lisa likewise announcing with gravity, Indeed, my lady, I admit I have committed countless heinous acts since my youth. The little imp's opening declaration stunned the onlookers, save for Gus, who wore a placid expression, eager to witness the imp's performance. I confess, when I was but a child, I once seized the garments of the maids while they were bathing, leaving them to run weeping through the hallways, exposed for all to see. Countless men were left gaping, particularly that stable boy, Pep. He continued, At the age of 9, I stealthily concealed fresh sheep dung within my Uncle Kevin's boots. The sight of him stepping into the boots, squashing the dung into a mushy mess, and his furious tirade thereafter brought me joy for an entire day. That very evening, the poor servant attending my uncle was beaten nearly to death, and the pitiful sight filled me with guilt for days. I cursed myself daily for my wickedness. The spectators remained silent, some noble ladies stifling laughter, while many others wore solemn expressions, brows furrowed. Furthermore, when I was 13, I took advantage of a moment when the servants were distracted to recklessly add monkshood to a pot of soft-shelled turtle soup, subsequently pouring milk into the thick, white stew. The maids remained oblivious, and thus the turtle soup was carried away. Then fear began to envelop me, and I was left wondering to whom the turtle soup had been served. I heard that in the end, it was my elder sister who drank that bowl. Right. Enough of this. Caitlin, upon hearing such foul language, felt her face flush with anger and could no longer endure it, unleashing a scathing rebuke. We did not come here to listen to your sordid tales. I accuse you, Tyrion Lannister. You dispatched an assassin to murder my poor son while he lay in a coma. Caitlin declared vehemently, My lady, I assure you, I have never sent an assassin. I even crafted a saddle for your son. Little Tyrion attempted to explain, but Caitlin abruptly produced a splendid dagger adorned with jewels from her bosom. This is the evidence. What manner of person would bestow such a luxurious dagger upon an assassin to slay my son? Caitlin brandished the Valyrian steel dagger, and the audience immediately erupted in nods of agreement. At this moment, little Tyrion grew anxious. Being accused of such a crime could very well lead to his execution. This is unjust. I did not send anyone to murder your son. I demand trial by combat. His words reverberated throughout the hall, prompting laughter from many. Lisa Tully furrowed her brow, gestured for silence, and said, I accept your challenge. Is there a knight willing to represent House Aaron in judgment against this man? An elderly knight immediately knelt, proclaiming, I shall stand for the lady in judgment against him. Soon, countless knights of the Vale clamored to speak. My lady, I am willing. So am I. And I. Compared to the original tale, Lisa, in her 30s, was not only strikingly beautiful, but had also recently lost her husband, which ignited the ambitions of many who sought to usurp the position of the Vale's ruler. Yet Lisa had secretly pledged her lifelong loyalty to Peter Baelish, which became one of the reasons many knights of the Vale harbored resentment towards him. Observing the multitude of loyal knights, Lisa nodded in satisfaction, only to suddenly notice a tall knight in the corner remaining silent. Ser Vardis Egen, why do you stand unmoved? Lisa inquired quizzically, casting a glance at little Tyrion. The middle-aged knight disdainfully replied, My lady, the imp is but half my height. I find it beneath me to slay a dwarf, a man of considerable honor. Yet in the original narrative, he fell victim to a lapse, sparing Tyrion's life twice out of respect for nobility. Ultimately, however, Vardis chose to stubbornly resist, only to be outmatched by Bronn, who, after exhausting the knight, elegantly ended his life. It was at this moment that Bronn caught little Tyrion's eye. Following this, as all believed the outcome was certain, little Tyrion smiled at those on the platform and said, My lady, I am not a knight, so like you, I shall choose a proxy to represent me in the duel. To amend his previous performance, Vardis spoke up first. My lady, I pledge my loyalty to you. I shall fight against the proxy of the imp. Lisa nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the comical little imp below. Yet the imp chuckled and declared, The knight I designate as my proxy is none other than my brother, Jaime Lannister. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and Varys's expression shifted drastically. After all, that was the infamous Kingslayer, one of the realm's most renowned knights. Varys fixed his gaze on Lisa, rendered speechless, his thoughts unmistakably evident. Lady Lisa furrowed her brows and spoke, Ser Jaime is hundreds of miles away. It would take at least a month for him to reach the Vale. The trial must conclude today. You must hastily find yourself a proxy. The little imp sensed the gravity of the situation, while Varys let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of contemplation, the imp resolved to leverage his family name as a means of persuasion. Who would fight for me? he called out. The Vale's inhabitants erupted in derisive laughter. The imp surveyed the room and unveiled his trump card. Everyone knows. A Lannister always pays his debts. Who will fight for me? The spectators fell silent, their expressions turning somber, yet none stepped forward. A long sigh echoed through the quiet hall, and then an imposing figure emerged, almost suffocating in his stature. Bring me my sword, Gus commanded Varys. The latter's expression stiffened, but he nodded at the guard standing by the doorway. The guard, understanding the order, hurried away, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Catelyn's face darkened as she turned to see her sister's questioning gaze, which seemed to say, "Isn't this the person you brought?" Suppressing her rising anger, Catelyn furrowed her brows and asked, "Sire, will you fight for this wicked man, or for the ridiculous gold of House Lannister? You are a knight sworn to the great king." This was an affront to Gus's honor. Although Gus wished to argue that gold was not everything, he understood that a lack of gold was utterly debilitating. "Lady Catelyn, I comprehend your maternal affection for your son and the honor that a knight ought to possess. However, I have received directives from the Prime Minister. You must understand the ramifications of killing Tyrion. It would bring dire consequences for the Seven Kingdoms." His words resonated deeply, for this trial represented not merely a mother's plea but the fate of countless ordinary lives across the realm. "Please, calm yourself and reflect carefully, otherwise I would not have traveled through the night to ensure your safety." Gus's impassioned speech left many in awe, and they began to admire him. What is a knight? This is what it means. As for Gus's claim that Ned had summoned him, it was nonsense. Ned was likely at this very moment embroiled in a brawl with Jaime due to his wife's recklessness, perhaps already wounded. By now, he should still be peacefully unconscious in bed. Regardless, it was wise to frame the conflict in moral terms, positioning oneself on the high ground. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Catelyn's face was etched with guilt. In King's Landing, she had promised her husband not to act rashly, yet she had ultimately erred. At this moment, Gus's Dragon Slayer sword was also lifted. Grasping the hilt with one hand, Gus effortlessly executed a few elegant flourishes, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those present. "Then, Sir Varys, shall we commence?" Gus's unassuming voice stirred a tumult within the poor knight, who, upon seeing Gus dressed in plain attire, tentatively inquired, "Knight, do you not require armor to combat me?" Gus shook his head, maintaining his calm demeanor as he replied, "No need. I shall swiftly bring this farce to an end." Varys, who had entertained a flicker of hope, felt his anger ignite at Gus's brazen arrogance, dismissing him entirely. With his fear replaced by indignation, he lowered his visor, grasped his long sword and wooden shield, and advanced to the center of the hall. "Foul! Defeat him! How dare he belittle the knights of our valley? Just a foreign upstart with empty fame. How audacious! Finish him off, Varys. Indeed, take him down." The knights of the valley, unable to tolerate Gus's pretentiousness, rallied in support, inadvertently bolstering Varys's confidence. Varys roared as he charged forward, yet his body, true to its nature, halted midway, tentatively probing the renowned knight before him. This thunderous yet lackluster display prompted a frown from Gus, who gripped his massive sword and delivered a swift upward strike. The heavy blade emitted a resonant hum as it struck Varys's long sword with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang! The sound echoed. Varys barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing his long sword to fly from his grasp. In the next instant, Gus's great sword was pressed against his shoulder. Encased in full armor, Varys was forced to his knees under the weight of the massive blade, rendered immobile. The steel clanked ominously as Varys's face flushed crimson. No matter how he strained, he could only manage a slight shift of the enormous sword upon him. It was ludicrous, the burden of the dozens of pounds of armor, combined with the 400 pounds of the great sword, was insurmountable for someone who was not a weightlifting champion. Even if he could rise, Gus's force would keep him pinned. Thus, Sir Varys inexplicably lost the duel, leaving countless valley knights in a state of fury and despair, while the figure in the stands, the Black Fish, remained impassive, his eyes flickering with intrigue. "Lady Catelyn, I have triumphed," Gus proclaimed, looking up at the high platform. Catelyn, her face streaked with tears, offered no response. However, the little imp scurried over, tugging at Gus's sleeve with an expression that radiated admiration. "Lady Catelyn, I kindly ask that you return my belongings to me," the little imp called out to the platform. The old instructor cast a stoic glance at Catelyn, whose eyes were red from weeping, and she nodded in reply. Only then did the old instructor retrieve a pouch from his robes and toss it to the little imp, who caught it deftly and turned to toss it to the guard overseeing him, declaring with flair, "Lannister, debts must be repaid." Yet, in the next moment, a large hand pressed down upon his head. "Halt, Tyrion, I never said you were free." The little imp's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up at Gus. A myriad of questions etched across his face. At the crossroads of the 12th cross, within the city of Eagle's Nest, Blinden sought out Gus during their day there. As a renowned and formidable commander in the Riverlands over the years, the elderly Blinden was reluctant to be constrained by his age. Thus, on the afternoon of Judgment Day, the Knights of the Vale once again witnessed Gus's formidable prowess, even though Gus permitted Blinden to wield his bow. Yet, the quick-reacting Gus managed to topple the Lord of the Blackfish several times. While it is indeed inappropriate to strike an elder, it was Blinden who had requested such a challenge, and Gus could not be blamed. Following the duel, Blinden, perplexed, inquired how Gus had discerned his shooting direction. Gus merely replied, "Your eyes and body betrayed you," before departing with an air of nonchalance, leaving Blinden gazing skyward, a complex expression adorning his face. How long had it been since he, too, had been a strikingly handsome and skilled knight? How was it that he appeared mere fodder in Gus's presence? The once upright Blinden found himself slightly hunched, a fact he was oblivious to. "Lady Caitlin, you surely do not wish to trouble your husband," Gus enticed the melancholic. "Mature noblewoman, if your husband learns you have not returned to Winterfell, you know the implications. Consider your young sons. I have heard that Robb Stark is rallying the vassals of the North, preparing to confront the Lannisters at any moment. And what of Bran? Imagine him struggling to rise from his bed, yearning to see his mother." With each word, Caitlin grew more distressed, ultimately imploring, "Please, no more. I shall return at once." After her outburst, Caitlin swiftly took the apologetic Blackfish by the arm and began to gather her belongings. Gus tilted his head at Blackfish, hands spread in a gesture of understanding, mimicking Podrick's demeanor, remarking on the encounter between a resolute mother and a heartless man. The imp, standing behind Gus, furrowed his brow and grimaced, lamenting, "This calamity stems from your Lannister family. Poor Lord Tyrion bears the brunt of it, blissfully unaware." Gus turned, adopting the imp's expression to jest, prompting Tyrion to widen his eyes in confusion. Not wishing to continue bantering with the imp, Gus pivoted and commenced rallying his troops. Tyrion hurriedly followed, persistently questioning, Gus, what on earth do you mean? And what does it mean to bear the blame for others? Oh dear, Sir Gus, please don't leave. Tell me what is happening." The diminutive Tyrion trailed Gus, only to lament that even in his haste, he could not match Gus's peculiar gait, marked by its rhythm and sway. Once organized, and with Lady Lisa's provision of steeds for Caitlin, the group swiftly retraced their path along the main road, encountering no ill-fated mountain folk along the way. That night, the group arrived at the inn near the crossroads where the realms of the three kingdoms converged. While Gus was busy organizing the camp, the imp dismounted and strode to the inn's entrance. With a swift kick, he flung open the grand door. "Ha! Did you not expect this esteemed presence to return?" At that moment, several patrons engaged in jovial conversation paused, their laughter interrupted by such audacious declarations. They set down their cups, ready to hurl insults, and the innkeeper's wife rushed out, only to be met with the sight of the imp adorned in opulent leather and emblazoned with a striking golden lion sigil. The would-be antagonists felt their bravado wane. Whispering amongst themselves, cursed that golden-haired, accursed Lannister. Unperturbed, the imp sauntered into the establishment as if oblivious to their mutterings, declaring, "Bring me your finest wine." Just as his request echoed through the room, Gus's voice resounded from behind him, "You pay for what you order." Stiffening, the imp surveyed his finery before reluctantly caressing the lion-shaped gold ring on his finger, a look of reluctance crossing his face. "Of course, ordinary expenses are on the house," Gus interjected, prompting an immediate transformation in the imp's demeanor. He grinned broadly, his tongue flicking playfully, as he settled beside Gus, causing Rock, who had just entered, to gape in astonishment. Gus wore an expression of exasperation and nodded towards the fully occupied adjacent table. Rock promptly approached, slamming his palm onto the table, startling Caitlin, who sat across from Gus, causing her to tremble in surprise. Turning in confusion, she beheld the commotion. The patrons, initially irate at the disturbance, quickly relinquished their valuable seats upon witnessing Rock's imposing stature and the massive axe in his grasp. Observing this, Caitlin furrowed her brow and cast a questioning glance at Gus, who shrugged innocently, hands raised in feigned ignorance. Thus, after a hearty meal, the group retired for the night at the inn. When dawn broke the following day, the imp, nestled among a cluster of burly men, struggled to extricate himself from the weighty arms pressed upon him. To his astonishment, he found Rock, who had appeared to be in a deep slumber, suddenly wide-eyed and alert. "What the hell?" The imp gasped, startled, and instinctively rolled away. "Damn you, giant. Could you not be so startling? You've made me lose a few drops of my dignity. Propping himself on the floor with one hand while clutching his heaving chest with the other, the imp wore an expression of profound grievance. Rock, however, abruptly stood upright, eyes fixed on the imp. What just transpired? I can't recall a thing. The imp hastily shut his eyes and began to flail his hands in the air, pretending as though nothing had occurred. Rock, with a look of disdain, disregarded the imp and commenced rousing the sleepyheads one by one. The crowd re-equipped their armor and escorted the imp downstairs. Gus had already settled down with Caitlin and the others, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Just as the imp was about to voice his grievances to Gus regarding the imposing figures behind him, a sudden commotion erupted outside the inn. The sound of galloping hooves was swiftly followed by the clash of swords and anguished cries, including the desperate pleas of women. Before Gus's subordinates could open the door, the inn's entrance was forcefully kicked open. Ha ha ha. Lannister, debts must be repaid. A deep, menacing voice reverberated through the massive black steel helmet. Akin to the master of a giant wielding a colossal sword, immediately spotting Gus seated at the dining table. The giant paused momentarily, then charged forward, his armored mass barreling through those in his path, raising his enormous sword to confront Gus. What in the blazes? Why is the mountain here? And why does he look as if he intends to cleave me in two? The imp stood bewildered a short distance behind Gus. Caitlin, dragged away by Blackfish, hastily distanced herself from Gus, while the old tutor from Winterfell glared in fury, eager to draw his sword and clash with the mountain. However, Gus restrained his wrist and pushed him aside. Seizing the great sword resting beside the table, Gus sent the wooden dining table flying with a kick. The table spun through the air, hurtling towards the mountain. With a single downward strike, the mountain cleaved the airborne table in two, sending the pieces scattering aside. Yet, what came next was a formidable foot. Gus kicked the mountain squarely in the chest, sending the armored brute tumbling out of the inn's entrance. Outside, dozens of soldiers clad in the distinctive lion-faced armor of the Lannisters, draped in red cloaks, abruptly halted their actions. Gus stepped outside, and several Lannister soldiers quickly hoisted the fallen mountain and retreated. Curse that black-haired wretch. It is you who has robbed me of my honor. The mountain bellowed, shoving aside the soldiers and rising to his feet. Silence, you scoundrel who preys on farmers. Do you dare speak of honor? True knights do not oppress the weak, nor do they engage in pillaging and violation. Gus retorted, sword pointed at the mountain. Around them, the Lannister soldiers released several women who had been taken captive. The women, tear-streaked and hurriedly covering their disheveled attire, rushed into the inn behind Gus. Due to the previous night's orders for the other mercenaries to return to camp, only Locke and Blackfish emerged from the inn. Seeing that Gus had so few allies, the Lannister soldiers began to close in. The mountain, realizing he could not best Gus in words, roared in frustration and raised his sword to charge once more. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed, and a contingent of armored knights emerged from the nearby road. The mountain halted his advance, turning his gaze, while Gus squinted in anticipation. The convergence of the magical monks and Beric at the crossroads marked a pivotal moment. As in the original tale, the imp was captured here, prompting Tywin to dispatch the mountain and a band of men to lay waste to the inn, to instill fear in the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. A reminder of the wrath of House Lannister, the inn in the television adaptation remained untouched. It served as a stronghold for the Brotherhood without banners. Led by the Red Priest Thuras and the Lord of Blackhaven, Beric Dondarrion. It was during this tumultuous period that Beric met his demise at the hands of the mountain, only to be resurrected for the first time by his close friend, Thuras. The sight of Beric's revival astonished his companions, prompting them to abandon the seven gods in favor of the Lord of Light, thus forming a brotherhood without banners to spread their newfound faith throughout the Riverlands. As the Lions dispatched agents to massacre the farmers of the Riverlands, Beric, having received orders from the Prime Minister, roamed the land with Thuras in search of the mountain. This morning, scouts finally located the mountain, and Beric hastened his men to confront him. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene that required no time for pleasantries with Gus. Brandishing a red letter sealed with the hand of the king, Beric proclaimed to those gathered, "By command of the Prime Minister, Sir Gregor Clegane has violated the laws of the realm by slaughtering farmers and committing heinous acts against women. He stands accused of murder and defiance of the knight's oath." He continued, "The Prime Minister, Eddard Stark, commands Sir Beric Dondarrion of Blackhaven to apprehend Sir Gregor Clegane and bring him to King's Landing for trial." After listing the charges and titles, Beric tossed the letter to a Lannister soldier, who hurriedly presented it to the mountain. However, the mountain, without even glancing at it, discarded it contemptuously onto the ground, bellowing, "To hell with you. I am Gregor Clegane. If you dare, Come and arrest me." In response to the mountain's derision, Beric unsheathed his sword, and his cavalry followed suit, creating a tense atmosphere. Without further ado, Beric raised his sword and charged forth, leading the charge. The mountain, disregarding Gus and his companions, swung his massive sword in retaliation. Lannister soldiers hastily prepared to resist the oncoming cavalry. With a clash, Beric found himself unseated by the mountain's powerful strike. Just as the mountain prepared to finish him, Thuras intervened, using his horse's momentum to deflect the mountain's blow. He swiftly dismounted and pulled Beric to safety. By the time the mountain realized what had transpired, the odds had shifted to a 2-on-1 confrontation. With his friend by his side, Beric's confidence surged, and together they caught the mountain off guard. Thuras wielded a fiery sword to apply pressure, while Beric displayed his exceptional swordsmanship, forcing the mountain to retreat repeatedly. In the heat of battle, one of Beric's cavalrymen, eager for glory, attempted a side attack on the mountain. However, the mountain, fortified by his armor, withstood the blow and seized the cavalryman, hurling him toward Beric and Thuras. Damn it! Originally poised to strike, Barry could only utter a curse before instinctively raising his sword in defense. "No, Barry!" a cry echoed. Just as Soros had evaded to the side, he witnessed the colossal sword of the mountain demon descending upon Barry. Barry's line of sight was obstructed, and upon hearing his comrade's alarm, he swiftly realized the imminent danger. Hastily sidestepping, yet the massive sword had already descended, its tremendous force cleaving through the suspended cavalry, severing both man and armor. The momentum continued unabated as it struck Barry's shoulder. Soros watched helplessly as Barry was brutally struck by the massive sword, his body and armor cleaved apart. Until the sword became embedded in Barry's chest, the mountain demon kicked aside Barry's lifeless form and raised the sword, preparing to continue his assault on Soros. Desperately, Soros attempted to parry, but bereft of Barry's assistance, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Blackfish, steadfast in the knightly spirit, had been observing the battle alongside Gus and the others. Unable to contain himself any longer, he drew his sword and charged forth. "Uncle!" Caitlin exclaimed, her face filled with concern. Yet Blackfish, not looking back, surged forward, repelling the mountain demon with a single blow and aiding the weakened Soros to the ground. "Butcher, you shall perish!" Blackfish seethed with rage. "Damn it! Who is this old fool? How dare you oppose me? Die!" The mountain demon, furious from repeated assaults, was singularly focused on dispatching the old man before him to vent his wrath. Aware of his inferior strength, Blackfish danced around the mountain demon, his agile movements betraying his age, and clad in black-scaled armor, he resembled a true blackfish. If you have the guts, then stop dodging. Are you a loach, jumping around?" The mountain demon shouted in fury as he swung his sword. "I am not a loach. I am Blackfish." Blackfish retorted, steady as an old dog, evading the mountain demon's attacks while occasionally thrusting his sword, leaving dents across the demon's armor. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The mountain demon, increasingly exasperated, became more ferocious, his previously declining strike speed suddenly quickening. A swift, powerful blow caught Blackfish off guard. He could only counter with his sword. With a resounding thud, Blackfish was swept across the chest, crashing to the ground, his sword snapping in two. "Uncle!" Caitlin's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, grasping Gus's arm and shaking it vigorously. Gus, who had thought his intervention unnecessary, was now left with his hand on his forehead in dismay. "Enough!" With a thunderous roar, Gus advanced. The weary mountain demon, upon recognizing the newcomer, felt a surge of fear. He had first-hand experience of Gus's terrifying power. "Damn it! I'm exhausted. If you dare, wait until I catch my breath before we continue." The mountain demon shouted, his tone noticeably diminished. "Go to hell. You scum are not worthy to make demands of me." Gus disregarded the commotion, delivering a swift kick that sent the mountain, who was exhausted and propped up by his sword, crashing to the ground. "Locke, bind him." At the command, Locke hastily procured some rope and swiftly secured the mountain like a dumpling. By this time, the battle was drawing to a close. Dozens of Lannister soldiers had fallen victim to the cavalry led by Barry. The cavalry, too, had suffered heavy losses, yet a few of Gus's companions remained unscathed. "Fack! Damn black-haired fool! Have the courage to duel me." The bound mountain cursed vehemently, but Locke was unyielding, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks to the mountain's large face. The brutal assault left the mountain seeing stars, his head swollen to the point where Sandor could hardly recognize him. Approaching Barry's lifeless body, Soros knelt beside his friend, muttering unintelligible prayers while fervently kissing Barry. By the seven, the imp, long held captive by the old maester, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The maester's expression was equally contorted, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding events. Due to his vantage point, only Gus, standing closest, could discern the miraculous scene. Barry's split chest was healing. Fresh granulation tissue emerged, sealing the wound. Suddenly, after a brief moment, the deceased Barry drew a gasping breath akin to one drowning, then sat upright. This spectacle sent shockwaves through all present. The King of Light. It is a miracle of the King of Light. Barry, the King of Light has resurrected you. Sorrows exclaimed, his face alight with joy. It was the first time in over a decade he had witnessed the resurrection of the dead. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, and upon witnessing Barry's revival, astonishment turned into fervent discussion. Wasn't I dead? Barry queried, a look of confusion etched across his face. No, the King of Light has brought you back. Barry, this is the will of the King of Light. Sorrows continued to babble, leaving those around him puzzled, speculating about the divine figure he referred to. With Barry resurrected, Sorrows attempted to revive more of the fallen in the same manner. However, despite his fervent prayers and passionate kisses, no one else returned to life. And Sorrows himself succumbed to nausea. It seems the miracle only works for one, the imp remarked wistfully, showing no inclination to flee. Perhaps witnessing the mountain's defeat had extinguished any lingering hope within him. Gus summoned an informant stationed at the inn to have the troops come and clear the battlefield. After all, there were at least 50 or 60 sets of armor, a substantial fortune when converted to gold dragons. However, Gus had grander plans. After issuing his instructions, he resumed his unfinished breakfast, while Caitlin, having witnessed the recent events, had lost her appetite. Barry, the mountain is bound. How long until you return to King's Landing to fulfill your mission? Gus inquired, sipping the free milk offered by the innkeeper. I will not return. I have decided to accompany Sorrows to the north in pursuit of the King of Light's will. Gus fell into a contemplative silence. Due to the alteration of the narrative, have these two individuals set forth prematurely? Very well. I shall dispatch someone from the mountain to deliver your message to King's Landing, should you require assistance. Do not hesitate to seek me out. After extending my best wishes for a smooth journey, Caitlin, with her heart racing with longing, hastily urged Gus to embark on their journey. They chanced upon Boron and his men arriving to clear the battlefield. A contingent was assigned to tidy up the scene while Gus, accompanied by Caitlin, inquired about the recent affairs within their mercenary company during their travels. Many tomes have become increasingly elusive. Treasure them while you can. At the Crossroads Inn, the original tale recounts how a minor demon was apprehended there, prompting Tywin to deploy the mountain along with a battalion of men to purge the establishment in a bloody rampage. This act served to instill fear among the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, reminding them of the wrath from House Lannister. However, in the television adaptation, the inn remained unscathed, and the Red Priest, Thuras, along with Lord Beric Dondarrion of Blackport, established a base for the Brotherhood without banners there. It was during this time that Beric met his demise at the hands of the mountain, only to be resurrected for the first time by his dear friend, Thuras. The revival astonished Beric's comrades, leading them to collectively renounce the Seven and pledge their faith to the Lord of Light, thereby forming the Brotherhood without banners to spread their beliefs throughout the Riverlands. As the Lioness House dispatched troops to slaughter the peasantry of the Riverlands, Beric, acting on the Prime Minister's orders, sought the mountain alongside his companion, the Red Priest. Just this morning, scouts finally located the mountain, prompting Beric to charge forth with his men. Upon arrival, he witnessed the unfolding scene. With no time for pleasantries with Gus, Beric brandished a letter sealed with the king's hand and called out to those present, proclaiming, the Prime Minister has decreed. Sir Gregor Clegane has violated the laws of the realm. He has harmed farmers, violated women, and committed murder, in defiance of the knight's oath. By the authority of the Prime Minister, Ned Stark, I, Lord Beric Dondarrion of Blackport, am commanded to arrest Sir Gregor Clegane and bring him to King's Landing for trial. After enumerating the charges and titles, Beric tossed the letter to a Lannister soldier. The soldier hastily approached the mountain, who, disregarding the missive, cast it to the ground with disdain. To hell with you. I am Gregor Clegane. If you dare, come and arrest me. The mountain bellowed with contempt. In response, Beric drew his sword, and his cavalry followed suit. The atmosphere grew tense as Beric, without further ado, raised his sword and charged forward. Observing Beric's advance, the mountain abandoned concern for Gus and his company, lifting his massive sword to charge at Beric. Lannister soldiers hastily prepared to counter the incoming cavalry. A clash ensued, just a fleeting moment of crossing blades. Belly was directly felled from his horse by the Demon Mountain. Just as the Demon Mountain prepared to finish off the fallen Belly, the red-robed monk Soros intervened at the last moment. Utilizing the strength of his steed, Soros swiftly deflected the Demon Mountain's strike with a single sword swing, dismounted, and promptly assisted Belly back to his feet. By the time the Demon Mountain realized the shift in the battle, it had transformed into a 2-on-1 confrontation. With the support of a friend, Belly's confidence soared. And together with Soros, they caught the Demon Mountain off guard. Soros wielded his fiery sword with fierce pressure while Belly showcased his exquisite and cunning swordsmanship, quickly forcing the Demon Mountain to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, a zealous cavalryman, eager for glory, attempted a side attack on the Demon Mountain. However, underestimating the Demon Mountain's formidable armor, he found himself thwarted as the Demon Mountain absorbed the cavalryman's strike and, seizing the horse, hurled the rider towards Belly and Soros. "Damn it!" Belly exclaimed, only able to shout in protest as he instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. "No, Belly!" Soros cried out in alarm. Having just dodged to the side, he witnessed the Demon Mountain's colossal sword descending upon Belly. With his vision obscured and hearing his companion's warning, Belly instinctively sidestepped. But the giant sword had already begun its descent. The immense force cleaved through the airborne cavalryman, armor and all, before crashing down upon Belly's shoulder. Soros watched helplessly as the colossal sword struck Belly mercilessly, cleaving him in two. It wasn't until the sword was embedded in Belly's chest that the Demon Mountain kicked aside the lifeless body, raising his sword once more to continue his assault on Soros. Soros fought desperately to defend himself, but without Belly's assistance, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Blackfish, embodying the knightly spirit, had been observing the battle alongside Gus and others. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Blackfish drew his sword and charged forward. "Uncle," Caitlin called out anxiously. Yet, Blackfish paid no heed, striking the Demon Mountain back before kneeling beside the weakened Soros. "Butcher, you shall perish." Blackfish spat furiously. "Fool, who dares oppose me?" The Demon Mountain bellowed in rage. "Die!" Enraged by being surrounded repeatedly, the Demon Mountain focused solely on eliminating the old man before him to vent his fury. Aware of his own limitations against the Demon Mountain's might, Blackfish evaded the attacks, weaving left and right with agility that belied his age, his black-scaled armor giving him the appearance of a true blackfish. If you're brave enough, stop dodging and face me. Are you a loach?" The Demon Mountain roared, swinging his sword wildly. "I am no loach. I am Blackfish," came Blackfish's defiant retort, steady as a rock, as he danced around the Demon Mountain, occasionally delivering swift strikes that left dents across the demon's armor. Damn! 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 The Demon Mountain, overwhelmed by annoyance, became even more frenzied, his previously slowing sword strikes suddenly accelerating with renewed ferocity. With a swift stroke of the sword, the Blackfish had no time to evade and could only raise his weapon in defense. A resounding thud echoed as he was struck in the chest, collapsing to the ground. His sword shattered into two pieces. "Uncle!" Caitlin gasped, her eyes wide with shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. She clutched Gus's arm, shaking it vigorously. Gus, who had thought his intervention unnecessary, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Enough!" he bellowed, striding towards the scene. The weary Mountain, upon recognizing him, felt a surge of fear, well aware of Gus's formidable strength. "Damn it, I'm exhausted. If you dare, wait until I catch my breath before you strike." The Mountain cursed, his tone noticeably diminished. "Go to hell. You scum have no right to make demands of me." Gus dismissed him entirely, delivering a powerful kick that sent the fatigued Mountain sprawling to the ground, his sword clattering beside him. "Lock him up," Gus commanded, and Locke quickly fetched some rope, swiftly binding the Mountain like a dumpling. By this time, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Dozens of Lannister soldiers had fallen to the cavalry led by Barry, while the cavalry themselves had suffered significant losses. However, the few individuals beside Gus remained unscathed. "Damn it, you black-haired fool. If you dare, challenge me to a duel." The bound Mountain shouted in frustration. Locke, unfazed, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks to the Mountain's face, rendering him dazed and swollen, barely recognizable even to Sandor. Approaching Barry's lifeless body, Soros knelt beside his friend, murmuring incomprehensible prayers while fervently kissing Barry. By the seven, the little imp, long held captive by the old maester, stared in awe, his eyes wide with astonishment. The old maester's expression was equally contorted, likely reflecting his inner turmoil. Due to the angle, only Gus, standing closest, could perceive the miraculous event unfolding. Barry's torn chest was mending. Fresh flesh sprouted continuously, sealing the wound. Suddenly, without warning, the deceased Barry gasped as if surfacing from underwater, then sat upright. This miraculous revival stunned all present. The King of Light. It is the miracle of the King of Light. Barry, the King of Light has resurrected you, Sorrows exclaimed, his face alight with joy. After years, it was the first time he had witnessed the resurrection of the dead. The commotion drew the attention of everyone around. And upon witnessing Barry's revival, they were left in a state of shock, murmuring amongst themselves. Wasn't I dead? Barry questioned, his expression one of bewilderment. No. The King of Light has brought you back. Barry, this is the will of the King of Light, Sorrows chanted, leaving those nearby perplexed. Speculating about the identity of this King of Light, he spoke of. Encouraged by Barry's revival, Sorrows attempted to resurrect more deceased individuals in the same manner. However, despite his fervent chanting and frantic kisses, none could be revived, and Sorrows himself succumbed to nausea. It seems miracles are only effective for one, he lamented. The little demon sighed, exhibiting no inclination to flee. Perhaps witnessing the defeat of the demon mountain extinguished the last flicker of hope within. Gus summoned the informants stationed at the inn, instructing the troop to send personnel to clear the battlefield. After all, there were at least 50 to 60 sets of armor, which, when converted into gold dragons, represented a significant fortune. However, Gus harbored grander designs. After ensuring everything was in order, he resumed his interrupted breakfast. While Caitlin had long since lost her appetite after the recent events. Belly, the Demon Mountain has been captured. When will you return to King's Landing to deliver the mission? Gus inquired, taking a sip of the complimentary milk from the innkeeper. I'm not going back. I've decided to accompany Sorrows to the north to seek the will of the Light King. Gus was momentarily speechless. Had he altered the course of events, prompting these two to set out prematurely? Very well, I shall dispatch someone to send the Demon Mountain to King's Landing. If you require anything, you may always seek me out. After wishing them safe travels, Caitlin, eager to return home, hastily urged Gus to set off. Just as Boron and his men arrived to clean up the battlefield, dividing a portion of the men to clear the area, Gus journeyed alongside Caitlin while inquiring about the state of affairs within her mercenary group over the past few days. Upon returning to the Riverlands, Gus arranged for 10 of his guards to escort Caitlin away. Although Caitlin wished to bring the little demon back with her, Gus insisted on delivering it to Flowing City. Awaiting Ned's response, recognizing Gus's firm stance and considering her uncle's supervision, Caitlin refrained from further protest and hurriedly set off for Winterfell with her old mentor. It had been several days since the old lion Tywin Lannister issued his summons, and during this time, Boron had also received correspondence from the old lion, though he had yet to respond. In approximately 10 days, the old lion would muster his entire army, and nearly 40,000 troops would sweep through the Riverlands. One contingent, led by Tywin, would be stationed at Harrenhal to intercept the northern forces advancing south. Another contingent, led by Jaime, who had fled after dealing with Ned, would surge directly from Casterly Rock, sweeping through the Riverlands along the Red Fork. Meanwhile, the current protector of the Riverlands, Duke Hastut Tully, was gravely ill. The successor, Edmure, Caitlyn's younger brother, would lead the scant elite forces of the Riverlands, executing a puzzling maneuver that would result in a first blood victory, only to be captured shortly thereafter. This would be the fate of the Riverlands in the near future. Yet Gus had ambitions for something far grander. After dispatching several ravens, he instructed Boron and Blackfish to lead the logistics team, escorting the Little Demon and the Demon Mountain towards Flowing City, leaving behind some provisions. Gus personally commanded a force of 2,000 soldiers, half of whom were fresh recruits. Ultimately, Gus's trump card lay with the 300 seasoned veterans who had fought alongside him through countless battles, the true elite warriors forged in the crucible of conflict. This band of soldiers had developed unwavering faith in Gus, and under his formidable leadership, he believed they would pierce through any formation like a spear through flesh. Although the newly formed regiment of over 1,000 men may not be suited for direct confrontation on the battlefield, they are more than adequate for the defense of the city. However, prior to this, Gus intended to utilize the remnants of a few hundred routed soldiers from the Magic Mountain to provide the new troops with some practical experience. This band of disorganized soldiers, bereft of a commanding officer, has been rampaging across the Hudgian region, instilling fear among the local farmers. The affluent nobles are hastily gathering their forces to respond to the summons from Benlu City, showing little interest in addressing the chaos caused by these scattered troops. Nevertheless, for the sake of their honor, they wholeheartedly support Gus's deployment to quell the unrest. Thus, on that very day, Gus divided his army of 2,000 into 10 units of 200 men each, comprising primarily fresh recruits alongside a few seasoned veterans, employing a mentorship approach to hunt down the spies of Lannister and the remnants of the Magic Mountain. As they pursued the scattered soldiers, Gus simultaneously informed the farmers of Hudgian to stockpile provisions and avoid conflict. Encountering the noble forces en route to Benlu City, he sought to procure additional resources for his own troops. In a matter of days, numerous nobles expressed their willingness to offer support, and many farmers voiced their desire to follow Gus. After all, the Tully family had significantly weakened over the years, resulting in a decline in their control over Hudgian, which had led to a surge in banditry. It was Gus's efforts over the past 6 months, often accompanied by mercenaries to eradicate bandits and engage in trade, that had brought a measure of stability to the region. Furthermore, Gus's disciplined army, which never resorted to pillaging or violence, championed the cause of defending their homeland and fighting for the people of Hudgian. Consequently, the banner of the red flag and black sword has become emblematic among the local populace, as Gus proclaimed that this was a war for the defense of their homes. Many peasant youths and lesser nobles eagerly enlisted, rendering the significance of the white fish banner irrelevant. The ranks swelled, and by the end of the week, Gus's forces had grown to over 4,000. Aside from the initial 2,000 who were equipped with armor and weapons, the new recruits mostly arrived as militia armed with farm tools. With supplies dwindling, Gus had no choice but to march his army towards Benlu City. Along the way, he encountered another small band of routed soldiers, numbering around 70 or 80, who were camped by the river, seemingly preparing to cross the Red Fork River and return home. Upon sighting Gus's forces, they abandoned their armor and hastily departed in wooden boats. As a result, Gus amassed over 200 sets of Lannister armor. On the 9th night, the army successfully entered Benlu City, and the influx of 4,000 troops significantly bolstered the confidence of the local nobles. Even those who had previously had adverse dealings with Gus now exhibited great enthusiasm, as no one wished for their castle halls to echo with the lament of the reign of Castamere. Dear lords, news has arrived from King S. Landing. The king has perished from grievous injuries sustained during a boar hunt, and Prime Minister Ned has been apprehended for treason. The northern forces have assembled, led southward by Duke Ned's son, Robb. The Red Fork City has fallen, as reported by Jaime. Blackfish stated expressionlessly in the conference hall of Benlu City. No, my mother and sister are still in the city. I must return to save them. As the words fell, the young noble's emotions surged passionately, but the old scholar beside him continually offered solace, calming the tempest within the youth. PYB, I shall undoubtedly avenge your grievances, Edmure declared fiercely, only to be interrupted by his uncle, Blackfish, who remarked, and how do you intend to do that? Just the two of you? Stunned, Edmure glanced around at the lords, noting their silence and bowed heads. He understood Blackfish's insinuation, yet stubbornly endeavored to speak. However, what is the rush? The enemy's strength remains uncertain. Jaime's actions are merely a ploy to provoke you into a trap, Blackfish interjected, chiding him with a look of exasperation. He then turned to Gus, who, along with the other vassal lords, fixed their gaze upon him. These individuals were astute, not wasting their efforts in Riverrun. Send word to Jaime that his dear brother is in Riverrun, Gus stated matter-of-factly, cursing inwardly. The small devil, who had been enjoying the spectacle with his goblet in hand, felt a shift in the atmosphere as he sensed the malevolent stares from the Riverrun assembly. He hastily retreated, colliding with the solid figure of Locke behind him. The small devil began to tremble, aware that his brother's only vulnerability lay within himself. Wait, do you not know that I am the disgrace of House Lannister? Surely, you have heard of my father's disdain towards me. At this, the gathered lords of Riverrun exchanged glances. If he were to learn of this, he might very well burst into laughter. Yet, he would undoubtedly sacrifice me to reduce Riverrun to ruins. Well said. Nonetheless, I must inform Jaime, Gus remarked with a mocking glint in his eye, addressing the small devil. As the noble families engaged in fervent discussions, worry etched on many faces. Blackfish furrowed his brow and chastised. Since when has Riverrun been graced with your cowardice? For decades, what battles have we not fought? Has Riverrun ever yielded? Blackfish's words darkened many expressions. This conflict had little to do with them, and had the Tullus not provoked the Lannisters, they would not be burdened with such dread. Was it not more pleasant to embrace maids, enjoy sumptuous feasts, and hunt in the comfort of home? Blackfish, sensing the shift in mood, chose silence. Indeed, in such tumultuous times, the younger sons of great families were groomed as the right arms of their elders, the first to charge into battle. Coupled with his disposition, Blackfish lacked the ability to rally hearts as effectively as his brother, Hotin. Once everyone had settled, Gus raised his hands to quiet the assembly and, with a rich voice, calmly proclaimed, Noble lords, the houses of Fish, Wolf, and Eagle have always stood united. The modest Lannisters shall surely not be our adversaries. We are all well aware of Duke Ned's character. The news from King's Landing is undoubtedly a distraction orchestrated by Tywin to unsettle our resolve. As far as I am aware, the former Prime Minister, Duke Eileen, exhibited no signs of illness prior to his demise, and King Robert was in the prime of his life. Such a sudden passing is certainly not simple. Thus, I surmise that Duke Ned must have uncovered some remarkable secret, which led to his untimely demise at the hands of an assassin. Gus's reasonable conjecture left those present exchanging glances, many secretly nodding in agreement. And the focus of the events became increasingly clear. How outrageous! How dare that damn blonde! Blackfish ground his teeth, awakening further realizations among the crowd. Speaking with fervor, Gus rose from his seat to continue his discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, we of the Riverlands do not seek to instigate war. They may sit high and mighty, remaining unyielding in their arrogance. However, they cannot continuously bully us. We share the same sky above. Why should we endure their oppression? Tell me on what grounds? We must retaliate. We shall resist. We must make them aware that we are not to be trifled with. Let us proclaim it loudly. Damn them. Gus's impassioned speech resonated deeply with many. Indeed, for centuries, the folk of Riverlands have dwelled here. When have the nobility of Riverlands endured such indignities? When have they been so scorned? Finally, from the Brecken family of Stonefence, a young man stood resolutely, his eyes aflame with determination as he bellowed, "To hell with them. I shall make them taste the wrath of the Brecken family. Let them experience the might of Riverland's iron hooves." Seeing their longtime rival family emboldened, the Blaywood family of Yusha City would not be outdone, proclaiming, "To hell with that blonde. Let us vanquish them. The Blaywood family shall lead the charge." With these two venerable families at the forefront, more and more voices erupted with fervor, filling the conference hall with resounding roars. "To hell with them. Let us overthrow them. Down with the Lannisters. Damn them. Let them feel the strength of the Riverlanders." Each person radiated fierce spirit, and even the guards outside joined in the chorus, echoing the fervor far and wide, greatly boosting the morale of the troops, especially the veterans brought by Gus. They drew their swords to the sky, each shouting hoarsely, creating an incredibly charged atmosphere that inspired the entire army to follow suit, culminating in a resounding uproar that reverberated throughout the bustling city. The citizens of the Riverlands outside sensed a powerful surge of exhilaration. After this incident, Gus's prestige began to be acknowledged, and the vast army of Benlu City truly united as one. "Sir Gus truly possesses a prophetic insight," exclaimed the young, illegitimate son of the Brecken family. Holding aloft a letter sealed with a wax emblem of a deer bound by a red ribbon, his face filled with admiration. "By the seven hells, a prince indeed. No wonder even King Robert dared to conspire against him. That damned blonde." The letter is a proclamation from Stannis, the Duke of Dragonstone and brother of King Robert, directed to the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. It denounces the transgressions of House Lannister and reveals the true identity of the prince, asserting that he is the rightful heir to the throne. The assembly buzzes with discussion, while Gus remains composed. He has just received a missive from Loras, indicating that Renly intends to contest for the throne and inquiring if Gus would join their cause. Citing his imminent engagement with Jaime as an obstacle, Gus declines Loras's offer, but expresses his unwavering loyalty to Renly. "Gentlemen, news has reached us that Jaime's forces are advancing toward Riverrun. It is time to show them the might of the Riverlands." Edmure is now eager. He requires a victory to overshadow Gus's burgeoning reputation in the Riverlands. Blackfish does not intervene this time. Though he holds Gus in high regard, the Tully family is the rightful ruler of the Riverlands, and Gus has yet to pledge his fealty to them. It is clear to all discerning eyes that this young man harbors considerable ambition. I support Duke Edmure's proposal. Others had intended to seek Gus's counsel, but he speaks up, and they readily concur. Excellent. Let us organize our troops. We shall depart at once. Thus, it is determined that Edmure and Little Pate will lead half of their respective forces, while the various noble houses muster a motley battalion totaling 4,000 troops, 1,000 cavalry, and 3,000 infantry, under Edmure's command as the vanguard. Gus will bring 2,000 of his own men, comprising 800 cavalry and 1,200 infantry to follow. As the troops assemble, that evening, everyone feasts and retires early. At dawn, before the sun has risen, the army begins its march. In the original narrative, Edmure led his forces into a disastrous battle, resulting in total annihilation. And he was captured, which severely demoralized the Riverland troops, leaving Blackfish to defend Riverrun in desperation. It was only when Robert, commanding 18,000 northern soldiers, circumvented the twins and ambushed Jaime that the Riverland's plight was alleviated. From that point on, Edmure's prestige plummeted, as he engaged in increasingly reckless maneuvers alongside his nephew. further tarnishing his reputation. To preserve the fighting spirit of the Riverlands, Gus must remain vigilant, not only to secure his position but also to execute his forthcoming strategies. They march for dozens of miles under the midday sun, the troops wearied and the horses fatigued. Edmure is compelled to establish a camp, kindle a fire, and prepare a meal, engaging the young scions of each house in animated discussions, seemingly intent on sidelining Gus. Disinterested in mingling with this peculiar assembly, Gus instructs his men to rest and consume their rations. As the smoke from the vanguard's camp rises, the enticing aroma of fresh food wafts through the air, prompting complaints from many rookies in Gus's ranks. The seasoned soldiers merely shake their heads, choosing to ignore them, though a few kind-hearted veterans occasionally offer a word of advice. After their lunch, Gus's troops have fully recovered, while the vanguard has only just begun their meal, before they have taken more than a few bites. The clarion call of scouts resounds, and Edmure's contingent hurriedly organizes, with many still chewing on bread. Having just reorganized his troops, the tremors of the earth grew increasingly intense. Soon, an endless tide of cavalry and infantry surged forth, all clad in armor and wielding swords. Edmure's countenance darkened considerably, yet he understood that retreat was not an option at this critical moment. Lowering his iron mask, he drew his sword and commanded the cavalry to charge forth, leading to a fierce collision between the two forces. The scene quickly devolved into chaos, with horses and men tumbling over one another, the sounds of combat reverberating through the air. The Lannister cavalry numbered around 3,000, and with a single charge, many infiltrated Edmure's rear, wreaking havoc among the infantry. Recognizing the dire situation, Jess swiftly ordered the infantry to form ranks, placing Locke in command while he led 800 cavalry to spread out and assume a pincer formation. Waves of Lannister cavalry, brandishing their lances, surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, slaughtering indiscriminately in the center of the battlefield. Just as they were in the midst of their assault, a formidable wall of shields suddenly appeared before them. Formation. Locke, clad in armor and wielding a massive axe, bellowed. Thrusting forth countless glistening spears from the shield wall, the front line of Lannister cavalry, unable to slow down, collided with the lances, impaled alongside their steeds. The successful blockade invigorated the morale of the soldiers, and Locke commanded the formation to advance, the shield wall pushing forward like a bulldozer, compressing the battlefield. The Lannister cavalry, spotting the formidable barrier behind them, were forced to halt their momentum, yet the vanguard forces in the marshlands had already engaged them in a fierce struggle. Countless Lannister knights attempting to turn their mounts were unseated by the thrusts of spears. Jess had now fully separated his forces, coordinating with the infantry shield wall to systematically cut down the advancing Lannister cavalry. After several rounds of skirmishing, Jess's troops had adapted to the rhythm of battle, stabilizing their formation. While reaping the cavalry, Jess observed Edmure's vanguard penetrating the enemy ranks, relentlessly striking down foes. However, the opposing forces were overwhelmingly numerous. Under Jaime's command, several infantry formations continually sought to encircle Edmure. Once the vanguard cavalry became entangled, it would not be long before they were completely surrounded. Realizing this, Jess had no choice but to tighten their ranks and hasten their assault. As the Lannister cavalry completely entered the fray, Jess roared, "Warriors! Let us encircle and annihilate these Lannister scoundrels. Charge!" With a sweeping motion of his great sword, Jess led the charge, the blade whistling through the air as it cleaved through the Lannister cavalry, severing both man and armor. The valor of their leader instilled confidence in the soldiers, who rallied behind Jess, diligently dispatching any stray Lannister knights. The entire cavalry unit functioned like a pair of pincers, gradually closing in, effectively cleansing the battlefield of the Lannister presence. With Jess's forces aiding them, the vanguard was granted a moment of respite, clearing a path for the shield wall behind them. Once the formation was re-established, Jess called out loudly, "Warriors! Join me in breaching the Lannister formation to rescue the besieged Duke Edmure." Upon hearing the command, the vanguard discovered that their leader was already encircled. Gus was the first to charge into the fray, followed by hundreds of ironclad cavalry, wielding his great sword with swift, sweeping motions that cleaved through the Lannister ranks, leaving a trail of severed limbs in his wake. He forcefully carved a passage through the enemy lines, a sight that invigorated the soldiers of Riverrun behind him, fueling their ferocity in battle. Locke, witnessing his commander's valor, was equally determined. "Brothers of the Iron Blood Brigade, follow me and rally behind our commander. Charge!" With a mighty roar, Locke donned his heavy armor and surged ahead, seizing a blocking Lannister soldier and smashing through the formation, brandishing his colossal axe to cleave another foe in two. As he spun the axe, countless dismembered bodies flew through the air, creating a gap for the troops behind him. Meanwhile, Jaime, stationed at the command post, was overwhelmed by the chaos. His 3,000 cavalry fell like grass before the scythe, as that terrifying warrior sliced through his own ranks with relentless ferocity. Damn it! How can such a monster exist? I foolishly thought I could spar with him. Quickly, command all formations to encircle him. Hurry! Jaime, with his golden hair and striking demeanor, was filled with urgency, realizing that the tales of Gus had understated his prowess. In his astonishment, he began to entertain the thought of subduing Gus. Jaime was convinced of his inevitable victory, with 3 times the number of soldiers. He believed they could exhaust Gus through sheer numbers. Yet, he did not wish for Gus to perish so easily, for he was a legendary knight. From a young age, Jaime aspired to embody the legendary figures he read about in poetry, much like the fabled Dawn. In his youth, he defied his father Tywin's wishes and secretly sought out the renowned knight, the fearless Barristan Selmy. Gifted with exceptional talent and heritage, Jaime trained diligently, excelling as Barristan's squire. At the tender age of 16, he was knighted and selected by the king to join the illustrious Kingsguard, becoming the youngest member in the history of the realm. However, during the War of Usurpation, Jaime was compelled to betray his oath, stabbing the then-king, Aerys II, in the back. Upon learning this, Ned Stark branded him a Kingslayer without hesitation, and thus, the title of Kingslayer became synonymous with Jaime. Moreover, the legendary Dawn, whom Jaime admired since childhood, fell to Ned's blade, igniting a fiery animosity within Jaime whenever he encountered Ned. As Edmure found himself surrounded by countless spears, with a dozen loyal knights by his side, he couldn't help but feel regret. He had believed that leading over 1,000 cavalrymen directly into the enemy's rear to capture their commander would swiftly conclude the battle. Unexpectedly, as the forces charged into battle, over 1,000 cavalrymen lost their direction, each engaging in isolated combat, only to be surrounded and systematically devoured by the enemy. Just as Edmure struggled and began to despair, a cacophony of gasps and screams erupted from behind him. Turning swiftly, Edmure beheld a group of several dozen knights clad in black armor, draped in red cloaks, led by Gus, who approached with alarming speed, wielding an astonishingly large sword. The sword sliced through the ranks of the troublesome Lannister soldiers like a scythe through chaff, accompanied by a wailing shriek that echoed eerily. Edmure's eyes widened in astonishment, and he called out excitedly to his nearby guards, "Hold on. Sir Gus has come to rescue us. Reinforcements are here." At his words, hope ignited among his men, who rallied with newfound resolve, pushing back the encroaching Lannister forces. Gus swung his sword with rapid precision, carving a path for the cavalry behind him. Hundreds of knights followed in his wake, dispatching Lannister soldiers with merciless efficiency. As the battalion penetrated deep into Jaime's ranks like a spear-piercing flash. Amidst the chaos, scattered cavalry from Riverrun joined the fray, while some fell from their mounts. Nevertheless, this formidable cavalry maintained their formation, steadily closing the distance to Jaime. "Edmure," Gus called out as he reached his side, urging him onward into the heart of the enemy. Edmure quickly fell and stepped behind Gus, bolstered by the addition of several skilled warriors to their ranks. Witnessing Gus's cavalry advance, the morale of the Lannister troops plummeted. Many were so intimidated that they willingly parted to give passage. Jaime, gripping his helmet and gritting his teeth, realized he had underestimated this legendary knight. The tales of the ghostly swordsman, a warrior descended from the heavens, were indeed true. After much deliberation, he donned his helm and summoned the few remaining Lannister cavalrymen. "Lannister, a debt must be repaid," the armored knights roared, echoing the storied motto of their house. They charged headlong toward Gus and his men. For Jaime had resolved to risk it all. If he could break this cavalry, victory in the battle would surely be his. As Gus led the charge, he was surprised to see Jaime coming directly at him, prompting him to swing his sword with even greater ferocity. The Lannisters in the front ranks, caught unawares, scarcely perceived the trajectory of the massive blade before they were reduced to a rain of blood, scattering across their comrades. "Seven hells. This is a demon. I hear the screams of the damned. It's terrifying. Run. Ah, mother. I want to go home." The brutality of cold steel warfare tested the mettle of every soldier. And the Lannister ranks were not solely composed of seasoned warriors. Many were farmers who, gripped by fear, succumbed to panic and began to scream uncontrollably. The Lannister army was utterly routed. Faced with the tide of fleeing soldiers, Jaime was compelled to rein in his horse, taken aback by the rapid collapse of his troops. A bitterness swelling in his heart. Witnessing some attempting to slay the retreating soldiers, Jaime bellowed, "Enough. Will the slaughter of a few disheartened farmers turn the tide of battle?" With that, he fell silent, awaiting the arrival of Gus, who approached on horseback. The two stood facing each other for a moment before Jaime broke the silence. "Sir Gus, you are formidable, a knight unlike any I have ever encountered," he declared with fervor, as soldiers from both sides withdrew, creating a space for the two knights to engage. Gus replied with a calm demeanor, "Thank you for the compliment. You too are a powerful knight." Jaime pondered whether Gus was mocking him, reflecting, "Once I too was filled with such youthful exuberance, inspiring admiration in countless souls. Alas, those days are but memories now. We are but ordinary men, Sir Jaime." Gus's words, laden with meaning, momentarily stunned Jaime, who then shook his head with a wry smile. Shifting away from irrelevant discourse, Jaime proposed, "Let us engage in a fair duel. Whoever triumphs shall concede, and the soldiers need not continue to bleed." "I accept your challenge." Gus nodded in agreement. They dismounted, Jaime discarding his helmet to reveal his golden hair and handsome visage. Without overthinking, he merely felt the helmet would impede his performance. "After you," Gus said as he positioned himself, sword poised towards Jaime. With that, Gus rested his great sword upon his shoulder. Jaime responded with a slight smile, not delaying any further. He drew his ornate golden lion-headed sword, advancing swiftly towards Gus. With a decisive step, he executed a perfectly executed, swift strike. Gus, having anticipated Jaime's move, had already braced himself. Upon perceiving the trajectory of Jaime's sword, he gripped the hilt of his great sword firmly and delivered a powerful counterstrike. A sharp sound resonated as their blades clashed, Gus's sword shattering Jaime's longsword and coming to rest upon Jaime's shoulder. The force of the blow sent Jaime's hair cascading, and the impact stirred up dust that swirled into a circle around him. Jaime stood in a daze, motionless, until Gus withdrew his sword, resting it upon his shoulder as he turned to leave. Suddenly, Jaime fell to his knees, head bowed in despair, his expression vacant as the hilt slipped from his grasp. "Bind him," Gus instructed Edmure with indifference. Edmure gazed at Gus with awe and quickly gestured to his men. A cadre of loyal guards hastened forward with ropes to secure Jaime. As Jaime faced impending capture, dozens of Lannister guards drew their swords, ready to charge. "Enough. I am defeated. Lower your weapons," Jaime shouted, his voice resonating with urgency. "Sir Gus is a man of honor. He would never harm you." Dozens of loyal guards, upon hearing the command, had no choice but to abandon their weapons, dismount, and kneel. Other Lannister cavalry either fled or dismounted to surrender. "Huzzah! We have triumphed. Long live the Knight of the Wailing Ghosts. Oh, long live Lord Gus. Long live the Ironblood Company. Oh yes, huzzah!" The warriors of Riverlands erupted into wild cheers, their jubilant voices echoing across the heavens. Edmund was among them, completely shedding his previous sense of detachment. Edmund swiftly arranged for the gathering of prisoners and cleaned the battlefield. "Immediately escort Jaime back to Riverrun. Assemble all the cavalry capable of fighting and don the Lannister armor. Come with me." Startled by this, Edmund questioned, "Sir Gus, have we not secured victory?" Gus shook his head, stating firmly, "We require a more profound victory. We must deliver a significant lesson to the Lannisters." Edmund's eyes gleamed with understanding, but Gus interrupted his thoughts. "Edmund, I do not trust anyone else. You must oversee the escort of the prisoners. Upon reaching Riverrun, inform Boron to gather all Ironblood warriors to support me." Seeing the sincerity and resolve in Gus's gaze, Edmund felt a surge of determination, nodding in agreement. After sending Edmund on his way, Gus summoned a few loyal Ironblood knights, ensuring all matters were arranged. Leading over 1,000 cavalrymen clad in Lannister armor, they set forth toward Goldtooth City, each rider mounted on 2 steeds, journeying tirelessly day and night. They finally caught up with a group of several dozen riders adorned in splendid armor. "Hey, you there. Whose subordinates are you?" The leader of this group, bewildered yet glancing greedily at Gus and his men, was taken aback by their dual mounts. However, in the next instant, a spear pierced through the leader's skull, and before the rest could react, their necks were ensnared by spears. "Now, who holds the highest rank here? Should no one answer, you shall all perish." The armed giant, having swiftly dispatched the leader, compelled the frightened nobleman to hastily designate a golden-haired youth. "It is him. He belongs to House Lannister, and his name is Daemon Lannister." The golden-haired boy, thrust forward by the others, bore a countenance of despair. "Are you truly of House Lannister?" the armed giant inquired, scrutinizing the boy with a woeful expression. The youth nodded. "Does anyone in Goldtooth City recognize you?" The giant pressed on. "Yes, I am betrothed to Jenny of House Lived, if you do not believe me. You may take me to Goldtooth City," the boy cleverly proposed. The giant nodded in satisfaction and signaled to his men, who charged into the camp. eliminating everyone else amidst the boy's terror-stricken visage. Trembling, the boy's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his trousers soaked. What happened? Which army do you belong to? Why are there so few of you returning? A soldier on the walls of Goldtooth City, observing the disheveled state of the Lannister soldiers below, questioned in confusion. Uncle Jaime has been defeated. Let me in quickly. I am Daemon Lannister. A golden-haired youth emerged from the defeated army, directing his ire towards the defending soldiers. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, the guards of the Shatter fortifications muttered curses under their breath and swiftly commanded their subordinates to open the city gates. They then offered their apologies to the youth standing below the walls, saying, "My apologies, my lord. I did not recognize you." The boy, indifferent to their words, turned and rejoined his ranks. The gates were soon opened, and the commander hastily rode out to greet him, repeatedly expressing his regrets. After surveying the crowd, he inquired, with a puzzled expression, "My lord Daemon, why do I not see my lord, the head of our house?" Daemon Lannister's countenance stiffened, but upon receiving a meaningful glance from a nearby giant, he quickly feigned composure and, with a sorrowful visage, replied, "Uncle Raedford has fallen." The commander was taken aback, falling into a heavy silence. "I am weary. I shall return now," Daemon Lannister stated, his face betraying exhaustion. The commander nodded, promptly making arrangements for the esteemed guest. Meanwhile, Jess's contingent concealed themselves amidst the disarray of the defeated forces. Under the auspices of Daemon Lannister, they transformed into confidants and protectors. Under Jess's supervision, Daemon Lannister behaved obediently. When his fiancée came to visit, Jess dismissed her. As night deepened into silence, Jess left a steadfast member of the Iron Blood Corps to guard Daemon and contacted the 1,000-strong troops he had brought along. Not long after, flames flickered in Golden Tooth, and the sounds of battle reverberated until the dawn of the following day, when all finally subsided. In the castle hall, Jess sat regally at the head of the table, while the chamber was filled with the kneeling nobility of Golden Tooth. A member of the royal guard, still bearing traces of blood, hastened to Jess's side and whispered urgently. Jess nodded, waved the guard away, and then closed his eyes to rest. The assembled nobles, both young and old, trembled in silence, too wary to disturb him. After approximately an hour, when the nobles' legs had grown numb from kneeling, a group of nobles adorned in garments emblazoned with the sigils of the Riverlands entered briskly. Leading them was Boron, the vice-captain of the Iron Blood Corps, clad in black armor with a red cloak draped over his shoulders. "Commander Jess?" Boron inquired, observing Jess propped up with his hand on his face, appearing to doze. "Yes, I have arrived," Jess replied, wiping his mouth and stretching lazily. Boron promptly offered a cup of warm milk. After savoring the fresh milk, Jess languidly declared, "The wealth and provisions concealed by these fellows shall be entrusted to Boron for management. As for other matters, my lords may arrange them as they see fit. I shall take my leave to rest. I am utterly exhausted after a night of slaughter." With that, Jess twisted his wrist, displaying an air of fatigue, and departed the castle hall under the awed gazes of the Riverlands nobility. "Ahem, then I shall rely on you all henceforth," Boron said, clearing his throat and adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The Riverlands nobles exchanged glances and promptly bowed to Boron, saying, "My lord Boron, you jest. It seems we shall rely on you even more in the future, ha." Boron tilted his head, spreading his hands, conveying a sense of indifference, as if to say, "As long as you find joy in this." According to the plan devised by Gus, Balin promptly arranged for the Iron Blood Brigade to besiege the castle, seizing control of all the messages. He instructed all scouts and archers to ensure that not a single flying creature escaped the city, and to eliminate any spies attempting to enter Golden Tooth. Only then did Balin commence the interrogation of the noble families regarding their finances and resources, ensuring that everything proceeded with stability. Gus and his brethren indulged in feasting and resting in Golden Tooth for a day, and on the following morning, they set out with the captive Daemon Lannister towards the next victim. By the time the old lion Tywin finally realized that his home had been plundered, 7 days had already elapsed. Meanwhile, Gus had deceived his way through the gates of Casterly Rock. Blast it! What a bunch of incompetents! Are there truly no capable individuals among the Lannisters? Tywin seethed as he perused a lengthy letter, which resembled more of a list than a correspondence, filled with names and the corresponding ransoms, leaving the old lion with a grim visage, his heart racing with anxiety. Casterly Rock had been breached, and I received not a whisper of warning. It is known that Casterly Rock has stood unassailed for centuries. I fear that in future discussions, when Tywin is mentioned, it will be said, "The old Tywin, who did not even know his home had been taken." Tywin scoffed bitterly, his fury casting a pall over those present. making them avert their gazes. The army of the wolf cubs was nearing the trident, while the stag and the rose loomed ominously. Our best option now is to retreat to King's Landing and await our moment, Tywin declared coldly. However, one of the old nobles from the Westerlands, still speaking at the meeting table, prompted Tywin to erupt. Is your son more important than mine? I have 2 sons and a plethora of grandsons and nephews, all in the hands of that damned foreign mercenary. The old noble trembled in fear, lowering his head into silence. After instructing his subordinates to reorganize the troops for departure, Tywin felt an overwhelming weariness, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Rubbing his temples, he commanded the wine steward beside him, "Pour me a drink." "Yes, lord," replied the fair-faced, short-haired wine steward promptly, bringing forth a jug to fill Tywin's cup. If Gus were present, he would have instantly recognized that the short-haired wine steward was none other than Arya Stark. During the rainy season of Casterly Rock, when the lords of the 7 kingdoms received news of the Lion's Den being raided, they were left utterly astounded, marveling at the legendary knight, champion of the tournament, whose acclaim in the songs of the 3 kingdoms was indeed well-deserved. Unaware of the outside world, Gus continued his relentless pursuit of treasure within the lioness domain. Alas, after countless encounters with lionesses, Gus finally caught the attention of the male lion in Coldwater Castle. Upon learning that Gus had not been able to deceive the gates after various attempts with the lionesses of several prominent families, he returned to Old Oak empty-handed, awaiting his opportunity. Damn it, wasn't it said that the Westerlands were particularly wealthy? Why are they so miserly when it comes to ransoms? Gus gazed at the multitude of letters adorned with various emblems scattered across the table, expressing his discontent. Who knows? Boron shrugged dismissively, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. I've mentioned it countless times. A small knight commands 50 golden dragons, a large knight 100, an earl 300, a marquis 1,000, and as for the duke, it seems we have yet to capture one. Gus paused, pursing his lips, his expression one of confusion. Ah, indeed. In business, fairness is paramount. Prices must be standardized. Only then can we demonstrate our integrity and avoid disturbing the market. Do you understand? He admonished Boron, tapping the list of orders in his hand, while Boron averted his gaze, appearing visibly guilty. At your age, should you not exercise some restraint? Can you truly engage in misconduct simply by indulging in idle chatter? You've navigated the 3 rivers for many years. You understand many matters, and I trust you. However, you are well aware of my rules. Gus continued, regarding Boron with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. Captain, I assure you, I shall not err again. Should I transgress, I shall accept military punishment. Fearing Gus's incessant lecturing, Boron stood upright, placing a fist over his heart as he pledged his oath, prompting Gus to relent, albeit begrudgingly signaling him to depart swiftly. Wait. Send this confidential letter to Tywin. After nearly a month of relentless toil, marked solely by violence and bloodshed, Gus finally found a moment to breathe. His days were consumed with writing letters, fervently recruiting and training soldiers. In the west, aside from a few prominent castles and islands in the east, almost all strongholds had been thoroughly plundered by Gus's forces, leaving the families within bereft of both resources and personnel. Gus confined the captives in Old Oak City, assigning each of them 3 personal guards, who took turns ensuring their safety. This measure alone had depleted nearly 1,000 troops Gus had brought from the Riverlands. Now, the castles in the west were nearly devoid of their lords, with only household retainers remaining to safeguard them. In some particularly dire situations, where even retainers were absent, Gus would generously allocate a few men to provide protection, preventing ill-intentioned individuals from taking advantage of the situation. Each day, he received letters of inquiry from the scholars or relatives of various castles, and as he sipped his milk, he continued to write and dispatch replies. However, on this particular day, an unexpected visitor arrived in Old Oak City. "My dear, what brings you here?" An embrace followed, as Gus lifted Marjorie's cloak, revealing her weary visage, prompting him to express concern. "My knight, you must be aware that Duke Lannister has proclaimed himself king. My grandmother insists I marry him for the sake of a more stable alliance. Upon learning of your arrival in Old Oak City, I discreetly slipped away." Marjorie's brow furrowed in distress as she recounted her predicament. "Oh, my beloved, while I am delighted by your presence, I sincerely hope you will refrain from such perilous escapades in the future." Gus held the young woman close, his gaze drifting to a maid standing at the doorway, accompanied by 2 guards, one elderly and one young, the former being a one-armed man. "I understand. We merely encountered robbers along the way," Marjorie lamented. Gus's expression sharpened, his eyes narrowing with concern. "Which scoundrel dares to wreak havoc in my territory?" Gus inquired nonchalantly. Before Marguerite could respond, the old guard at the entrance interjected, "My lord, they are not bandits at all. I recognize one of them. They belong to the Weber family." The Weber family was the very same that had sent Gus back empty-handed just days prior from the Cold Fortress. "Excellent. I appreciate the intelligence, good sir," Gus replied courteously, leaving the old guard astonished, who quickly shook his head, waving his one arm. "Might I trouble you to accompany me to the Weber family to demand an explanation?" Gus asked, though whether he went or not was of little consequence. He merely wished to apprehend that individual, preferably alive. "Of course, my lord," the old guard readily agreed. "Dearest, it grows late. Perhaps you should rest while the old gentleman and I step out for a moment," Gus said gently, grasping Marguerite's small hand. Marguerite gazed at Gus with concern, but his resolute expression prompted her to nod reluctantly. After ensuring Marguerite was settled, Gus summoned Poland and assembled several hundred troops. With the moonlight as their guide, they set forth towards the Cold Fortress. Sensing something amiss, Poland remained silent throughout the journey until they swiftly arrived at the fortress. The towering walls of the Cold Fortress reached a height of nearly 9 meters, with a small defensive river encircling it. Poland summoned a dozen skilled men, stealthily approaching the castle under the cover of darkness. In unison, they cast grappling hooks, silently ascending the walls of the fortress. The patrolling guards, upon realizing the intrusion, were swiftly pierced by a flurry of throwing knives. With a clang, the drawbridge was lowered, and Gus, at the forefront, brandished his dragon-slaying greatsword, charging towards the castle gates. His sword raised high before the watchful eyes of hundreds. With the sword's keen whistle, the gates thundered and shattered, crashing to the ground. "Follow me into battle," Gus bellowed, rushing into the fortress. The arriving guards barely comprehended the assailants before the great sword swept through, leaving devastation in its wake. "Old sir, can you identify the culprit?" Gus inquired, pointing towards a group kneeling in the castle hall. The old guard, still recovering from the recent battle, nodded reverently and approached the crowd. Before long, he halted, pointing in hatred at a young nobleman clad in opulent attire, exclaiming, "My lord, it is this man." The pointed nobleman's heart raced in terror. What do you intend to do? I am a noble. You cannot kill me." He quivered. It was the lord of Weber City. Gus cast a cold glance at him, and, with an icy demeanor, addressed Poland, "This man shall remain alive. Execute all other members of the Weber family, sparing only the women." "Ah, no, my lord. What have we done wrong?" they pleaded. "Indeed, my lord, we beg you to spare us." Regardless of the pleas, the members of the Iron Blood Brigade remained utterly unmoved. Before long, the vast hall of the castle was awash in blood, leaving only a group of women and Lord Weber standing. "Can anyone sing the reign of Castamere? If not, then perish," Gus coldly inquired of the surviving women. "I can, my lord," one of them responded. Lord Weber, overwhelmed by despair, never imagined that this tune would echo in his own home. In his anguish, he erupted in furious curses. "You demon, you are a butcher. You are unworthy of the honor of a knight of the realm. I curse you to the depths of hell." Balin silenced him with a brutal punch that shattered his mouth, followed by relentless blows until he fell unconscious, plunging the hall into silence. The women then began to sing, their haunting melodies resonating throughout the castle, imbued with a unique charm. But now, the sound of rain filled his hall, and no one could hear it, not even their own souls. "Damn those foreign scoundrels. They have no regard for the laws of the kingdom. Whoever dares to apprehend this traitor and bring him to King's Landing for judgment will surely be rewarded with the Cold Fortress." Queen Cersei Lannister raged within the Red Keep, while Tywin, the hand of the king, stood expressionless in the front row. The hall buzzed with discussion, yet none were willing to undertake such a perilous task. What a jest! That is the ghostly Howler, the fierce warrior renowned as the strongest knight in the Seven Kingdoms. A misstep, and one might find oneself singing the reign of Castamere. Cersei was nearing madness, unable to care for the new wrinkles marring her once flawless visage. Her lover Jaime was captured, their homeland occupied, and even her formidable father Tywin was compelled to seek refuge in King's Landing. The world outside was tumultuous, 5 factions poised to strike, threatening to invade at any moment, ensuring a grim fate for herself and her children. Her only hope now lay in the hostages, Ned Stark and Sansa Stark. Unlike the original tale, Tywin had taken charge of King's Landing early on, thus sparing Ned from the deranged whims of Joffrey. Tywin frequently dispatched the spider, Varys, to the dungeons to persuade Ned, promising that if he confessed his alleged crimes, he would be spared. In addition, the old lion feverishly wrote letters to forge alliances, marrying his granddaughter Myrcella off to Dorne, seeking to gather as many allies as possible. Gus chuckled as he read the conditions laid out in the letters. "My knight, what brings you such joy?" Marjorie inquired softly. My dear, look here. These are the terms laid out by the old lion. Such enticing conditions. Marjorie, puzzled, took the letter from Gus and read it carefully. Her frown deepening with each line. What a wicked scheme. My dear, you cannot be considering this seriously, can you? Marjorie scolded with concern. How is that possible? Right now, the Hajian territory is entirely under my command. The western lands are profoundly rich, but I only need to gradually encroach upon them. In due time, my dear Marjorie will assist me. Who among the 3 alliances and 7 kingdoms would dare challenge me? Indeed, the mere title of Guardian of Hajian. Tywin may not even be aware that half of the nobles there have already pledged allegiance to him. Even Edmure has become a devoted admirer of Gus. Marjorie gazed deeply at the spirited man before her, her admiration overflowing like a fountain, as she shifted restlessly upon Gus's lap. My dear, let us not play with fire in broad daylight. I'm not, he replied. I simply feel a bit itchy. Thunder and lightning, rain and mist. The great river surged forth. Far away in King's Landing, Tywin's headache intensified, his posture becoming increasingly hunched. This was because Robb's army had arrived at the gates of King's Landing the previous night. Fortunately, the defenders discovered them in time. Otherwise, Tywin dared not imagine the consequences. Thus, he executed the scouts responsible for the oversight. The following morning, Tywin witnessed Robb grasping his eldest son Jaime by the hair, threatening to kill him unless Ned and Sansa were released. Tywin understood that Ned had already relented. If he could delay just a little longer, Ned would surely dispel the rumors surrounding his grandson, and the honor of House Lannister would be preserved. Tywin feigned indifference, believing he could dismiss the young wolf. But the next moment his eyes widened in shock. Under Tywin's furious gaze, Robb withdrew a dagger from Jaime's thigh and declared menacingly, Jaime stabbed my father, so I shall return the favor. With that, he turned and left, allowing Jaime to fall to the ground, where he was subsequently dragged back to camp. Tywin, consumed by rage, observed the scene as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. He spent the entire day in silence, with no one daring to speak to him. Troubled, Tywin endured a sleepless night, hearing that Robb had returned in the afternoon, this time capturing the imp, humiliating him under the pretense of his sister being mistreated. The night passed in torment until the next day. When Tywin finally received good news, Ned was willing to confess his crimes. Dragging Ned and Sansa to the battlements, the old lion rarely smiled, awaiting Ned's admission of guilt. However, unexpectedly, upon seeing his son, Ned abruptly changed his stance, berating Joffrey as a bastard and declaring Stannis the rightful heir to the throne. Cersei and Joffrey were left dumbfounded, while Tywin's expression remained impassive. Enraged, Joffrey attempted to execute Ned on the spot, but was halted by his father. In the end, after some negotiations, both parties superficially reached an agreement, exchanging hostages. Robb departed with his father and sister under the cover of night, while Tywin, beleaguered by a series of misfortunes, returned to the Red Keep, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. He transformed into a true old lion, unleashing a furious rampage that left Joffrey in tears. Cersei's cunning manipulation of Joffrey incited Tywin to unleash a torrent of invective upon both mother and son, leaving Jaime and the imp cowering outside, their backs pressed against the wall, too fearful to make a sound. That night, Tywin, having vented his frustrations, enjoyed an unusually restful sleep, even dreaming of his beloved wife. Meanwhile, the red comet illuminated the night sky. Your Majesty, even the heavens seem to celebrate our wedding, remarked Arya Hightower of Old Town, as she linked her arm with that of Renly, pointing towards the celestial phenomenon. Indeed, my beautiful lady, even the gods rejoice at my coronation as king of the 7 kingdoms, Renly replied in a manner befitting the nobility, which caused Arya to feel a twinge of discontent. She was the cherished daughter of House Hightower, a cousin of Marjorie. Recently, Marjorie had whimsically asked her if she wished to be queen, to which Arya had merely laughed, dismissing the notion, as their grandmother had always favored Marjorie. Not long after, the Queen of Thorns approached her, inquiring if she wished to assume the mantle of queen. Upon further investigation, Arya discovered that her cousin had eloped with a legendary knight of the realm. What noble maiden does not dream of becoming a queen? Without hesitation, Arya conveyed her response to their grandmother. Thus, under her grandmother's guidance, Arya became Renly's queen. In the time following their union, Renly had summoned his vassals and organized festivities to bolster morale. However, he had yet to seek out Arya. Loras, what did our famed Knight of Flowers have to say? Renly reclined on his bed, cradling Loras, who was grooming his chest hair. Why dwell on your Knight of Flowers when you have me? Loras replied, his jealousy apparent. And what gives that hulking woman the right to be one of your rainbow guards? Renly sighed. Though we are numerous, Only Lord Tarly has truly achieved victory. As you well know, Loras pouted, displaying a petulant expression. Loras, speak to him again. If he swears fealty to me, with his prowess, I am willing to grant him the Westerlands once we vanquish the Lannisters. Loras stared at Renly in disbelief, their eyes locked in a moment of contemplation. Oh, my apologies, your majesty. I hope I am not intruding, Arya interjected, having come to find Renly on their wedding night, only to witness the intimate exchange between him and Loras. Though she had heard whispers of Renly's dalliances, this was her first real encounter, and she felt a flush of embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing to Renly. My dear, it is not as you think. Your brother is merely helping me groom. We were discussing matters. Renly stammered, caught in an awkward predicament. Arya, skeptical, cast a glance at Loras, who was fervently nodding his head in affirmation, his expression earnest. With uncertainty, Arya scratched her head and departed from the king's tent, her doubts lingering. Just emerging from the tent, originally in the storyline, Littlefinger was dispatched by the mischievous demon to find Catelyn. He stumbled upon Arya, who was slow to react and wore an expression of dismay. Lady Melisandre, the Peach King, the Empire. My brother's forces far surpass my own. If we cannot reach an agreement by tomorrow, then you shall deal with him, Stannis mused, softly grinding his teeth before turning to the red-robed priestess, who was casting fish bones into the fire. Melisandre nodded toward the flames. Her powers had surged recently, allowing her to perform more miracles. According to the edict from the high priest of the festival, the fire had already ignited on the continent of Essos, and her next task was to lure the king to the north to unite with the ice. The following morning, Renly met with his brother Stannis in his military camp. Abdicate the throne and swear fealty to me, and I shall spare your life, Stannis stated calmly. I command an army of 100,000. I presume you have witnessed their splendor? Renly replied scornfully while toying with a peach from a nearby fruit platter. I shall repeat myself. Swear allegiance to me, and I assure you, as long as I have no sons, you shall remain my first heir. Stannis's flat tone was as unyielding as iron. Renly, puzzled by his brother's confidence, knew that since their parents' demise, Stannis had always been this way, so he did not take offense. Instead, he held up the peach and mockingly asked, Brother, care for a peach? Stannis remained impassive in the face of his brother's jest, reiterating monotonously, Submit to me, and I shall uphold my previous promises. Otherwise, you shall lose your life, Renly. The carefree Renly chuckled and replied nonchalantly. Then let us compete fairly for the throne on the battlefield, brother. Stannis furrowed his brow and ground his teeth lightly, gesturing to the Onion Knight, who tried to intervene. Before turning and leaving Renly's camp, Renly observed his brother's retreating figure with a complex expression. Outside the tent, Littlefinger entered with a warm smile, exclaiming, Your Highness, it has been so long. I have missed you dearly. Renly frowned, his demeanor tinged with disdain. That is unfortunate, for I have no desire for your company. Littlefinger's smile faltered as he attempted to continue speaking, but Renly's piercing gaze silenced him, leading to a sarcastic retort. I am well aware of your intentions. You always wear that smug expression, brimming with schemes. I have no interest in your words, for I fear a careless moment may lead to a venomous bite. With that, Renly pushed past Littlefinger and exited the tent, leaving him with a countenance akin to one who had tasted something foul. In the tent, the newly appointed Rainbow Guard, Brienne, cast a deep glance at the Littlefinger as she overheard King Stannis's words about a certain individual, before promptly following King Stannis as he departed. Aboard the longship heading back to Dragonstone, Stannis stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The Onion Knight, Davos, stood behind him, his face filled with earnestness. Your Grace, he is your brother, your beloved kin. Stannis ground his teeth lightly and replied in a measured tone, Davos, I appreciate your unwavering loyalty, yet he opposes me, and my forces are insufficient. Davos continued to implore, Your Grace, allow me to persuade him on your behalf. The sacrifice of a king bears significant advantages. The Red Woman, fearing Davos might sway Stannis, interjected hastily, The ancient gods of the north are stirring. We have little time left. You are the one true king of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis paid little heed to her earlier words. The Iron Throne, so close yet so distant, consumed his thoughts. You are deceiving his grace. You wretched foreign witch. The Onion Knight, filled with indignation, seized the wrist of the Red Woman and chastised her vehemently. Stannis furrowed his brow and barked, Enough. I am aware of my actions. Davos, words alone will not win wars. Do not meddle in this matter. Await my command. Recognizing the unmistakable authority in his king's voice, Davos refrained from further argument. Casting a disdainful glance at the Red Woman, he turned and departed hastily. The Red Woman smiled subtly, and once Davos had completely withdrawn, she leaned closer to Stannis, coaxing him gently. Your Grace, do you desire a son? Stannis's gaze sharpened. He had only one daughter, and his wife had lost her ability to bear children after several miscarriages. Now in his 30s, Stannis found himself ensnared by the alluring Melisandre's persuasion. In the Westerlands, Gendry had effectively sidelined the noble families, implementing various policies that benefited the common folk, earning their profound gratitude. Many dispirited soldiers, influenced by their families' urgings, flocked to this new sovereign. Gendry gathered them, integrating them into military training, while promoting those who excelled. Soon enough, countless citizens of the Westerlands recognized this as a rare opportunity for social advancement. An increasing number of individuals sought refuge with Gendry, including many talented individuals from neighboring realms, particularly from the Riverlands. Aside from the initial group of his comrades, Gendry assessed all newcomers according to set standards. Many who understood Gendry knew that in this place, meritocracy reigned. Thus, to thrive, one must either be skilled in combat or proficient in the written word. In a fleeting moment, the Western lands not only embraced a martial spirit, but also witnessed a flourish of literary contests. Within the newly constructed administrative hall of Cayenne City, Guest sat in his office, perusing numerous articles extolling the benefits to the populace and the nation, occasionally nodding in agreement or shaking his head in dissent. Initially, Guest had merely abducted a handful of nobles from Cayenne City, for the Lannister harbor still boasted a formidable fleet, and the garrisons stationed at various castles posed a significant challenge. Guest had intended to gradually encroach upon their power. However, to his surprise, the benevolent policies propagated among the people of the Western lands incited the oppressed citizens to rise against their tyrannical rule, subsequently flinging open the gates of their lord's castle to welcome Guest's army. Thus, mere days ago, amidst a cacophony of flowers and applause, Guest triumphed over the Lannister fleet and truly seized control of the entire Western lands, becoming the unacknowledged king without a crown. The grand square of Lannister Harbor now bore the name People's Harbor and People's Square. The square was teeming with throngs of people. Locke, clad in blood-red armor, dragged two bound elderly nobles, adorned in opulent attire, to the center of the square, hurling them to the ground with a resounding thud. He then ascended the platform, shouldering a massive axe, positioning himself behind Guest, who was draped in a black armor and red cloak. The enormous banner of red and black billowed in the wind, beneath which Guest held his great sword with an air of authority. It is over. We have claimed our honor. Guest addressed the two elderly nobles at the foot of the platform. One was the Lord of Silver Peak City, and the other, the Lord of Marked City, both delivered to him by their own subjects. To hell with you, foreign scoundrels. The castle is our birthright. Noble blood flows through our veins. This land belongs to us. These lowly subjects belong to us, shouted a voice from the crowd, oblivious to the countless hostile gazes that surrounded them. You no longer possess any subjects. Today, they have become citizens of the Iron Blood Empire. Guest proclaimed. Rejoice. The era of kings has ended. As long as one possesses strength, the Iron Blood Empire shall bestow freedom and wealth upon all. Long live the Empire. Long live the Empire. Instantly, the people's square erupted with thunderous cheers. As voices rang out in celebration, tears streaming down faces. Suddenly, a youth burst forth from the crowd, brandishing a slender sword and charging towards Guest atop the platform. As the sword lunged forth, Guest remained unfazed, while Locke, with a cold snort, stepped forward, seizing the slender sword with his left hand, ready to bring down his axe with the right. Guest gestured for Locke to halt, and the massive axe came to rest ominously against the youth's forehead. The boy relinquished his sword and collapsed to the ground. Ha! My servant has returned. You have sullied my garments, and you offend my sight. Guest chuckled. Do you not comprehend? It is divinity that grants me power. Claiming honor? A farce. This is our territory. Otherwise, it shall serve as our grave. The elderly noble sneered, his tone apathetic, exuding an air of superiority, culminating in a final rebuke. Child, show them. Dedicate yourself to your master. The old noble boasted with an air of superiority. But upon seeing the young boy with his head bowed and a troubled expression, he bellowed, Get up. At this command, the youth's eyes sharpened with determination, and he rose resolutely, replying coolly, No. The old noble was taken aback, then erupted in fury. You have some audacity. In the next moment, a colossal axe soared forth, silencing the noble as it pinned him to the ground. On the platform, Locke withdrew, while the boy collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the lifeless body of the noble. The Lord, with his hereditary power and hollow title, had compelled you to kneel. The Iron Blood Empire demands you to rise. It grants you rebirth in glory, for all to witness. Gus's resonant and rich voice resonated throughout the square, exuding an irresistible charm. The dazed boy turned at the sound. Meeting Gus's outstretched hand, his dark eyes gleaming like stars in the night sky. The boy furrowed his brow, suddenly awakening to the moment, and grasped Gus's hand. Standing upright with newfound resolve. Instantly, the square erupted in thunderous applause, the boy basking in the ovation, his gaze unwavering, as if he had been entirely reborn. Below the platform, a surviving old noble regarded Gus with a complex expression, fear intermingling with a glimmer of respect. "Ah, it is all you're doing." Inside the Red Keep, Joffrey was once again berated to tears by old Tywin, while Cersei appeared distraught, and Jaime hung his head. Tyrion sat at a distance, bewildered, sipping wine. The Westerlands had suddenly declared independence, and the Iron Islands had revolted again. However, for Tywin, this was fortuitous. Originally, the Tywin family would have faced 4 houses alone. But with the Iron Islands' reckless provocation of the North and the Riverlands, and Gus of the Westerlands now preoccupied with domestic matters, tensions were beginning to surface among the Baratheons. Old Tywin recognized this as an opportunity. "I have decided to marry you to Gus of the Westerlands, to stabilize the families," he stated coolly to Cersei. "No, I will not wed that wretched man." Cersei vehemently refused, while Jaime looked at their father with a conflicted expression. "You must marry him. It is for the family," Tywin asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "No, I refuse. I will not become a pawn in a marriage alliance again." With a resounding slap, Tywin struck Cersei, who had never before faced such violence from her father, leaving her in shock. Jaime rushed to support his sister, while Tyrion frowned, hesitant to intervene. "I will send out the letters today. You must prepare to return and manage the Westerlands," Tywin declared, turning away without a glance. Cersei glared at her father's retreating figure, her expression dark with resentment. "Cersei, I have fought alongside Gus. He is remarkably handsome and possesses honor," Jaime attempted to console her. But upon hearing this, Cersei retaliated with a slap to Jaime's face, her fury manifesting as she yanked the still-dazed Joffrey and strode away. Observing the disheartened Jaime, the imp offered comfort. "Dear brother, women do not console in such a manner. While Cersei has yet to depart, you should hasten to spend more time with her." Grateful for his brother's words, Jaime nodded appreciatively and hurried off to pursue Cersei. Merely days after the letter was dispatched, fresh tidings arrived, presenting Lord Tywin with a mixture of joy and concern. Lancel had been slain, and Brienne, the Rainbow Guard, had fled in guilt. The soldiers on duty reported seeing a shadow resembling Stannis infiltrate Lancel's tent, shortly before Lancel met his untimely death. Meanwhile, in Lancel's camp, Peter Baelish bore good news as well. The Tyrell family of Highgarden had consented to assist them, on the condition that King Joffrey must take one of their daughters as his bride. Tywin rarely displayed a smile, yet in that moment, a grin broke across his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a frown. Gus, the Iron Blood Emperor who had seized the Westerlands, had announced his impending marriage to Margaery Tyrell as his queen. Tywin felt thoroughly outmaneuvered, cursing vehemently, "Damn that old woman. Damn that foreign bastard. Damn it all." After venting his frustrations, Tywin swiftly penned a letter, summoned the maesters to dispatch several ravens, and then approached the window, gazing solemnly towards the west. In Riverrun, within the banquet hall of the castle of Edmure, he raised his cup, celebrating the victory with his vassals. During this time, he had led the people of the Riverlands in a ferocious defense against the invading Iron Men, a feat that brought him immense acclaim among his peers. Even his uncle, Blackfish, who had often looked down on him, raised a toast in his honor. Amid the laughter and merriment, Edmure surveyed his loyal vassals and friends, reveling in the joy of life. The sudden invasion by the Iron Men had significantly bolstered the reputation of the lords of the two realms, with the people of the Riverlands becoming fiercely resolute due to Gus's actions. The Iron Men paid a heavy price with each village they pillaged, as countless farmers, even young children, wielded makeshift weapons, determined to fight back with all their might. Stones and slingshots were gathered in a desperate bid to resist. Many lords, upon arriving to defend their territories, discovered that the battles had already concluded. The villagers were joyfully rummaging through the Ironmen's spoils. Among them were greedy lords attempting to seize the villagers' hard-won treasures. But the villagers paid them no heed, even threatening to fight them off. The lords, frustrated and reluctant to provoke further conflict, ultimately chose to depart in sullen silence. While the villagers cheered for freedom and long live Gus, the winds of liberty swept beyond Riverrun. The lords of the populous Riverbend region were the true victims, with bloody incidents occurring all too frequently. Waves of farmers, with their families in tow, hurriedly fled towards the west, while many returning lords vented their wrath against Gus. However, the Riverbend is currently engulfed in war, and the lords stationed at the family fortress cannot spare many troops to hinder the migration of their subjects. They must, therefore, beseech the greater lords above for assistance. Messages were sent back and forth, ultimately converging in the ears of an elderly lady preparing to depart for King's Landing. What a cunning little fellow he is. I wonder if he can endure until the end. The true power behind Highgarden, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna mused to herself. Opposite Olenna sat a young man of refined appearance, though he was afflicted with a limp. "Grandmother, I must go to my sister." "Your presence is essential to secure King's Landing," said the young man, who was none other than Marjorie's elder brother, Loras Tyrell. Once defeated by Prince Oberyn of Dorne in a tournament, he had suffered a lifelong disability, spending his days at home immersed in books and correspondence. It was said that he maintained regular correspondence with Oberyn, known for his elegance, amiability, and broad-mindedness. "Oh, does the young lord wish to venture out? Or perhaps to meet some heroic figures?" Olenna pretended to be surprised, causing Loras to smile awkwardly. After observing Loras for a moment, Olenna suddenly appeared melancholic. Reaching out to caress Loras's face as she remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your grandfather in his youth, though not quite as foolish." Loras fell silent, and Olenna withdrew her hand, regaining her tranquil demeanor. "When you see your sister, tell her that she is right. It is I who have grown forgetful." Loras was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a look of joy directed at Olenna. "And inform that scoundrel who deceived my precious granddaughter that if he dares to bully my little Rose, this old woman will personally pay him a visit with my cane to knock some sense into his head." Loras squinted his eyes in laughter, nodding vigorously. After Ned's rescue, Robb finally relinquished the burden of pressure from the northern lords and sought solace in the embrace of his father, where he wept profoundly. This deeply troubled Ned, who expressed his gratitude to his old friends before embracing his 15-year-old son for an extended conversation, having not seen each other for several months. Witnessing Robb's newfound maturity and composure, Ned felt an even greater pang of guilt. Brother, the once naive girl, having endured great trials, had matured significantly, sobbing as she threw herself into her brother's arms, who was half a head shorter than her. "Wah, brother, they forced me to write those letters. They threatened to kill father if I refused." Sansa cried, her face awash with tears. "I had my suspicions. All the while, I worried for you and father. Thank goodness uncle and the others won the battle. Otherwise, I would not have known how to rescue you both." Robb consoled his sister, holding her close. "Eddard?" Ned inquired. Puzzled, wondering when his brother-in-law had become so formidable. Was this still the same foolish young man who only indulged in revelry with his companions? "It is as such." Robb discerned his father's confusion and began recounting the tale of the Battle of the Red Fork and the current state of the Seven Kingdoms. "I never anticipated that the young man possessed such remarkable abilities. By this reckoning, our family owes him an immense debt of gratitude." Ned sighed deeply, while Robb and Sansa gazed at him with a mixture of reverence and admiration. "Father." At that moment, another figure appeared at the door, none other than Arya, who had vanished following Ned's capture. "Arya, sister." Arya threw herself onto Ned, clinging tightly to her father's neck, terrified of being separated again. The family exchanged warm greetings, creating a heartwarming scene, and aside from their familial bonds, much of the conversation revolved around the now illustrious and legendary man. "Sansa, I heard that nobleman presented you with flowers. Do tell me what sort of person he truly is." Robb inquired, his tone brimming with expectation. "He is exceedingly handsome and possesses extraordinary martial skills. When he unexpectedly bestowed the garland upon me that day, I nearly fainted." Sansa replied, producing a withered flower crown from somewhere and holding it close to her heart, her face radiating sheer happiness. Robb stared in astonishment. Arya widened her eyes, while Ned merely shook his head with a smile. Robb, I have encountered him as well. I witnessed him single-handedly slay dozens of Lannisters and frighten away over 100 more." Upon hearing this, Ned was taken aback, and Robb's jaw dropped. His eyes filled with shock. Arya must have been referring to the time when Gendry was purging the remnants of the Mountain's forces in the Riverlands. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Ned beamed at the sight of his children gathered together, chattering harmoniously, eager to return home to see his wife. Ned was preparing for another visit to the Riverlands to see his brother-in-law when news reached him of an assault on Bear Island and an invasion from the Iron Islands. He dispatched 500 Northern cavalry to Daisy Mormont, along with reinforcements from other families that had been attacked, and Ned hastily broke camp to return to Winterfell. The North's terrain is flat with broad roads, and after 3 days and nights of rapid marching, weary and worn, Ned's army arrived at Winterfell just in time to witness his foster son, Theon Greyjoy, rallying a small band of Ironborn at the gates, proclaiming his intent to bring chaos to the castle. Father, I was wrong. Father, I was misled. Please, I beg you to hear my explanation. A bruised and battered Theon pleaded, bound and thrown onto a cart. As he watched the increasingly desolate road, Theon's eyes widened with dread. This path was the very one they had taken over the past decade to transport criminals to their executions. Father, I shall never dare again. Truly, I will not. I implore you, for the sake of the years you raised me, spare me. Father. At this, Ned's anger flared, his lips twitching in frustration. He cracked the whip and urged his horse onward. Theon's pleas fell on deaf ears as he was forcibly dragged from the cart, his legs trembling beneath him, and was led through a tranquil grove. Pray before the graves of your deceased brothers. Ned gripped Theon's neck and tossed him to the ground. Upon realizing he was not being executed, Theon quickly turned to look at Ned. Ned shook his head in disappointment, and a sense of emptiness enveloped the scene, leaving him devoid of strength even to utter a prayer at the gravesite. Once Scene had confessed, Ned lifted him up, and after a return to Winterfell, he cast him into the dungeon. After dealing with the troubling matters, and sharing a warm, subtle moment with his family, Ned began to organize the Northern Army, swiftly transforming the North into an impregnable fortress. The Ironborn invaders collided with a solid wall, reaping no rewards and suffering considerable losses instead. Faced with insurmountable odds, the Ironborn were forced to scatter throughout the North, raiding villages. Ned had no choice but to lead his troops in a campaign of eradication, momentarily dragging all of the North into turmoil, allowing the old lion a brief respite. The fresh, succulent squid sizzled on the iron plate as moisture evaporated, causing splatters of oil to leap forth, exuding a unique aroma of charred seafood. How does it taste, my brother-in-law? This iron plate squid, what say you? Jess inquired, presenting a platter of squid coated in sauce, deftly using chopsticks to feed it to little Rose. The enticing aroma of dog food could hardly compete with that of the iron plate squid. Velis was left with grease dripping from his mouth, unaccustomed to spicy food. He panted while pouring himself more wine, rendering the scene quite comical. Dear brother, this was personally made for me by my husband. If you wish to indulge, you may prepare some yourself. Although little Rose partook with a semblance of decorum, her cheeks were puffed out as well. Sister, have you forgotten how much your brother adored you when we were young? It's merely a platter of squid. Let your beloved knight Jess prepare you a few more servings. Velis remarked nonchalantly as he continued to eat. Indeed, Velis is my brother-in-law. It's a rare occasion, merely enjoying some squid. Jess said cheerfully, wrapping his arm around Velis while smiling at Marguerite, his hand surreptitiously smearing grease onto Velis's opulent golden rose attire. Such an understanding husband you have, sister. I am genuinely happy for you, and bless you for finding true love, Velis said, subtly shifting his shoulders to evade Jess's playful retribution. Brother, your presence at our wedding is the greatest blessing, little Rose said, stifling a laugh and casting knowing glances at Jess. It was then that Jess decided to relent, encouraging the two to reminisce while quietly grilling the squid. As the day of the wedding approached, it was established as a day of celebration for the citizens of the Iron Blood Empire, marking the wedding of its founding emperor. Upon hearing the news, Jess decreed a day of rest for all citizens throughout the realm, with essential positions receiving triple wages. As the announcement spread, citizens rejoiced, sharing the news with unrestrained joy and bestowing blessings upon Jess. Furthermore, having grown weary of the burdens of obligatory overtime in previous lives, Jess instituted a series of labor rights and legal provisions for the citizens. As long as the empire maintained sufficient productivity, overtime would be categorically prohibited. Certainly, aside from military and political necessities, the essence of truth must be sufficiently profound to be justifiable. Sister, I admire your husband's courage and compassion. Yet the repercussions of his reforms will soon position him in opposition to the entirety of the Westerosi nobility. Velis gazed at his sister with concern. He held great respect for Gus's actions and even anticipated that Gus could usher in a completely new world. My dear brother, I comprehend your sentiments and appreciate your concern. Nonetheless, I shall eternally support my husband and his endeavors. You have witnessed the splendid transformation of the Westerlands. The citizens thrive in happiness, the elderly are cared for, and the youth are nurtured. The eyes of the populace shimmer with a vibrant spirit, reminiscent of the devoted in an oil painting. I firmly believe that if anyone dares to undermine this harmony, even with a hammer and sickle, the citizens of the empire will fiercely defend it. Surely, you understand this, brother? Dressed in a resplendent red wedding gown adorned with golden roses, Marjorie assisted Velis in his wheelchair, handing him his cane as she continued. The Iron Empire welcomes all capable individuals. As long as you possess strength or intelligence, you too can attain glory and respect within the Empire. Velis, momentarily taken aback by her words, steadied himself with his cane and limped alongside his sister towards the elevated platform in the public square. Miss Marjorie. The beloved Miss Marjorie has arrived. The crowd erupted in exclamations, young men and women gazing at her with admiration. In the community, Marjorie had established a nurturing academy, accepting the elderly, the weak, and orphans, generously performing acts of kindness, earning her significant influence as she was nominated by countless citizens. Observing his sister embrace the adulation of the people, Velis felt a wave of nostalgia. To celebrate my wedding, many citizens have traveled far to offer their blessings, which has left me both astonished and profoundly grateful. I thank you all for your heartfelt congratulations and the effort you have made to be here. In return, the king and I have decided to bestow gifts upon all citizens, wishing that you too may grow old with your loved ones and cherish a lifetime together. Marjorie proclaimed, prompting a fervent applause from the audience, who cried out in unison, "Long live." Velis, filled with emotion, gazed lovingly at his sister and nodded in acknowledgement. Below the platform, the crowd erupted in further excitement. "Look, His Majesty has arrived. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, how handsome and tall the king is." The crowd exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I love you, Your Majesty." Clad in resplendent gold and crimson attire, Gus ascended the platform, holding roses, and exchanged a nod with Velis before kneeling to present the flowers to Marjorie. "Beautiful Miss Marjorie, please marry me." Marjorie placed her hand over her heart, her face radiant as she looked towards the crowd. "Marry him, marry him, marry him." The throng fervently cheered in support of Gus. Marjorie turned to face Gus, and they shared a smile. She accepted the flowers and closed her eyes. Gus leaned in, embracing Marjorie and brushing his cheek against hers, and they shared a passionate kiss. Below, countless young men and women were deeply moved, some even shedding tears. Before the witness of tens of thousands of citizens in the People's Square and the esteemed Grand Scholar, the two individuals fulfilled their sacred vow. Gus slipped a ring onto Margaret's finger, and amidst a cascade of blossoms, he lifted her in his arms. To the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Margaret was cradled by Gus as they gracefully made their way into the newly constructed imperial palace. The West celebrated with great fervor, while Stannis, having resolved matters with his brother Renly, took residence in Storm's End, diligently gathering the remnants of Renly's former supporters. In the north, efforts were concentrated on purging the Ironborn, leaving only Edmure, the Duke of Riverrun, to bask in the accolades bestowed by his beloved friends and loyal vassals. My Lord Edmure. The beauty of Cersei is renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and behind her stands the wealthiest family in Westeros, the Lannisters. Your union is the will of the people. With the recent passing of his father, Edmure felt an unsettling sense of confusion. Listening to the earnest counsel of the aged scholar who had watched him grow, he could barely conceal his disdain. "No, I shall not accept this. I will never forget the disgrace the Lannister family has brought upon the Tully name," Edmure declared vehemently. The old scholar, who had devoted his life to serving House Tully, watched helplessly as the family descended into despair, prompting him to offer his advice. Observing the lack of support from other nobles of Riverrun and the evident distaste in Edmure's gaze, he felt a mixture of sorrow and anger. His stature seemingly diminished in that moment. "Scholar, I respect your years of service to Riverrun, so I implore you to cease these discussions. Now, please take your leave and rest," Edmure said, turning away with a dismissive pout. "Yes, my lord," the old scholar replied with a bow, departing in a state of melancholy. "You should know, he acts in your best interest," Blackfish remarked quietly to his nephew. "I understand, but it is too late," Edmure responded, his expression hollow. Noticing the rare tenderness in Blackfish's eyes, he continued, "I do not harbor hatred towards him, nor towards those sycophants surrounding me. I recognize my own capabilities, and I owe him a debt of life. The people of Riverrun admire him. Countless subjects across the Seven Kingdoms hold him in esteem. Even I hold him in esteem." As he spoke, the previous confusion faded, and a remarkable brilliance ignited in his eyes. Blackfish observed as Edmure seemed transformed in that moment. He had long been aware of the rumors surrounding Edmure, having witnessed his journey to this pivotal point. Edmure gazed through the window at the night sky, where countless stars shimmered, casting their glow over the earth. He felt as though the stars had descended upon Riverrun, bringing light and hope to its people, and bestowing happiness and prosperity upon those who had suffered the ravages of war. "The kingdom of Riverrun is destined to be absorbed by the Empire. I shall not resist. Nor shall I tarnish the honor of House Tully," Becoming a figure of scorn for future generations, Edmure declared with unwavering resolve. Blackfish regarded his suddenly matured nephew, then burst into hearty laughter, his demeanor lightening. Huh, silly boy, have you forgotten the Empire's proclamation? Edmure looked at his uncle Blackfish with a trace of confusion. The honor of the Tully family shall not fade into oblivion within the annals of history. The fish banner will soar high in the Hall of Heroes of the Empire, becoming an everlasting symbol of glory for all to witness. Edmund fixed his gaze upon his uncle, observing the steadfast countenance that stirred memories of a defiant, valiant man scolded by his father in his youth. Uncle, I understand now. I shall accomplish this. Father will witness everything from above. With newfound resolve and purpose, Edmund shed his youthful naivety, while Blackfish revealed a look of satisfaction, once more feeling the spirited vigor of his brother in his youth. For decades, the venerable Tywin had never been so profane, his face ablaze with fury, as Cersei and her sisters quaked in fear. Tywin cast a fierce glare at them before stepping to the balcony, gazing out at Blackwater Bay, though his heaving chest could not conceal the old lion's wrath. Edmund rejected the proposal of marriage and led the entirety of the Riverlands into the fold of the Iron Empire, elevating the Tully family to a renowned house of honor within the Empire. Father, please do not be angry. I am willing to marry Ser Loras of House Tyrell. Cersei softly spoke as she approached Tywin, entwining her arm around his. Tywin glanced at his daughter, whose beauty rivaled that of her youth, then turned his gaze back to the sea, nodding in acknowledgement. Significant portions of the Lannister forces had joined Stannis, who now divided his troops, advancing both by land and sea towards King's Landing. Everything within the city must be meticulously arranged. Failure in this endeavor would lead to dire consequences. As Tywin's words elicited varied expressions among the sisters, even the imp fell silent in contemplation. As a father, I have neglected your upbringing. This is my fault. However, everything I do is for the family. Nothing is more paramount than family, Tywin stated, turning to face his daughters, his expression calm, yet his tone resolute as he continued. I will perish, and so shall you. Only the family can endure through the generations. Your grandfather, my father, was a weak and merciful man. He was a good father, but not a worthy patriarch. The honor of House Lannister diminished under his reign, even earning the derisive title of the Laughing Lion from other nobles. With a mix of nostalgia and disappointment, Tywin spoke as if recounting a tale. It was I who restored the dignity of House Lannister. Yet my overzealous focus on the family led me to neglect your guidance. Now, House Lannister stands at the brink of life and death, and whether the lion's roar continues depends upon you. I have grown old. The family will inevitably be entrusted to your care. Therefore, I implore you to awaken to the reality that, despite the lion's current plight, he is not a mere sheep to be trifled with. At that moment, the three sisters fully grasped the weight of their father's burden, realizing that the lion teetered on the edge of a precipice. If they did not fight with all their might, a bottomless abyss awaited them. Cersei regarded her two brothers with a gaze that conveyed unspoken disappointment. She understood that they had never truly prioritized the family. The honor of House Lannister now rested squarely upon her shoulders. I understand, father. Cersei calmly addressed her parent before turning away, not sparing a glance at Jaime or Tyrion as she hastily departed. Jaime's expression was one of despondency, while Tyrion, the imp, bore a countenance of resigned familiarity. Nodding at his brother, Jaime too made his swift exit. Why do you linger? Do you possess any valuable counsel for this impending conflict? Tywin remarked with a hint of disdain directed at Tyrion. Father, Cersei is a woman, and Jaime has sworn his allegiance to the Kingsguard. It is only I. Tyrion's words were abruptly interrupted by Tywin. Enough. Casterly Rock has been lost. The Westerlands no longer belong to House Lannister. Even if they did, I would never entrust Casterly Rock to you. Never. Tyrion was momentarily taken aback, but pressed on. But father, the Kingsguard has taken vows. Jaime cannot wed or sire children. It is I. I am your most suitable heir. Silence. You wretched creature. You who brought death upon your mother at birth. A life ensnared by desires. A purveyor of vice. You are the disgrace of House Lannister. Tywin's cold words pierced Tyrion's heart, a searing pain enveloping him. Bowing his head in anguish, Tyrion soon raised it, eyes ablaze with fury, and exclaimed to his father, "This is not my fault. Do you think this is what I desired? You were born handsome, tall, and noble, while I am merely a mocked dwarf. Had it not been for your esteemed lineage, I might have been drowned at birth. You raised me. I am grateful for your greatness, but do not forget what you have done to me." Tywin sneered dismissively, his gaze heavy upon Tyrion, imposing immense pressure upon him. Yet, Tyrion continued, "The world has branded me as the imp, and I have donned this guise solely to earn your approval. I have had enough. I shall emerge from your shadow. I will prove that a dwarf is not inherently wicked. I will reclaim the honor of House Lannister from the Westerlands. Tonight, I shall depart. Father, take care." With that, Tyrion bowed deeply to Tywin, exchanged a resolute glance with his father, and decisively exited the chamber, leaving Tywin with a countenance of complex emotions. Tyrion's motives were manifold. He sought to create an escape route for the family should Stannis prevail in battle, and simultaneously to demonstrate his worth to Tywin, contingent upon Tywin's survival post-conflict. Regardless of how others would perceive Tyrion's departure, he packed his belongings, accompanied by his loyal guard Podrick, and set sail from King's Landing to Blackwater Bay. On the shore, clad in opulent armor, Jaime held a torch aloft, watching the vessel carrying his brother depart, silently praying to the Seven for Tyrion's safe passage. Before turning away, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, "My lord, your brother has returned," Podrick informed Tyrion. The little demon turned his back to Bode and waved his hand. Bode nodded slightly, his eyes filled with concern, yet he slowly exited the room. The little demon was already in tears, raising his sleeve to wipe his face, but the tears flowed like a bursting dam, unstoppable. "Damn it," he cursed, collapsing onto the floor. "Your Highness, ahead lies Blackwater Bay, where all the warships are ready and awaiting your command," the Onion Knight Davos said, bowing slightly to Stannis at the bow of the ship. "Excellent. You shall command the fleet in this battle," Stannis said, grinding his teeth softly. Davos appeared bewildered and hastily advised Stannis, "But I lack experience in commanding battles. Will this arrangement not displease Lord Aemon?" Stannis frowned slightly and replied coolly, "I am his liege. If he is dissatisfied with the arrangement, he may come to see me." Aemon, mentioned by Davos, was a member of Stannis' mother's family, with the fief being the Greenstone Fortress on Aemon Island. Seeing Stannis' unyielding demeanor, Davos could only nod in acquiescence, his expression conflicted. Observing Davos' hesitance, Stannis inquired calmly, "Do you still carry your amulet?" Davos promptly retrieved a pouch from his chest and said earnestly, "This is a symbol of my honor. I will cherish it as a family heirloom to remind my descendants." Stannis silently acknowledged, appreciating the valuable qualities Davos possessed, which those opportunists around him would never comprehend. "I have served as a counselor in King's Landing for many years, well acquainted with the city's vulnerabilities. This battle will surely see King's Landing fall to me. And you, Davos, I shall appoint you as my hand of the king, to govern the 7 kingdoms and handle affairs of state." Stannis' declaration left Davos wide-eyed, struggling for words. "Your Highness, I am illiterate, merely a commoner by birth, and once a smuggler. Had you not knighted me, I would still be toiling in a flea-ridden den for my daily bread." Stannis interrupted, "I know what manner of man my wife's brother is. If you cannot read, you may learn. I am eager to see the expressions of those nobles when a commoner rises to the position of prime minister." Feeling the weight of Stannis' regard, Davos was deeply moved but continued to plead, "I am grateful for your esteem, and I am content with my current life, yet I have nothing to offer. No, you possess a loyalty they lack. It is a quality they will never understand. Thus, you shall not refuse your liege any longer." Stannis interrupted once more, his words touching Davos profoundly. After a deep bow of gratitude, Davos departed slowly. As night fell, the fleet swiftly entered Blackwater Bay, where a thick mist rose from the sea, drastically reducing visibility. "Your Highness, it seems the enemy has not deployed their fleet. They must be preparing for a landing operation." Stannis spoke softly, while Davos furrowed his brow, a sense of inexplicable unease washing over him. As he commanded the fleet to decelerate in preparation for landing, a long ship suddenly materialized before them. Davos exclaimed, "Aegon!" The archers aboard the warships ignited their arrows, drawing their bows taut. The enemy vessels glided towards Stannis, their decks shimmering with green phosphorescence, yet no one was aboard. Davos, eyes wide, cried out, "It is wildfire! Quickly scatter all ships!" No sooner had he spoken than a rocket soared from the shore. With a splash, it plunged into the water, leaving both sides stunned. "Damn it," Tywin cursed, preparing to command the capture and execution of the archer. Fortunately, the next arrow struck a ship laden with wildfire, and Sir Island on the shore wiped his brow of cold sweat. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through King's Landing from Blackwater Bay, as Stannis' fleet suffered devastating damage. Davos, witnessing his son engulfed by wildfire, let out a cry of anguish. The ship rocked violently from the impact, and Stannis steadied himself. Once the vessel stabilized, he called out to Davos, who was lost in grief, "Rally all fleets, lower the swift ships, and let us assault the city." Davos hesitated, quickly replying, "Your Grace, disembarking now would cost us thousands." Stannis glanced at Davos and replied coolly, "It is thousands." With that, he leaped into a small boat, leading the fleet forward. Amidst a hail of arrows, the fleet approached the city walls. Upon landing on the sandy shore, Stannis led a contingent towards King's Landing's most vulnerable point, the Mud Gate. "Open the gates and advance," Tywin commanded calmly, and Sandor, the Hound, nodded, swiftly opening the gates and leading the Lannister soldiers forth. The two forces collided rapidly, the sounds of battle reverberating throughout Blackwater Bay. Sandor was the first to swing his sword, dispatching several enemy soldiers in an instant, invigorating the Lannister troops. However, Stannis' forces were vast, quickly encircling Sandor's men at the gate. After bravely slaying a dozen foes, Sandor was suddenly startled by a passing fire mage, freezing in place. An enemy soldier seized the opportunity to ambush him, but Sandor quickly dodged, retaliating with a lethal strike. Scarred by a childhood incident where his brother Gregor had held him down and burned half his face, Sandor harbored a deep-seated fear of flames. The battlefield, now illuminated by fire and filled with screams, resurrected his trauma. With no desire to continue the fight, Sandor dispatched another advancing enemy before turning back toward the city gate. Seeing their commander retreat, the Lannister soldiers lost their resolve and hastily withdrew within the gates. On the wall, Tywin remained silent, while Prince Joffrey glared at Sandor, angrily shouting, "Damn you, dog! Who the hell told you to retreat? Get back out there!" Sandor disdainfully glanced at Joffrey, ignoring him as he bellowed, "Bring me some wine." The attendant hastily brought forth a waterskin to Sandor. After taking a sip, Sandor discarded the waterskin with a furious exclamation, "To hell with it. I desire wine." The attendant, trembling, promptly presented a wineskin. Joffrey, witnessing Sandor's blatant disregard for his authority, felt his chest swell with indignation as he drew his sword, pointing it at Sandor, and commanded, "Dog, by the king's decree, I order you to venture forth and slay the enemy. Do you hear me?" Having taken several swigs of wine, Sandor, clutching the wineskin, glanced at Tywin and then at Joffrey, before disdainfully retorting, "To hell with the king, to hell with the Lannisters." Having voiced his contempt, he discarded the wineskin and turned, sword at his back, making his exit. "Stop. Do not leave. You are the king. The soldiers fight for you. You must remain here." Tywin's gaze was profound, his formidable presence instilling fear in Joffrey, who stood frozen, ultimately complying and remaining atop the battlements to observe the unfolding battle. With no forces to impede Stannis' landing, his army swiftly disembarked, deploying ladders against the walls. Tywin was compelled to retreat with Joffrey to a safer position. Kill. Rush into the city and slay the Lannister scum. Eliminate all who dare to resist. Stannis bellowed, leading his men onto the battlements, cutting down the encroaching soldiers. The ensuing clash between the two forces resulted in a swift accumulation of corpses. As time elapsed and the walls appeared on the brink of capitulation, the morale of the Lannister forces dwindled. Tywin gripped Joffrey's arm tightly, closing his eyes to await fate. At that moment, a tremor emanated from the coastline of Blackwater Bay. Accompanied by the glow of flames, a formidable cavalry emerged, spearheaded by a figure clad in opulent armor, charging into Stannis' landing troops and wreaking havoc. It is Prince Renly. The spirit of Prince Renly has returned. Flee. Renly has come for vengeance. The Stannis army instantly crumbled. Stannis, witnessing this chaos from the battlements, cursed vehemently, reluctantly being dragged down by his loyal guards. Thus, the Battle of Blackwater concluded with King Joffrey emerging victorious, while the battered Stannis retreated to Dragonstone to lick his wounds and regain his strength. The Tyrell family, having played a pivotal role, received lavish rewards. Garland Tyrell, known for his valor and the brother of Loras, donned Renly's armor and slew an enemy commander during the battle. He was elevated by Tywin to the title of Count of Brightwater Keep, inheriting the ancestral stronghold of House Florent. Loras, esteemed for his honor, was ennobled as the White Knight and became a member of the Kingsguard, joining Jaime's protective detail. Originally, the former queen of Renly, Margaery Tyrell, became the betrothed of Joffrey. Poor Margaery, enamored by Joffrey's striking handsomeness, was yet unaware of the twisted nature that awaited her. After a series of bestowals and promotions, Tywin finally found the time to meet with Olenna, and they engaged in a lively conversation. "Must one ascend to such heights merely to see you? At my age, I prefer a more level path," the Queen of Thorns remarked, taking Tywin's seat in the Prime Minister's office with a tone of reproach. "Life will soon yield a mountain of bones. The great sword will inevitably descend upon the roses. Instead of lamenting, let us discuss how to deal with that young man." Tywin did not respond immediately. He poured himself and Olenna a glass of wine, taking a sip before speaking. Olenna pursed her lips, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. The seeds of the rose have already been embedded in the great sword. Surely, even in dire circumstances, the sword will not harm the flowers. Besides, the dire wolf bears grudges. When the pack descends, what will the battered lion do? In the art of repartee, Olenna's title as the Queen of Thorns was well earned. Tywin, maintaining his composure, poured more wine for Olenna and replied, Dorne has already acquiesced to my request. Prince Oberyn is on his way to assume the position of legal advisor at the Privy Council. Olenna, having received the news earlier, took a sip of wine and remarked with a hint of irony, it seems all this effort is merely for a position of settling debts. Tywin's lips twitched at her words, as he rose to refill her glass once more. Olenna quickly covered her cup, gazing up at Tywin and inquiring, The great dragon of the East is beginning to awaken. What shall we do? Tywin, his expression calm, fixed his gaze on Olenna and replied, The Lannisters will ensure the dragon hears the roar of the lion. Upon hearing this, Olenna regarded Tywin with an expression of admiration, her face illuminating with a sense of profound respect. Although she understood that Tywin had no avenue left to retreat, she still expressed her admiration, exclaiming, My, how you still retain your formidable presence. In the Westerlands, the Imperial Palace of Dragonstone welcomed 2 distinguished guests today. Your Highness, how does this imperial wine compare to that of Dorne? Jess inquired, taking a sip of the crystalline liquor that bore a resemblance to a fine baijiu. Directing his question at the tall and statuesque Prince Oberyn of Dorne. Your Majesty, much like your kingdom's name, this wine imbues me with the flavor of iron and blood. Oberyn replied, inhaling the aroma from his cup with an expression of rapture. And what of our esteemed Lord Tyrion? Jess asked, a teasing glint in his eyes as he looked at the visibly uncomfortable little imp. My lord, no? Your Majesty, I find this wine, true to its name, to be a potent brew reserved for heroes. For a rogue like myself, it feels akin to being engulfed in flames. Although the little demon spoke in such a manner, he swiftly downed the contents of his cup, exhaling a robust scent of alcohol. Applause erupted from Oberyn, while the little demon waved his hands dismissively. Noticing that the two had indulged in merriment for quite some time without addressing any serious matters, Gus felt compelled to interrupt their frivolity. You have journeyed from afar. Surely your intentions extend beyond merely savoring my household chef's culinary delights? As soon as Gus finished speaking, Oberyn abruptly sat up, his eyes wide with astonishment. It is said that your Majesty possesses remarkable powers. I had no idea that even your chef would be so extraordinary. The exquisite and stunning dishes I have encountered in my travels are indeed unparalleled. If you would be so kind, might I acquire this chef for myself? I am willing to offer a generous reward. The little demon sat frozen in his chair, his eyes wide as he glanced around. Your Highness. The truth is that I taught them these dishes. They are renowned culinary creations from my homeland. If you wish to taste them, you can simply send someone to learn from my chef. Upon hearing this, Oberyn wore an expression of realization. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Not only was the Majesty remarkably knowledgeable, but everything he brought forth was also from the farthest reaches of the East, a place where the sun rises over the sea. Truly captivating. Oberyn spoke with longing, and the little demon nodded in agreement. Alas, I can never return, Gus said, reminiscing about his homeland, Blue Star, with a distant expression. Oberyn and the little demon furrowed their brows, gazing at Gus with curiosity. Noticing their perplexity, Gus began to recount his tale. My homeland, over 2,000 years ago, was much like your Westeros, comprised of 7 kingdoms, each with its own language and culture, often embroiled in conflict, their relations fluctuating between amicable and hostile. Upon hearing such an intriguing account, Oberyn and the little demon perked up, their faces alight with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Gus's further revelations about the world beyond. Due to the tumultuous relations among the 7 kingdoms, chaos reigned, with the remnants of war and famine spreading far and wide. Until one day, a remarkable individual emerged from a kingdom called Cheen, a figure we revered as the first emperor. Oberyn and the little demon, upon hearing the term emperor, began to form their own conjectures. The first emperor possessed a determination and resolve unmatched by the others, leading a cadre of exceptionally wise ministers against the other 6 kingdoms, outwitting them in countless battles, evading numerous assassination attempts, and unmasking countless plots. Ultimately, he succeeded in unifying the 7 kingdoms, ushering in a magnificent era, a goal that subsequent generations would strive towards. Oberyn felt a surge of emotion, while the little demon appeared deep in thought. Over the millennia, we have undergone countless transformations, and a century ago, we embarked upon a brand new era. It was a time when every individual could rise to greatness, Regardless of their origins, as long as they possessed the capability and willingness to toil, they could attain freedom, wealth, and honor, Gus remarked, casting a glance at the little demon. Freed from the shackles of antiquated systems, we have witnessed the emergence of countless prodigious talents who, through their ingenuity, have devised an array of wondrous inventions previously unheard of. Among these are the soaps and perfumes I have created. The two individuals at the dining table exchanged curious glances, their attention unwaveringly fixed on Gus. Have you heard of the train? Gus inquired. To which they promptly shook their heads, their faces alight with intrigue. Surely, you have observed the railway being constructed in the West? Those iron tracks laid upon the gravel roads. Crafting these contraptions demanded considerable effort on my part. Yet the abundant mines in the West allowed me to bring them to fruition at an early stage. Upon hearing this, the two appeared utterly bewildered. During their initial encounter with these peculiar items, they had wondered who would dare squander such fine iron ingots upon the road. The so-called railway is an indispensable apparatus for operating the train, which resembles a carriage yet boasts a far more intricate design. Once positioned upon these tracks, it can traverse autonomously at speeds that far exceed those of horseback, and it requires no rest. Even the journey from the People's Port to King's Landing takes merely a little over a day. Oberyn and the little demon were taken aback, gazing at Gus with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Do not assume I am spinning tales. How else do you think I arrived on the continent of Westeros? Oberyn and the little demon leaned in closer, intent on missing not a single word. What I traveled in is called an airplane. It can soar through the sky, as colossal as a dragon. An airplane? As large as a dragon? Tyrion struggled to fathom such a contraption. Indeed, it is an airplane. When it was first invented, the inventor tragically met his demise in an accident. Oberyn and the little demon exchanged incredulous glances. By the way, we lack magic and dragons, which is why airplanes have become the primary aerial combat weapon, available in both military and civilian forms. The one I boarded is a more advanced variant known as a spacecraft, which can fly higher and faster than an airplane, even reaching the stars above. By the gods! Tyrion exclaimed in disbelief, suspecting Gus had gone too far, while Oberyn wore a similarly incredulous expression. Do you doubt me? Allow me to describe our moon. Tyrion swallowed hard, while Oberyn's demeanor shifted to one of earnest attentiveness. Our spacecraft is remarkably swift, capable of traversing 5 miles in the blink of an eye. Upon breaching the atmosphere, it enters the celestial expanse, accelerating even further, allowing it to traverse from here to the wall in mere seconds. Even at such a pace, it took us half a year to reach the moon, where we encountered the true lunar landscape for the first time. The moon was barren, devoid of any form of life, not even water. Only a bleak and desolate terrain stretched before us. Our disappointment was palpable, prompting us to invent more advanced spacecraft to venture into the cosmos. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. No humans, no animals. The stars appeared in hues of crimson. Some were vast oceans, while others blazed like the sun, eternally engulfed in flames or encased in ice. Tyrion recalled the starry sky he had witnessed, which indeed mirrored Gus's descriptions, lending him a measure of conviction. Oberyn, eager for more, inquired, So, did you find our star? Gus nodded, having fashioned himself as an extraterrestrial from another planet. Good heavens! Is this a descent of divine beings? Where is your spacecraft? Take me to see it, Tyrion exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity and anticipation. Alas, I lost consciousness upon landing, and I have yet to discover the whereabouts of my ship, Gus replied, gesturing with his hands. Coming from another star is truly a remarkable journey. The mere thought of it is exhilarating, Oberyn remarked dreamily, with the little imp nodding in agreement. It was no wonder that Gus was not only distinct in appearance from the people of Westeros, but also spoke and acted in ways unheard of before. Clearly, the title of divine being attributed to him by the Riverlands was not without merit, the little imp mused. No, I am merely a human. An ordinary person like you, with blood and flesh, Gus chuckled, shaking his head. Ah, a mere mortal wielding a massive sword, charging into battle alone, causing the morale of tens of thousands to crumble. The little imp internally scoffed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his brother Jaime's plight. Your Majesty, to be candid, it was upon hearing that one could attain glory here through hard work that I resolved to seek your refuge after a rift with my father, the little imp confessed. Gus and Oberyn exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, but Gus quickly grasped the implication. The Empire welcomes anyone aspiring for glory, he affirmed, then turned his gaze towards Oberyn. His intentions unmistakable. Oberyn smiled faintly, saying, Your Majesty, having heard of the mountain's imprisonment by you, I sought to come here. You must be aware of my family's feuds and their implications. As he spoke, Oberon cast a glance at the little imp, whose spine chilled under the weight of the unspoken understanding. Your Highness, the grievances of House Lannister no longer concern me. I implore you not to regard me in such a manner, the little imp insisted, waving his hands in protest. Oberon chuckled softly, letting out a dismissive snort. I cannot interfere in the feuds of your family, but granting you the mountain poses no issue. However, I wish to inquire, can I earn the friendship of Dorne? Oberon asked with a smile. Your Majesty, of course, that is not a problem. Not only will you gain the friendship of Dorne, but you will also receive my personal camaraderie, Oberon replied. It seemed the Red Viper was quite fond of his own narrative. Gus nodded and waved his hand to summon the servants to continue serving food and pouring wine. Tonight, we shall drink until we are inebriated, he proclaimed with exuberance, raising his goblet and downing a shot of strong liquor. The other two exchanged glances and followed suit, each draining their cups of spirits. The invitation from the Empire arrived as the chaos of the Five Kings War faded into memory. The Ironblood Empire had now entered a phase of steady and rapid development. Countless blueprints and lists of materials were handed over by Gus to the Empire's Minister of Finance, Elrain, and subsequently entrusted to various administrative officials for implementation. Among them were loyal confidants from Gus's logistics team, as well as farmers and craftsmen who had risen from the common folk. However, the majority were nobles and scholars who had come seeking refuge from various regions. After all, the control of knowledge had been dominated by this group for millennia, consisting mostly of younger sons or illegitimate offspring of noble families, occupying a precarious position in society. The existence of the Ironblood Empire presented them with a divine opportunity, and many were willing to journey far in pursuit of their family's approval. With the situation stabilizing, Gus seized the moment to initiate the long-overdue founding ceremony of the Empire. Numerous doves took flight from the People's Port, carrying red-threaded invitations adorned with a sword emblem to the noble households. Alongside the founding ceremony, a grand military parade was also scheduled. For this occasion, Gus had drained the coffers of the entire Western nobility. This event was not merely a display of strength to the nobles of Westeros. It served as a final proclamation, informing the ancient aristocracy that the Ironblood Empire was on the verge of ascendance. The era of individual warfare was drawing to a close, and the reins of power would soon be consolidated under a single regime. Oberyn Martell, you would not wish to miss this momentous occasion, would you? Remain for a month, and you shall witness a spectacle unlike any in history, Gus remarked with a smile, sipping a restorative milk tea, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at the seemingly intoxicated Oberyn. Of course, I have yet to savor enough of your Majesty's exquisite cuisine, Oberyn replied, exuding a carefree attitude. In the north, Ned Stark, having recently quelled the Ironborn menace, had scarcely rested when he received a dove from the Ironblood Empire. Gentlemen, I fear you shall not return home to embrace your wives just yet. The Ironblood Empire has summoned all nobles across the realm to Lannisterport for the founding ceremony and military parade in a month's time. Our journey is long, and we must depart this very night, Ned informed his vassals with a hint of regret. To his surprise, rather than voicing complaints, his vassals erupted in excitement, clamoring to meet the legendary figure behind the recent seismic reforms in the Westerlands. Father, we want to go too, Ned's children chimed in enthusiastically. Ultimately, after much discussion, it was agreed that those who could go would attend, while others would remain to safeguard the north. Thus, the entire Stark family prepared to embark on the journey. At King's Landing, the Old Rose and the Old Lion engaged in lively conversation with a group of women and children. Oh, gallant Gallon, just as you are about to return to Brightwater City, why not accompany our grandmother to meet your sister Marjorie and brother Velis? That little cripple promised to merely attend his sister's wedding, yet he has unexpectedly become the technology minister and brother-in-law. Truly, there are few children who do not cause concern for our grandmother, who, at her advanced age, deserves some sympathy from you all. Olenna, while feigning disdain, could not help but smile as she chided. Very well, grandmother. I, too, wish to meet this legendary figure of such mythic repute, Gallon replied, his eyes brimming with combative spirit. Dear brother, I advise you against provoking Jess. I have seen his colossal sword firsthand, and even the Mountain of Magic had no chance to strike under his might. Loras quickly intervened, sensing his brother's reckless notions. With your admiration for that fellow, I find myself even more intrigued, Loras said, trying to avert the adverse effects of his counsel, casting a frustrated glance at Gallon. Oh dear, look at you, behaving like a delicate maiden. Fear not, I shall not court my own demise, Gallon retorted helplessly, prompting Loras to lighten his expression. As the two young men exchanged banter, Olenna gazed at them with a grandmotherly affection. In the Red Keep, Tywin observed the room filled with golden-haired individuals and spoke softly. Cersei, take your younger son back to see if you can connect with those who might assist us. If possible, I hope you can gain control over that dark-haired lad. Upon hearing her father's insinuation, Cersei momentarily froze, her body trembling ever so slightly. Very well, I understand, father, she replied, lowering her eyes. By the way, your brother Tyrion has passed his assessment and entered their state council, Tywin added. Cersei furrowed her brows and nodded. Father, I comprehend. Nearby, Jaime beamed at the news of his brother's success, affirming that the little imp would surely thrive wherever he went. In the Iron Islands, Balon burned the letter in the hearth and calmly instructed his daughter Asha Greyjoy. Asha, go and investigate this formidable individual. Asha, returning from her dismal encounter, nodded resolutely. Yes. Father. On Dragonstone, Stannis ground his teeth lightly and turned to his confidant, commanding, release Davos, and prepare a swift ship for me. The Red Priestess's eyes flickered, and Stannis added, you shall accompany him. In Dorne, within the flowing gardens of Sunspear, Prince Doran observed two individuals who seemed like childhood sweethearts. My brother mentioned many intriguing matters in his letter. Though I yearn to meet this legendary figure from the stars in person, Sunspear must have someone to oversee it. Alas, I regret having to send that lad and my brother's several bastards in my stead. The burly man behind him nodded in agreement. In the Vale, Lord Peter Baelish, the guardian of Eagle's Nest and the Vale, observed the local nobility in the reception hall, their faces flushed with fervor as they engaged in heated arguments. Completely disregarding his presence, despite the smile gracing his lips, a tempest of fury simmered deep within his gaze. Enough. Lisa, preoccupied with nursing her son Robb, was driven to distraction by the ruckus and could no longer contain her ire, delivering a sharp rebuke that startled Robb, causing him to sputter out his milk. Coughing, Lisa quickly patted her choking child and turned to Peter, imploring, my dear, please say something to them. I am at my wit's end. Feeling the disdainful stares of the Vale's nobility, Peter's heart seethed with anger, yet he maintained his composure, bowing to Lisa before speaking with measured calmness. Lady Lisa is indisposed. I shall lead everyone to witness the grand ceremony of Ser Gus's coronation. No sooner had he spoken than Vardys interjected, my Lord Baelish. While Ser Gus is indeed an honorable and legendary knight known throughout the Seven Kingdoms, he has been crowned king. Henceforth, we should address him as your majesty. The Knights of the Vale nodded in agreement, and Peter, realizing his misstep, swiftly amended his words. Ser Gus has not yet garnered the recognition of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, nor has he received the validation of the Iron Throne. Before he could finish, an elderly knight interrupted with a vehement outburst. To hell with you, Baelish. Who among us does not revere his majesty Gus? Countless knights hold him as a legend. Can a mere brothel keeper like you question him? Such coarse words drew applause and nods from the gathered knights, causing veins to throb at Peter's temples, his countenance darkening with palpable frustration. Enough. Peter is my husband, the current guardian of the Vale. You shall follow his directives without question. Anyone who dares to be insolent will find themselves expelled from the Vale. Lisa's angry reprimand caused Robb to sputter once more, prompting her to tend to her child while casting a fierce glare at the assembled nobles. At last, they settled down, obediently adhering to Peter's arrangements. Many books are now scarce and hard to come by. Cherish them while you can. As snowflakes danced in the air, a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. The nobles from all corners of Westeros congregated at the Port of the People in the Westerlands. The inns were overflowing, leaving many to seek refuge in the homes of friends or local citizens. By the Seven, is this Lannisport? Exclaimed one noble. Heavens, I visited here a few years ago. Is this truly the Lannisport I remember? A throng of nobles wandered the streets of the Port of the People, marveling at what seemed a transformed Lannisport. Once viewed as a thriving hub, it now appeared vast and bustling, with ships laden with goods departing the harbor at all hours. What in the blazes? Soap is exported from here. They gasped. Goodness, the luxury goods are astonishingly affordable. A young and handsome nobleman emerged from a shop known as Fox Village Cosmetics, utterly astonished. The fragrances, which in other regions were priced at several gold dragons, or even a multitude of them, could be purchased here for merely silver deer. The striking nobleman's exclamation startled the entire gathering, prompting a flurry of noble ladies and maidens to rush into the establishment. One by one, they returned to the crowd, enveloped in an array of captivating scents. The noble gentlemen, taken aback, widened their eyes in disbelief. Many of the lords, who had not cast a glance at their wives for decades, suddenly felt invigorated, seizing their fragrant partner's delicate hands to shower them with sweet nothings. My dear wife, I have neglected you all these years. I should not have treated you so. I am truly remiss. Please allow me to make amends. Wait, my lady, where are you going? Do not leave me, my lady. Oh, what the devil! Exclaimed an older nobleman, his ire directed at a dandy from the Brecken family. What are you doing with my wife? Ah, I shall have your head. The older nobleman, once indifferent to his beautiful spouse due to their arranged marriage, now expressed a desperate plea. To his dismay, his wife not only responded with disdain, but also swiftly sought refuge in another's embrace. The nobleman felt a surge of jealousy and rage, his blood boiling as he unsheathed his sword, prepared to duel the young man from the Brecken family. However, the dandy was not to be underestimated. He gently pushed aside the alluring lady and brandished his own sword in defiance. Chaos erupted in the crowd, and the patrolling guards quickly arrived on the scene. A sharp whistle pierced the air, capturing the attention of the two armed men facing off. Before the older nobleman could react, the young man from the Brecken family cast aside his sword and raised both hands in surrender. Arthur, this is not my doing. You sought trouble with me. I am willing to accompany you for questioning. The leader of the guards nodded and glanced at the older nobleman. Sensing the overwhelming presence of guards, the nobleman sought assistance from his old friends, who swiftly emerged from the throng, adorned in opulent attire and exuding authority. The nobleman felt a slight sense of relief. Arthur, my uncle Blywood is the chief of the Goldtooth City Police. For my uncle's sake, could you refrain from intervening? To hell with your uncle. Citizens of the Empire abide by the law and fear no tyranny. What your uncle does is of no concern to me. If he possesses the courage, let him come and speak to me directly. Who do you think you are to disregard the laws of the Empire? The captain of the guards retorted disdainfully, his gaze filled with contempt, thinking this was yet another provincial upstart who had never encountered true society. The affronted nobleman, adorned in lavish garments, seethed with anger. The Blywood family was one of the oldest clans in the region. When had they ever endured such indignity? Sheriff Gregor, is it? The honor of the Blywood family shall not be insulted without consequence. Just wait and see. The nobleman cast a glance at the officer's badge, uttered a harsh remark, and swiftly departed, abandoning his old aristocratic friend who was consumed by the bitterness of a betrayed love. The old nobleman, witnessing the abrupt exit of the Braithwood family, realized the gravity of the situation and hastily relinquished his sword, raising both hands in compliance, emulating the youth from the Brecken family. Upon learning the circumstances surrounding the incident, Officer Greyfuss, in a state of disbelief, disdainfully regarded the young man from the Brecken family and stated, "You have committed the offense of inciting trouble and will be sentenced to 7 days of detention. Do you have any objections?" The young man from the Brecken family turned pale upon hearing this. "Officer, the founding ceremony is about to commence. Could you perhaps allow me to attend it first?" Officer Greyfuss replied curtly, "No. Do you have any idea how busy the streets constables are right now? We are short-staffed and cannot afford to provide humane supervision for you. Blame yourself for being unable to control your impulses." The youth nodded in despair, vowing silently to sever all ties with gambling and drugs henceforth. As the sheriff prepared to leave after completing the report, the young man hastily inquired, "Wait, Sheriff, I truly love that lady. The Empire's laws do not stipulate that we cannot be together in the future, do they?" Upon hearing this, Greyfuss rarely revealed a smile and, with a knowing gaze, responded, "She is not a citizen of the Empire. However, you must dissolve your previous engagement, or you will be guilty of bigamy. As for you, we have recorded several complaints from girls who accuse you of deceiving their affections. You have seriously tarnished the sanctity of the love protection law. Should I discover any more girls reporting you, prepare for a fate in the arena at the hands of the executioners." The young man felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he nodded vigorously. Greyfuss shot him a stern glance before departing. Back on the street, the freed old nobleman sensed the sympathetic gazes of his friends and walked in silence, his face a mask of shame and anger. While contemplating revenge against the young man from the Brecken family, he was suddenly approached by his wife, and his expression softened slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he was dealt another blow. "Let us divorce. Trist from the Brecken family has already agreed to marry me. Please accompany me to the Imperial Marriage Office at once." "No." The old nobleman collapsed to the ground, letting out a mournful cry that echoed to the heavens. Once, he had been dashing and charming. Was it merely for maintaining a few mistresses? Had he gained a bit of weight? In a fit of rage and humiliation, he drew his sword, intending to strike down his longtime wife. Fortunately, his friends quickly intervened, urging calm between the two. The tension between them eased slightly. In the Imperial Palace, the grand banquet hall was filled with the most esteemed, renowned, and ancient nobles of Westeros gathered together. Sansa, your hero is not merely a figure of legend. Even the delicacies here are akin to tales, and my curiosity about him grows ever stronger. Young Wolf Robb remarked. Savoring a piece of grilled squid and taking a sip of fragrant liquor, his demeanor blissfully elevated. Damn it, that accursed Lannister. How dare you, a mere prisoner. Presume to share a table with our heroic kin from the Riverlands? Go sit with the children. His thunderous proclamation drew countless gazes. Lord Tyrion, having just finished his work and arrived for the banquet, had intended to mingle with old acquaintances from the bustling city, only to be met with derision before he even settled down. Reluctantly, he scanned the surroundings and spotted the Stark children, with whom he shared a fleeting acquaintance. The imp's spirits lifted, and amidst the laughter directed at him, he nonchalantly took a seat opposite Robb. The formidable warden of the North, Rickon Stark, was unceremoniously displaced by the little imp, who squeezed in beside the disdainful Arya under Robb's watchful gaze. Noticing the curious stares of the children, Lord Tyrion made a playful grimace, theatrically declaring, I am the imp. He opened his mouth wide as if to devour them. Yet his hand instinctively reached for a piece of grilled squid, which he tossed into his mouth. The children erupted in laughter, and Arya, stifling her mirth, ceased her disdain. Sansa, expressionless, sipped her milk tea, while Bran remained composed, observing his surroundings. Robb, adopting a serious demeanor, radiated an imposing presence that nearly caused the imp to choke on his squid, prompting him to hastily gulp down Arya's milk tea, much to her displeasure. Cough, cough. Robb, I gifted your brother a saddle, you know, and I have severed ties with my father. Upon hearing this, Robb looked puzzled, only to witness the imp recounting his tale. You have met my father and know what he is like, hence I have never been favored. At your age, I encountered a girl I could never forget. We met in the fields, fell in love in an inn, and even secretly wed. I believed her to be my true love. Robb's brow furrowed, choosing not to interrupt the imp's narrative, while Sansa became captivated, and Arya gazed at him with intrigue. But when my father learned of this, he would not accept his son marrying a farmer's daughter, so he ordered our capture. Right before my eyes, he commanded his men to take her one by one. The pain of that memory was palpable in his voice. I was devastated, consumed by regret and fury. Yet, I chose to escape. I felt ashamed and succumbed to a life of drink and debauchery. No one anticipated such a harrowing past from the little imp. Robb felt a flicker of sympathy. Sansa's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Arya's brow furrowed in distress, while the surrounding children were engulfed in various emotions, unable to fathom that such a father could exist in this world. The little demon exchanged a glance with the children, lowering his head to continue. I might just be a coward. Not long ago, when Stannis' army attacked King's Landing, I abandoned my dear brother and fled here to prolong my existence. I even pledged allegiance to the Empire, standing against my own family. Compared to you, Robb, I am indeed a coward, aren't I? Robb gazed at Tyrion, whose tears flowed freely as he looked back at him. Without uttering a word, he silently raised his goblet towards Tyrion. The latter poured himself a drink from the jug, and they clinked their cups together, downing their drinks, allowing the past grievances to dissipate like mist. Following this incident, the older Stark children no longer regarded Tyrion's identity with disdain, and Robb engaged in lively conversation with the little demon. Sansa, who had already received Tyrion's kindness in King's Landing, expressed her gratitude by pouring herself a drink and thanking him after learning about his past. Thus, the table of children was devoid of scheming, filled instead with laughter and toasts. Robb, a naturally combative spirit, had heard tales of Tyrion's legendary tolerance for drink and, fueled by excitement, continued to pour wine down his throat. The little demon, however, was not one to coddle the youth. Their banter flowed as freely as the wine, each challenging the other in a merry contest of inebriation, surpassing even the raucous adults at the neighboring tables. Lord Ned, who had been observing quietly, shook his head in resignation at his wife, Catelyn, who merely rolled her eyes and turned away. The assembly of northern lords exchanged silent glances, uncertain of how to respond to the atmosphere's quietude. Ned quickly raised his glass, inviting everyone to speak freely. The banquet had only just begun, yet Robb was already staggering about, prompting Lady Ned to intervene and curtail the little demon's relentless pouring for her son. Whispers filled the great hall as noble lords and ladies eagerly anticipated the appearance of this legendary figure. Finally, the moment arrived as the esteemed Gus made his entrance. The Demon Knight. It is he. He has finally arrived, exclaimed a lord from the Vale, drawing the attention of all present. At the hall's entrance stood Gus, tall and imposing with dark hair and eyes, clad in a splendid red and gold ensemble, gracefully escorting Lady Marjorie of Highgarden. By the 7, he is so young. The rumors were indeed true. Indeed, he is strikingly handsome, towering above all, echoed the sentiments of many, as he resembled the legendary knights of old. The hall buzzed with admiration and awe, though a few gazes harbored resentment, yet all bowed in respect as Gus passed by. Amidst the collective attention and reverence, Gus approached the head of the hall, nodding to Queen Marjorie before turning to address the gathered noble lords. I extend my gratitude to each of you for taking the time from your busy lives to attend. I trust your journeys were taxing, so I have prepared this modest feast to welcome you all. I hope you find satisfaction in my humble offerings. With customary eloquence, Gus delivered his speech, then beckoned everyone to take their seats and partake in the meal and drink, to which the noble lords nodded in agreement and settled at the table. Taking Marjorie's delicate hand, Gus gently pulled out a chair and seated himself, prompting a slight applause that swiftly silenced the banquet hall. The exquisite wines and culinary delights of the Empire have been curated by me, reflecting the flavors of my homeland. I sincerely hope you find them to your liking. Now, let us indulge until intoxication claims us. With that, Gus raised his goblet and drank deeply, spurring the nobles around him to follow suit, thereby igniting a lively atmosphere at the feast. Gus, too, pulled Marjorie into the revelry of the evening. Amidst the jubilance, a tall girl at the children's table wore a face marked by sorrow. Robb, the very hero in question, was laughing heartily at one of Tyrion's yellow jokes when he turned to see his sister's crumpled visage. Understanding her distress, Robb glanced towards the man seated at the high table and then back at his sister. Sansa, you are a daughter of House Stark, of noble and ancient lineage. If you harbor feelings, do not hesitate to act. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Robb's implication was unmistakable. Their family had historically ruled the North, wielding a level of influence unmatched by most in the Seven Kingdoms. Sansa comprehended her brother's hint, yet her upbringing made it difficult for her to accept the notion of a man with multiple wives. Much like their mother viewed Jon Snow as a tarnish on her pure love. However, before Sansa could articulate her thoughts, Robb, slightly inebriated, interjected, "He is the king. Have you not always aspired to be a queen?" Sansa paused, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Noticing her hesitation, the slightly intoxicated Robb stood and boomed, "Your Majesty, there stands a young lady of House Stark who has long admired you. Might you indulge my poor sister's heartfelt affections?" The banquet hall fell into a hush, while the young imp at the children's table wore an expression of amusement. Ned, holding his wife Catelyn's hand, was sharing laughter and tales with the northern nobles when his elder son's drunken outburst startled him, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he turned to Gus for clarity. Gus, caught off guard while wiping the corner of Little Rose's mouth, offered her an awkward smile. Little Rose, wide-eyed and pouting, seemed indifferent to the unfolding drama. Seeing that his wife was unfazed, Gus stood, beaming a sunny smile at the assembled noble lords and ladies. "Might I request that this shy daughter of House Stark join me for a conversation?" Instantly, all eyes converged upon Sansa, who lowered her head, feeling as if her face might bleed from embarrassment. She desperately sought her parents' gaze for assistance. Catelyn shot a fierce glare at her son before turning to her husband. The focus shifted to Ned, who bore an expression of resignation. He glanced at his daughter, recalling how her eyes sparkled with admiration whenever she mentioned a certain individual. Given Sansa's previous encounters with Gus, and knowing him to be a man of honor, he nodded subtly to Robb, granting him tacit approval. Upon receiving her father's consent, Sansa was momentarily taken aback, while Robb instantly felt a surge of joy. He was eager to approach Gendry, and without hesitation, he grasped his sister's hand and rose to his feet, making their way toward the elevated dais amidst the watchful eyes of the assembled nobility, each harboring their own thoughts. With each step, Sansa felt her legs weaken, her heart racing as she clutched tightly to her brother's arm, traversing the seemingly short distance of merely a few dozen meters for over a minute. Upon reaching Gendry, Robb bowed respectfully, then turned to Sansa with a beaming smile, saying, "Your Majesty, this is my sister, Sansa Stark." After Robb spoke, he glanced at his sister, prompting Sansa to lift her gaze and perform a refined curtsy before Gendry. Gendry smiled warmly at Robb, who nodded in acknowledgement before stepping back to stand beside his sister. "Ah, it is the lovely maiden who presented flowers at King Robert's tournament. It has been a while. Lady Stark, your beauty remains as enchanting as ever, stirring fond memories within me." Sansa was taken aback that Gendry remembered her, a rush of warmth flooding her veins as joy illuminated her features. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Your Majesty, your valor that day is etched indelibly in my memory. The moment you stepped forth resonated within me like a night from a poem, leaving me restless through countless nights as I secretly cherished my affections for you." Rob's eyes widened in astonishment at her bold declaration, while Ned and Catelyn exchanged incredulous glances, surprised by their typically timid daughter's newfound courage. Gendry, blushing yet maintaining his composure, averted his gaze from Marjorie and descended from the dais, bowing graciously to Sansa before gently kissing her hand. I am profoundly grateful to receive the admiration of such a beautiful lady. If it pleases you, might you join my wife and I at our table? I believe you would find much to discuss. Witnessing the once gentle Gendry seemingly thrusting his daughter into a perilous situation, Ned's expression tightened, his fists clenching in agitation. Catelyn swiftly offered comfort, while Rob's demeanor sobered, his gaze fixed on Marjorie, radiating a fierce protectiveness as if to say, should you dare to trouble my sister, I assure you there will be consequences. The Tyrell family's table was not without its own fervor. Garland rose to rally support for his sister, and even the wheelchair-bound Loras displayed a tense countenance. Tension crackled in the air as the vassals of both houses eyed one another warily, cursing under his breath. Gendry quickly patted Rob on the shoulder and said, my wife Marjorie is known for her generosity and kindness. Her reputation is renowned among both realms, so there is no need for such unease. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for everyone to relax and partake in the feast, urging Sansa to take a seat at his place. Gendry then embraced Rob's shoulder, guiding him to the Tyrell table, where the astute vassals promptly vacated their seats. Gendry encouraged Garland to sit, and with Marjorie joining, the four young men exchanged glances with the elder Rose, each silently gauging the unfolding dynamics. Sensing the enigmatic gaze of the old Rose, Gus tilted his mouth in a manner that seemed to question my presence, then hastily poured wine for 3 uncles and 3 companions. Observing Gus's profound actions, Ned and Catelyn exchanged complex glances, communicating silently. Rob, I have heard much about your heroic deeds. I must say, true heroes emerge in youth. Let us cast aside all reservations. As a knight, I raise this cup in honor of your exploits. Witnessing such a valiant figure take the initiative to toast him, the young wolf Lord Rob was filled with excitement, raising his cup and downing it without a moment's hesitation. Your Majesty, Rob began, but was promptly interrupted by Gus. Let us not stand on ceremony. Lord Ned is my esteemed father-in-law, a man revered throughout the 7 kingdoms. If you wish, simply call me Brother Gus, for we are kin, heroes amongst heroes. Such tales will surely echo across the realm, and when the maidens hear of it, who would not secretly admire? Upon hearing this, Rob excitedly gestured animatedly, realizing the allure of a legacy that transcends time. Who among men does not yearn for it? Brother Gus, indeed a remarkable individual, not only exuded warmth, but was also eloquent, explaining why his little sister could hardly sleep, lost in thoughts of him. Inspired by Gus's exuberance, Rob raised his cup, proclaiming brother, and downed it with grandiosity, prompting Gus to applaud fervently, with the Tully brothers joining in the applause. Garland, a formidable warrior on the battlefield, has slain enemy generals and repelled countless armies. Throughout the 7 kingdoms, none fail to praise your name, and in comparison, Lando Tully seems but a mere pretender. The second uncle, taken aback by Gus's unabashed flattery, felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly raised his cup in response. As the wine flowed, the young men engaged in spirited conversation, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. Seizing the moment, Gus grasped Rob and Garland by their hands, declaring, Garland, your valor is seldom matched in the realm. Garland, brimming with pride, turned to Rob. Rob, at such a young age, you command the northern armies, consistently outmaneuvering Tywin with your cunning and bravery. Rob, filled with pride, gazed at Garland. But do you truly possess your own dreams? Gus countered, leaving them momentarily speechless. They had always embarked on their journeys for the sake of their families. Where was the authenticity of their dreams? Observing Gus's performance, Olenna sensed an ominous turn, while Varys's gaze flickered, deep in thought. Do you wish to know my dream? Gus inquired once more, drawing the 2 men's curiosity towards him. We all know that King Robert unified the 7 kingdoms with the assistance of his sworn brother, Lord Ned. Gus looked at Rob, who pondered this insight alongside Garland. Yet, in the end, they find themselves in a world where each fights their own battles. A consensus of agreement washed over the crowd, while Olenna remained silent. But I aspire to create a new world. A world where no subjects shall suffer the anguish of war. Let all citizens have the security of their old age, the guidance of their youth, the assurance of sufficient food, housing, and clothing in this new world. Those present were stirred with emotion. Varys's eyes burned with fervor, and even Olenna nodded, squinting at Gus, eager to discern his next words. I understand that you may find it hard to believe, but my homeland is indeed like this. The land of my origin is slightly larger than Westeros, yet it boasts a population exceeding 1 billion, tens of times that of Westeros. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Robb exclaimed incredulously, "How can this be? The north is larger than all 6 kingdoms combined, yet we still have people starving. How could such a multitude be sustained?" Noticing several nodding heads, Gus smiled gently and continued, "You are simply too backward. Long ago, my homeland was akin to yours, with a comparable population and 7 kingdoms. However, a great emperor emerged, unifying the 7 realms and establishing a singular government. The subsequent emperors opened the doors to knowledge, and the world began to produce extraordinary talents in abundance. Among them was an esteemed elder named Yuan, who invented a variety of miraculous grains, leading to a continuous doubling of food production. We successfully alleviated the suffering caused by hunger." The crowd's eyes widened, and Galen murmured in awe, "Yuan, truly a remarkable figure, akin to a deity descended from the 7. Indeed, we revere him as the god of grain." Gus continued, "You must understand that I have created many unprecedented innovations, including the inventions of the god of grain, which I have already implemented in the 2 banks of the riverlands. Now, no one in those regions suffers from hunger." Galen was entranced, while Robb stood dumbfounded. "At this point, I trust you grasp my intentions," Gus stated. "Yes. I formally extend an invitation for you to join the Iron Blood Empire." Varys glanced at his grandmother Olenna, who clapped her hands in approval, signaling her clear support. Galen and Robb remained speechless, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. "I understand this is all rather sudden, and I take responsibility for that. Robb, take your time to consider this and discuss it with your parents. I shall await your response," Gus said to the now sober Robb, patting the boy's shoulder as he sent him on his way. Once Robb had departed, Olenna, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "What do we stand to gain?" The elder Rose addressed him directly and candidly. Gus turned to Marjorie and then back to Varys, smiling as he replied, "Life, property, and the priority of access." He added with a grin, "And the Rose Castle, untouched." Upon hearing this, the elder Rose's gaze flickered, her fingers tapping the table for a long moment before she slowly replied, "You must understand that you are facing all of Westeros, and the Tyrell family is the wealthiest in the realm." With a chuckle, Gus responded, "Ah?" The elder Rose furrowed her brow at his laughter. "Esteemed grandmother, are you aware that the bustling People's Port now employs hundreds daily?" Garand quietly gasped, while old Rose suddenly beamed with a satisfied expression towards Gus. Gus promptly served the elder more wine and dishes, prompting a tender display of affection as the elder fussed over him with warmth and concern. In the distant corner, a lioness sat with a wine glass, her expression profoundly displeased as she observed the group. Beyond them, several tables were occupied by individuals with their own agendas, the most conspicuous among them being Melisandre and her companions clad in crimson robes, though Gus remained oblivious to their presence. "Hear my roar. People's Port. Today marks the grand ceremony of the Empire's founding, as well as the majestic military parade. Countless esteemed families from Westeros have gathered here." Today, Gus donned his military attire, wielding a colossal sword as he stood upon the raised platform of the People's Square. The thoroughfares were lined with a regiment of guards maintaining order. A multitude of citizens from the Riverlands traveled far and wide, filling every visible space, with many even climbing rooftops to catch a glimpse. Today is the founding ceremony of the Iron Blood Empire. It is the culmination of the hopes of countless citizens from the Riverlands. You are now citizens of the Empire, no longer under the yoke of local governance. Here, irrespective of status or origin, as long as you strive, you shall attain all that you desire. The Empire will bestow upon all its citizens freedom, wealth, and even power. Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire! As Gus's brief oration concluded, the crowd erupted in a fervent cheer, their voices echoing across the expanse, invigorating even those burdened with work to join in the chorus, creating a profoundly stirring spectacle that resonated throughout the Westerlands. Observing this, the nobles from various realms were left in a state of disarray, their expressions dazed. Once the clamor subsided, Gus refrained from further discourse. The Empire's ethos is one of decisive action, achieving objectives through tangible means. "Begin the parade." With a commanding shout, Gus raised the colossal sword high. His crimson cloak billowed in the wind. Behind him, Locke waved to unfurl the Empire's banner. The commander signaled with his sword, and the assembled regiments outside began to mobilize. Leading the procession was the Empire's foundational army unit, the infantry. "March on! March on! March on! March on!" Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of footsteps and commands, the infantry, clad in black armor, wielding spears and iron shields, with red cloaks billowing behind them, swiftly formed into battalions, stepping in unison from the parade ground into the thoroughfare of the People's Square. 1, 2, 1. Boom. A formation of 40,000 soldiers halted in perfect synchrony, thrusting their spears into the hard concrete floor, producing a thunderous roar. Good heavens! How can they be so impeccably aligned? How can they be even more synchronized and swift than the unsullied I witnessed across the coast? The leader of the Grafson family in Seagull Town spoke with an expression of utter astonishment, prompting many noble lords who had encountered the unblemished to nod in agreement. Damn it, how long has it been? He has managed to raise so many soldiers. With the additional garrisons stationed at various fortresses and castles, the noble lords could scarcely fathom the extent of Gus's military might. On the high platform, Gus brandished the dragon-slaying sword and called out, "Who are you?" The assembled phalanx of 40,000 soldiers responded in unison, "I am the brother of the souls resting beneath the wheat fields, the child of countless defeats in battle. I know who I am. I am the blade that defends the citizens of the Empire. I fight for the Empire." Their roar pierced the heavens, resonating deeply within the hearts of countless Imperial citizens. Many youths gazed resolutely at the armored warriors, silently pledging their oaths within. The noble lords wore solemn expressions, their thoughts inscrutable. Once the infantry had exited, it was the turn of the Imperial cavalry to make their entrance. The ground trembled with a thunderous rumble, prompting the onlookers lining the streets to hastily retreat. Emerging on the horizon was a monstrous cavalry regiment of 2,000 fully armored knights, cloaked in black visored armor. Both horse and rider were shrouded, revealing only their eyes. Each knight brandished a lance, charging forth and instilling a profound sense of pressure upon all present. What kind of monstrosity is this from the seventh circle of hell? The noble lords gasped, incredulous at the sight of such an opulent heavy cavalry unit. They exchanged glances, unsure how to confront such formidable horsemen. The heavy cavalry soon arrived in the square and halted their steeds. The leader slowly removed her helmet, revealing, "What? A woman leads them? Impossible. Have you ever seen a woman 2 meters tall and so robust? She must be a man." With her long, curved black hair and sun-kissed skin, the knight leveled her steel lance towards the high platform, declaring, "The Iron Blood cavalry fights for the Empire. For the Empire. For the Empire." The elderly noble who had just voiced his disbelief stood dumbfounded, while nearby nobles from the Hujian region who had already joined the Empire explained. This woman was once a peasant in Hujian. It is said she lost her husband and son to the mountain folk's raid, and in her fury, she slaughtered a dozen of them. For reasons unknown, she later joined the Iron Blood Corps and, due to her exceptional performance, was knighted by His Majesty. Receiving the surname Miguel, the surrounding nobles gasped in astonishment. Following the departure of the heavy cavalry, 8,000 light cavalrymen advanced, each clad in armor, draped in cloaks, wielding steel spears, and carrying a short crossbow at their waists. The ground shook with a resounding thud as the light cavalry approached, and the leader lowered his visor, revealing, "By the gods, it is Blackfish Blinden." The aristocrats of the valley were utterly astonished, realizing why this individual had vanished without a trace. It appeared he had come here to revel in luxury. Observing the opulently outfitted light cavalry regiment, the valley knights wore expressions of envy. The actions of the Tuli family in leading the nobility of Hujian to pledge allegiance to the Iron Blood Empire left the old aristocrats bewildered and mocking. Yet, none could fathom the extent of Jess's infiltration in Hujian. Adam was not averse to resistance, but he found himself utterly powerless. Aside from a few prominent noble families willing to assist him, the lesser nobility had all aligned with Jess, and the people of Hujian recognized only the black sword on a red field. Furthermore, without Jess's industrial and agricultural support, Hujian would undoubtedly sink to the lowest ranks among the 7 kingdoms. Rather than struggle in vain, it would be more prudent to surrender to the Empire, thus avoiding bloodshed and ensuring preferential treatment for their families. Adam could not have anticipated that this situation had been orchestrated since Jess's emergence. Other Hujian nobles may have harbored suspicions, but by the time they fully comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. The scales of allegiance had already tipped in favor of the most advantageous side. When Hujian was annexed into the Empire, Nader had inquired about Adam, who was reluctant to seek assistance from his brother-in-law. However, after witnessing the Empire's true nature, he saw through the romanticism of medieval chivalry and the power of the Westerosi nobility. Had he ever encountered a bicycle, firearms and cannons? And then there was the Military Intelligence Bureau, housing not only elite agents and spies, but also the terrifying assassins, specifically trained to strike at enemy leaders. The cold trench fortresses the rainy season of Castamere stood as irrefutable evidence of this power. Adam felt no remorse in his defeat. Aside from the ongoing development of firearms and artillery, the Empire was continuously producing innovative devices. Having witnessed these advancements, Adam lost all interest in the games of the Seven Kingdoms. He was solely focused on comprehending the mechanics of these inventions. Indeed, these were the secret weapons not showcased during Jess's military parades, primarily due to their technological and production standards still being inadequate. The parades merely served to manage the mindset of the Westerosi nobility, ensuring their docility. After all, within 2 or 3 years, the Mother of Dragons from a distant continent would return, and the White Walkers would breach the wall to invade the north. The Empire had only just commenced its operations, with maritime trade yet to be fully established, and the Navy lacked sufficient personnel to conduct parades. Jess aimed to amass wealth and explode technologically, stabilizing for a few years until the Empire's framework was thoroughly established. By the time the Mother of Dragons returned, he would seize the entirety of Westeros into his grasp. However, prior to this, Gus finally encountered the first trouble from Westeros. The 32 sons-in-law, the Three-Eyed Raven, and the Iron Fist of the Empire had already made their presence known. The various nobles left the People's Port with disparate emotions, having received lavish gifts, a luxurious 3-piece gift set. Observing the Iron Fist's fervor for promoting his products, the nobles were not shy. They not only accepted the gifts, but also emptied the cosmetic stores of extravagant goods, knowing full well that such bargains would be unavailable upon their return home. Gus, of course, would not be concerned with such trifles. After this encounter, these nobles likely understood that the Iron Fist's empire was no mere jest, as he had quite literally struck the abacus against their faces. Unfortunately for them, they could do nothing against Gus, except perhaps resort to unscrupulous tactics. Yet how could Gus be unprepared? His daily meals were prepared by loyal subordinates, and before dining, they would test for poison using silver needles, subsequently conducting 3 tests on animals and individuals alike. Such caution is indeed commendable. In the royal palace's rear courtyard, Prince Oberyn of Dorne reclined with his mistress, Shara, on a beach chair, engrossed in a book titled Tales of Strange Encounters in Westeros. This compilation contained Gus's observations and descriptions from the past year. Meanwhile, Marjorie was playing with Sansa and several children, while Robb found himself overwhelmed by Oberyn's numerous illegitimate daughters. Engaging in a spirited melee, Robb, known for his competitive nature, found it difficult to accept his predicament. After all, 2 hands could hardly contend against 4, let alone 6 fists and a whip. Basking in the sunlight of the western coast, with the kettle boiling, Gus meticulously cleaned the teacups with tweezers before grasping the violet-hued teapot to pour the brewed tea into cups for Ned and his wife. This tea preparation flowed seamlessly, captivating to behold, and combined with Gus's unique aura, it seemed as if Ned and his wife glimpsed a peculiar creature, a blend of black and white, lazily poised. Ahem. Uncle Ned, this is the tea art of my homeland. Do come and savor the golden monkey black tea I have brewed for you both, Gus announced. Gently inhaling the aroma of the tea before taking a sip, the distinctive fragrance wafting through his throat, a warm sensation blossoming in his abdomen. Observing this, the couple followed suit, drinking the tea in unison. Upon finishing, Ned expressed his admiration. It is quite delightful, yet I cannot shake the feeling of an indescribable experience. Gus, smiling at this remark, slowly rotated his teacup and replied, in my homeland, tea and calligraphy bring tranquility. The sensation you describe, does it not resemble embracing the sun beneath a setting sky? Or perhaps, the feeling of being in a bamboo grove, where the gentle breeze sways the leaves? The couple nodded in agreement, though Ned's brow furrowed slightly. Yet I cannot shake a peculiar thought. I seem to envision a creature akin to a bear, but marked in black and white, with a languid demeanor. Gus was taken aback. Could it be that he was envisioning a panda? Was it possible that the Stark lineage was at play here? Given the complexities of their family in the original tale, such a notion could very well be plausible. Ahem, there exists a creature known as the panda, which serves as the emblem of my homeland. They exhibit a languid demeanor, are not prone to aggression, yet possess an inherent danger, capable of tearing through steel. Upon hearing Gus's description, Ned and his wife widened their eyes in astonishment. Truly, a remarkable animal. With a sigh of wonder, Ned finally steered the conversation towards more pressing matters. Your Majesty, do you recall what you discussed with Robb a few days ago? Gus smiled at this, knowing well the purpose of their visit. You are referring to the high-yield strains of grain invented by the god of agriculture, Yuan, correct? Ned nodded, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Gus. Madam, do you expect to receive something without offering any benefit in return? Truly, unrepentant. Very well, but you must agree to my conditions. Upon hearing this, Ned had an inkling of what was to come, yet he still inquired, "What conditions?" Gus glanced at the graceful Sansa, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Marjorie. Perceiving Gus's gaze, Ned lowered his head, a look of anguish crossing his face, before quickly regaining his composure in an attempt to persuade Gus. "Your Majesty, even if Queen Marjorie consents, House Tyrell will undoubtedly make things difficult for Sansa." Just as his words fell, Gus's response left Ned astounded. "I shall elevate her to the position of the Empire's second empress, and her offspring will retain the title of King of the North. But I have yet to agree." Ned's expression reflected his frustration, while Catelyn's eyes sparkled with concern as she promptly grasped her husband's hand. Understanding his wife's intent, Ned still voiced his apprehension. "Will Queen Marjorie truly agree?" Gus observed the two young women, reminiscent of sisters, and calmly replied, "House Tyrell has already pledged allegiance to me. I will appoint Robb as the Empire's Minister of War, though he must undergo a year of training first." Ned's mouth fell agape, exchanging a silent glance with his wife, both at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Ned finally spoke again. "Catelyn and I accept your terms, but I have one request." Seeing her husband persistently push for more, Catelyn discreetly pinched Ned's thigh beneath the table, causing him to flinch. She quickly offered an apologetic nod to Gus. Gus waved his hand dismissively, encouraging, "Please, speak on, esteemed father-in-law." Ned and Catelyn exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if this was indeed the same noble knight, once filled with honor and integrity. Shaking off any negative thoughts, Ned adopted a serious expression and began. "The matter is as follows. We have received a plea for aid from the Night's Watch at the Wall. They have reported sightings of the White Walkers. Furthermore, a horde of wildlings is gathering beyond the Wall, led by a man named Mance, who claims the title of King Beyond the Wall. They are poised to command an army of 100,000 wildlings to assault the Wall." Upon concluding his statement, Ned gazed gravely at his prospective son-in-law, feeling as though he was bartering away his daughter, continuously seeking favors from Gus. Noticing Gus deep in thought, Ned began to regret his words, fearing that he might be perceived as attempting to extort his future son-in-law. Seeing that Jess had remained silent for quite some time, Ned had already lost hope when Jess suddenly spoke. "This matter indeed warrants serious consideration. Your request is justified. Therefore, not only for the people of the North, but also for the future of the Empire, I should respond favorably to your appeal." However, Jess paused, and Ned felt as though his heart was lodged in his throat, his fish-like eyes fixed intently on Jess. "The Empire is currently undergoing a critical phase of development. Hence I can only extend a limited amount of assistance." Jess did not refuse, and Ned felt that this was already quite commendable. With a face full of joy, he replied, "No worries. The people of the North will forever remember your noble deeds." However, in the next moment, Ned's demeanor shifted dramatically. The assistance that the Empire could offer was minimal, so I have decided to present 1,000,000 golden dragons to you, my esteemed father-in-law, for your own arrangement. Once the Empire achieves stable development, I will gradually send more supplies. Therefore, I implore you, my father-in-law, to ensure that affairs in the North are well managed. What in the world is a golden son-in-law? This is it. 1,000,000 golden dragons, handed over as if it were nothing, and he even seems to think it's insufficient. Do the people of the West truly excrete gold? Ignoring his wife's astonished expression, Ned immediately rose to grasp Jess's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously, his iron-faced visage wrinkling with laughter. "Jess, should the North ever require assistance, a mere letter will summon my 100,000 troops at your command, anytime, anywhere." The meaning was clear. Should anyone dare to bully you, my father-in-law will lead the charge against them. Jess quickly urged Ned to sit back down, pouring tea and water, while hastily adding, "Father, you are being too formal. Sansa will one day be my wife, your North." Jess coughed softly. "My empire is your empire. We are family, so let us not stand on ceremony. Please feel free to express any needs." Though presently in a state of decline, with little more than golden dragons to his name, Jess was determined to strive for a better life for Sansa in the future. Ned grew increasingly pleased with his son-in-law, beaming at Jess and exchanging a knowing glance with his wife, Catelyn, who also smiled and nodded in agreement. As the two families engaged in delightful conversation, Oberon, seated on a beach chair, suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, do the three-eyed crows mentioned in this book truly exist? If so, I certainly relieved myself on the sacred tree numerous times as a child. I hope the three-eyed crows one day seek retribution." His remark captured everyone's attention, and Bran, who had been resting quietly in the corner, suddenly opened his eyes. Jess's expression hardened, sensing a faint yet palpable mental presence surveying him. "Three-eyed crows, at last, we meet," Jess uttered calmly, as the others exchanged glances. Oberon narrowed his eyes and quickly turned to Bran, who rolled his eyes and turned away. Oberon, pushing aside his mistress, swiftly grabbed a nearby spear, preparing to hurl it at Bran to pin him down on the spot. Prince, wait. The three-eyed crows cannot directly inflict harm upon reality. They can only briefly possess shapeshifters or subtly influence the minds of others. Upon hearing this, Oberon immediately discarded his spear and swiftly distanced himself from Bran. Ned and Catelyn noticed their son's peculiar state, instantly filled with concern. Observing Gus's insightful demeanor, Ned hurriedly inquired, "Son-in-law, what is the matter with Bran? Why does he appear as though possessed by a specter?" Gus raised his hand, signaling for calm. He grasped the dragon-slaying sword, and indeed, the aura of mental force dissipated. Seemingly fearful of the sword's intrinsic properties, with the dragon-slaying sword in hand, Gus approached Bran. Ned, fearing for his son's life, prepared to speak out in protest. But Bran, rolling his eyes, spoke first. "Outsider from another realm, you do not belong to this world." The others, perplexed, merely gazed at Gus, but Oberon stared in awe. His gaze fervently fixed upon Gus's retreating figure. "Where you hail from is of little consequence, for I shall fight for humanity. However, you, who manipulate events from the shadows, disdainful of mortal existence, shall face my wrath. Do not let me catch you, lest the divine perish and mortals endure." At these words, Bran fell silent, his eyes closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ned and Catelyn stood in stunned silence. Catelyn rushed to check if her son was injured, while Ned gazed at Gus, his expression one of inquiry. The onlookers turned their attention to Gus, bewildered by the surreal events unfolding before them, akin to a tale spun from fantasy. In the aftermath of Bran's episode, Catelyn extracted a branch from the fishleaf tree hidden within her son's clothing. In her frenzy, she followed Gus's advice and cast it into the flames. Strangely enough, as the branch burned, Bran awoke, prompting the crowd to realize that this world was indeed complex, further solidifying their belief in Gus's words, laden with insight. "Son-in-law, do you know why the three-eyed crow has fixated on my son?" Ned asked, his anger palpable. Their family had faced a succession of misfortunes. First, Bran's fall from the tower rendering him incapacitated. Next, Ned's wrongful imprisonment, leading to the humiliation of their vulnerable daughter. Such calamities compelled Ned to suspect the cursed three-eyed crow was behind it all. Indeed, in my homeland, there exist legends of a group known as the Cultivators, beings endowed with powers beyond mortal comprehension, such as conjuring fire, summoning thunder, and even manipulating the seas and weather. In essence, they are entities as formidable as the gods, Gus elaborated. The crowd listened in astonishment as Gus continued. Yet, even these beings are troubled by the passage of time. Thus, they seek a means to extend their lives. They scour the world for gifted youths, training them until they reach a certain threshold, only to extinguish their souls and transfer their own into these young bodies. In doing so, they acquire a youthful form. Ned's flesh crawled at the revelation. Catelyn's eyes reddened with emotion, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. "What shall we do? Please, I implore you to save my poor son, to rescue your little brother-in-law." Catelyn grasped Gus's hand, pleading fervently. Ned observed with a look of concern, while Robb fixed his gaze upon the hearth, his expression as frigid as ice. The children, each lost in their own emotions, surrounded them. "There is no need for such panic, Lady Catelyn. Such loathsome creatures undoubtedly harbor weaknesses," Gus remarked. "The fishbone, perhaps, served as a medium." The three-eyed crow observed the world through the sacred tree, selecting its targets, yet it had not personally come to claim your son, indicating it must possess some compelling reason to refrain. After a series of deductions, Gus had nearly unveiled the truth. The pervasive sensation of being watched intensified, akin to a tempestuous ocean ready to unleash its fury. Gus gripped the hilt of the dragon slayer's sword, raising it skyward in a crescent arc. A powerful wave of sword pressure stirred a great gust, sending dust swirling into the air. The ocean of the three-eyed crow's psychic power was abruptly cleaved apart, and the feeling of surveillance dissipated. Among the onlookers, only the perceptive Oberon sensed a slight discomfort, which soon vanished following Gus's decisive strike. The crowd, bewildered by Gus's enigmatic display, glanced around uneasily. The girls huddled together, their expressions filled with dread. It was the three-eyed crow. It appeared quite anxious, confirming my suspicions, Gus declared, resting the dragon slayer's sword upon his shoulder. Oberon, contemplating, inquired, "I too felt that sensation of being watched. Yet you just wielded this colossal sword to slay it, did you not?" The assembly turned their curious gazes towards Oberon, noting the emphasis in his words. With everyone focused on the dragon slayer's sword, Gus decided to share a fabricated tale. This sword was crafted by the Emperor, reputed to slay dragons. Alas, none could wield it effectively, leading to its abandonment in a graveyard to suppress spirits, thus endowing it with such peculiar traits. The crowd was indeed captivated by the story, for this era still harbored superstitions. Across the continent, extraordinary powers truly existed. Even the Red Priest wielded a flaming sword, and it was entirely reasonable for my brother to possess a sword capable of subduing malevolent spirits, was it not? Is that why they call you the Wailing Sword Master? Emperor Rakan inquired with curiosity, prompting Ned to chuckle and shake his head. No, little Rakan. The name of Wailing Sword Master is due to my sword's swiftness. As he spoke, Gus seized the Dragon Slayer's sword upon his shoulder and unleashed its full might, striking at the falling leaves in the courtyard with frenzied precision. His wrist spinning, nearly leaving a blur in its wake. The colossal dragon-slaying sword emitted a piercing wail, accompanied by the resonant hum of steel. Gus sheathed the sword back upon his shoulder, and the numerous leaves drifting through the air were effortlessly cleaved in twain. This astounding display left onlookers in awe. Arya gazed at him with admiration, the children were rendered speechless, and the adults wore expressions of shock. Regardless of the varied reactions, Gus calmly stated, I have obliterated all the fish-leaping trees in the western and eastern rivers. The expanse of the Goddess Lake is immense. I sensed its ominous presence from afar 6 months ago, thus I kept my distance from that region. The Goddess Lake, a vast body of water near Harrenhal, harbored the largest sacred grove in Westeros at its center, where it was rumored that the children of the forest still resided. At the onset of the War of the Five Kings, Gus had led his forces northward for this very reason. Ned, what shall we do? Catelyn's concerns weighed heavily on Ned's mind, caught between the ancestral faith and his son, a dilemma that troubled the honorable father. You may stay with me for a time. It coincides perfectly with my wedding to Sansa. I shall also send aid to the wall, and with Bran under your watchful eyes, I will feel considerably more at ease. As Gus spoke, he offered a subtle smile to Sansa, causing the lovesick maiden to shyly lower her gaze. Gratified by his son-in-law's counsel, Ned nodded appreciatively, patting Gus on the shoulder. We owe you a great deal. From this day forth, the Stark family shall heed your commands. Witnessing his father-in-law's rare determination brought joy to Gus, who then summoned his attendants to arrange a new round of festivities. A banquet for the fathers-in-law stretched from morning into evening, with Gus captivating Ned and his brother-in-law Robb with his eloquent banter and toasts. Amidst the joviality, the three nearly swore brotherhood, but fortunately, Catelyn's timely slaps kept the merry drinkers somewhat sober. In the end, Ned leaned on Robb for support, and Robb on Ned, as they returned to their quarters to rest. Just as Gus was about to indulge in some soothing tea, Stannis Baratheon from Dragonstone arrived with a retinue, accompanied by Melisandre. Sir Gus, you have sworn fealty to House Baratheon, and I am now the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, a sentiment echoed even by your father-in-law, Ned Stark. Stannis had waited all day to speak, his tone somewhat brusque, while Davos appeared apprehensive, glancing at Gus. Your Grace, you are correct. Yet I am no longer a knight of the Iron Throne's realm, and you ought to be aware of the declaration of the Iron Blood Empire. Stannis fell silent, as did the Onion Knight, while only the Red Priestess's eyes flickered with intrigue. Melisandre, a shadowbinder from the lands of Ashai and a priestess of the Lord of Light, stood as yet another representative of a demigod. In a realm defined by a singular nation, a solitary deity, and a sovereign ruler, the woman clad in crimson stepped forward, her piercing gaze fixated intently upon Gus, as if she could unveil hidden truths within his eyes. She murmured incessantly, You appear to be a being not of this realm. Your world is shrouded in darkness and confusion, besieged by malevolent forces. Melisandre's countenance reflected profound shock, her eyes oscillating between terror and despair, as though she were witnessing a scene of unimaginable horror. Her brows knitted tightly, yet eventually, her expression transformed into one of remarkable ease, her beautiful eyes sparkling with life, even breaking into a smile. As Melisandre endeavored to advance, two ironclad guards stationed beneath the table interjected with their spears crossed, forbidding her any further approach. Initially, upon hearing her first utterance, Gus believed Melisandre had uncovered some revelation, yet it became apparent that she had glimpsed the harrowing past of his former self, an existence manipulated by divine hands, more akin to that of a demon than a god. Periodically, beings who proclaimed themselves as the hands of the divine would re-emerge into the mortal realm, unleashing a multitude of phantoms and fiends, spreading despair and death across the land. Mortals were reduced to mere cattle, their lives forfeit at any moment. Gus, born amidst a pile of corpses, was raised by a mercenary foster father. He entered the battlefield at the tender age of 3 and, by 6, assisted his foster father in vanquishing an enemy, albeit at the cost of his father's leg. Following this incident, his foster father underwent a drastic change in temperament, subjecting Gus to abuse until a fateful encounter led Gus to slay his abuser and flee the mercenary camp. By the age of 10, he had been wandering alone. Influenced by his foster father, Gus developed an affinity for wielding a great sword, convinced that only the largest blade could offer him protection. As he roamed, Gus drifted through kingdoms engulfed in warfare, partaking in numerous battles as a mercenary, until one fateful day at the age of 16, he stood before a multitude, cleaving through an enemy commander, a knight clad in plate armor, resembling a small giant, splitting both man and armor in a single stroke. In his lifetime, he had already slain 30 warriors from the opposing faction, yet he was ultimately defeated in a duel by a mere child named Gus. This shocking turn of events left countless onlookers in awe and instilled in them immense hope for the budding young boy. Thus, Gus encountered the youth who would draw him into an abyss of despair. The boy, possessing a strikingly handsome visage and silver hair reminiscent of House Targaryen, exuded an air of nobility and extraordinary martial prowess. Gus rejected the invitation of the silver-haired youth, who then proposed a duel to determine Gus's allegiance. Renowned for his valor, Gus would not yield to such a challenge, yet he found himself vanquished by a peer whose beauty surpassed that of many women. Following his defeat, Gus joined the mercenary band established by this individual, where he distinguished himself through numerous feats of valor, ultimately earning the fearsome title of 100 kills, striking terror into the hearts of countless foes. Within a few years, the mercenary band successfully rescued the beleaguered kingdom from the brink of destruction. The aging king, recognizing the noble spirit of the silver-haired mercenary leader, held him in high esteem despite opposition from the kingdom's aristocracy. Defying their dissent, the king bestowed titles and lands upon the mercenary band. However, the ambitions of the silver-haired leader extended beyond mere accolades. The king, having no sons and only a daughter, found his daughter swiftly captivated by the mercenary leader, whose extraordinary beauty and heroism had rendered him a legendary figure in songs. This burgeoning closeness incited feelings of threat in the king's brother, who, during a royal hunt, orchestrated an assassination attempt on the silver-haired leader. By what seemed to be a twist of fate, the mercenary leader narrowly escaped death and perceived this act as a crossing of the political threshold. He then dispatched Gus for retribution. Observing his increasingly entangled brother and friend, Gus resolved to aid him in eliminating the obstacles. However, during the mission, he tragically took the life of a child, leaving him tormented and despondent upon his return to report the mission's outcome. By chance, he overheard a conversation between his brother and the princess. The now noble silver-haired youth spoke with a chilling indifference, regarding their once-shared camaraderie as mere pawns in his grand design. He expressed that for the sake of his aspirations, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even more of his comrades. Stricken by these revelations, Gus felt a profound sense of disillusionment and departed in sorrow, realizing that they were all but numb pieces on someone else's chessboard, devoid of dreams. Having come to this realization, Gus resolved to pursue his own aspirations, determined to relinquish the hard-won status and position he had attained. Upon learning of Gus's intentions, the silver-haired leader, who had come to view Gus as his own, and harbored unique feelings for him, could not allow Gus to depart. On that snowy night, the two once again resolved to determine the ownership of Gus through a duel. Alas, after countless life-and-death battles, Gus had matured beyond measure. With a single stroke, the silver-haired noble was vanquished. In the depths of despair from losing Gus, the silver-haired noble acted rashly, climbing through the window into the princess's chamber amidst the rain. A night of passion ensued, yet the silver-haired noble, feeling as though he had lost his very soul along with Gus, allowed the old king, who harbored a morbid affection for his daughter, to apprehend him, ultimately casting him into the dungeon. The mercenaries, entangled in this chaos, found themselves pursued by the old king, forced to wander as exiles within the kingdom. Unbeknownst to Gus, who traversed mountains and foreign lands over the ensuing years, he discovered the dream of clashing swords amidst countless battles and met a blacksmith who gifted him the Dragon Slayer, a sword deemed unusable by anyone else. The massive sword quickly became Gus's cherished possession, and he practiced relentlessly, honing his skills. Upon returning to the kingdom, he learned of the silver-haired noble's plight. Consumed by urgency, Gus sought out the exiled mercenaries and led them directly into the depths of the royal dungeon. Rescuing the silver-haired noble, who had been tormented to the brink of death, his limbs and veins severed. Thus began a nightmarish descent. The silver-haired noble, bereft of dreams and the courage to live, took his own life before the assembled comrades by plunging his neck into a rotting log. The heart of a tyrant triggered a malevolent medium known as the tyrant's egg, plunging the world into turmoil as demons began to awaken. Gus and his companions fell into the abyss, branded by the demons. In that dark chasm, Gus fought desperately, helplessly watching his comrades, once comrades in arms, meet horrific fates at the hands of malevolent creatures. In his moment of despair, he was rescued by a death knight. From that point, darkness engulfed the world. As countless demons emerged to wreak havoc upon humanity, branded, Gus unwittingly drew the attention of evil spirits, suffering greatly from their torment. Fortunately, the Death Knight taught him how to combat these specters. As he gradually adapted to this unique form of battle, Gus, fueled by the spirit of vengeance, began his struggle against the demons. Countless demon apostles perished beneath the weight of Gus's great sword, their souls stained and demon blood saturating the blade. The Dragon Slayer began to exhibit unique properties, and by a stroke of fortune, Gus also received the Berserker armor from a great sorcerer. Embarking on a new path alongside his newfound companions in the fight against evil. In the presence of Melisandre's enigmatic allure, Gus sensed no malice. His curiosity toward the red-robed woman from the original tale grew. After all, in the end, she had sacrificed herself, igniting the courage of humanity by expending all her magical power. Regardless of her motivations, this act elicited a sense of admiration from Gus. Since the red-robed woman wished to see him clearly, Gus obliged, dismissing the guards and descending from the platform to stand before her. The red-robed woman resembled the character from the original story, yet was even younger and more beautiful, with a heart-shaped face and crimson eyes. Her flowing red hair and robe leaving little to the imagination. Her voluptuous figure was strikingly exposed. Observing their close proximity, Stannis remained impassive, while Davos appeared visibly tense. The woman in the crimson robe gazed into Gus's obsidian eyes, suddenly extending her hand to gently caress his cheek. Her expression a blend of admiration and perhaps a hint of affection. The long night stretched infinitely, fraught with peril. She resembled a smoldering ember, illuminating the path for the sheep behind her amidst the encroaching darkness. Her words flowed languidly, evoking varied expressions among those present in the grand hall. Stannis furrowed his brow, grinding his teeth lightly, while Davos appeared somewhat bewildered, and the Iron Blood Guard wore faces of fervent zeal. "Beautiful sorceress, do you see my past?" Gus feigned astonishment. The woman in crimson smiled faintly, retracting her hand to fold it before her, her alabaster bosom increasingly prominent. Gus, unwavering in his gaze, fixed his eyes upon her and declared, "That is all behind me. I am no longer who I once was." The woman chuckled softly, turning to the fire pit beside her, her back to Gus, and posed a rhetorical question. "Yet you still fight for mortals, do you not?" At her words, everyone fixated on Gus. Stannis lost his composure, and Davos grew even more perplexed. Could the rumors of this Iron-Blood Emperor be true? A deity descended among mortals? Or perhaps a god fighting on behalf of humanity? Though Gus held a measure of respect for the woman in crimson, he remained skeptical. As she approached the fire pit, he cautiously retreated a few steps toward the dragon-slaying sword propped against the wall. "Your Majesty need not be alarmed. I merely seek to discern the will of the Lord of Light," she reassured him, sensing his wariness. For the colossal sword at the corner invoked within her a palpable sense of danger. "What does your god truly desire?" Gus inquired tentatively. The woman fixated on the flames, her dark brows knitting briefly before relaxing, and then, with a serious demeanor, she addressed Gus. "Your Majesty, the song of ice and fire has already begun. The ancient gods have awakened in the far north. The long night is nigh, and the servants of these foreign deities shall bring death and cold." Upon hearing this, Gus immediately grasped the woman's intentions and responded directly. "I have already received word of the White Walker's awakening. The Empire is dispatching supplies to the north, and 100,000 wildlings are gathering, poised to assault the wall at any moment." His words were not only directed at the woman in crimson, but also served as a warning to Stannis. "Cease your games of the Seven Kingdoms, for Westeros faces annihilation, and only the striking figure before you stands in the way of it all." Upon hearing such clandestine tidings, Stannis and Davos exchanged startled glances, quickly realizing, upon observing Gus and the woman in crimson's solemn expressions, that this was no jest. It was indeed the truth, unfolding before them. "Your Majesty, your profound understanding of duty is truly admirable. This is a herald of hope for the Seven Kingdoms. Its people ought to be grateful to you. However, given the current fragmentation of the Seven Kingdoms, it is likely beyond your solitary strength to withstand the calamity looming from the north. Prince Stannis, the brother of King Robert and the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, proposed an alliance, believing that with his profound sense of duty, he could rally support against the impending calamity from the north. As the Onion Knight, Davos, observed his king's silence, he took the initiative to speak to Gus. Though I have heard tales of your bond with His Highness Stannis, I must assert that while he is a competent hand of the king, he is not a suitable monarch. Upon hearing this, Davos quickly glanced at his king, who maintained a composed demeanor, gently grinding his teeth before casting a glance at Gus and silently turning to leave. Noticing this, Davos grasped Stannis's arm and implored, "Your Highness, Gus's wisdom is undoubtedly profound. There must be reason behind his words. You need not be so hasty, for Gus surely has his own motives for speaking thus." Stannis, meeting Davos's pleading gaze, turned back toward Gus. Gus smiled, internally mocking, "Truly, you are as stubborn as iron." Tapping his fingers on the table, he addressed Stannis with a grin. "I comprehend your desires and am willing to collaborate with you against the northern threat." Davos visibly relaxed, exchanging a glance with Stannis. Gus continued, "However, you must pledge allegiance to the Empire. Should you agree, I am prepared to place the Imperial Navy at your disposal." Davos was taken aback, while Stannis retorted coolly, "Your kingdom lacks legitimate standing in Westeros." With a dismissive scoff, Gus replied, 300 years ago, was it any different for you? Legitimacy is wielded by those with strength. Now, with the Baratheon lineage waning, accepting my terms would not only grant you vengeance, but also preserve the honor of House Baratheon. A most favorable conclusion. Stannis remained silent, eventually turning to depart. Davos, wearing an apologetic expression, hurriedly addressed Gus, "My apologies, Your Majesty. We shall deliberate on your proposal. I regret any disturbance caused." Gus waved dismissively, assuring Davos, "I can await your response. And Knight, I have news for you. The White Walkers cannot be vanquished by ordinary weapons. Only Valyrian steel and dragonglass can harm them. Beneath Dragonstone lies a vast mine of dragonglass." Davos's eyes widened in realization, and he repeatedly thanked Gus as he took his leave. "Why do you not accompany them?" Gus inquired, frowning at the Red Woman, who showed no intention of departing. The woman in the crimson robe offered a subtle smile, gracefully swaying her enchanting figure as she approached, speaking, "Your Majesty, you require the Light King." Gus hastily interrupted, a look of disdain crossing his face. "No, I do not require that. Please return at once." The woman halted, her expression one of confusion. Just as she opened her mouth to continue her persuasion, Gus retreated several steps, gesturing imploringly, "Kindly keep your distance. The hour is late, and I fear my wife may misconstrue our interaction." The woman was momentarily taken aback, prompting Gus to swiftly command his guards, "Quickly, escort her back." 2 guards, obeying the command, seized the woman's arms and began to usher her away. Disoriented, she could only cast a lingering, mournful glance at Gus before being whisked away to the grand ship of Stannis. "Thank goodness for my quick wit," Gus thought to himself, patting his chest with satisfaction. Moments later, Marjorie entered the room. Following the dismissal of the crimson-robed woman, Gus found himself entangled in a series of inquiries from the Little Rose, which persisted until she was assured that Gus had indeed not indulged in fish behind her back. Only then did she relent, and the two retreated to their quarters, where they spent the night enveloped in each other's embrace. The young woman, having left her home, felt a profound sense of insecurity. Thus, Gus, as her pillar of support, could not allow her to feel abandoned. Presently, with peace reigning across the seas and the Empire experiencing steady development, Gus finally had the opportunity to step out of his office and witness the fruits of his labor over the past 6 months. Meanwhile, on a secluded coastline near Castle Rock, 500 armored warriors, bearing the red and black insignia, gathered alongside hundreds of craftsmen from various regions. Brothers and sisters of the Iron Blood Corps, the war has concluded. The Iron Blood Empire has been established. Why was I unable to bring you to the ceremony? Why have you not been permitted to visit your families, to embrace your wives and children? Instead, with a single command, I brought you to this desolate land, leaving your families unaware of your whereabouts, uncertain if you still draw breath. But do you know why? What is the reason? Simply because we hail from humble origins. Simply because we yearn for freedom. The noble lords oppose us. They wish to wage war against the nation we have built. They seek to seize the fruits of our labor. They aim to humiliate our wives and children. They would even take their innocence." Vin's impassioned speech ignited a fire within those seated on the ground, their teeth clenched and eyes reddened. All present were members of the Iron Blood Corps logistics team, farmers, artisans, and displaced individuals whom Gus had once rescued. In conversing with them, Gus discovered a shared plight. They had all endured the oppression of the nobility. Many had suffered to the point of losing their homes and families, and had it not been for Gus, they might have lost the will to live. Gus had purchased their freedom from the hands of the nobles, liberating them from their oppression and establishing a new homeland, a sanctuary where past and status bore no weight. A land of true freedom. Within the camp, they undertook various tasks related to the repair and creation of tools, while Gus assumed the role of their protector, providing them with sustenance, shelter, and even generous compensation. They had long regarded the Iron Blood Corps as their new home, offering Gus their unwavering loyalty. Thus, upon his mere utterance, they arrived here without further inquiry or discussion. Vince's eyes were ablaze with defiance as he continued to proclaim, "The orders from our commander have borne fruit. We shall no longer live in fear of the nobles' oppression. We will wield our own weapons to defend the nation we have built. Let us inform those arrogant fools of nobility. FCK the squids." His furious shout ignited the crowd, and those seated erupted into applause, their spirits aflame with fervor. "To hell with the lords. To hell with oppression. We demand freedom. We shall defend the empire. Long live the empire. Long live His Majesty Gus." The crowd's exhilaration reverberated through the mountains, startling countless birds into flight and causing turtles and crabs on the beach to scurry in panic. Armed with the blueprints and formulas provided by Gus, they had spent months toiling day and night, expending immense energy and even sacrificing a number of brothers, ultimately crafting the gunpowder and cannons as described by Gus. The burdens that had weighed upon the empire were finally lifted, and they could return home with glory to reunite with their families. Many wept tears of joy, overwhelmed by the significance of their achievements, all believing that their sacrifices were worthwhile for a brighter future and a better life. As Gus strolled through the streets, he observed the orderly procession of people along the pathways, laden carts traversing the thoroughfare, and children frolicking at the roadside, inciting worried admonitions from their parents. A traffic officer clad in a blue uniform stood atop a platform at the crossroads, directing the carts, while mounted officers occasionally patrolled the sides to maintain order. Everything appeared so delightfully vintage. At the intersection, Gus awaited the officer's signal when he suddenly noticed a scruffy, curly-haired youth approaching an elderly woman. The woman, clutching a child and carrying a basket of vegetables, had a cloth bag slung over her shoulder. As the scruffy young man drew near, his hand deftly reached into her bag. "Stop! Put down what you are holding," Gus commanded. Witnessing the young man's swift movements as he snatched something from the bag and prepared to flee, the scruffy youth, sensing trouble, bolted. Gus bent down, picked up a stone, and aimed for the young man's knee with a swift flick of his wrist. The youth let out a cry of despair as he fell to the ground just as a patrolling officer happened by and quickly approached. "What is happening here?" Gus grasped the young man's wrist, revealing a copper coin that clattered onto the ground with a crisp sound. "Officer, I saw him steal this money from that elderly lady's bag." The bearded officer nodded upon hearing the news and summoned the elderly woman to count her bag, discovering indeed that she was short by 18 copper coins. After reclaiming her coins, the old woman grasped Gus's hand, expressing her gratitude profusely, and insisted on offering him a piece of fruit from her basket. After a round of polite refusals, Gus, unable to withstand her warmth, accepted the fruit and handed it to the small child she was holding, wearing a radiant smile reminiscent of a benevolent older brother, which caused the child to shyly retreat behind their grandmother. Seeing this, the elderly woman could only express her thanks once more before departing slowly. Gus, watching her silhouette fade, couldn't he help but feel a pang of nostalgia for his elders back on Blue Star. The bearded officer, observing Gus's demeanor, shook his head slightly, secured the curly-haired man onto a horse, and called out to Gus, "Kind-hearted fellow, come with me to the police station for a registration." Gus, perplexed, inquired, "Is it really necessary, officer?" The bearded man chuckled in response. "The laws of the Empire are clear in their rewards and punishments. Your commendable actions today deserve recognition. We shall record this in your citizen certificate, which will facilitate your pursuit of honor within the Empire." Upon hearing this delightful prospect, Gus hurried to follow the bearded officer, and the trio soon arrived at the police station. Along the way, Gus noticed a shop named Fox Village Cosmetics. Inside the station, he observed a hat-wearing fellow dozing off, bound by his hands to a nearby iron cage, alongside a few staff members. The sparse presence of prisoners suggested that the Empire's law and order were quite commendable. After securing the curly-haired man, the officer rummaged through his clothing and retrieved a wooden citizen certificate. Examining it, he frowned and asked, "Guevara, have you been to the labor camp 5 times already?" Guevara, seemingly unconcerned and even somewhat pleased, replied, "Of course. The labor camp provides food and accommodation, and there is a salary for working. Everyone there is talented and they speak so nicely. I absolutely love it there." Gus and the bearded officer exchanged incredulous glances. "Then why don't you find a job?" Gus curiously inquired. Guevara, with a dismissive expression, retorted, "Work? It's impossible to work. I could never help someone else for a lifetime. I have no friends and dislike fighting. Being alone at home is dull. The labor camp is much more entertaining. Besides, I haven't committed any serious crimes, so even if I get caught, it's just half a month in labor camp. Quite pleasant, really." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. At that moment, the hat-wearing fellow awakened, removed his hat, and, upon noticing Guevara, greeted him cheerfully. However, upon turning to see Gus, he gasped in surprise, hurriedly rubbed his eyes, and exclaimed, "Goodness, Fry Gus! What on earth brings His Majesty here?" The bearded officer was taken aback upon hearing the words, and soon after, he witnessed Gus produce a metallic nameplate adorned with a golden sword against a crimson background, which he handed over, stating, "Do refrain from making a scene. I am merely an ordinary individual, a citizen of the Empire just like you. Please, record my merits. Or rather, my achievements." Officer Fregus, wide-eyed, turned to look bewilderedly at the pale-faced Treester before hastily accepting Gus's nameplate, affixing the official seal to validate it. Gus then brushed off the metal shavings from the nameplate, expressing his gratitude with a nod to Officer Fregus before directing his gaze towards the criminal who had recognized him. Treester from the Brecken family?" Gus was equally astonished, as this individual belonged to an old noble lineage with which he had been associated. "Your Majesty, this fellow frequently harasses women at that cosmetics shop. He has entered for the same reason this time." Fregus quickly informed Gus of the roguish offenses and the corresponding penalties. Upon hearing that Treester was to pay a fine and serve half a month in a labor reform facility, Gus nodded in approval. Appreciating the Empire's current legal framework that maximizes the utilization of labor. "Officer, might I accompany you to visit the labor reform facility?" Gus inquired, to which Fregus eagerly agreed. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with the scion of the Brecken family, Gus followed the group to the labor reform facility, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. Curious about the quality of the meals provided, Gus entered the large dining hall along with the anxious Fregus. Inside the dining hall, numerous inmates sat quietly, their demeanor obedient upon spotting the uniformed Fregus. Many cast curious glances at the towering figure beside Fregus. Fortunately, none recognized the disguised Gus, who procured a labor reformer's meal and found a spot to dine. The meal proved to be quite satisfactory, consisting of a bowl of wheat porridge, a substantial barley bread, a sprinkle of salt, and a dish of vegetables. After savoring a few bites, Gus deemed the food nutritious and was about to hastily finish his lunch when suddenly, a figure approached him, extending a hand in request for his meal. Startled, Gus looked up just in time to hear Frigus's irate reprimand. "How dare you? Do not commit further offenses. Do you wish to extend your sentence?" Upon hearing this, Gus's heart raced, and he raised his head to behold none other than a familiar face, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, the brother of the Mountain. In his youth, he had suffered the cruel fate of having his head pressed into a brazier, leaving half his face burned and instilling a profound aversion to fire. Standing over 6 feet tall, Sandor, nicknamed the Dog, was one of Westeros's most formidable knights. His demeanor was unpredictable, oscillating between kindness and cruelty, yet, beneath it all lay an inherently noble heart, a true man dulled by the harshness of reality. After the Battle of Blackwater, Sandor had fled King's Landing overnight, with Tywin placing a bounty of 100 silver stags on his head. Upon hearing that Gus had captured the mountain, Sandor journeyed westward to his hometown, only to find himself apprehended for dining and dashing at a tavern after running out of money and resorting to violence. Upon learning the circumstances, Gus, bemused, paid Sandor's bail and escorted him back to the Imperial Palace. "Sandro, I have heard that you have been placed under a bounty by Tywin for your alleged desertion," Gus remarked while savoring a generous serving of chicken. "To hell with Tywin. I am no coward," Sandro retorted. Gus was well aware of the unfolding narrative and understood Sandro's purpose for visiting, yet he had already pledged the mountain to Oberyn. "Sandro, how do you find my chicken?" Gus inquired. "This preparation is from my homeland, for in Westeros, they know only roasting or boiling, utterly ignorant of culinary delights." Upon hearing this, Sandro paused his actions and earnestly replied, "Your chicken is utterly exquisite. I could devour 5 of them, and I intend to clean out your supply." It must be said, Gus spoke with considerable flair, and when it came to indulging in chicken, he was nothing short of voracious. By the end of the meal, he had indeed consumed 5 whole chickens, with 2 large platters and a seemingly endless supply of chicken stew. After their feast, Gus shifted to more serious matters. I have already given your brother to Oberyn. It seems he may not survive. If you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to stay with me. At least there will be ample chicken and wine." Upon hearing this, Sandro fell into silence. The fate of the mountain was of little concern to him. He was reluctant to continue as a dog. However, the deliciousness of Gus's chicken presented a dilemma. Noting Sandro's contemplation, Gus continued, "If you choose to remain, I shall speak with Oberyn and endeavor to have him assign the mountain to you for execution. What say you?" Upon hearing of such favorable prospects, Sandro no longer hesitated, nodding in agreement. "I am willing to stay and assist in your endeavors. But I shall consume every last piece of your chicken." Gus, feeling a sense of dread at the thought, quickly summoned a servant to arrange for Sandro's accommodation. Yet, with the addition of another formidable ally, Gus found himself in high spirits as he exited the imperial palace through a small door, whistling a cheerful tune while continuing his stroll. In the imperial palace, at the desk cluttered with numerous letters bearing various crests and wax seals, Tyrion was diligently reviewing the correspondence. Accompanying the letters were reports from various governmental departments. The communications from the nobility were primarily greetings to Gus and the Empire, expressing a desire for trade collaborations. The message was abundantly clear. They sought the agency and supply of the coveted trifecta, but were not inclined to pledge allegiance to the Empire. Gus responded amiably, yet with unwavering clarity, stating that if they wished to profit, they must become citizens of the Empire. He pushed a heap of mundane letters aside to a nearby servant, known as Little Rose, who was peeling fruit, and resumed his examination of reports from regional administrators. These documents primarily detailed population statistics, agricultural and industrial reforms, and advancements in educational initiatives, alongside ongoing infrastructure projects such as road and bridge construction. He also perused the military and economic state of the empire, which appeared to be flourishing. Port trade was seamlessly integrating with all industries. Agriculture had exceeded the empire's needs, and exports were beginning to flow beyond its borders. The army was adapting daily to new tactics and weaponry, and the nearly extinct Balin had also submitted its report. The Secret Intelligence Service has successfully nurtured its first batch of elite operatives, poised for deployment at any moment. This clandestine department, known only to a select few within the empire, operates solely under the Emperor's command. Its primary objectives encompass intelligence gathering and deep infiltration, with assassination included among its strategies. In essence, it serves as the eyes and ears of Gus. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Gus summoned a figure cloaked in a flowing white robe, who appeared unexpectedly beneath the office window. Startled, the young assistant, Rose, instinctively clutched Gus's arm. "Fear not, my dear, he is one of us," Gus reassured her, gently caressing her forehead. Instantly relaxed, she turned her curious gaze towards the ominous figure before them. The white-robed man, whose hood obscured much of his face, wore a robe that fell to his calves, cinched tightly at the waist, giving no visible indication of weaponry. "Altair, I need you to deliver this," Gus instructed, handing over a letter to the man named Altair. Without uttering a word, Altair nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a crow flew in through the window with a sharp caw. In the next moment, a mechanical sound echoed as Rose noticed a glint of steel flash across Altair's wrist. The crow, feathers drifting down, met a grim fate on the windowsill as Altair swiftly vaulted onto the ledge, vanishing into the ether. Rose, bewildered, exchanged a glance with Gus before her eyes fell upon the lifeless crow. Gus, with a faint smile, approached the windowsill to retrieve the bird, revealing 3 eyes adorning its head. Meanwhile, on the bustling street of the Fox Village Cosmetics Shop, the illustrious yet foul-smelling little demon, Lord Tyrion, donned a steel helmet and clutched a bamboo cup wrapped in leather as he strolled along. Trailing behind him was a slender youth named Pod, who bore a similar cup and clutched a hefty notebook. "At long last, our work is complete, Pod. Let us celebrate with a feast. What would you like? For Lord Tyrion shall treat you," he exclaimed joyfully. "However, we must first procure a bottle of perfume. Otherwise, I fear my appetite shall dwindle." In high spirits, Tyrion addressed the jubilant Pod, but soon Pod's expression stiffened, sensing something amiss. Noticing Pod's unease, Tyrion stepped back and looked up, only to be met by a familiar, striking visage. "Sister, what brings you here?" he exclaimed, recognizing Cersei, who had lingered in the People's Port following her attendance at a grand ceremony. "As per their father Tywin's instructions, to visit former vassals in the city. Father sent me to assess the situation in the west and to extend his regards to you," Cersei replied with an unusual courtesy that immediately piqued Tyrion's awareness of the underlying complexities. "His concern for you is indeed touching. But I suspect your visit entails more than mere pleasantries, does it not?" Tyrion glanced curiously at his sister, only to realize she was unaccompanied by any guards. Cersei, noticing her brother's puzzled expression, appeared somewhat abashed. In response, Tyrion exchanged a knowing look with Podrick, who nodded and swiftly departed. Tyrion, I require your assistance, Cersei stated bluntly. Dear sister, I have no desire to conspire with you. The imperial position is not easily attained, Tyrion replied with resignation, gesturing toward the steel helmet inscribed with the word construction atop his head. Cersei's expression darkened further, yet her intent in seeking Tyrion was not for this matter. Brother, I find myself in dire straits. Those wretched guards have absconded with the funds I intended to offer to the Empire. I approached your precinct, but the officer informed me that apprehending them would take time. Now, I need your aid. Tyrion's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated his sister would turn to him for help regarding this issue. The Lannisters had lost the Westerlands and their former wealth. The guards Cersei had brought were from the Westerlands, where they had families, and they had surely heard of the Empire's various benefits. Clearly, aligning with the Empire was a more advantageous choice compared to the waning fortunes of the Lannisters. Podrick returned from the Fox Village cosmetics shop, and Tyrion, suppressing his curiosity, led his sister away from the conspicuous street. Upon gathering more information, they arrived at an inn, where Tyrion was unexpectedly reunited with his young nephew, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. His father, Tywin, had always been domineering. It was surprising that he had been compelled to adopt such a humble stance, even resorting to sending his daughter and grandson as hostages, perhaps aware that King's Landing could not withstand the turmoil for much longer. Without a second thought, Tyrion deduced the circumstances. The noble houses of the Westerlands had been swept away, and the Lannister supply lines were being relentlessly plundered by Jess. The last stronghold, Silverhill, had also succumbed swiftly, while the Highgarden factions continued to gamble, appearing trustworthy yet poised to betray at any moment. The current 2,000 troops in King's Landing were primarily sustained by the Riverlands nobility. The throne had become a mere ornament, boasting a title but backed by a paper lion ready to flee at any instant. Contemplating this, Tyrion felt a pang of desolation as he gazed at Cersei's haggard yet striking visage, attempting to console her. Sister, you may seek the King's counsel. However, before he could finish, he caught sight of Cersei's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on him. Yet, in light of their family's impending doom, Tyrion, enduring the intensity of Cersei's murderous glare, pressed on. Sister, please allow me to finish. King Jess is a good man. He will not harm you, and the Lannisters are not without options. Upon witnessing Tyrion's resolute expression, Cersei's brows furrowed, and she retorted with venomous fury, he is our enemy. Were it not for him, how could the Lannisters have fallen so low? You dare speak in his defense? You are nothing but a disgrace to our family. Tyrion's countenance twitched, his gaze fixed upon Cersei as his expression gradually turned frigid. In a subdued tone, he replied, Indeed, I am a disgrace to the family. But let us not forget the reasons behind our family's downfall. Open your eyes and confront the reality. We are no longer the lions prowling atop the Golden Mountains. We must return to the fray among the sheep, to uphold the honor of lions that still hangs high. Cersei, you must surely understand our father's intentions. His Majesty is a magnanimous man, and the Empire welcomes all those who are willing to strive. While the opportunity has not yet been seized by other families, you must act swiftly. Tyrion's gaze was earnest, and his impassioned demeanor left Cersei, who had long been influenced by Tywin's disdain for her brother, momentarily bewildered. Tyrion spoke the truth, yet she found it difficult to lower her noble head. For decades, as the pride of the Westerlands, the lioness of House Lannister, others had sought her favor. The thought of her seeking help was unfathomable. Furrowing her brows, Cersei reached for the glass on the table only to discover it was empty. Noticing this, Tyrion quickly took a cup and filled it for her. Podrick stared wide-eyed at Tyrion, who chuckled, aware that the imperial work hours prohibited drinking. As Cersei took a delicate sip, the essence of roses filled her mouth, reminiscent of the Empire's exquisite golden rose fruit wine that the ladies favored at the grand feast. She was surprised to see her brother living in such comfort. This wine was exceedingly precious even in the port of the common folk. Observing his sister's expression, Tyrion proudly revealed an iron badge from his chest, exclaiming, Imperial First-Class Administrative Officer, with all the perks of living. Cersei fell silent, taking several more sips of wine. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. I have made up my mind. Brother, take me to meet your emperor. At this, Tyrion let out a cheer, scooping up his nephew Tommen and planting a hearty kiss on his cheek before urging Cersei, let us go. We shall arrive just in time for his Majesty's meal. Eager to partake in a top-tier foreign banquet, Tyrion hastily encouraged his sister. Seeing her brother so lacking in ambition, Cersei shook her head and took the child by the hand to follow along. Gus, finishing his shift, had no intention of dining at the palace that day. Instead, he was strolling the streets with his dog, eager to sample the chicken of Westeros. However, he soon encountered Cersei's party. "Damn," the dog barked, and Gus quickly stepped aside. Realizing the serendipity of the encounter, he smiled and approached, saying, "Beautiful Queen Mother, what a surprise it is to meet you here. It has been a while. Your beauty still leaves the ladies of the Seven Kingdoms feeling envious." Disguised, Gus was momentarily unrecognizable to Cersei, who felt a sense of familiarity but mistook him for a nobleman with whom she was acquainted. Cersei's enchanting eyes sparkled as she had endured enough indignities in the West, facing numerous rebuffs and even suggestive advances from many lecherous older men. When a young, handsome, and vibrant lad appeared before her, a cloud of gloom lifted from her heart. The formidable presence of the Iron Throne's queen swiftly returned. She stood tall and regal, her ample bosom thrust forward, extending her slender arm gracefully into the air. Tyrion was taken aback. Why did his sister adopt such a haughty demeanor upon seeing his majesty? Without uttering a single word, she expected him to pay his respects. Unable to decipher Cersei's thoughts, Tyrion silently guided his nephew aside, while Gus, perplexed by Cersei's arrogance, glanced in question at Tyrion, who promptly shook his head, indicating his own confusion. Gus, bewildered yet adhering to noble etiquette, kissed the back of Cersei's hand. Just as he was about to release her, Cersei elegantly entwined her arm with his, signaling him to accompany her on a stroll. Gus, thinking it merely a formality, obliged and walked beside her at a leisurely pace. "What is your opinion on the Iron Empire?" Cersei inquired, her gaze fixed ahead, not even glancing at Gus. "Very well, powerful and affluent," he replied. Cersei frowned, suspecting that this noble gentleman was subtly hinting at a desire to form an alliance, yet she had neither riches nor authority to offer in return. "Men," she thought, before turning her head slightly to Tyrion behind her and saying coolly, "You may leave now." Tyrion furrowed his brow, fully aware of Cersei's nature. Yet he chose not to voice his concerns. He motioned for his nephew to follow and departed. Meanwhile, the observant dog brother sensed something amiss and hastily followed the diminutive demon. With everyone else dismissed, Gus assumed Cersei had something of importance to discuss. Though he felt a twinge of confusion, he remained silent. Once they were alone, Cersei suddenly leaned closer to Gus, their bodies aligning in an intimate manner that led passers-by to perceive them as a couple. "Gus, Cersei, I require your assistance. If you agree, I can," at last. Gus comprehended her intentions. Cersei had not recognized him and was seeking to elevate her standing through him. He responded in kind. "What do you wish for me to assist you with?" Cersei smiled faintly, grasping his hand as she inquired, "What is your influence within the Empire?" Gus casually replied, "I am currently a colonel in the Imperial Navy, commanding 2,000 men and several warships." Cersei's eyes brightened, though her expression remained composed. "Excellent. Shall we find a quiet place to discuss this further?" Gus nodded eagerly, leading Cersei towards the Imperial Palace. Navigating through various corridors, Gus did not take the main entrance, but instead led her through a smaller door into a side chamber. Cersei's demeanor tightened as she attempted to withdraw from Gus, but he reassured her, "I have accommodations within the palace. Let us converse there." Cersei raised an eyebrow, impressed by his bold insinuations, and upon reflection, she realized that his residence in the palace indicated a position of significant importance. Her heart raced with anticipation. Accompanied by Cersei, he sought a guest room, igniting candles that cast an intimate glow. Realizing the need to take decisive action for her objective, Cersei steeled herself. After a delightful exchange, Gus donned his attire and gently addressed Cersei, "My dear, why not stay here tonight? I shall arrange for a sumptuous dinner to be brought to you shortly." With a smile and a nod, Cersei expressed her satisfaction with the room's ambience. The feather bed, fragrant with perfume, and the clean, sun-kissed duvet devoid of any musty scent. Observing her compliance, Gus approached and kissed her forehead, leaving her momentarily bewildered, her heart racing, a sensation reminiscent of the sweet nothings whispered by Jaime. Shaking her head, she noticed Gus preparing to leave and quickly implored, "Knight, my son remains outside. I worry for his safety." Before she could finish, Gus swiftly seated himself beside her, grasping her small hand with earnest assurance, "My dear, fret not. I shall send someone to fetch him. I guarantee you will see your son tonight." Satisfied by his tender promise, Cersei refrained from further protest, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you, Knight. By the way, I would like a drink." Gus readily assured her that it would be no trouble at all. Once Gus departed, Cersei's expression returned to its usual composure. Indeed, it was all a charade. As long as she could deceive this fool into unwavering loyalty, it would all be worthwhile. After leaving Cersei's chamber, Gus summoned a servant to deliver the royal wine reserved for the queen, then sought out Tyrion and his companions. The group, dining in the imperial officials' mess, greeted Gus with respectful bows upon his arrival. Having dismissed Tommen and arranged for him to be sent to Cersei, Gus finally spoke. Your sister and I have reached an agreement. You need not concern yourself with it. The project has been executed splendidly, and I have preemptively promoted you. Tomorrow, you shall assume the position of director of the Southern Construction Bureau. Tyrion's face lit up with joy as he placed his fist over his heart in gratitude, while Dog Brother cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Tyrion, puffing up with pride, shot a mock glare back at him. Now, let us raise our glasses in celebration of our newly appointed director Tyrion, Gus declared, leading the toast, and the others followed suit, transforming a work dinner into a festive celebration. Later that night, after soothing the little Rose to sleep, Gus left the royal chambers and once again sought out Cersei. What brings you here again? She asked, frowning as she opened the door in her nightgown. With a playful grin, Gus stepped inside, closing the door behind him, and embraced her warmly, murmuring, My dear, I cannot quite explain it, but it feels as though something is amiss when you are not by my side. I spent the night tossing and turning, unable to resist the urge to find you. Cersei felt a shiver run down her spine, unconvinced by his apparent affection. She attempted to push him away, but he seized her wrist, pulling her closer. Struggling fruitlessly, she resorted to a low reprimand. Release me. Gus, instead of releasing his grip, merely smiled with a wicked charm. The night passed in silence, leading to the dawn of the next day when the vigorous Gus departed from Cersei's chamber. Thus, as days turned into a sequence, Cersei gradually acclimated to the situation and even found herself faintly anticipating Gus's visits. A master of the art of war, Gus began to employ subtle tactics, cleverly utilizing his time to deceive and entertain little Rose, thereby preventing any premature revelations. After days of Gus toying with her, Cersei, filled with both anger and urgency, cursed his shamelessness. Yet, as she could no longer contain her impatience and prepared to confront him, Gus would conveniently seek her out instead. With sweet words and intimate encounters, he skillfully soothed Cersei, ensuring her compliance and tranquility. Thus, Gus continued to navigate between the two women for an entire month until one fateful day, the truth was irrevocably unveiled. Observing the piercing gazes exchanged between the two esteemed jewels of their families, Gus broke into a cold sweat. After a moment of mutual glaring, little Rose took the initiative to speak. My dear husband, you know I have always indulged your excesses. I can accept your taking multiple wives, but you cannot deceive me. That is an affront to our sacred union, she exclaimed, her delicate nose crinkling, eyes reddening, and voice quivering. You have been so secretive lately, carrying an unfamiliar scent of perfume. I kept telling myself not to overthink it, attributing it to your fragrance, but you, unable to restrain herself any longer. Little Rose collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Gus's heart raced as he turned to Cersei, then back to little Rose. Darling, will you hear my defense? It is an explanation, he implored, his words tumbling out rapidly. However, before he could finish, little Rose rose and slapped him across the face with a resounding crack, then, wiping her tears, fled from the scoundrel. Seeing his beloved disregard him, Gus quickly turned to another cherished one. My dear, he began, but once more, a sharp slap met his cheek. Cersei, lifting her skirt, turned and walked away. Gus's expression was a mix of confusion. This was what they meant by playing with fire. A misstep could lead to self-immolation. He hastened after Cersei, repeatedly entreating, My love, although I have deceived you, my feelings for you are genuine. Otherwise, why would I visit you so often and bring gifts for your son, Tommen? I have long regarded you as my heart and your son as my own. As he spoke, Gus took her hand and placed it over his heart. I implore you to forgive me. My apology must be sincere, for after all, you are Tywin's prized hostage. Cersei halted, her stunning visage devoid of expression as she regarded Gus. My dear, I was wrong. I swear I will never deceive you again. I truly love you. Please, forgive me, Gus pleaded, bowing with utmost sincerity, his demeanor earnestly earnest. Cersei was held firmly by Gus, her palm pressed against his chest, where she could distinctly feel the rapid beating of his heart. Could he truly be deceiving her? It seemed implausible that one could control even their heartbeat. As Cersei gazed into Gus's eyes, she reflected on how this period had undoubtedly been the warmest since her arrival in the West. Gus was not only gentle and considerate, but also displayed affection towards his son, showering her with sweet nothings in a delightful array. Most importantly, their intimate moments were never lacking, rejuvenating her spirit and making her feel considerably younger. At times, Cersei genuinely contemplated fleeing with Gus, leaving behind all the burdensome troubles and seeking a tranquil haven where they could indulge in the domestic life Gus had often described. Taking a deep breath, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. They remained in a tense silence until Cersei broke it, asking, "You profess your love for me. Would you be willing to bestow upon me the Iron Empire?" Her inquiry was merely a test, yet Gus responded with unrestrained joy. "Of course, my dear. My empire is yours. Not only will I give you the Iron Empire, but I shall also conquer all of Westeros for you, as long as you can forgive me." Cersei was taken aback. She had not anticipated Gus's affirmative response, nor his eagerness to please her. Her heart raced at the unexpected turn of events. Cersei scrutinized him intently, and Gus gazed back with sincere eyes. Much to her dismay, she could detect no hint of deceit in him. Her expression was conflicted, her thoughts in disarray. Noticing her turmoil, Gus took her hand and led her to the window, saying, "My dear, how does People's Port compare to the former Lannister port?" Cersei furrowed her brow slightly. This had once been the Lannister domain, inhabited predominantly by blondes, which later developed into a bustling trade port primarily for minerals. Now, however, People's Port was a melting pot of various ethnicities, including many of the curly-haired little folk from the free cities across the strait. Furthermore, the streets bustled with activity, lined with numerous shops, and the port had been magnificently renovated, operating like a well-oiled machine, with enormous cargo ships arriving and departing at all hours. While Cersei admired Gus for accomplishing so much in such a short time, she couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "This belongs to our family. You seized it from us." With a slight smile, Gus retorted, "Well, you seem incapable of reclaiming it." Cersei, nearly apoplectic, shot back, "You're not trying to humiliate me, are you? What is it that you wish to convey? Does bullying a woman serve any purpose?" Gus raised his hand and playfully slapped her ample thigh, unbothered by her indignation, and stated solemnly, "Cersei, your perspective is far too narrow. You should not focus solely on Westeros." His words silenced her. Westeros was but a small continent. They should cast their gaze upon the world beyond. Moreover, do you willingly tolerate the interference of a mere iron treasury while possessing such a vast kingdom? A trifling speck of land, believing it can wield dominion over the entire world, manipulating the 7 kingdoms with the mere power of wealth. Huh. Cersei listened quietly, nodding in agreement, for their family owed a considerable debt to the Iron Bank, a burden that could span generations. As for Fabras, Gus perceived its actions as reminiscent of a certain nation on the Blue Planet, which proclaimed its foundation on the banner of freedom yet relied on formidable maritime military power as its backbone, profiting from wars and even instigating them. Such behavior is reprehensible and inhumane, akin to a malignant tumor. The institution behind it, the Black and White Academy, strikingly resembled a certain subordinate organization under a nation's command. "Cersei, I aspire not only to establish a true empire, but also to extend its reach across the shores. I intend to create an unprecedented super-empire, to unify Westeros, to vanquish the free cities, and to set foot in Essos, achieving feats that no one has ever accomplished." Cersei frowned at these words, declaring, "That is impossible." Gus chuckled softly. "Have you forgotten from whence I come?" Cersei fell silent. After all, over the past year, Gus's actions had been clear for all to see, and his ambitions were unabashedly evident, yet no one seemed able to challenge him. She herself had been sent over by her father as a gesture of goodwill. "If you are willing, I shall name you the 3rd queen, and I will bestow upon our offspring the rights they deserve. Furthermore, I shall appoint your father as the imperial foreign minister, and the banner of House Lannister will proudly adorn the Hall of Heroes, enjoying eternal glory." As Gus spoke, Cersei felt an overwhelming sense of confidence and dominance, a sensation that other men had never inspired within her. "Very well, I understand, but I must consult with my father." Cersei responded after a moment of contemplation. "Of course, my dear, I shall await your reply." With that, Gus possessively pulled the golden-haired beauty close for a kiss before departing without a backward glance, leaving Cersei blushing in frustration as she watched his tall figure fade away. As he gazed at the empty chamber, Gus felt an emptiness within. The little Rose had packed all her belongings and returned to her family without even a word. It was only through questioning Valaris that he learned of her departure. Now, Gus regretted not pursuing the little Rose and instead choosing a wretched path. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. Donning his armor and grasping the dragon slayer, Gus assembled a contingent and set off along the coastal road to pursue his wife. The group ran tirelessly for a day and a night, only to realize upon reaching the Hall of the Young Chickens that something was amiss. He had been outwitted. The little Rose had surely informed Valaris of a land route home, knowing full well she would take to the waters instead. Damn it. Gus increasingly loathed his inability to control his desires, lamenting that a mere folly had driven his wife away. Unbeknownst to Gus, numerous eyes were fixed upon him and those in his vicinity, eager to exploit any vulnerability he might possess. Taking advantage of the respite in the Yanji Hall, Gus swiftly reached out to his clandestine contacts in the 6th Military Intelligence Division. After several hours of exchanging coded messages, his suspicions were confirmed. Marguerite had secured a ticket on a swift vessel bound for the free trade city of Tolosai, planning to disembark at Black Crown City to send correspondence destined for the Imperial Navy. Gus seized the moment to rest, fervently praying for Marguerite's safety. After several hours of anxious waiting, a new battleship, fresh from training at the Shield Islands, finally arrived. To Gus's astonishment, the captain of this fleet was none other than Edmundo from Rushflow City. "When did you join the Navy?" Gus exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Edmundo's shoulders in astonishment. With an excited grin, Edmundo replied, "I made arrangements with my uncle, Blackfish. He joined the army, while I enlisted in the Navy. The Tully family will thrive on both fronts." Gus, noticing the white fish flag beneath the black sword on the sails, patted Edmundo's back and gave him a thumbs up. "Well done, my friend. You have both vision and ambition." Edmundo beamed with pride, having been the first to secure this battleship since the cannons were mounted aboard. He named the vessel after himself, the Edmundo, a medium-sized battleship with 2 masts, boasting a maximum speed of 14 knots. Equipped with 32 16-pound cannons, 16 on each side, capable of firing a round every minute, with a full displacement of 1,000 tons and an average speed of 10 knots. This medium-sized battleship represented the Empire's latest series of warships, designated as the Sea Fish class, and served as a primary force in naval operations. "Your Majesty, whom shall we engage? My cannons are eager for action." Edmundo, having been training relentlessly, longed to confront pirates but had yet to catch sight of even a shadow of them. Upon receiving the royal summons for a skirmish, he eagerly volunteered for the mission, emboldened by the Tully family's reputation. "My wife has fled, and I fear she may attract unwanted attention, hence I called upon you all." Edmundo's enthusiasm waned as he realized he had traveled a distance merely to serve as a bodyguard. Noting Edmundo's sudden despondence, Gus delivered a hearty slap to his back. "What if your sister-in-law has been abducted? You feel aggrieved by this?" Upon hearing this, Edmundo quickly raised his hand, a look of realization dawning upon him. The battleship swiftly led a flotilla of several small vessels across the sea, altering course towards Low Whisper Bay with great speed. The Sea Fish took the lead, followed by the smaller ships arranged in a double line, leaving a long wake in their path. Many merchant vessels, upon sighting this formidable and uniquely designed fleet, instinctively maintained a respectful distance. As Gus fixated on the fleet of the Free Trade City, he eventually beheld the Tyrosian merchant vessels intercepted by the naval fleet of the Shield Islands Empire as dusk descended. Tyros, one of the 9 illustrious Free Trade City-states, engaged in incessant trade with both the Stone Steps Islands and Westeros. However, Tyros is also notorious for being a den of avarice. The slave trade runs rampant here, where the merchant profession is exalted, and the rulers of Tyros are referred to as the Great Lords, their elections rife with threats and bribes. The Tyrosians deem this as legitimate. How could a candidate who cannot even secure a bribe be worthy of governing their city? It is easy to imagine the sorts of individuals that populate the merchant vessels of such a city. "We are the fleet of the Free Trade City-states. What do you intend to do?" The leader of the fleet shouted at the intercepting Imperial Navy. "Our queen is aboard your ship. All merchant vessels must swiftly dock for inspection," commanded a naval officer atop the leading warship, brandishing a trumpet-shaped object to relay orders to the Tyrosian fleet. "Damn it! We have no queen of yours. Your actions show utter disregard for our Prince of the Sea." The merchant captain cursed in broken common tongue, but the Imperial Navy paid no heed, issuing an ultimatum. "Once more, we have received word that the Imperial Queen is on your merchant vessel. If you do not comply with the inspection, we shall commence an attack." The naval officer's voice boomed, inciting a plethora of curses in Valyrian from the inhabitants of the Free Trade City. In response, the Imperial commander waved his flag decisively. Boom! A cannonball struck the sea, sending forth a tremendous wave amidst the explosion. "What the hell? What is this? What kind of sorcery allows them to wield fire magic in their attacks?" The merchant captain was taken aback, witnessing a bizarre warship with numerous portholes unleash a fiery projectile that detonated with a resounding bang. Gus, arriving from the rear, witnessed this scene and felt a surge of anxiety. After all, his wife was still aboard. With a fervent prayer, he could only hope the adversaries would recognize reason and that little Rose would remain unharmed. having witnessed the formidable might of the Imperial Navy. The Tyrosian merchant vessels promptly complied. As the ships docked, Gus quickly signaled to Edmure to maneuver closer. Hidden within the fleet, Little Rose, seeing the commotion Gus had created to pursue her, felt a mix of joy and worry. Realizing she could no longer remain concealed, she hastily led a retinue to the deck of the merchant vessel. From a distance, Little Rose spotted Gus waving at her, and her spirits lifted considerably. She obediently followed him aboard the Imperial warship. The Tyrosian merchant ship was finally granted passage, leaving with a sense of frustration. It was poised to sell the news of the Iron Blood Empire possessing a fleet of fire magic warships to Queen Marjorie. "It was my fault. It shall not happen again." A series of sincere apologies and sweet words followed, ultimately leading the young maiden to succumb to the allure of the handsome man. She decided to accompany Gus to test the might of their warships along the coast. The fleet consisted of 2 Sea Fish-class battleships, while the remainder comprised mere sea shrimp and crab soldiers. Upon hearing Gus's desire to witness the power of the warships, Edmund eagerly commanded the fleet to locate an uninhabited reef. With a single order, 16 cannons unleashed a thunderous barrage upon the deserted reef. Boom, boom. Little Rose widened her eyes in astonishment, while Edmund wore a smug expression. However, he noticed Gus frowning, seemingly unimpressed. Shaking his head, Gus, having witnessed modern battleships from Blue Star, found no interest in the medieval gunboats. "Your Majesty, why do you appear so dissatisfied?" Edmund inquired, perplexed. Gus quickly waved his hand, insisting, No, I am quite pleased." His dismissive demeanor left Edmund feeling a pang of disappointment. Upon returning to People's Port aboard the battleship, Little Rose, linking her arm with Gus, curiously asked, "Darling, why do you seem so unimpressed with our naval fleet? This is the most remarkable and powerful warship I have ever seen." Gus shook his head and replied coolly, "In my homeland, there exists a steel battleship known as the 055, with a displacement tenfold that of this vessel. It can launch projectiles called missiles, capable of obliterating all fleets in Westeros, perhaps even the entire world." Little Rose, Gus continued, "In addition to such battleships, we possess a colossal aircraft carrier that can be likened to a floating island, with a displacement 10 times that of the 055. It can autonomously navigate the seas for a century, its firepower sufficient to cover all of Westeros. And those aircraft I mentioned, the carriers are designed to accommodate them. A large carrier can carry dozens, even hundreds." Marjorie, aware of the aircraft Gus described, had heard they were as large as dragons and could fly faster and farther. The thought of an island capable of carrying 100 dragons sailing across the sea was beyond her comprehension. Listening to Gus recount the terrifying weaponry from his homeland, Marjorie's expression was one of bewilderment. In the peaceful period that Westeros had entered, the Empire focused on extensive road construction and infrastructural development, while scientific research continued unabated. The military practiced joint operations on land and sea, and shipyards proliferated. The Sea Fish-class battleships were being produced at a rate of 1 every 2 weeks, all made possible by the abundant mineral resources in the West, contributing to such rapid development. If one were to observe from a divine perspective, the current situation in the West is a sight to behold. Along the banks of the river, steel mills abound, with trucks continuously delivering iron ore to the converters. The blowers and mixers work tirelessly, propelled by the river's current, transforming molten iron into solid steel, which is then dispatched to various shipyards and technological parks. Besides this, fields and factories flourish across the land, particularly salt production. Just a year ago, Jess had to covertly procure a small amount for smuggling. Now, every household among the citizens of the Empire possesses several bags of snow salt. In all 7 kingdoms, who does not recognize the Empire's snow salt? There are also glass factories, sugar mills, paper plants, and printing houses. Countless miraculous technologies have erupted in the West. There is scarcely a place in the 7 kingdoms that does not consume the Empire's produced goods, generating immense economic benefits that compel Jess's bank to employ a 4-digit workforce merely to count the wealth. "Father, can I truly marry His Majesty Jess?" Sansa inquired anxiously, her expression laden with worry. Ned nodded. It was not that he was unwilling, but the conditions Jess offered were exceedingly generous. During their time in Jess's realm, he had ventured out frequently, and the economic benefits stemming from the Empire's formidable execution capability left the old wolf astounded. Should Jess take action against the North, he feared for how long he could endure. Times had changed since over a decade ago. He had no brothers, no familial support, and faced threats beyond the wall. Alliancing with Jess would not only secure the Empire's backing, but also protect the North from the ravages of war. Furthermore, Jess had bestowed upon House Stark exceedingly generous terms. This predicament further ensnared the already indebted Stark family, and Ned could not bear to contemplate the wolf's fate after his departure. Thus, he resorted to this course of action. At least, based on Jess's treatment of his wife, Ned believed that the benefits of this alliance far outweighed the detriments of stubborn resistance in the north. Moreover, the world was far from simple. The White Walkers, the three-eyed raven, and not long ago, Jess had even gifted him a deceased three-eyed raven. Ned harbored an intense loathing for such things that had driven his son to become increasingly peculiar. He had incinerated that raven to ashes. Observing his daughter's anxious gaze, Ned smiled gently. Of course, you shall become his second queen and bear him a multitude of wolf cubs. Only thus can we weather this harsh winter. Sansa's cheeks flushed at his words. Father, I wish to learn swordsmanship from Sir Jess. Sansa's daydream was abruptly interrupted as Arya entered, needle in hand. Ned felt a headache approaching. Ever since Arya had witnessed Jess's autumn wine slicing through leaves, she had incessantly clamored to learn swordplay from him. But alas, was it within her capabilities? His sword was larger than the two of them combined. Child, that is a swordsmanship meant for men. I can arrange for a more suitable instructor to teach you. How does that sound? Regardless of the situation, he aimed to placate her first. With a tender, paternal demeanor, Ned addressed Arya. Upon hearing Lao Lang's words, Arya was suddenly reminded of her former teacher, Syrio, causing her small face to contort in a frown, resembling Ned's furrowed brow. Child, Ned attempted to continue, but Arya, seizing her sword, dashed out of the room. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned to his eldest daughter, Sansa, who mirrored his helpless gesture. Arya fled from the chamber and out of the side hall, eventually finding a step to sit upon and sank into deep contemplation. She pondered Syrio's smile, the playful demeanor of Jaqen, and his muscular physique, followed by thoughts of the portly man and then of Jaqen again. Suddenly, the mention of Jaqen prompted Arya to pull out a large silver coin. An idea flickered in her mind, but she swiftly shook her head. Unlike the original narrative, she had not endured numerous life and death separations, nor did she wish to part from her family. Arya, a gravelly voice called from behind, startling her into turning and thrusting her sword. The clash of steel rang out sharply as the sewing needle slipped from her grasp, and she finally discerned the figure before her. Cloaked in a white robe, only half of his face was visible, and beneath the garment, no weapons were apparent. Yet Arya distinctly felt her needle had been struck away by iron. Who are you? Arya cautiously inquired of the robed man. With a faint smile, he replied in a husky tone, an assassin. Arya furrowed her brow at this and asked, Is the Faceless Man awake? The robed figure nodded and continued. His Majesty believes you possess considerable talent, so I have come to seek you. Upon hearing this, Arya's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed someone sent by Jaqen, and he appeared quite formidable, his attire strikingly impressive. Will you be my teacher? She asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The man nodded in affirmation. What is your name? She curiously pressed. In a deep voice, he responded, Adel. Across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen had journeyed to Astapor, accompanied by Ser Jorah Mormont, the Knight of Bear Island. After enduring the antics of the clowns of Karth, Ser Jorah, dubbed the Bear, expressed concern, Your Grace. Are you truly certain you wish to exchange a dragon for the Unsullied? His expression was one of worry, clearly believing that trading a dragon, even a hatchling, for a mere legion of Unsullied was an unwise bargain. Daenerys smiled at his words, but offered no reply. As her dragon sons grew stronger, capable of effortlessly incinerating the warlocks of Karth, Daenerys began to experience the exhilarating sense of power that came with wielding dragons. Daenerys has read little throughout her life, yet the tales of her ancestors conquering the world with dragons resonate profoundly within her. Witnessing the burgeoning power of dragons, she begins to swell with ambition, believing that with dragons at her side, she could subjugate all. Thus, from the outset of her dealings, Daenerys harbored no intention of spending money. As she passed a bridge, a young girl caught her gaze, innocently tossing her a capsule toy, indicating that Daenerys should pick it up and twist it open. The Mother of Dragons smiled faintly and prepared to retrieve it, while her companion, the bear, remained vigilant yet unconcerned. Just as Daenerys was about to grasp the capsule, a cloaked figure unexpectedly shoved her aside. Startled, the bear drew his sword, ready for combat. However, the cloaked stranger was swifter, spinning the sword with such finesse that the bear's own weapon fell to the ground in a flash. In the midst of this chaos, the cloaked figure ignored the bear and advanced toward Daenerys, who stood frozen, transfixed by the venomous creature emerging from the capsule. As a deadly scorpion scurried toward her, the paralyzed Mother of Dragons remained immobile. In this dire moment, the cloaked figure hastened forward, plunging a dagger into the scorpion, killing it before it could reach her. Meanwhile, On this day, Jess, now the emperor, found himself burdened with work reminiscent of his past life. The empire, burgeoning with activity, inundated him with a plethora of documents submitted by officials from across the realm, awaiting his royal seal. This cannot continue. I shall surely pave the way for the first emperor, Jess murmured, gazing at the towering pile of papers and letters. Among them was a particularly notable missive, a summons from the hand of the king of King's Landing, an invitation from the elderly Tywin. The letter invited Jess to attend the 14th naming day of his adopted son, Joffrey. It appeared that Cersei had relayed Jess's conditions to her father, and Tywin seemed eager for a discussion. Whether or not it was laced with intrigue remained to be seen. Nevertheless, Jess resolved to attend, for the threads of the empire had already entwined themselves around the Iron Throne. Understanding oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in every battle. Jess was unperturbed by personal rivalries, for he was primarily concerned with a more significant dilemma. Tywin, in his youth, had not only eliminated disloyal vassals of House Lannister, but had also made a name for himself during the War of the Ninepenny Kings. The Mad King, Aerys II, recognizing the extraordinary talent of his contemporary, appointed Tywin as his hand of the king shortly after ascending to the throne. Young Tywin did not disappoint. He stabilized the Iron Throne amidst internal strife and external threats, governing with remarkable efficiency, ensuring 2 decades of peace across the realm. In summary, the old lion's prowess in governance was indeed enviable, and Jess, overwhelmed by administrative duties, desperately required such a formidable ally to manage affairs on his behalf. This would not only alleviate his burdens, but also maintain a balance among the other noble houses while fostering the empire's growth. With determination, Jess summoned his father-in-law, Ned, to fully disclose his plans. What? You are inviting me to serve as the chief minister of the Imperial Council? Ned was taken aback, once again being summoned to assist in the governance of the realm. No, your majesty, I cannot assume the role of your hand of the king. Ned hastily gestured in refusal, as it brought to mind unpleasant memories of tending to Robert's whims. Father-in-law, it is not the hand of the king, but the chief minister, who does not wield absolute executive power like the hand, but must negotiate with fellow council members, and only with a majority's approval can policies be enacted. Furthermore, the Imperial Council does not possess authority over the military. After this clarification, Ned finally understood. The council held only administrative power, devoid of military command, merely functioning as high-ranking aides to the emperor. Furrowing his brow, Ned was not power-hungry, yet such a responsibility required careful consideration. Noticing Ned's silence, Gus hastened to appeal to his emotions. Father-in-law, you are my fiancé's father, thus my own. Apart from you, I cannot find anyone else who can assist me. Your integrity and fairness are renowned across the 7 kingdoms. Only a person of your esteemed character deserves such a lofty position, enabling the citizens of the empire and the people of the north to thrive. Ned nodded in agreement. If such a position were entrusted to someone driven by personal ambition, it would undoubtedly lead the populace into peril. Moreover, it was somewhat gratifying to see his son-in-law hold him in such high regard. After all, who does not relish being praised, especially by a legendary figure? With his daughter already promised to Gus, and the empire's prospects undeniably enticing, Ned resolved to lay a strong foundation for the north. I can assist you in managing the affairs of state, but I wish to know who else will be joining the Imperial Council. After agreeing, he inquired further. He had no desire to work alongside individuals of questionable merit. Gus empathized deeply. No one relishes being stabbed in the back. Father-in-law, at present, you are the only one, but I will soon invite Lord Mace, and then Lord Tywin. Ned was momentarily speechless, but quickly nodded. This arrangement seemed beneficial for him in the interim. Gus's mention of Mace, the father of Queen Marjorie, appeared reasonable, yet Tywin? His capabilities were undeniable, but Gus had seized Tywin's ancestral home. Why would Tywin wish to aid the very adversary who had wronged him? Noticing Ned's hesitation, Gus smiled subtly, reassured by his own strength. Father-in-law, I shall make a trip to King's Landing. Thus, for the time being, the empire will be in your capable hands. Upon hearing this, Ned immediately interjected. Your Majesty, you are the linchpin of the empire. You must not place yourself in danger. Convincing Tywin can be entrusted to me. You need not go in person. Gus chuckled and shook his head. Given Ned's temperament, it was prudent that they did not clash. I will lead a contingent of the empire's finest elite alongside me, and besides, Tywin's daughter Cersei is already in my company. Ned's senses heightened at this revelation. Tywin's daughter? By the gods! Ned comprehended everything at that moment, sensing the melancholic gaze emanating from Old Wolf. Gus awkwardly smiled and hastily retrieved a brooch engraved with a prominent head from his pocket, handing it to Ned before swiftly disappearing from sight. Old Wolf, feeling somewhat duped, gazed at the brooch in his hand, his expression a medley of emotions. He summoned a group of confidants and other ministers to convey a message and to delegate various matters. Gus, accompanied by Little Rose and 500 heavy cavalry along with an artillery battalion, set off that very day from the Golden Road to King's Landing. On the balcony of the Imperial Palace, Cersei gazed with a complex expression at the departing troops. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, the Prime Minister, Tywin, coldly chuckled as he perused a letter in his hand. "Your son-in-law's audacity is truly commendable," he remarked. "Could it be that the Lion has been thoroughly intimidated?" Tywin stood by the window, overlooking the west, disregarding Old Rose's jibes, for no one could fathom the thoughts swirling in the old Lion's mind at that moment. After several days of slow marching, near the Lion's Gate of King's Landing, James, holding aloft his house's lion banner, stood astride his horse with 100 or so golden-robed men flanking him. The onlooking citizens of the realm, witnessing such a grand display, were filled with curiosity about which notable figure was arriving in King's Landing. Suddenly, the ground trembled. On the horizon, a contingent of fully armored cavalry emerged, their bodies encased in scaled armor, leaving only their eyes visible. Each warrior wielded a steel lance, donned crimson capes, and bore steel swords at their waists, their blood-colored cloaks billowing in the wind, soon staining the earth beneath them. The imposing spectacle instilled awe and trepidation among the golden-robed men, prompting the citizens to hastily disperse to the sides of the road. James wore a grave expression, quickly assuming a proper stance, directing the golden-robed men to maintain their formation and remain calm. Moments later, from the ranks of heavy cavalry, a small squad of several riders approached James, led by a tall and formidable figure. Under James's gaze, the leader removed her visor. By the gods, James was taken aback to discover it was a woman. "I am the Countess Miguel of the Empire and the commander of the Imperial Cavalry. May I inquire if you are the welcoming party from King's Landing?" Miguel, hailing from a peasant background in the Riverlands, had, over the years of battle and training, darkened her skin under the sun. Her distinctly feminine features were infused with a fierce and wild essence, with several pink scars adorning her cheeks. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, her physique dwarfed James, making him appear almost childlike by comparison. "Ah, greetings, milady. I am James Lannister, here on behalf of King's Landing to extend a warm welcome to Her Majesty," James replied, regaining his composure and smiling. Miguel furrowed her brow. Indeed, the infamous regicide, renowned for his handsome visage, is not in the slightest inferior to Your Majesty in terms of allure. As their conversation drew to a close, Miguel offered a slight bow and galloped past James. Unexpectedly, James's steed reared up, and in a moment of distraction, he found himself on the brink of tumbling from his mount. Quick-witted, Miguel halted abruptly, pivoted, and gracefully caught James in a princess carry. "Good heavens!" exclaimed James, taken aback as he suddenly found himself cradled in Miguel's arms. Their eyes locked, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Miguel remained composed, while James flushed with embarrassment. Could you set me down?" James requested, to which Miguel gently lowered him to the ground before pulling up his mask and riding away, leaving James in a daze, staring at his retreating figure. "Blast it! What an embarrassing display," James mused internally, suppressing the bemused gazes of the golden-robed nobles as he mounted his beleaguered steed, gesturing for the welcoming party to guide the approaching contingent of Gus. From the carriage of the honor guard, Gus lowered the window and, with a cheerful expression, glanced at Marjorie, unable to suppress a laugh. "Ha!" Marjorie appeared puzzled. "Your Majesty, what just transpired?" she inquired. Leaning closer, Gus whispered conspiratorially, "Our commander of the heavy cavalry, Sir Miguel, has taken a liking to the regicide." Marjorie was taken aback, her expression one of shock as she regarded Gus. She was well aware of Miguel, a formidable warrior under Gus's command, who had fought valiantly alongside him since their days in Riverrun, notably during the Battle of the Red Fork. She had charged fearlessly behind Gus as cavalry, and later, in the Western Territories, she had led a small unit to intercept the Lannister supply lines, boasting a record of slaying 30 men in a fierce onslaught. "Your Majesty, is this acceptable?" Marjorie voiced her concern, knowing that the men who caught Miguel's eye often succumbed to his formidable presence, with the exception of Gus. "Fear not, even if Tywin were to learn of this, it would pose no issue. I intend to elevate Miguel to the rank of Earl. Besides, he is quite admired by the women of the Seven Kingdoms," Gus assured her. Marjorie nodded, silently wishing for Miguel to discover true love and shift his affections away from Gus. Under the protection of the heavy cavalry, Gus's carriage made its way through the awestruck gazes of the citizens of King's Landing, proceeding towards the Red Keep. The welcoming party completed their task and dispersed, while James rode over to the heavy cavalry, and, upon finding Miguel dismounting, gracefully bowed and said, "Madam, I am grateful for your timely assistance." With his luscious curls framing his face, Miguel held his helmet and, upon hearing James's words, beamed at him with a smile, choosing to remain silent before swiftly departing. James was left perplexed. Was there something amiss with him? He touched his face, finding no blemish. Casting a glance at Cersei's eldest son, the cruel and merciless King Joffrey, Gus felt a wave of curiosity wash over him, beckoning the young king with a wave. As Joffrey observed the scene, he anxiously glanced towards his grandfather Tywin. During this period, devoid of his mother's indulgence and subjected to Tywin's meticulous training, the once arrogant young king had adopted a demeanor marked by restraint. Tywin, casting a sidelong glance, signaled to Joffrey not to be afraid and to approach quickly. With a tremor in his eyes, Joffrey gritted his teeth and hastened towards Gus. He gently ruffled the boy's hair, and Gus, with a radiant and charming smile, exclaimed, "You truly resemble what your mother described. Handsome, imposing, and a paragon of nobility, truly fit to be an emperor." At this proclamation, both Joffrey and Tywin were momentarily taken aback. Gus continued, "Your mother is now my third wife. Though we lack a formal title, we shall remain a family. Call me father, and I shall protect you henceforth." Joffrey, gazing at Gus's handsome and affectionate visage, felt an inexplicable warmth within him, and quickly turned to glance at Tywin. The latter, with an expressionless demeanor and profound gaze, nodded slightly. "Father," Joffrey called out, his voice wavering. Gus, overjoyed, lifted Joffrey high into the air and embraced him, exclaiming exuberantly, "Good son, from now on, you shall be my true heir. Until I find a suitable successor, you shall forever be my primary heir." Joffrey's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at this newly acknowledged father, feeling an overwhelming mix of shock and emotion. Tywin remained silent, skeptical of Gus's words. Gus, having subtly connected with his eldest son Joffrey, then turned with enthusiasm towards Tywin, grasping the elder's hand warmly, and saying, "Tywin, my esteemed father-in-law, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Cersei has expressed her longing for you and wishes to know when you might visit her. I too eagerly hope you will return to see the rejuvenated King's Landing." Upon hearing this, Tywin's lips twitched as he withdrew his hand from Gus's grasp, maintaining a cold demeanor. "I appreciate my daughter's concern, as well as that of His Majesty. However, Joffrey is still young and requires my care. Therefore, I graciously acknowledge His Majesty's goodwill." It appeared Tywin remained oblivious to his precarious situation, genuinely believing that the forces of King's Landing were still under his command. Gus, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to Tywin's ear and whispered, "Father-in-law, I have taken control of King's Landing. Once young Joffrey's birthday has passed, you may accompany me to enjoy your retirement." Old Tywin abruptly turned to glare at Gus, and at that moment, all Lannister soldiers within the Red Keep suddenly withdrew, replaced at the doorway by Imperial soldiers clad in black armor, armed with spears and swords, and draped in crimson cloaks. Tywin's chest heaved violently, and Joffrey sensed something amiss. Quickly making his way to the window, where he beheld the lion banner being replaced, revealing the Imperial flag of red adorned with a black sword. Stumbling, Joffrey fell to the ground in disbelief, staring incredulously at Gus. Gus sidestepped Tywin and hurried to assist the frantically trembling Joffrey. As he gazed upon the delicate figure of the gentle fawn, young Xiao, Gus spoke in a rich, soothing tone, his demeanor both charming and benevolent. "Child, do not fear. They are our own, here to protect you. You are my son, and I have promised Cersei that I shall not harm you." Upon hearing this, Xiao calmed somewhat, supporting himself with Gus as he nodded repeatedly and rose to his feet. In the days that followed, Gus successfully integrated all the Lannisters, selecting the spies and hidden agents among them to become leaders, dispersing them in groups to return to the Empire for training. The golden-robed forces of King's Landing were disbanded and reformed as the Imperial Guard. Furthermore, Gus fervently distributed grain and wealth to appease the populace, suppressing the armed factions of the faith and establishing the Empire's Hall of Heroes. King's Landing soon stabilized. Refugees lined up daily outside the Great September of Baelor to receive food and clothing, merely needing to pay homage to the heroes of the Empire. The citizens were oblivious to the occurrences within the Red Keep, only aware that the banners had changed and the streets had been tidied. Each day, the city watch patrolled the streets, attended by adults known as officers, delivering aid from the Ironblood Empire to those in need. Noble lords who sensed the shift either fled under the cover of night or chose to submit. Gus did not impede their decision. As long as they remained within their bounds, leveraging their legacy, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to rebuild within the empire. The naming day of Emperor Qiao was still celebrated, albeit outside the Great September of Baylor. On the day of Emperor Qiao's naming day, the subjects of the realm finally beheld the benevolent emperor of the Iron Blood Empire. Citizens, the era of kingdoms has ended. Before you stands the ghostly howler, the embodiment of mercy, the legend of the 7 kingdoms ballads. And yes, the emperor of the empire. Now, regardless of your status or origin, the empire shall grant freedom, wealth, and even power to all citizens willing to strive. If you possess strength, the empire will bestow upon you everything you desire, no matter your lineage or gender. As long as you are a citizen of the empire, today marks your induction. The empire shall ensure you are no longer exploited or oppressed. Rejoice for your freedom, citizens. With the dragon slayer held aloft, Gus's voice rang out, his red cloak billowing in the wind as the banner of the empire ascended triumphantly. Long live the empire. Long live freedom. Long live the emperor. Long live the empire. Long live the empire. Long live the empire. Among the crowd, someone initiated the fervent cheers, which quickly spread, engulfing all of King's Landing in jubilant exclamations. Gus, illuminated by the sunlight and basking in the adoration of the citizens, subtly nodded to the figure of Vinz dressed in humble attire, who smiled faintly and gradually departed, followed by several similarly clad individuals. Within the cathedral, Emperor Qiao stood transfixed, ready to leave with a sudden gesture, only to be restrained by Tywin's hand. Qiao shot a fierce glance at his grandfather, who, with an impassive expression, remarked, "These are your subjects. They cheer for your empire. I shall continue to serve as the imperial minister to govern the empire for you." The great emperor, momentarily taken aback, subtly nodded, his previous fury dissipating as he adopted a stoic demeanor akin to Tywin's. In the garden of House Tyrell in King's Landing, Loras cast a sidelong glance at Jess, his expression one of mixed amusement and foreboding. Marjorie, with her gaze lowered, silently peeled an orange, ignoring Jess entirely. Olenna, seated regally, took a sip of red wine before speaking slowly. "You charming rogue, do you truly intend to acknowledge that forbidden progeny as the empire's heir?" The Queen of Thorns spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any trace of anger. Jess glanced at his wineglass, hesitating before placing it down. Leaning closer, he took the elderly woman's gnarled hand in his and spoke gently. "Grandmother, you know Marjorie's significance in my heart. I understand your concerns. This is merely a tactic to placate the Lannisters." Olenna turned her head to scrutinize Jess in silence. Perceiving the weight of her gaze, Jess candidly declared, "Marjorie is far too young. I cannot allow her to suffer irreparable harm for the sake of a child. Until our own offspring are born, the young lions will serve merely as a fade to divert attention." Upon hearing this, Olenna raised an eyebrow, while Loras and the young Rose stared at Jess in astonishment, surprised by the cunning nature of the seemingly simple man. "Grandmother, you are aware that I will inevitably launch an assault upon the distant continent, which is devoid of the honor that characterizes Westeros. There are sorcerers, faceless men, shadowbinders, and even dragons." Olenna nodded thoughtfully, while Marjorie's eyes were fixed intently on Jess, and Loras scratched his head in confusion. "What do you intend to do?" With a charming smile, Jess replied, "The Empire has already embraced compassion. Thus, it must also possess a blood-soaked emperor who instills fear in the hearts of men." Boom. In the center of the Eye of God Lake, vast swathes of the sacred wood ignited. Boom. Boom. Another barrage erupted, causing countless sacred trees to weep, crimson tears streaming down the ancient faces of their trunks. No, humanity has begun to annihilate the sacred wood once more. The forest children, with deep chestnut skin, golden eyes, and prominent ears, cursed in an incomprehensible ancient tongue. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, a volley of cannonballs struck, claiming the lives of many forest children who could not evade the onslaught. "No, our homeland is ravaged, our kin slaughtered." The high priest of the forest children glared at the devastation, retrieving a fist-sized black stone from his robe and murmuring incantations. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth fractured, and the entire island began to subside, forming a colossal whirlpool at the heart of the Eye of God Lake. Mother of gods, quickly, retreat. The sacred wood has unleashed its wrath. Run. Quick, flee. As the cries and shouts of the crowd echoed, various ships armed with cannons began to retreat from the vortex's center. Yet the whirlpool was far too immense and swift. Hundreds of vessels were swept away as if they were mere leaves, rapidly engulfed by the lake's depths. Soon, the Eye of the God Lake settled into an eerie calm, and the thousand faces all vanished without a trace. Not a single plank was visible upon the surface of the water, as if nothing had ever transpired. Meanwhile, Gus, who was in the midst of enjoying drinks with Marjorie and Old Rose in King's Landing, suddenly sensed a palpable surge of psychic energy approaching. To the astonishment of all present, Gus abruptly expelled a mouthful of crimson wine, propelling himself into the air. As his chair toppled, he crashed into the garden, tumbling several times on the ground and ultimately crushing a swath of flora before coming to a halt. "My dear," Marjorie exclaimed, rushing over, while even Olenna rose to her feet and Loras stood in stunned silence. Disheveled and bloodied at the corner of his mouth, Gus slowly rose with Marjorie's assistance and, observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, calmly stated, "It was the three-eyed crow. He exacted his revenge on me." A collective look of confusion spread across the crowd. With only Old Rose appearing to contemplate the situation, Gus proceeded to recount his prior conversation with Ned's family, which elicited nods of understanding from the others, although only Gus was aware that something was amiss at the Eye of the God Lake. Before long, a servant delivered a letter, and Gus, maintaining his composure, resumed drinking with the Tyrell family after glancing at its contents. The letter detailed the dramatic upheaval at the Eye of the God Lake, noting the sudden disappearance of the Thousand Faces Isle and the silence of the 300 artillerymen Gus had dispatched. As Gus sipped his drink, his emotions were conflicted. 300 lives lost due to a single utterance of his own. If they had been enemies, he would have felt no sorrow. "Knight James, it is said your swordsmanship is unparalleled. I would like to seek your counsel," declared Miguel, the Empire's mightiest woman, as she intercepted James at the entrance of a brothel. James, recognizing the familiar setting, felt an ominous premonition. "Knight James, am I too formidable for you to face?" Miguel relentlessly provoked, leaving James feeling somewhat exasperated, as he now understood how Ned must have felt back then. "I do not wish to draw my sword against you," James replied, attempting to pass by Miguel. With a swift motion, a long sword was drawn, not by Miguel, but by James himself. The loss of his sword was a humiliation for any knight, prompting James to hastily reach for it. Miguel raised her sword with one hand while deftly swatting away James's attempts to reclaim his weapon with the other. The two, one large and one small, appeared as if Miguel were merely toying with a child. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, James, feeling a surge of indignation, declared, "Madam, please return my sword." Miguel smirked contemptuously, "Sure, but you must come and take it yourself." After years of being looked down upon, James felt compelled to confront Miguel, immediately taking a stance as he prepared to engage in close combat. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Miguel cast aside his ornate long sword, his body sinking slightly as he bent his knees, fists clenched, one poised in front and the other behind, a stance reminiscent of the combat techniques from Gus's former military unit. James, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained his composure, shifting his feet in a cautious rhythm as he launched probing jabs to ascertain the distance between them. A crowd soon gathered, and the city guards, alerted to the commotion, hurried over, only to observe Miguel in silence. After all, not long ago, this formidable individual had single-handedly dispatched a dozen gold-robed assailants in the streets. "Stop hopping around like a monkey and get on with it," Miguel taunted as he watched James's futile assaults. Stung by the provocation, James resolved to defy her expectations. With a determined step, he unleashed a powerful hook punch. Given James's towering stature of over 6 feet and years of rigorous training, any average man would have surely crumpled to the ground beneath such a blow. Yet, Miguel was no ordinary opponent. She was, in fact, a rarity in combat prowess. Even Gus had praised her as if she were born for battle, having trained her personally for a year. As James struck decisively, Miguel swiftly advanced, driving her shoulder into his chest and seizing his arms to execute a shoulder throw. Realizing the peril as his arms were ensnared, James attempted to break free, but Miguel's strength was overwhelming, akin to being caught in a vice. In an instant, he was sent spinning, and had the streets not been muddy, he might have suffered a grievous injury. With a thud, James landed on the ground like a slab of meat, momentarily stunned. Gasping for breath, he rolled over, his body feeling as if it had been shattered. Understanding that he could not outmatch her in hand-to-hand combat, his gaze fell upon the elegant long sword lying on the ground. With an agile leap, he pushed off the earth and seized the sword, rising to his feet and declaring, "You are far stronger than I. In a brawl, I cannot prevail. Let us duel with swords instead." At his words, Miguel let out a cold laugh, unsheathing her sword and adopting a triangular stance with both hands firmly gripping the hilt. James mirrored her movements, raising his sword to shoulder height as he circled around her, searching for an opening. Miguel, however, remained steadfast. her gaze fixed on him as she meticulously adjusted her angles. Seeing no apparent weaknesses, James decided to strike first with a probing thrust. Yet, as he lunged, Miguel countered with a swift, thunderous sweep of her sword, effortlessly deflecting his attack and following up with a relentless series of precise, powerful slashes. James was taken aback, retreating repeatedly while wielding his sword defensively. Miguel, seizing the advantage, pressed forward with remarkable speed, disregarding the potential danger posed by James's long sword. In mere moments, he had closed the distance between them. James, possessing exceptional swordsmanship and swift reflexes, realized that after deflecting Miguel's long sword, a mere thrust would suffice to end the confrontation. Yet, he hesitated to harm the woman. As a result, Miguel swiftly closed in, grasping James by the throat. With a clatter, the long sword fell to the ground. James attempted to struggle, gripping Miguel's arms, but was effortlessly lifted off the ground, akin to a chicken being pinched by the neck. A sensation of suffocation enveloped him, prompting James to kick desperately, at which point Miguel finally released him. James collapsed onto the ground. "Why did you not strike?" Miguel inquired, her gaze fixed intently on James. "Cough, cough, cough. I do not wish to harm you, milady," James replied, disheartened by the realization that he had once again been bested in a duel, and by a woman at that. Miguel remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing James before speaking coolly. "Even if you had struck, you could not have killed me. I would have seized your sword and turned it against you." James was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the earlier details, and indeed, such a scenario was plausible. Had he thrust his sword, Miguel's reckless approach likely would have allowed her to free one hand to grasp his weapon, subsequently slitting his throat. Had he truly been defeated so thoroughly? A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had heard tales of this woman, a mere peasant who had likely trained with a sword for less than a year. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. Had his choice to pursue the path of knighthood been utterly misguided? Aside from a few years of fame during which he basked in the adoration of the people and became a knight celebrated in poetry, he had since borne the infamous title of regicide for over a decade. The Battle of the Red Cross River had utterly obliterated any remaining prestige he possessed, and now he found himself being bested by a woman. All he yearned for was to fulfill his role as a knight. James reminisced about the years spent seeking out masters to learn the art of swordsmanship, inspired by his idol, the Dawn sword master Arthur Dane. Suddenly, he perceived life as a mere illusion, having practiced the sword for a decade yet unable to triumph even over a peasant woman. In the midst of their silence, Miguel spoke up. "You are a knight of honor. During that duel, I stood behind His Majesty." James was momentarily stunned by her words. After a pause, he finally asked, "Did he teach you to wield your sword?" Miguel smiled suddenly, her eyes reflecting a rare admiration. James understood, and the answer dawned upon him. Yet this time, Miguel took the initiative to share her story. "His Majesty bestowed upon me the hope to continue living during my darkest hour, personally teaching me the art of swordsmanship. He called me a brave girl and remarked on my strength, stating that I was well suited for his style of swordplay, thus imparting the most practical techniques to me." James discerned a plethora of emotions in Miguel's gaze: admiration, affection, and respect. This reminded him of his younger self, when he spoke of Arthur Dane and Barristan Selmy in a similar light. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a smile suddenly graced his face. He realized that what he lacked was not formidable strength, but rather the crystalline, knightly heart of his youth. Noticing the confusion in Miguel's eyes, James beamed his radiant smile and said, "Thank you, my lady." Miguel furrowed her brow, a hint of blush appearing on her sun-kissed cheeks. James's laughter grew more exuberant, his teeth gleaming, when, in an unexpected turn, Miguel hoisted him onto her shoulder. "What? My lady, please put me down. My lady. Hey, quickly let me down." "Ah." James struggled and shouted like a young girl, as the robust Miguel carried him into the street's brothel. It seemed that this night would lead the two to an inevitable clash. "Hey, have you heard?" someone exclaimed. "The Kingslayer lost a duel at the brothel's entrance to the Empire's foremost lady knight, Miguel." "Of course. This news has spread throughout King's Landing. Who doesn't know that?" "Hold on. I haven't finished yet. Do you know where the Kingslayer went afterward?" "Oh, to seek revenge from his dear Father Tywin, perhaps?" No. He entered that brothel, and he was practically carried in by Lady Miguel." "Seriously? And then what?" "Then there was nothing more. I don't know. It is said that he was, well, you know." "What? Is that what you mean? Can you be clearer?" "You know what I mean. I only know that later they emerged hand in hand." "Blast it. That cursed Kingslayer, that insufferable pretty boy. What? You can't possibly have feelings for Miguel, can you?" "What is wrong with that? Lady Miguel isn't unattractive. She's just a bit tall. Don't you know that taller women are often more robust in bearing children? And she is Lady Miguel. If I could marry her, my mother would surely wake up laughing from her dreams. Goodness, you have exquisite taste. Huh, what do you mean? Are you insulting Lady Miguel? I challenge you. Seriously? Are you out of your mind? I was merely saying your taste in women is a bit unconventional. Humph. You better not let me catch you speaking ill of Lady Miguel, or I'll surely knock your teeth out. You lads have never seen the battlefield and have no notion of Lady Miguel's prowess. Once you truly engage in battle, you will understand just how magnificent Lady Miguel truly is. Brother, I was wrong. I promise not to speak foolishly again. This drink is on me. And when we go to battle, you must take good care of me, brother. Brother. In the tavern of King's Landing, a local recruit repeatedly bowed his head in apology to an older brother from the Riverlands, raising his cup in a toast. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner, the regicide, just off duty from the city watch, was enjoying a mug of ale, listening to their conversation with a faint smile. James reminisced about Miguel's imposing presence that night, a smile of profound nostalgia gracing his lips. Miguel possessed handsome features, embodying a quintessentially feminine visage, albeit slightly larger in stature. Yet his robust physique truly captivated James. Ironically, when they had shared their earnest moments, it was not Miguel's impressive pectorals that first entranced James, but rather his altogether masculine and athletic form. As James gazed at Miguel, it was akin to admiring a statue, his expression one of awe, his demeanor reverent. He circled Miguel for some time, exploring with gentle touches, which ultimately led Miguel to exclaim in exasperation, prompting them to commence their more serious endeavors. Prior to this, James had expressed profound admiration for Miguel's physique, declaring it the most beautiful he had ever encountered, surpassing all other warriors he had known. Miguel's robust muscles resembled those of a sculpture, defined and powerful, yet remarkably flexible. The pink scars adorning his body served as testament to his prowess in battle, enhancing Miguel's allure, particularly the marks upon his face, which rendered him not merely human, but akin to a fierce tiger. In summary, Miguel was wild, fierce, and formidable, and James had successfully tamed this beast. Lost in thought, James's smile grew ever more pronounced, his expression inscrutable, causing a nearby veteran from the Riverlands to regard him as somewhat peculiar. The veteran, increasingly unsettled by James's demeanor, instinctively shifted away, seeking distance. At that moment, the veteran's partner arrived, a newcomer who had previously mingled among the gilded ranks of King's Landing. After exchanging pleasantries, the recruit's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. "Sire James," he exclaimed, his voice drawing the attention of several patrons, notably the Riverlands veteran who had held Miguel in such high esteem. Blast! The accursed regicide. The veteran recognized James's striking features and the luxurious golden lion-headed sword at his side, immediately identifying him as the one who had taken Miguel from them. Upon hearing the insult, James furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. "You dare challenge me?" he queried, momentarily taken aback by the audacity of such provocation. "Have I somehow wronged you?" James inquired politely, attempting to quell the tension between them. "Curse the Lannisters. Not only do they pillage and plunder in our Riverlands, but now they seek to steal my Lord Miguel." The veteran seethed furiously. "You think you're so grand with that foul visage? I demand a duel." James inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "Are you truly certain you wish to duel with me?" The brother from the Riverlands retorted vehemently, "Damn it. Not only do I intend to duel with you, but I also aim to smash your face." His words were steeped in intensity and vulgarity. Having endured much, James could no longer contain himself. Without uttering a word, he drew his sword and strode outside. The Riverlands brother, undeterred, unsheathed his own sword and followed him to the tavern's exterior. "Go, Bestu. Defeat the regicide." They cheered. "Yes. Show him the might of the Riverlands men. Take down the Lannisters. Riverlanders are invincible." Inside the tavern, numerous veterans from the Riverlands, who had battled the Lannisters and the Ironborn, rallied behind their comrade. However, James stood alone, devoid of allies. Sighing at this realization of his lack of camaraderie, he positioned his sword on his shoulder, resolved to end the skirmish swiftly. As the regicide assumed his stance, the brother from the Riverlands wasted no time and swung his sword. Clang, clang, clang. All three strikes were effortlessly blocked by James. Recognizing that his strength was insufficient against James, the brother altered his tactics, mirroring James's formal knightly swordplay. This time, James took the initiative. He stepped forward, his long sword shooting forth like an arrow. The swift thrust sent a jolt of pain to Besta's brow. Besta quickly raised his sword to parry, but James executed a deft maneuver, entwining his long sword with Besta's, forcing it aside. With James poised to deliver a deadly slice across his throat, Bestu instinctively abandoned his sword and leaped back, drawing a dagger from his waist to continue the fight. James frowned, surprised by his opponent's skill, glancing at the discarded longsword. He kicked it aside and began to close in on Bestu. Rather than retreating, Bestu advanced. Gripping his dagger with both hands, he unleashed a powerful strike, attempting to deflect James's longsword and engage in close combat. Yet, James reacted with swiftness. He drew back his sword, his movements remarkably agile, nearly crouching as he evaded Bestu's forceful blow, leaving Bestu momentarily stunned. Before he could regain his stance, James's longsword struck like a viper. I concede. You are formidable, Bestu stammered, feeling the cold steel against his throat. James smirked, sheathing his sword, and replied coolly, you are also quite skilled. Your swordsmanship was forged through battle, I presume? Taken aback by James's keen perception, Bestu nodded, picked up his sword, and departed without further words. James smiled faintly, sensing the discontented gazes surrounding him. He boldly declared, is there anyone else who believes the regicide is unworthy of Lord Miguel? Step forward and challenge me. I, James Lannister, shall await your line of challengers right here today. His proclamation exuded confidence and dominance, provoking several Riverlands veterans to emerge. Damn it, Lannister, I challenge you. I, too, shall challenge you. The people of Hujin will not tolerate the arrogance of the Lannisters. I stand with you. Surprised by the number of individuals eager to take matters into their own hands, Jaime paused momentarily before breaking into a smile and exclaiming, very well. Let us see what you Hujin folk are made of. Show the Lannisters your might. Huh, how audacious. They regard us with utter disdain. Let us unite and confront him. Together. Realizing that one-on-one combat would not suffice against the Kingslayer, the group prepared to engage Jaime in an unsporting manner, for they were not knights and had no obligation to uphold chivalric ideals. Jaime, with a disdainful smile, refrained from issuing threats, instead raising his long sword above his shoulder once more. Seeing this, the others drew their swords and charged forth. With a swift and elegant motion, Jaime executed a powerful upward strike, disarming the leader and sending his sword flying. Following this, he delivered a sidekick that sent the man sprawling. Once steadied, Jaime, with his sword poised at his left shoulder, executed a horizontal slash to the right. The second assailant, rushing towards him with sword raised, could only hastily attempt to block, but was no match for the force of Jaime's strike. With a resounding clash, the sword was knocked aside, and in the next instant, Jaime's blade was aimed at the man's throat. As Jaime advanced, the man retreated, desperate to avoid a similar fate as his fallen comrade. Just as he prepared to raise his weapon, Jaime feigned a thrust, startling the man into a leap backward. Yet, this time, Jaime was not merely playing. He struck with deadly intent. In the fleeting moment that the man stumbled, Jaime's sword struck like a viper. The man, grasping his sword, hastily attempted to parry. But with a clang, Jaime redirected the force of the blow, swinging upward in a powerful arc. This strike was executed with such force that it appeared nearly unstoppable. The Hujin fighters could only retreat while attempting to fend off Jaime's relentless assault. With agile footwork, Jaime swayed the long sword above his shoulder, delivering a seamless series of strikes that ultimately disarmed the Hujin warrior. With the sword now pressed against the heart of his opponent, Jaime calmly declared, "You have lost." In the tale of the Blood Emperor's ascension, young Joffrey, having lost his father at an early age, seldom received affection from King Robert due to his twisted nature, which also cast a shadow over his brother Tommen. Meanwhile, Cersei indulged this eldest son, relentlessly feeding him toxic notions, which only exacerbated Joffrey's inherent cruelty, rendering him increasingly arrogant and impulsive. Fortunately, due to Gus, Tywin took charge of King's Landing early and began personally instructing Joffrey. Joffrey became markedly more restrained. Yet Gus understood that he merely concealed his brutal nature. With the slightest provocation, it would be laid bare. Joffrey bore a striking resemblance to the Imperial Blood Emperor from the comics, both in appearance and cruelty, yet lacked the Emperor's cunning and wisdom. Both ascended to the throne at a young age and faced internal and external threats. However, the Blood Emperor not only eliminated his political adversaries, but also strengthened the empire. Had he not encountered the formidable Bone King, the 15-year-old emperor might have achieved great things. Gus did not wish to cultivate Joffrey into an overly formidable figure. He merely needed to unleash Joffrey's bloodthirsty and savage instincts. He then intended to provide him with a sword that would obey his commands, assisting Gus in drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus, during this period, Gus frequently visited Joffrey to discuss life and dreams, occasionally displaying a fatherly affection that gradually led Joffrey to lower his guard and accept Gus as his stepfather. On the other side of the Red Keep, Tywin, returning from work, walked steadily down the first-floor corridor with a cup in hand when he unexpectedly spotted his son in a staircase, embracing a burly man. Tywin was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suppressing his shock, he quickly pressed himself against a nearby pillar to conceal his presence. Peeking out to clandestinely observe Jaime's secret. "My dear, you cannot imagine how brave I was at that moment. Those old soldiers dared to question my love for you. So, I drew my sword and challenged them to a duel. It was evident that, with their meager skills, they soon fell before the might of his love's sword." Moving all present to tears over his devotion. Tywin's scalp prickled with unease. He could hardly believe that Jaime, typically so honest and straightforward, could be so eloquent, especially when addressing another man. Tywin's chest heaved as he struggled to maintain his composure. "My dear, I am no longer the White Knight, nor do I possess his vows. Therefore, I shall propose to you. Once my father consents to this union, we shall immediately arrange the wedding." Tywin's mind raced in turmoil, and as he witnessed the burly man nodding in agreement, he stepped forward, his voice rising in fury. "Enough! I will not." But as he spoke, the man turned to face him, and Tywin's anger swiftly transformed into a smile, radiating joy. "Jaime, is this the lady of your affection? Truly, she is striking and poised." Initially startled, Jaime hesitated upon seeing Tywin's smile, not expecting such happiness from his father, who had not smiled since his mother's passing. Quickly recovering, Jaime grasped Miguel's large hand and introduced her to Tywin. "Father, this is the good lady I mentioned, Miss Miguel, a knight and viscountess of the Empire." Tywin could hardly be unfamiliar with this individual. Not only had rumors suggested an acquaintance, but it was indeed this very person who had brandished a weapon at the entrance of his estate that day. Regaining his composure, Tywin cast a lingering glance at his son, whose tastes were decidedly peculiar, before turning to Miguel, striving to adopt a more cordial tone. "Miss Miguel, I presume we have crossed paths at the Prime Minister's tower. I am Tywin Lannister, father of Jaime, and also the Imperial Chief Minister." Miguel grasped the old Tywin's hand, her curiosity piqued by the large brooch adorning his chest. Although she had already received notice from the Empire, this was her first encounter with the newly established high administrative body, which was said to admit only the Emperor's father-in-law. "Jaime, I am pleased to hear of your intentions to marry and procreate, but I regret to inform you that I currently possess no lands to bequeath to you." Old Tywin's expression remained unperturbed, his tone calm as if the loss of the entire West was a trivial matter. Jaime was taken aback. He did not place value on such things. In the original narrative, he had even used his ancestral home of Casterly Rock as bait to lure away Daenerys' forces, seizing the opportunity to massacre the Tyrells. "Father, you know I care not for such matters, and besides, Miguel has mentioned she possesses her own castle," Jaime remarked, noticing the displeasure in his father's countenance, and hastily continued, "Father, for the family, for the Lannisters, I shall strive to achieve glory. To once again raise the Lannister banner high in the halls of the Empire's heroes, so that all may gaze upon the glory that belongs to House Lannister." Upon hearing this, old Tywin's expression indeed softened, and even the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "My child, I shall attend your wedding," he stated, giving Jaime's shoulder a reassuring pat before nodding slightly at his future daughter-in-law, and, with a dignified posture, he turned and walked away. Jaime felt a surge of vibrant aspiration emanating from his father's retreating figure. Momentarily stunned, he turned to Miguel, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he joyfully took her large hand. "My dear, I knew my father would surely consent." Miguel's lips curled into a smile, her expression enigmatic. At Blackwater Bay, the bustling port welcomed an unusual warship today, had it not been flying the Empire's flag. The former royal fleet would likely have intercepted it. "Do not be alarmed. This is the Empire's new naval fleet," Gus proclaimed, standing at the ship's bow with Joffrey, spotting Edmure aboard the Edmure battleship, who was joyously waving his hand. "Little Joff, this is the gift I have bestowed upon you. The Empire's mightiest naval fleet," Gus declared proudly, patting Joffrey's shoulder. "Father, why does it seem so similar to the royal fleet?" Gus hesitated, glancing at the ship's size and realizing it was indeed comparable. "Little Joff, you are far too inexperienced. Did you not notice the iron ram on the Edmure? Moreover, the Edmith is constructed with a steel keel, and those small windows each house a cannon weighing nearly a ton." As Gus elaborated on some intricate terminology, he noticed that Emperor Joe appeared utterly bewildered. Thus, he offered a more accessible analogy. In essence, the Imperial fleet is akin to stone, while the royal fleet is merely a paper facade. It is a matter of eggs colliding with rocks. Furthermore, the Imperial fleet employs fire magic. Each cannon within those windows can unleash astonishing fireballs. At this revelation, Emperor Joe not only grasped the concept, but was also astounded. Fire magic? His expression mirrored that of a child, filled with intense curiosity. Gus affectionately patted the child's head and affirmed, "Indeed, it is fire magic." When the two fleets converged, Gus led Emperor Joe aboard the battleship Edmith. "This is Prince Joffrey." Gus introduced subtly, casting a knowing glance at Edmith. Edmith maintained his composure, stepping forward to perform a noble greeting, respectfully addressing Joffrey. "I am Edmith of the Tully family. It is my honor to serve your highness." Young Joe, brimming with pride, raised his palm slightly. Straightening up, Edmith commenced the tour of the Sea Fish-class battleship with the Emperor. "Your Highness, our warships are constructed with a steel framework and wooden decks, boasting a displacement several times that of traditional vessels." Emperor Joe nodded appreciatively, but as they approached the cannon, he promptly interrupted Edmith's presentation, pointing directly at the cannon and inquiring, "Captain Edmith, is this the cannon capable of firing fire magic?" With a slight smile, Edmith replied, "Your Highness, allow me to correct you. The Imperial fleet is commanded by high-ranking officers, so please refer to me as Colonel Edmith." Upon hearing this, Emperor Joe gazed at Edmith with confusion. Edmith chuckled and explained, "The Imperial military employs a promotion system based on ranks. Anyone who meets the specified service duration can qualify for advancement to the next rank, and those who fulfill the assessment criteria can continue to rise through the ranks. Notably, outstanding individuals may leapfrog the private stage to become non-commissioned officers or lieutenants. The ranks of the Empire are divided into 6 levels and 18 grades." Emperor Joe's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, "Does this mean that anyone, including commoners, can become generals?" Edmith nodded affirmatively, prompting Emperor Joe to continue his inquiry. "So, Colonel Edmith, what do these 6 levels and 18 grades entail?" With patience, Edmith elaborated, "The Imperial military consists of 18 ranks, in descending order: Field Marshal, General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, First Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, and the non-commissioned officers are divided into 4 levels: Sergeant Major, Staff Sergeant, Sergeant, and Corporal. Finally, the soldiers are classified into Private, First Class, and Private, among other ranks. Different numbers of troops are commanded by officers of varying ranks. The ranks of the commander are classified into 6 levels: Army, Brigade, Regiment, Company, Platoon, and Squad, in descending order. The squad is the most fundamental unit within the Imperial military, comprising between 9 and 12 individuals, led by a squad leader. The platoon, as a superior unit, typically consists of 3 squads, amounting to approximately 30 personnel. The company, positioned above the platoon, similarly encompasses 3 platoons, totaling around 120 members. Upon reaching the regiment level, the Imperial military deviates from the pattern of having 3 smaller units beneath it. A regiment comprises 4 companies, along with logistical units, resulting in a total of about 500 personnel. The brigade level varies in size depending on its type, usually maintaining a strength in the thousands. At the highest echelon, the army, also referred to as the Imperial Legion, boasts a minimum strength of over 10,000 soldiers. Emperor Joe, having absorbed the information, comprehended that a legion represents the pinnacle of the Empire's combat capabilities. He directly inquired of Colonel Edmith, "How many legions does the Empire currently possess?" With a furrowed brow, Edmith replied earnestly, "Your Highness, the Empire does not merely have a few legions. His Majesty the Emperor has decreed a structure of 12 legions. And our fleet belongs to the Pisces Legion." Joe was taken aback. 12 legions meant at least 120,000 troops. He continued to probe, maintaining a composed demeanor as he asked, "The 12 legion system?" Edmith nodded proudly, stating, "Indeed, the Empire always maintains 12 legions. These legions are named after the zodiac: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Valkyrie, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. The Valkyrie Legion is exclusively composed of women, with outstanding individuals bestowed the title of Valkyrie." Joe's emotions surged, his gaze ablaze with astonishment. The Empire was indeed formidable, and no wonder even his grandfather, Tywin, had bowed his proud head. Edmith, of course, was embellishing the Empire's military strength. While the 12 legions were certainly real, many were still in formation, and several newly established legions consisted mostly of inexperienced recruits, including their own Pisces Legion. Cough, cough, Colonel Edmith, you just mentioned the Pisces Legion. Does this legion operate solely under your command? Joe inquired, his eyes scrutinizing Edmith, recalling that Jess had indicated this was a gift for him. "Regrettably, Your Highness, no one in the legions has yet attained the rank of general," Edmith lamented. Joe felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. However, Edmund's eyes sparkled as he remarked, "Your Highness, as long as I contribute to the Empire, I could be promoted to the Empire's first founding general, a naval general, nonetheless." Joe grasped the implication that a significant victory was required. Sensing Joe's skepticism, Edmund quickly produced his trump card, stating, "Your Highness, did you not just mention artillery capable of wielding fire magic?" Indeed, upon hearing the words, Joffrey's eyes gleamed with understanding of Edmure's confidence. "Your Highness, based on my personal experience commanding this fleet, I assure you that even the formidable purple fleet of Bravos pales in comparison to our might." Joffrey, known as the Great, widened his eyes, having heard of Bravo's renowned navy. "Colonel Edmure, enough talk. Let us witness the true power of this cannon capable of unleashing fire magic." The Great Joffrey declared, standing tall and composed. "Yes, Your Highness." Edmure nodded in agreement, a slight smile curving at the corners of his lips. After relaying the message to Gus, Edmure took the helm of the Edmure ship, leading the fleet towards the narrow sea, ready to deliver a grand welcome to the pirates lurking therein. As the currents stirred ominously, a greeting from the Empire approached Dragonstone. Stannis furrowed his brow as he examined the letter in his hand, surprised that Gus had acted so swiftly and subtly. Had it not been for the message from a noble who escaped King's Landing, he would still be unaware of the change in power. After contemplating briefly, he addressed Davos, who stood behind him. "Send word to the 7 kingdoms of the iron-blooded Emperor's conquest of King's Landing, and summon those lords willing to stand against him." Davos promptly departed to execute the order. The Red Woman remained silent, her beautiful eyes glinting with intrigue. Stannis, gazing at the stone table adorned with a map of the 7 kingdoms, stated calmly, "There is but one Azor Ahai, the true king of the 7 kingdoms, Stannis Baratheon." The Red Woman smiled faintly at his words, offering no further comment as she fixated on the fire pit. Stannis glanced at her, grinding his teeth thoughtfully, choosing to refrain from further discussion. This time, he aimed to muster an unprecedented force to demonstrate to the world who the true king is. Not long ago, he and Davos had journeyed to Bravos, where, through Davos' eloquence, they secured the sponsorship of the Iron Bank. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Gus silently savored a grape peeled by his wife, Marjorie, before smiling faintly at the elderly Rose before him. "The youth is indeed ambitious and audacious," remarked the old Rose, taking a sip of wine before her expression turned serious. "Is there truly no need for the Tyrells to mobilize?" In response, Gus casually reclined in his chair, nonchalantly consuming the grapes Marjorie offered, and playfully took her delicate fingers into his mouth, provoking a mixture of embarrassment and irritation in her gaze. Unfazed, he chuckled, "Grandmother, you should hurry home to rally the troops in response to Stannis' call. Oh, and don't forget to bring Oberyn along." Seeing Gus' resolute confidence, the old Rose chose not to press further. She beckoned her beloved granddaughter, and together they departed swiftly. Gus gazed longingly at Marjorie's graceful figure, softly murmuring, "A storm approaches." "Indeed, but I possess an umbrella." In Meereen, Daenerys, having completed a victorious campaign in Astapor, began to lead her unsullied army in a noble endeavor to liberate the major cities of Slaver's Bay. Her journey progressed with remarkable ease, fostering a sense of pride in her own cunning and an unmistakable growth in the authority she wielded. However, it was not long before disheartening news swiftly extinguished Daenerys' joy. The anticipated peace between Astapor and Yunkai had crumbled, as soon after her departure, the slave masters regained control. Consequently, Daenerys resolved to establish a stable rule in Meereen. Yet she soon lamented her apparent ignorance of governance, with no one by her side capable of providing effective solutions. Moreover, the former slave masters of Meereen, transformed into harbingers of death, relentlessly assaulted her followers in the shadows, murdering solitary freedmen and unsullied under the cover of night, marking the corpses with the blood of the slain in the shape of a harpy. This only fueled Daenerys' fury, leaving her in a state of helpless frustration as she summoned a cadre of elderly men who offered little in the way of viable plans. "Ser Jorah, you mentioned that before my departure from Westeros, the Lannisters, who murdered my father, had seized control of the realm. Yet they have been defeated by a mere mercenary company? And this very company has breached the Lannister stronghold and established an empire of its own?" Daenerys queried with a sense of intrigue, struggling to comprehend how a mercenary band could rise to such prominence. If her assumptions were correct, it was likely that this mercenary group had met its demise. "Indeed, Your Grace, prior to my departure, I heard whispers that this iron-born empire, much like yourself, governed under the banner of freedom," Ser Jorah replied, his tone tinged with curiosity. Daenerys, increasingly intrigued, pressed for further details. "And then what?" Ser Jorah shook his head, regret etched upon his features. I am afraid, your grace, that I departed Westeros shortly thereafter and lost all knowledge of the Ironborn Empire. Daenerys felt a pang of disappointment. She had often sought information about Westeros from Ser Jorah, including inquiries about the enigmatic figure lauded by poets as the ghost of Highheart. Suddenly, Jorah Mormont entered with an expression of elation, whispering a few words into Daenerys' ear. Her face lit up with joy as she instructed her guards. Quickly, bring him to me. The guards hastened away and soon returned with a tall, elderly man adorned with flowing golden locks. Daenerys scrutinized him for a moment, observing the blend of indifference and pride in his demeanor, clad in opulent black attire, a striking crimson tie accentuating his chest. Before you stands the Stormborn, the Unburnt, the Mother of Dragons, the Queen of Meereen, the Liberator, the Breaker of Chains. The true Queen of Westeros, Her Grace Daenerys Targaryen, proclaimed the translator Missandei, stepping back to position herself behind Daenerys. The blond man furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, then glanced at Daenerys before bowing in the manner befitting a noble of Westeros. Daenerys nodded gently and spoke. My knight, Jorah, informed me that you hail from Westeros to trade goods. Having been away from my homeland since childhood, I have always been curious about it, which is why I invited you to share with me the current state of Westeros. The blond man tilted his head slightly and replied, Your Majesty, the esteemed Dragon Queen. I am Tronard, a newly appointed Earl of the Ironblood Empire in Westeros, with close commercial ties to the Empire. I would be more than willing to enlighten your Majesty about the happenings in Westeros. Daenerys felt a surge of joy upon learning that Tronard was indeed of noble standing within the Ironblood Empire. Could it be that the Ironblood Empire had managed to maintain control over the Westerlands? Excellent. I hope you will divulge everything you know to me. I shall not be stingy with my rewards, she expressed earnestly. Tronard, however, furrowed his brow slightly, a cool detachment mingling with a hint of pride as he replied. Thank you for your kind offer, your Majesty, but I am not in want of riches. It is my curiosity regarding the legendary Mother of Dragons and her great dragons that has compelled me to accompany Ser Jorah to meet you. He cast a dismissive glance at Jorah as he spoke. Jorah, taken aback, awkwardly nodded at Daenerys. Initially, he had intended to capture this man and bring him back. But to his astonishment, this merchant was accompanied by 500 elite warriors, all clad in armor, wielding spears, and bearing long swords at their sides. Jorah had found himself swiftly overpowered, along with a dozen of his attendants, reduced to kneeling and being interrogated like a criminal. Fortunately, this golden-haired gentleman did not impose any undue hardships upon him and expressed a willingness to meet the queen. Otherwise, Jorah would have had to swallow his pride in silence. Daenerys found herself momentarily at a loss for words, but Tronard, with an air of arrogance, continued, As an Earl of the Empire, I possess dozens of large merchant vessels. No one in the Empire understands profit better than I do, so your Majesty, I would prefer not to be insulted with monetary offerings. I came not for rewards, but merely to behold your Majesty's true visage. Caught off guard by Tronard's spirited demeanor, Daenerys quickly inquired, Might you, dear Earl, elaborate on your observations and experiences from across the sea? Seeing his queen lower herself to plead, Jorah's expression darkened as he cast a disapproving glance at Lord Tronard. The latter merely offered a casual sidelong glance at Jorah and then bowed to Daenerys, saying, Of course, no one understands Westeros better than I. As he spoke, Tronard raised his head, gesturing with his hand, forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger while 3 fingers stood upright. Daenerys found him quite amusing. Clearing his throat, Tronard began to recount. Over a year ago, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell was ensnared by the Lannisters while serving as Hand of the King, which ignited the War of the Five Kings. Fortunately, it was the valiant leader of the Iron Blood Legion who emerged to rally the displaced populace and stabilize the Riverlands. After vanquishing the vanguard of Tywin Lannister, he led the nobility of the Riverlands to confront Tywin's son, Jaime Lannister, at the Red Fork. Though Jaime's forces outweighed his own by threefold, the leader, commanding merely a few hundred ironclad horsemen, utterly routed Jaime's 20,000-strong army and personally defeated and captured him in single combat, thereby bringing the Battle of the Red Fork to a close. Subsequently, the leader pressed onward with his troops, marching day and night to launch a surprise assault on the Westerlands. Within a mere 7 days, he captured 3 cities, compelling Tywin to retreat and regroup. Yet, to Tywin's astonishment, the leader continued to breach the fortifications of the Westerlands, forcing Tywin to station his forces in King's Landing. The leader was nothing short of a divine hero, unmatched in both wisdom and valor, and unparalleled in compassion. After conquering the Westerlands, He enacted benevolent governance and even pardoned the defeated Lannister troops, earning the adoration of countless citizens. Lord Trant spoke with clenched fists resting upon his heart, his countenance filled with reverence. Daenerys had previously heard of these tales from Barristan, but Barristan had not elaborated to the extent Lord Trant did. Upon hearing of the exploits of the infamous Ghost of Highgarden, the 16-year-old maiden could not help but feel a sense of admiration blossoming within her. Lord Trant continued his narrative. Thereafter, the leader, beloved by the people, established an empire, a day that would be forever etched in memory. An empire where, regardless of one's origins or gender, hard work could lead to freedom and wealth. Daenerys widened her eyes, intently gazing at Trant, who suddenly turned to her and inquired, "Your Majesty, do you know what my previous station was?" Daenerys gently shook her head in response. With a proud expression, Trant recounted, "My grandfather was a humble barber, spending his life serving the Lord's household. He saved the first funds for my father, who opened an inn in the Riverlands. Unfortunately, the business struggled, and when I inherited the inn, it was on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, Your Majesty provided me with opportunities and taught me innovative methods of commerce. Thus, I have remained loyal to you, and upon the founding of the empire, I was the first to be elevated to the rank of Count. For I managed to sell out the Empire's month's worth of stockpiled perfumes, soaps, and lipsticks in just 7 days." Big Bear looked on in shock, while Barristan furrowed his brow slightly, and Daenerys appeared somewhat bewildered. "Sir Barristan, were these items all produced by the Empire?" Daenerys turned to the old knight with an expression of curiosity. Barristan shook his head slightly, saying, "I am afraid, Your Majesty, that I only know these products are immensely popular among the ladies in King's Landing. It is said that at that time, it was the Duke of Renly and the Tyrell family who controlled the channels." Daenerys nodded thoughtfully. Trant interjected with a chuckle, "At that time, Your Majesty was yet to spread your wings. Thus, you leveraged your esteemed reputation from the tournament to forge a partnership with them. However, after King Robert's demise, Renly declared himself king and sought to wed Lady Margaery Tyrell, unaware that she had already set her heart on you. Upon receiving the news, Queen Margaery fled to the Western Territories under the cover of night. En route, she was nearly ensnared by the lustful gaze of the Baija family from the west. Fortunately escaping their clutches, she successfully reunited with His Majesty. Upon learning of the situation, His Majesty, enraged by the plight of his beloved, led an army that same night to besiege the stronghold of the Baija family, mercilessly slaughtering all the male members and commanding their female kin to sing the rainy season of Castim. The assembly was taken aback by the proclamation. Yet Daenerys' eyes sparkled with admiration. Was he not fearful of Tywin seeking retribution? Yora, unable to bear witnessing his goddess's infatuation with another, abruptly called out in inquiry. Daenerys, too, wore a curious expression. Lord Taryn cast a disdainful glance at Yora, retorting that Tywin was in no position to safeguard himself. With the young Wolf Lord in the north and the 2 brothers of House Baratheon in the south, it would be a stroke of luck if His Majesty did not take the initiative to attack. Yora fell momentarily speechless, prompting Daenerys to swiftly interject to ease the tension. "Lord Taryn's reasoning resonated with me, and I would be delighted if you stayed with us for a few more days. I yearn to hear more tales of the Empire in Westeros. Would that be agreeable?" Yora felt a pang of disappointment, while Lord Taryn maintained an air of indifference, slightly bowing his head in a haughty gesture towards Daenerys, before calmly stating, "Of course, that would not be an issue. However, prior to that, may I extend to His Majesty the highest regards from the Empire? This is the primary task entrusted to me by His Grace, King Gus." At this, everyone was taken aback, save for Varys, who cast a contemplative glance at Yora. Daenerys, intrigued as to how Gus had obtained knowledge of her, did not let this hinder her acceptance of the Empire's formalities. "Very well, please present the Empire's esteemed greetings," she declared. Lord Taryn nodded slightly and clapped his hands. Soon, a procession of lavish wooden chests was brought forth by attendants, filling the entire reception hall. Taryn clapped again, prompting the servants to swiftly open all the chests. The translator, Missandei, widened her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief, while all present were struck with shock. Daenerys gasped, for each chest brimmed with gleaming gold bars, jewels, and an array of ostentatious cosmetics. Observing the stunned expressions of the assembly, Taryn smirked, gracefully maneuvering around the trove of riches until he reached the luxurious cosmetics. Gesturing towards the boxes, "His Majesty has heard that the Dragon Queen is a captivating lady, and thus entrusted me with these modest tokens of introduction. Apart from some monetary gifts, these chests contain the Empire's finest perfumes, lipsticks, and soaps, all of considerable value even within the empire. Suppressing her excitement, Daenerys waved her hand, prompting the attendant and translator, Missandei, to hastily approach and present a bottle of perfume. The moment Daenerys took it, a refreshing and delightful fragrance wafted forth. Please convey to His Majesty that I am thoroughly pleased with his gifts and eagerly anticipate meeting such a legendary figure, Daenerys remarked, her voice trembling slightly. Yet she quickly steadied her composure. Tyrion inclined his head in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is said that your Majesty is remarkably youthful, tall, and strikingly handsome, exuding an exceptional majesty. Daenerys, filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipated the response. In reply, Tron raised his hand in undeniable affirmation, proclaiming, of course, no one is more handsome than His Grace, King Viserys. At least half of the ladies and countless common women across the Seven Kingdoms admire him. It is even rumored that numerous noble women seek out tall male courtesans to impersonate His Majesty for a night. Such depraved behavior is utterly revolting. Daenerys widened her eyes, nodding in agreement. Yora's cheeks twitched. Your Majesty, not only has His Grace brought you gifts, but he also mentioned that within a year, he will send a formidable naval fleet to escort you back to Westeros. Therefore, I beseech you to allow me to govern the entirety of the Bay of Slavers during this time, Tron earnestly stated, subsequently kneeling before Daenerys. Daenerys? Barristan frowned in silence. Yora vehemently objected, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He stepped forward, turning to Daenerys with urgency. Your Majesty, this man is merely a merchant. What grounds does he have for promotion, and how could he possibly assist you? Before Daenerys could respond, Lord Tron, incensed, tore off his crimson tie, exposing two intersecting, massive scars across his chest. No one knows how to take a blade better than I. Moreover, why should a merchant not ascend to nobility? Why should a merchant not be afforded promotion? I dared to procure medicines from hostile factions. I sold military supplies at low prices. I risked my life to carry abandoned wounded soldiers back to camp. I have bled for the Empire. What right do I not have to claim the Empire's glory? Tron declared passionately, still unsatisfied, as he ripped apart his lavish attire, revealing 3 distinct golden medals from a concealed inner pocket. He held them aloft, exclaiming, "Do you see this? This is my honor. First Class Iron Blood Medal. First Class Imperial Honor Medal. First Class Imperial Contribution Medal. Each one represents a glory earned through my relentless efforts." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the legendary tale of a mere merchant. Daenerys gazed at him with shining eyes. Tron carefully stowed away the medals and cast a fierce glance at the dazed Yora, speaking with an ambiguous tone. Humph, Ser Yora. I have heard whispers about you as well, but you might be unaware that Lord Ned Stark of the North has also forged an alliance with the Empire. Yora. As Yora regarded him with incredulity, Tron scoffed and turned back to Daenerys, stating, Your Majesty, please permit me to assist you until your naval fleet arrives. Daenerys had long desired someone of talent to assist her in managing Meereen. With a beaming smile, she gestured for Yora to take his leave. Yora, visibly displeased, cast a lingering glance at Tyrion before departing hastily. Daenerys hurried down from the raised platform to support the considerably taller Lord Tyrion, joyfully exclaiming, Welcome, Lord Tyrion. Your assistance is most timely, as I have been greatly troubled by the affairs of Meereen. Lord Tyrion, with an air of nonchalance, raised both hands in a gesture of affirmation, declaring, Of course. Your Grace, no one understands the art of governance better than I. The storm was brewing, and chaos loomed over King's Landing. The Iron Throne was up for grabs, as Westeros plunged into a new wave of warfare mobilization, with countless lives poised to descend into the abyss due to the insatiable ambitions of the power-hungry. Many aspirants yearned to grasp the unparalleled authority of the throne, yet they were acutely aware that the ensuing backlash could obliterate their very existence, potentially erasing their families from the annals of history. Thus, these ambitious individuals convened, harboring inscrutable intentions. They spoke with eloquence and righteousness, hurling scorn and derision, fueled by their inability to ascend the throne with the same audacity as the one once revered by the Seven Kingdoms. How dare a mere foreigner presume to claim the Iron Throne? Has he sought our counsel as the lords of the Seven Kingdoms? Clearly, he holds us in utter contempt. Indeed, it is unfathomable that I once admired this man. We must expel him from Westeros. We support King Stannis' claim to the throne. Yes, cast him out of Westeros. Out with him. Within the confines of Dragonstone, the nobles responding to Stannis' summons arrived from various regions, gathering in the assembly hall after a month of travel to answer the call to arms. Voices rose in fervor, filled with many familiar faces that Peter Baelish had encountered before. Standing in a corner, Peter observed the assembly with an inscrutable expression, casting a discerning glance at the Queen of Thorns, whose demeanor appeared somewhat enigmatic. Stannis, grinding his teeth in contemplation, abruptly rose from the head seat, gesturing for silence. The hall fell quiet at once. I will execute this traitor as a spectacle for all to witness, and I shall reward you for your valor. But we must devise a feasible plan. Tell me, where shall we begin? The assembly exchanged uncertain glances, none eager to confront the formidable cavalry of the Iron Bank. Noticing the Queen of Thorns remained silent, Peter seized the opportunity to speak. I find myself quite perplexed by the turn of events in Highgarden. After all, the daughters of House Tyrell have all wed the Iron King. Is there perhaps more at play here? Duke Mace Tyrell, known as the Inflatable Fish, hastily chuckled at Peter's words, which drew numerous hostile glares. Haha, Lord Baelish, that is quite enough. In the midst of a conversation, Olenna interrupted her son with a sharp reprimand, her face rife with anger. I have never approved of my granddaughter marrying that scoundrel. He deceived my innocent girl with sweet words. Otherwise, I would not have considered marrying Marjorie to Prince Loras. Olenna's passionate and indignant declaration resonated with many of the nobles from the former alliance, who nodded in agreement. They were well aware of the young Rose's flight from home, and seeing the elder Rose trembling with rage, they averted their gazes. Before anyone could further provoke her, Olenna's expression hardened as she continued coldly. My granddaughter has been tricked back home and imprisoned. Each day, she weeps and pleads with me not to harm her beloved, causing me immense sorrow for her plight. Thus, she declared, we at Highgarden shall not partake in this war, but we are willing to provide provisions for the allied forces. As for the other nobles of the Reach, it is up to you to decide your course of action. The sentiment was clear, neither side would place a wager. Yet they were willing to extend a courtesy to Stannis. The assembly bore varied expressions, and Stannis spoke up. Highgarden has made its choice. Should there be any families wishing to withdraw, they may follow Highgarden's example and offer war assistance. I shall not hold today as cowardice against you. Upon hearing this, many lesser nobles showed signs of distress. Some contemplated taking a risk, while others were simply unable to withstand the ravages of war. Noticing the hesitation among the crowd, Stannis frowned, prompting Davos to interject, ladies and gentlemen, since you have come all this way, you must be aware that the Iron Fist's actions have affected the interests of all nobles. If we cannot unite and make a timely decision, then his storm of reform will continue to impact the Seven Kingdoms. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. The previously restless lords indeed settled down at his words. Stannis glanced at his loyal advisor, and after a slight nod from Davos, the latter stepped aside. The unspoken bond of loyalty evident between them. In that case, I asked the Tyrell family to take their leave. The discussions ahead are confidential. With Stannis's straightforward nature, such a dismissal was already a considerable concession to Highgarden. The elder Rose said little more, bowing slightly with her son, Mace, before hastily departing. Only Peter Baelish watched their retreat with a flicker of interest in his eyes, yet he refrained from speaking further. After all, it was no small feat for Baelish to rally the Valley nobles to support Stannis, and upon arriving at Storm's End, they had readily sided with him, completely disregarding Baelish, the protector of the Vale. With the elder Rose's departure, the meeting hall shifted its focus to the upcoming battle plans, leaving Baelish without any opportunity to voice his thoughts. No one regarded a man who had risen from the ranks of a foster child and a brothel to become the lord of a territory inhabited solely by goats. The atmosphere was charged as discussions unfolded. Though the Empire has bolstered its military strength by nearly 100,000, half of this number comprises new recruits and reserves. In the course of a month, the original force of over 20,000 stationed in King's Landing has been entirely recalled by Jess in batches to their western homeland for training. The 30,000 troops that have been redeployed include 8,000 cavalry, 15,000 infantry, and 7,000 artillery, all seasoned veterans guiding the newcomers, embodying a disciplined and formidable force. In terms of naval power, Jess has only moved 5,000 troops, which includes the Edmure fleet, comprising 100 conventional longships, 12 Sea Fish-class battleships, dozens of Sea Crab-class frigates, and over 100 Sea Shrimp-class gunboats. The remaining forces are staunchly defending their homeland, fortifying walls with cannons and erecting towers along the coast. Should anyone dare to encroach, the Empire's artillery and pikes will ensure they meet a swift demise. Following a series of commands, Jess meticulously deliberated the details with his trusted advisors over several days, thoroughly checking for any oversights. Once assured of the plan's integrity, he received news that Stannis' army had commenced its assembly. Judging by various reports, Stannis believed he possessed overwhelming military might and opted for total war. intending to launch a simultaneous assault on King's Landing once all his forces were gathered. His demeanor suggested an intent to force Jess to relinquish the Iron Throne and retreat to the west. The enemy's full assembly would require several weeks, prompting Jess to initiate pre-battle drills and deploy his troops in phases according to plan. His aim was to secure victory in the shortest time with minimal losses. Jess's confidence was unwavering. He did not foresee defeat and was prepared to annihilate all stubborn elements resistant to the Empire's reforms. This struggle was destined to witness one side descend from the historical stage, either ushering in a new era of freedom for all or perpetuating the reign of ancient nobility, condemning the populace to a lifetime of subjugation. The two forces were fated to coexist only until one emerged victorious. The protagonist faced the stark reality of survival. Thus, Westeros truly stood at a historical crossroads, with its people confronted by the choice of continuing along the archaic paths of their ancestors or sprinting towards the concrete roads Jess had laid out for them. Jess believed that victory would ultimately favor him, for it is innate in human nature to remain loyal to one's class. Furthermore, Jess's concrete path was wide and smooth, ensuring that even if one stumbled, the worst consequence would be mere scrapes. The nobility, after all, constituted only a minority. The realm would forever belong to the common folk, unless they willingly chose to be enslaved. Breaking news: the Iron Throne has declared total war against the Empire, seeking to obliterate the freedom of its people, cried a newsboy from the Imperial Press Agency, drawing the attention of countless citizens. What? Is there a war? Damn it, I want a copy. Me too. Let's hurry and get a newspaper. In an instant, the streets buzzed with citizens rushing to share the news, which swiftly spread throughout the Riverlands. Clang. I want to enlist. Mom, I want to defend our home. I seek the glory of the Empire. A young boy had just finished school when he heard news from the newspaper office. He hurried home, flung open the door, and shouted with exuberance, drawing the attention of the neighboring residents, many of whom cheered him on, proclaiming him a true man. His mother, busy at the loom, was startled and quickly ceased her work. Gently, she comforted her son, saying, "Child, you are still young. The Emperor has promised that he established the Empire to spare you from the suffering of war. Do you not remember how your poor brother met his fate a year ago?" Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes reddened as he gazed sorrowfully at his grieving mother. Recalling the past, they came from humble beginnings. Their father had answered the Lord's call, never to return. Soon after, their mother was left to fend for herself, raising her two sons and an infant daughter amidst a looming famine. The boy's younger brother, unable to endure the pangs of hunger, had stolen an old hen meant for soup from the Lord's wife, only to be caught on his way home. When the boy searched for his brother, all he found was a familiar yet grotesquely mangled corpse hanging from the gates of the Lord's castle. Ah, why was I not born earlier? Mother, why? The boy fell to the ground, anguished and weeping, his fists pounding the earth until they were bloodied and bruised. His mother, silent in her sorrow, held her distraught child close, softly reassuring him with a voice both gentle and resolutely firm. "Child, if you wish to aid the Emperor, then go to the grain bin and retrieve the funds I have earned during this time. It is said that the Empire has opened war investment bonds to all citizens. The money used to purchase these bonds will be transformed into supplies for our brothers and sisters at the front." Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes brightened with hope. He embraced his mother tightly and swiftly retrieved a pouch of gold from beneath the grain bin before racing off to the bond-selling station. "Mother, mother, mother," his childish voice echoed as he ran, prompting his mother to snap back to reality. She quickly picked up her daughter, fetching a water bag from the kettle, and with great effort, opened it to feed her child warm goat's milk. The strong woman, born of peasant stock, cradled her child while reminiscing, her otherwise unremarkable features breaking into a smile. She recalled a time by the campfire of the Iron Blood Regiment, where the handsome and towering Gus tenderly rocked his child in his arms, then, with unwavering resolve, addressed everyone in the camp, "Brothers and sisters, one day I shall establish a stable home, where our children will enjoy goat's milk, wear clothes, never go hungry, and live in sturdy houses free from leaks. This will surely come to pass. It must." Now, all of this has not only come to fruition, but every child is able to acquire knowledge and martial skills akin to that of the nobility, without incurring any cost. May the siblings who transform into heroic spirits bless your majesty with safety and grant you the swift conclusion of this war. The women, with tears of joy streaming down their faces, whispered incessantly, "To hell with it. I shall accompany the troops. No one can prevent me from joining the merchant convoy. I shall generously donate 10 tons of bread. My lord, these are the eggs my mother sent. Please assist the poor elder in delivering them to the front lines. Yes, yes, and my father's dairy cows. Me. I have just birthed several lambs. The ram is of no use. My lord, please send them to the front lines to nourish our imperial brothers and sisters. Minister of Finance Aileen stood upon the platform in the public square, observing the citizens as they raised the supplies sent from their homes, shouting fervently. Even the shepherd, in his fervor, hoisted his ram aloft, calling out loudly. The poor creature, terrified, trembled, and released waves of black pearls upon those nearby. Eileen's emotions surged, and after forcibly calming herself, she raised the large megaphone in her hand and proclaimed, Brothers and sisters of the Empire, I thank you for your trust and support. His Majesty has responded to me. Your supplies will be sent to the front lines at the earliest opportunity. However, His Majesty does not wish to accept your goodwill without recompense. So I shall provide you with equivalent bonds for your contributions. As soon as the words left her mouth, the leading woman, who had previously been the most vocal in her criticisms, erupted in anger. To hell with it. Do I need such paltry golden tokens? I intend to join the merchant convoy. Are you looking down on female merchants? I will have you investigated. Aileen was momentarily taken aback by the tirade. Recognizing her as a familiar face stirring trouble, she quickly retorted, For heaven's sake, the owner of Fox Village Cosmetics, please refrain from causing a scene here. This is a collection point for war supplies. If you wish to accompany the merchant convoy, go register at the municipal military office. And I warn you, do not summon male courtesans to impersonate His Majesty. Is the fine from last time not sufficient? The scene fell silent. The elegantly dressed, middle-aged, wealthy woman froze, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon her. Unashamed, she flaunted her ample figure, larger than a grinding stone. Eventually, she squeezed through the crowd with a tall, robust man at her side and departed. Cough, cough. Everyone, please remain calm. Safety is paramount. Let us continue with the registration process, one at a time. Do not forget to collect your bonds and keep them safe. Once the war concludes, each bond will represent a considerable fortune. Unexpectedly, someone in the square initiated a cheer, and soon it spread like wildfire. Long live His Majesty! Long live the Empire! The crowd echoed the sentiment, chanting enthusiastically, Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Aileen smiled, squinting her eyes, and hastily instructed the officials not to squander any time. Such scenes were unfolding throughout the Empire, with even citizens from remote villages eagerly gathering on the main roads to await the convoy of supplies. Upon hearing the news, Aileen felt compelled to assign an additional bond squad to each transport team. Damn Stannis, damn the southern nobles. They were well aware of the plight in the north, yet offered no assistance, even obstructing His Majesty's efforts to save the entire north. In the Prime Minister's office, Ned vehemently rebuked the short-sighted nobles, his youthful visage unable to conceal a hint of disdain. Due to Bran's predicament, the management of Winterfell had largely been entrusted to the old Maester and Lord Lewin. After penning several letters for his young assistant, Ned maintained a calm demeanor and remarked to his son, They are merely safeguarding their own interests, just as a pack of wolves must band together to survive the winter. Robb nodded in agreement, yet his face was still contorted with anger as he retorted, Ever since I heard numerous tales about the plight of the southern commoners, I've wished to cast them all aside. A horde of parasites plaguing the Seven Kingdoms. They are a disgrace to the nobility. Ned, this time, acknowledged his son's sentiments with a nod, feeling a deep sense of shame regarding the actions of certain nobles. It should be noted that while House Stark governed the North with strictness, they never indulged in the wanton slaughter of common folk, strictly prohibiting any heinous acts, especially the skinning traditions of the Marquis of Harrenhal, House Lothston. Father, I have studied at the Imperial War Academy for over half a year now. I beseech you to allow me to return and lead troops to assist His Majesty. Robb earnestly implored, his eyes filled with longing. Ned regarded his son for a moment, understanding Robb's yearning for recognition, especially as he was soon to ascend to the position of the kingdom's war minister. Observing his father's lowered head, Robb, conflicted, pressed on. Are we truly not to deploy our forces, just because of His Majesty's words? Ned shook his head, then suddenly raised his gaze to Robb, speaking with grave seriousness. The king's command is absolute. Upon hearing this, Robb's expression dimmed as he lowered his head. Yet, in the next moment, Ned's voice resonated again. But whether out of a father-in-law's concern for his son-in-law, or the debts of gratitude we owe, or even the ambitions of the young wolf, House Stark has every reason to commit wholeheartedly to the Empire. Robb's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at his smiling father. And after giving the old wolf a hearty embrace, he exited the office. He proudly nodded at his two sisters, who stood at the door with beaming faces, before hastily departing. In the grandest castle of the Seven Kingdoms, roses flourished throughout the gardens, not only in the flower beds, but also in the sculptures lining the paths. In the attire of the people, and in the pastries carried by the servants, all taking on the form of roses. "Lady Olenna, are we truly not joining the war?" one inquired. "Indeed, my lady. Either side would be at a disadvantage, wouldn't it? With our support from the Riverlands, the opposing side would undoubtedly falter." Another added, "Exactly, especially since we have the Earl of Rand." A multitude of loyal nobles from House Highgarden offered their counsel. In response, the Thorn Queen calmly inquired, "Are you willing to accept the Empire's new policies?" The vassals fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "I am willing to follow in Highgarden's footsteps," proclaimed one. "So am I," echoed another, as the local aristocrats, who had once been impoverished, now found themselves wealthier than ever. "Me too. Me too. I'm tired of running to King's Landing to buy cosmetics for my lady. It's utterly vexing." Observing that the majority had nodded in agreement, Olenna discreetly acknowledged the silence of Lord Balon, offering a slight smile as she remarked, "Does our esteemed general not favor the Golden Dragons? Or does he yearn for honor on the battlefield?" Balon Tyrell maintained a stoic expression, while his son, Dickon, fidgeted restlessly, exchanging glances with his father. Noticing his son's demeanor, Balon turned his head with a frown, prompting Dickon to straighten up, his expression suddenly serious. Only then did Balon address the elder Rose, stating flatly, "The Tyrell family must enter the military." Olenna's lips curled into a smile as she sipped her wine, subtly nodding in agreement. Dickon, sensing the tension, felt anxious, while Balon remained impassive. "The Empire welcomes all who are willing to strive. With General Balon's military prowess, passing the examinations should pose little challenge. I shall speak on behalf of Balon to His Majesty, and the Tyrell family will provide assistance as well, coupled with your own lineage. Adhering to the Empire's regulations should make maintaining your honor quite straightforward." Upon hearing this, the gathered nobles relaxed, and Balon nodded in acknowledgement. Dickon, brimming with excitement, quickly gathered his peers from other families and departed the scene, filled with laughter and lively tales of the Emperor's legendary exploits. "Dear brother, I have great faith in that alien Emperor. Let me take those rowdy scions out to instill a bit of fear. This way, Dorne shall not be left in ruins. And the water gardens may endure," Oberyn remarked with a smile, enjoying grapes peeled by his mistress, Nymeria. Prince Daemon maintained his composure as he glanced at his son and the girl from House Lannister. Addressing them in a measured tone, "The dragon has awakened in the east. The Dragon Queen shall soon return." Oberyn paused, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Dear brother, do you know what that fellow's great sword is called?" "Huh, the Dragon Slayer. It is said to have been forged to slay dragons." Daemon appeared momentarily stunned, studying his brother before waving his hand dismissively. With a smirk, Oberyn took his mistress's hand and strolled away. As the months swiftly passed, in King's Landing, Jess was fervently organizing the troops. After dispatching them, he received intelligence through covert channels and calculated the timing to lead a contingent into the royal forest, preparing to ambush the vanguard of the Stormlands. At Wind's Rest, following the defeat at the Battle of Blackwater Bay, Stannis found himself fervently hewing trees within the rainforest due to a dire lack of warships. The incessant clamor of the birds, disturbed by this frenzy, filled the skies with their incessant cawing. As the refurbishment of his fleet would require considerable time, Stannis resolved to lead the Stormlands army ahead to King's Landing, where they would converge with forces from various regions. With his plans laid, Stannis meticulously organized his troops, breaking camp at dawn and establishing a new one by dusk. His 30,000 strong marched tirelessly to the banks of the Windwater River. Upon dispatching scouts, Stannis was poised to remain in place when an unexpected tremor shook the earth, a thunderous rumble resounding ominously. An ambush. Cursing his ill fortune, Stannis had anticipated some maneuvering, yet he was unprepared for Jess's audacity in abandoning King's Landing for a direct confrontation. Realizing that Jess would require a garrison to guard the city, Stannis surmised that the number of troops prepared for an ambush would be limited. He swiftly commanded his vanguard infantry to form a shield wall, hoping to wear down the heavy cavalry stationed across the Windwater Bridge. Alas, Jess's forces, both in morale and equipment, far surpassed Stannis's hastily trained militia, which had been formed in less than a month. With a resounding crash, the sound of flesh colliding with steel echoed as Jess surged forward, leading the charge into the shield wall. His steed broke through the formation, creating a breach, though the horse was impaled by a spear, collapsing to the ground. As Jess regained his footing, a myriad of spears came hurtling towards him. With a swift motion, the Dragon Slayer's sword in Jess's hand emitted a piercing shriek as he swept it through the air, shattering the wooden weapons that confronted him. Before the enemy soldiers could react, Jess raised the Dragon Slayer, executing another sweeping strike. Iron shields, along with their bearers, were sent flying in a chaotic arc. The sword's tip mercilessly tore into the unfortunate souls who were too close, spilling their innards in a gruesome display. A few soldiers, horrified by the sight of their fallen comrades, could only stand frozen, mechanically attempting to stuff the disemboweled entrails back within their bodies. In the next breath, a ghastly wail reverberated across the battlefield. With a dreadful clang, several bewildered Stormland's infantry were cleaved in half, their upper bodies tumbling through the air. Eyes wide open in disbelief, as if questioning what had just transpired. Blood poured down like rain, drenching the stunned soldiers, who could only see a sea of crimson before hearing the haunting wails again, their own forms soon joining the ranks of the slain. In an instant, a dozen Stormland soldiers were severed in twain, the brutal and sanguinary spectacle instilling a paralyzing fear among the infantry, none daring to confront Jess. Noting their trepidation, Jess hoisted his great sword upon his shoulder, as the heavy cavalry followed suit, transforming into two dark arcs that flanked Jess, charging resolutely into the fray. At the forefront, Miguel wielded his lance with ferocity, skewering 3 obstructive storm infantry as if they were mere candied fruits on a stick. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he sent the bloodied corpses hurtling into a throng of enemies, causing chaos among their ranks. The other heavy cavalrymen followed suit, selecting their own impediments to impale and toss aside with a resounding crash. Soon, the dull thuds of flesh colliding with iron echoed through the battlefield, as the hapless storm infantry, unable to evade, collided with these ancient steel behemoths, disintegrating into mere pulp. The soldiers of the storm infantry, hailing from humble farming backgrounds, were taken aback to discover that these fearsome figures were not merely men and horses, but terrifying creatures clad in black-scaled armor, with only their eyes visible. Having been thrust into battle with little more than a spear and a shield after only a brief training, they were ill-prepared to face such a formidable foe. Who among them would willingly charge into such a collision? It felt akin to courting death. In a frantic bid for survival, the storm infantry scattered, fearing the piercing strike of these monsters. Witnessing the enemy's front line falter in morale, Gus refrained from further bloodshed, summoning his attendants to mount fresh steeds and leading the knights directly towards the central command. The noblemen, witnessing the ferocity of their foes, were drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of Gus's legendary reputation for charging into battle with 100 knights. Stannis, furrowing his brow, observed the growing trepidation among the assembled lords and calmly commanded the infantry formations to spread out. The once narrow path for the royal guard now brimmed with infantry, and under Stannis's guidance, the standard-bearers directed the troops to disperse to either side of the avenue. From the rear emerged a well-equipped cavalry, representing the true elite of the storm infantry, comprised almost entirely of knights and retainers who had undergone formal knightly training under various noble houses. This cavalry was a formidable force. Stannis not only outfitted them with the finest armor, but also promised that should they seize King's Landing, every man would be rewarded with promotion, even the opportunity to join the royal knightly order he was establishing. In addition to these knights, thousands of seasoned infantry, veterans who had survived the War of the Five Kings, formed a formidable force of genuine warriors, battle-hardened and undaunted. Stannis dispatched his cavalry to charge at the Imperial heavy cavalry, simultaneously directing the elite infantry to form a defensive shield around the command center. With a flurry of commands, everything was set. As soon as the Imperial heavy cavalry was disrupted by the elite Iron Riders, they would be swiftly encircled by Stannis's seasoned infantry. While the complete annihilation of this small contingent of the Empire's mightiest cavalry was uncertain, a minor victory would significantly bolster the morale of his forces. However, in the next moment, as Stannis awaited the Imperial heavy cavalry's advance, he was left in utter shock. The Imperial cavalry suddenly reversed direction, transforming the front into the rear, and began a retreat back along their original path. Even Stannis, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but utter a curse, hastily commanding all forces to attempt encircling the Imperial heavy cavalry. Yet, the vanguard of Stormland's troops had already lost their fighting spirit. Who among them would dare to face iron tanks with mere flesh? Stannis could only hope that his lighter armored cavalry might catch up to the Imperial heavy cavalry, at least leaving a few corpses in their wake. However, reality was bleak. The Imperial heavy cavalry swiftly crossed the windy bridge, transforming into 2 torrents of darkness that rushed through the bridge's corridor. Amidst these black streams stood a lone figure on horseback, shouldering a colossal dragon-slaying sword. As the dark torrents passed, Stannis' elite cavalry, in hot pursuit, beheld a solitary man, a steed, and a massive sword standing defiantly at the bridgehead. It was none other than the fabled ghost Howler swordsman, the legendary figure of the Seven Kingdoms poetry, the unparalleled first knight of the age, the iron-blooded Jess. The commander of the elite cavalry recognized the grandeur of Jess's great sword, and though he found Jess's presence formidable, he dismissed him as merely one man. Raising his sword, he urged his elite cavalry onward, disregarding the legend of the Seven Kingdoms. All forces pursue, the leading commander shouted, but suddenly his steed stumbled, and he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, his skull crushed beneath the iron hooves of his own following cavalry. On the opposite bank, Jess discarded his crossbow and drew throwing knives, unleashing them with precision. As the last of the knives left his grasp, they struck true, finding the eyes and necks of the enemy steeds. In an instant, the front line of Stormland's elite cavalry was thrown into chaos, many perishing beneath the hooves of their own comrades, and the entire charge faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Jess tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying sword, spurring his horse directly into the enemy cavalry. Clang, clang, clang. In a heartbeat, several of the Stormland's elite cavalry, caught unawares, were cleaved in twain, their bodies soaring through the air. All beheld Jess riding upstream against the tide, his massive sword dancing wildly, accompanied by a howling wind that seemed to summon phantoms. Where the great sword passed, Stormland's cavalry either became dismembered corpses, blood soaring into the sky, or were unceremoniously toppled from their mounts. What in the name of the gods is this monster? By the gods, did you hear that wailing wind of the sword? That unmistakably belongs to the ghost Howler swordsman, the fiercest man in the Seven Kingdoms. I refuse to be associated with that so-called knight. I want to live. Farewell. A chorus of curses erupted from the rear ranks of the elite cavalry as several, realizing the dire situation, turned their steeds to flee the battlefield. The soldiers tasked with apprehending deserters attempted to intervene, only to be met with a spear thrust that decapitated them, courtesy of the fully armored elite cavalry leveraging the power of their mounts. In that moment, a surge of rebellion erupted among countless timid soldiers, who yearned to flee the battlefield. Stannis' watchmen turned their blades upon their own comrades, causing rivers of blood to flow. On the Windle River Bridge, the elite cavalry of Storms found themselves completely immobilized. Behind Gus lay a grim pile of human and horse carcasses, blood coursing through the cracks of the bridge, staining the Windle River a deep crimson. Shouldering the dragon-slaying sword, Gus stood resolute like a towering mountain, his steed firmly planted on the tumultuous Windle River Bridge. And he called out to Stannis' army with booming authority. People of Storm's End, I am the Marshal of the Empire. The Empire desires not further bloodshed and extends its generosity to its subjects. Surely many of you are aware of the Empire's policies and the lives of its citizens. If you lay down your arms and join the Empire, we shall grant amnesty to all innocent souls and bestow upon you the status of citizens. His voice resonated like thunder across the battlefield, silencing the disintegrating forces of Stannis. All eyes turned towards the formidable figure standing at the bridge's edge. Gus nodded slightly, gazing across the distance at Stannis, who was furiously gesticulating. It was evident that the Duke's temper was at its boiling point. Gus took a deep breath and continued to rally his brethren. Brothers and sisters, cast down your weapons and become citizens of the Empire. As citizens, you shall no longer endure the oppressive burdens of exorbitant taxes, nor suffer under the tyranny of lords. By embracing the Empire, you shall gain freedom, wealth, and even power. The Empire is willing to provide all citizens with opportunities for advancement. Come, brothers and sisters, join the Empire. Become free citizens. Join the Empire and seize the wealth and power that you have long yearned for. His impassioned words ignited a wave of defiance among the oppressed farmers and common soldiers, who discarded their weapons and sank to the ground, with even many of the watchmen following suit. No, I refuse to accept this. The entire army, heed my command. Stannis' eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched in frustration as he prepared to lead his forces into battle. Davos quickly interjected, grasping Stannis' hand with urgency. Your Grace, do not act impulsively. The morale of the soldiers is shattered. We risk losing our final opportunity. Your Grace. Upon hearing this, Stannis regained some composure, though his anger still caused his chest to heave. After a moment of contemplation, he finally commanded a retreat to Coppergate, intending to utilize the fortress's strength to withstand Gus. With 30,000 troops reduced by half, many continued to fall behind along the way. Even more infuriating was the fact that Gus had dispatched a light cavalry unit to linger behind his own forces, at the slightest sign of relaxation from Stannis. Gus would lead the cavalry to unleash a volley of crossbow bolts before swiftly retreating. Realizing that his army was on the brink of collapse, Stannis gritted his teeth and left 1,000 of his most loyal Deer House elite infantry to cover their retreat, while he led the majority of his forces hastily back to Coppergate. Then, they felled trees, constructed barricades, built arrow towers, and prepared rolling logs, embodying a resolute determination to defend the Coppergate city at all costs. Within the city, after suffering a disheartening defeat in the first Battle of the Storm, Stannis found himself engulfed in self-doubt, pondering whether the fate of House Baratheon was destined to conclude under his watch. Your Majesty, a few setbacks do not alter the fact that you are the true heir to the Iron Throne. As long as our banner stands tall, the nobility will forever support you, consoled Davos, the White Moonlight, to his king. Stannis, deep in thought, ground his teeth and furrowed his brow as he replied. The subjects of the realm are beginning to lose faith in their king, and in many places, they are rising against their lords. I can already sense the stench of betrayal in the air. Davos, troubled and conflicted, understood all too well the allure of imperial favor for the common folk. Having come from humble beginnings himself, Your Majesty, I have heard that some nobles who participated in the resistance against the Empire were captured and brutally tortured by the heir of the iron-blooded Emperor, Prince Joffrey. Even those who surrendered faced the same fate. None were spared. Stannis' eye twitched, the grind of his teeth forgotten, as he turned to gaze silently out of the castle window at the blue sky. They knew that such cruelty could not have been executed solely by the young lion. It undoubtedly bore the mark of Gus's directive. The message was clear. They had but one path ahead, to die gloriously or to perish in disgrace. With a calm demeanor, Stannis reflected that he still possessed a navy and the support of the noble houses of the Vale. He had recently received letters from Highgarden and Dorne expressing their willingness to send troops to aid him. The message from Highgarden and Dorne was straightforward. They had underestimated the strength of the Empire, and after extending hollow apologies, they were now gathering their armies to join the forces of the Vale for the sake of noble interests. Though Stannis harbored some skepticism, he did not believe that these houses would dare betray their class, and indeed, the forces of the Vale and Dorne were formidable enough to compensate for his recent losses. In the royal forest, Gus selected over 1,000 valiant men from Stannis' surrendered army who sought glory, dispersing the rest back home to await the Empire's victory in the war, needing only their assistance to display the banner properly. Subsequently, Gus instructed Miguel to lead 500 heavy cavalry back to the city, while he took 500 light cavalry and 1,000 new soldiers to infiltrate the royal forest, adopting the guise of ferocious bears to harass the bald-headed deer. Little did he anticipate that the deer, cunning as they were, would suffer several setbacks and resort to survival tactics, leaving behind a contingent of infantry that posed a slight inconvenience for Gus. However, the relentless tactics of the Bear Brigade proved effective, as over half of the elite infantry of House Baratheon was utterly terrified by Gus's light cavalry. Yet, before their rout, they managed to buy a day and night's time for the main forces, allowing the deer to successfully retreat into Coppergate City. However, the two deer remained remarkably composed, refusing to exit the city gates regardless of the methods employed by Gus. Once Gus departed, they swiftly commanded their troops to fell trees at an astonishing pace, so much so that the Bear brothers found it increasingly difficult to launch any assaults. This rendered their lives increasingly arduous, as they had to tread carefully to avoid the hidden wooden stakes scattered by the bald-headed deer. Observing Stannis' inability to make progress against the Coppergate, Gus was compelled to leave behind several hundred light cavalry to collaborate with over 1,000 fresh recruits, forming a new contingent to scatter into the Imperial forest, ensuring that Stannis would not set foot outside the Coppergate. In the valley, from a mountain peak 100 miles away from Bloodgate, Locke lowered his binoculars and handed them to his aide, then raised his massive axe, proclaiming, "Open fire." Boom, 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 boom. All 10 artillery battalions commenced an explosive bombardment simultaneously, with a total of 5,000 personnel, including logistical support, positioned across several surrounding peaks. The thunderous roars of cannon fire echoed throughout the valley, startling flocks of birds into flight and causing even the mountain dwellers to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, the 50,000 troops of the Valley Army, marching onward, looked up to witness countless dark specks filling the sky, followed swiftly by a sharp whistle and a thunderous explosion. Flames erupted, the earth shook, and debris along with blood and limbs rained down from above, sending the Valley Army into disarray. As they searched in vain for any signs of the enemy. "What is happening?" a bewildered Valley noble shouted as he struggled to rise from the ground, only to see the horrific state of the surrounding soldiers. Just then, a new wave of thunderous detonations commenced. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, crash. The noble's luck had run out. A shell exploded, scattering his limbs in all directions, with some parts of his body soaring several dozen meters into the air before crashing down behind the ranks. Such carnage swiftly engulfed the Valley army, causing horses to scatter in panic and many soldiers to fall victim to their comrades' trampling hoofs. Infantry instinctively dropped to the ground, trembling in fear, while others were rendered numb with terror, and many began to scream, "Ah, mother, mother, I want to go home. Mother, divine retribution. This is divine retribution. 7 gods above. What sin have we committed? No, no, the Empire has truly mastered the fire magic. Retreat. Quick, retreat. All troops retreat." The commanders in the center repeatedly called for a retreat, as successive barges had utterly shattered the morale of the Valley army. The rear units remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only hearing the sound of thunder and the cries of the fallen, until a flag officer on horseback raced towards them, signaling the retreat with urgency. Upon witnessing this, the rear units swiftly transitioned to the front, hastily beginning their withdrawal. The Valley nobles, fearful of enduring another round of divine fire magic, galloped to the forefront of the ranks. Meanwhile, far behind the Valley army, a contingent of armored light cavalry, equipped with spears and crossbows, stood ready for action. "All troops advance." A resounding shout echoed, followed by the clarion call of horns, as a legion of 3,000 cavalry surged forth. The earth trembled beneath the advance of the vanguard, and soon, a torrent of silver-white warriors, akin to divine beings descending from the heavens, flooded into view. "By the gods, run, the enemy cavalry approaches. Why on earth are they all clad in white? Mother, I want to go home." The imperial cavalry, adorned in white steeds, white robes, and white armor, bore down upon the terrified soldiers of the valley, causing them to scatter in panic, discarding their helmets and armor in their flight. A few brave souls, armed with spears, readied themselves to counterattack. But in the blink of an eye, they were pierced by a volley of crossbow bolts, collapsing to the ground like hedgehogs. The unstoppable silver torrent surged into the ranks of the Valley's forces, mercilessly slaughtering those who dared to obstruct their path or who were caught unaware. The commanders in the Central Army finally grasped the situation at the rear and hastily organized their troops to intercept this formidable wave. "All troops, gather and heed my orders." The noble leaders of the Valley quickly mobilized their forces to converge at the center, forming square formations to encircle the pursuing Imperial cavalry. Seeing the Valley forces so swiftly organized, the Imperial Silver Cavalry refrained from charging into their ranks, opting instead to launch their spears from a distance before retreating without a backward glance. Thousands of spears, propelled by the might of their steeds, flew forth. And despite the infantry of the Valley raising their shields, countless soldiers were pierced, their bodies nailed to the ground, instilling terror in the hearts of many. "What utter disgrace!" The Valley nobles exclaimed in outrage, hastily regrouping their scattered troops and continuing their measured retreat. It must be said that the military acumen of the Valley nobles was commendable. Despite the relentless harassment, they maintained their formation and, upon occupying advantageous terrain, deployed caltrops and erected towers to commence their defense against the Imperial pursuers. The unsuspecting Imperial light cavalry was caught off guard by the traps laid by the Valley. The front line of light cavalry fell victim to the Valley's snares, their bodies and horses twisted in the fall, while the rear of the Imperial light cavalry, unprepared for the sudden onslaught, faced the Valley cavalry charging forth. The Imperial light cavalry had no choice but to retreat, utilizing crossbows to skirmish with the enemy, thus narrowly escaping annihilation, though they paid a heavy toll of several hundred lives. The situation on the Valley side was even more dire. Anguished cries echoed throughout the ranks, with wounded soldiers visible everywhere, many adorned with crossbow bolts embedded in their flesh. It was rare to find a soldier untouched by blood, even if it was that of others, which only heightened the fear among the Valley's troops. The commanders tirelessly reassured their men, consolidating their forces and assessing the situation. "My lord, Count Cabri, our morale is in shambles," lamented a young noble, shaking his head as he approached the commander of this expedition, the Lord of the Starry City. Count Cabri's expression remained unchanged as he inquired calmly, "How many soldiers have we lost?" The young noble cautiously lifted his gaze to glance at Count Cabri, then, with a worried expression, remarked, "There have been over 6,000 casualties, and several thousand have fled. The Valley army still has more than 40,000 men." Count Cabri nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding. "The Valley's main road has been besieged by the enemy's fire magic. We must reorganize our forces and take to the waterways." The young noble was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. In Eagle's Nest City, the esteemed Lord Bellic of the Valley, known for his guardianship, had opted not to join the campaign, but instead chose to remain and defend his territory. At this moment, Lord Bellic, seemingly unfazed as he perused a letter in his hands, was already aware of Count Cabary's diversion to the waterways. It was unexpected that the valley, renowned for its knights, had been compelled by the Empire to take such a detour. Lord Bellic's unease intensified, especially since Jess had permitted that peculiar individual to slaughter nobles at will. He found himself contemplating a retreat in anticipation of defeat. My dear, I must return to the Five-Finger Peninsula territory, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than Lyssa sprang from the bed, wrapping her arms around her beloveds. Do not abandon me. I know you wish to flee. Take me with you, I beg you. Lord Bellic maintained his composure, turning to embrace Lyssa reassuringly. Lyssa, I am merely returning to attend to some matters. Eagle's Nest is a fortress that is difficult to breach, regardless of the number of troops. My dear, rest assured that I will return. Lyssa, though a bit frantic, was not foolish. If you dare leave me behind, I fear you will relinquish the valley to another. Lord Bellic remained silent. Their union was indeed a means of mutual support. He required Lyssa's name to claim the valley, while she needed his strength and influence to secure her son's position as the valley's ruler. After all, the Aelin family had more than one potential heir to the lordship. Casting a glance at his former beloved, Lord Bellic indifferently withdrew his arm, adjusted his trousers, and walked away, while Lyssa, the devoted admirer, watched him leave with hopeful eyes. Meanwhile, upon returning from the royal guard, Jess began to address the pile of correspondence awaiting his attention. He dared not entrust this task to the old lion, Tywin, given the current precarious situation. While Tywin was indeed a formidable military leader, his recent induction into the ranks and the unrest among the Seven Kingdoms made Jess wary of any resurgence of ambition among the nobles. He preferred not to find himself unexpectedly betrayed. Thus, he instructed his confidant to deliver a multitude of planning documents and advisory papers concerning the Empire's developmental goals for the next 3 years to the Old Lion, while also enhancing Tywin's personal security. This way, the venerable Tywin could remain blissfully oblivious to the outside turmoil, focusing solely on his scholarly pursuits to assist Jess in governance. Pushing aside a chaotic assortment of unfamiliar heraldic letters, Jess accepted a goblet of fine wine from his guard, propping his feet upon the desk as he casually picked up a letter adorned with the emblem of a mockingbird. Your Majesty Gus, I trust you remember our brief acquaintance when I served as the Chancellor of Finance under King Robert. Gus raised an eyebrow. This letter was indeed a token of goodwill from Peter Baelish. The intent to pledge loyalty was unmistakably articulated within the correspondence. Furthermore, Baelish expressed his willingness to persuade any noble inclined to submit to the Empire. Gus harbored little disdain for Peter. In fact, he admired the tenacity and wit of the man, albeit acknowledging his treachery and unscrupulous methods. One could comprehend this, for Peter Baelish hails from a modest lineage with scant influence among the nobility. Had it not been for the War of the Ninepenny Kings, his father's tenuous friendship with Duke Hoster of the Riverlands might have led to his adoption by the noble Cobrae family of the Hart's home. As an adopted son, Baelish's status was far inferior to that of the 3 Stark sisters, and Edmure even mockingly bestowed upon him the moniker Littlefinger, which subsequently became a popular epithet. Yet Baelish, like any youth, once brimmed with passion and fervor, even daring to challenge the formidable Brandon Stark for the affections of the esteemed Catelyn, a woman of far superior standing. Brandon, the elder brother of Ned, was a towering figure, and the outcome of their duel was all too predictable. The impoverished lad fell to the robust and affluent warrior, and only through Catelyn's intercession did he escape with his life. Thereafter, Catelyn ceased all communication with Baelish, for reasons unfathomable. This incident planted the seeds of animosity within Baelish's heart towards the Stark family. In a twist of fate, however, the affections of Lyssa, who admired Baelish, proved unperturbed by his infatuation with her sister. Seizing an opportunity during Baelish's moments of sorrow, Lyssa climbed into the bed of the impoverished youth, who, in a moment of folly, mistook her for Catelyn. The consequence was Lyssa's subsequent pregnancy, which incensed her father, the irate Lord Hoster, who forced her to consume moon tea to terminate the pregnancy and expelled Baelish from the Riverlands. All this unfolded due to the insignificance of the Baelish family. Unworthy of an alliance with House Tully, the beloved was taken, the prospective father-in-law disdained him, and the child was lost. Had it not been for Lyssa's affection, the young Baelish might have succumbed to despair, perhaps choosing to plunge into the Red Fork, akin to the tragic tale of Jenny of Oldstones, thus contributing yet another somber love story to the Seven Kingdoms. Persevering through adversity, Baelish developed an insatiable thirst for power and material wealth. Through clandestine connections with Lisa, he caught the eye of the green-haired Lord John Arryn. Lisa persuaded her husband to elevate Baelish to the position of tax collector for the town of Gulltown, where, relying on his cunning and intellect, he delivered remarkable political achievements that exceeded all expectations. The development of Seagull Town into a significant port has resulted in a tenfold increase in tax revenue. Upon learning this news, Lord John became intrigued by this promising young talent and promptly elevated Littlefinger to the position of the kingdom's Minister of Finance, granting him access to the very heart of power. From that moment on, Littlefinger began to amass wealth and forge connections, even establishing a shadowy influence to enhance his power and fortify his standing, all in anticipation of a day when no one would dare to look down upon him. Gus, well-versed in Littlefinger's story, could only express admiration for the man, though he found it difficult to appreciate his character, especially considering Lord Baelish's famous adage, "Chaos is a ladder." Yet, how different are the choices of most people? Moreover, Littlefinger, despite his humble beginnings, has achieved remarkable success, potentially even reaching for the Iron Throne. If not for the presence of certain obstacles, Littlefinger's skills could have easily secured him the position of sovereign. Reflecting on this, Gus felt a twinge of frustration, but ultimately provided Littlefinger with a clear response. He was open to allegiance, but would not offer any preferential treatment. The extent of Littlefinger's success would depend solely on his own efforts. Indeed, Gus was unconcerned about any underhanded tactics Littlefinger might employ. Should Littlefinger dare to engage in such schemes, the assassins of the 6th Bureau would promptly confront him, leading to news of Lord Baelish's suicide at home appearing in the Imperial Daily. Having dispatched the letter, Gus proceeded to review the letters of allegiance from several noble families of the Vale and the Stormlands. Apart from a few minor favors granted to those with whom he shared some rapport, the rest were treated uniformly. He had already extended enough goodwill. After all, 3 of the top families in Westeros fully supported Gus, and countless other first- and second-tier families were also backing him. He saw no reason to extend further courtesies to the remaining obstinate individuals. Allowing them priority consideration was already a privilege. Did they not realize that ordinary citizens had to endure years of study and scrutiny to meet the requirements for advancement? Though this may not be fair to the common folk, it was a far cry from the injustices of the old era. Gus had endeavored to provide everyone with a platform for advancement, and discussing equality seemed rather misplaced. Even the great figures of history had not truly achieved equality. The concept of equality, how fantastical a notion it is for humanity. In a nameless village in the Stormlands, a tall youth, clad in patched coarse cloth, gazed angrily at his father, a farmer who had spent his life toiling in the fields. "Father, we have nothing to eat at home. My sister hasn't had a proper meal in 3 days. Why must we pay taxes to that wretched lord? Are our lives not worth anything?" The weathered farmer, taken aback by his son's fervent questions, opened his mouth but struggled to find the right words. Eventually, he could only lower his weary, aged face in shame. The tall youth, seeing this, sighed heavily and continued, "When we delivered our grain, I even saw their dogs feasting on meat. And the Jennies were penalized for underreporting just a pound of wheat. Merely a pound. They are actually going to abduct Jeannie's sister. Moreover, they claim they will return her to Jeannie tomorrow. I suspect it is all nonsense. They simply see Jeannie as too timid and his sister as too beautiful, thereby wishing to tarnish her purity," the tall youth remarked while casting a glance at his own sister, who, fortunately, was not particularly striking. Noticing their father's indifference, the tall youth seized his famished sister, whose cheeks had sunken in from hunger, and departed from their home. The farmer, witnessing this, hastily grabbed the only valuable item in the house, a pitchfork, and pursued them. Thankfully, his son did not recklessly confront those armored thugs, but instead brought his sister to Jeannie's residence. Jeannie's home was among the few in the village that exuded a semblance of grandeur, constructed of stone and adorned with a hand accordion. Rumored to have been inherited from an ancestor who had once served as a court poet in the distant lands of Westeros. Upon seeing the tall youth, the frail Jeannie urgently grasped his hand and pleaded, "Chris, I implore you to save my sister. I know you have feelings for her. She returned from the barn in tears that day and told me everything, but I did not dare approach you." The youth named Chris's expression stiffened at this. Noticing the others in the room staring at him, he hurriedly clarified, "It's not as you might think. All the village youths were there that day. We were merely having a gathering." Before Jeannie could finish speaking, the farmer struck his son on the head with the pitchfork, causing the boy to crouch down, clutching his head in silence. The boy's sister quietly moved behind Jeannie, distancing herself from her brother. As the farmer prepared to strike again, Chris quickly interjected, "I admit it. It was my fault. but I am willing to take responsibility. With that, Chris shot an indignant glance at his father and disdainfully addressed the frail youth, Genie. I am going to rescue your sister right now. You, who only know how to sing and dance, should just stay here. With those words, Chris stormed out, leaving the others in the room exchanging bewildered glances. Once outside Genie's home, after running for a while, Chris regained his composure. He realized that he was likely no match for those fully armed ruffians while unarmed himself. However, if he did not act now, Genie's sister might become a mere memory by morning. Chris's face darkened as he suddenly recalled a man from the village who had just returned from the battlefield, and, as fate would have it, that man seemed to possess armor and a sword. With this thought in mind, Chris made a beeline for the man's house. Upon arriving, he discovered the door ajar and, in his urgency, he pushed it wide open. Inside, he was met with the sight of several burly men armed with weapons, some squatting, others sitting, while the man Chris recognized stood at the center of the group. Shatter, Chris, what brings you here? An elder who knew Chris inquired. Realizing he was surrounded by familiar faces, Chris felt a surge of relief and promptly conveyed the alarming news about Genie's sister's abduction. Blast it! That damned lord. Let us take them down and join the Empire. Yes, to hell with the lord. We shall be free men. Upon hearing Chris's lament, the men in the room erupted in a chorus of furious curses, each expressing their profound disdain for the lord of this land. Indeed, the lord had long oppressed the villagers, and their grievances had festered over time. Moreover, a comrade returned from the battlefield bearing news of the Empire, prompting the men to unite in a bold plan for retribution. Chris, do you know where those scoundrels are? The leader inquired, slapping Chris on the shoulder. Chris quickly nodded. They are camped not far from the village, by the coastline. The leader nodded, then turned and gestured. Immediately, all present armed themselves and beckoned Chris to lead the way. With such support, Chris felt a surge of bravery. Guided by memory, the group stealthily made their way through the darkness and soon stumbled upon several tents illuminated by a flickering campfire. Through the firelight, Chris discerned that within the tents, several burly men were toasting with a fair maiden, their intrusive hands wandering over her form. Damn it, that is Sister Ginny. Please, do not harm her, Chris exclaimed. The others exchanged curious glances, and Chris's face flushed, his back receiving a playful punch from an elder. You rascal, using us to play the hero. Once this is over, you must treat everyone to a round of ale. Chris readily agreed, and laughter filled the air as they swiftly melted into the shadows. Sister Ginny, you are truly enchanting. I cannot believe a village could harbor such beauty. This journey was worth every mile. A drunken man slurred, reaching out to caress Ginny's delicate face, while another brute began to undress. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the night. The man stripping was struck by an arrow, his chest punctured as he fell, lifeless. Ambush! The drunken man cried, jolting to sobriety, while his comrades scrambled to arm themselves. More arrows flew, claiming the lives of several unprepared men, their expressions frozen in shock. The drunken man seized a sword, kicking Ginny aside, who cried out in pain as she tumbled to the ground, seeking refuge in a corner of the tent. Trembling in fear, he hastily donned his armor and helmet before stepping outside. Outside the tent, a group of farmers wielding pitchforks and shovels, accompanied by hunters with taut bows, emerged from the shadows. You wretched peasants, do you know what you're doing? The drunken man bellowed, reeking of alcohol. To hell with you, scoundrel. Die, Chris shouted in defiance, charging forward with a pitchfork. The drunken man sidestepped the youth's attack with ease, poised to strike him down when an old hunter loosed an arrow. The arrow pierced the drunken man's skull with a sickening thud. His sword clattered to the ground as he collapsed, the arrow lodged in his head, meeting his end as Chris's cold sweat mingled with the night. Oh, foolish child, do you not realize that a stealthy attack requires silence? Must you announce your intentions to the enemy? The old hunter grumbled as he approached, seizing the arrow and yanking it forcefully, extracting the iron-tipped shaft along with the drunken man's eye. Chris was so horrified that he retched on the spot, while many others wore expressions of distress, though they fared somewhat better than the youth. The old hunter glanced around, shaking his head slightly. The burly leader chuckled and jested. What a bunch of cowards. Do you know about the wailing swordsman? I was nearly cleaved in two by him. He is a veritable monster, wielding a sword larger than my own, unleashing a cacophony of death as he struck down dozens right before my eyes. The scene was a grotesque tableau of severed limbs and bloodshed. Why on earth would I recall such a terrifying memory? At his words, a shiver ran through the crowd, and several with weaker constitutions nearly succumbed to nausea. Accompanied by young Chris, several abducted village maidens were rescued, prompting the villagers to hastily return and rally more individuals to join the resistance. Such deeds quickly spread, inspiring the oppressed populace in various regions to unite like a blossoming garden, forming armies to rise against their lords. Upon hearing the news, the lords cowered in their strongholds, trembling in fear, while some fled their territories under the cover of night, seeking refuge with more powerful lords who could shield them from the wrath of their subjects. Numerous formidable rebel forces even breached the lords' fortresses, unleashing a wave of arson and slaughter, claiming the strongholds as their own, resulting in a significant transformation among the once subjugated populace. Many villagers, having expelled their lords, raised the banner of the empire and dispatched envoys to negotiate. In summary, chaos erupted across the land, drawing Stannis and Jess into the maelstrom of rebellion. However, while the empire sought expansion, Stannis was losing ground in King's Landing. Jess, furrowing his brow as he perused a letter detailing the current uprisings in Stormlands, Riverbend, and Vale, felt a pang of concern for his wife Marjorie, prompting him to hastily pen a letter and dispatch it before rubbing his temples in distress. In merely 10 days, Stormlands had lost several major cities. The rebels had not only slaughtered all the nobles, but had also turned their blades against their fellow commoners. This profoundly ignorant behavior filled Jess with righteous anger, compelling him to expedite the war efforts to mitigate the ensuing devastation. Furthermore, Jess sent out word to all factions and subjects across the Seven Kingdoms, declaring that the empire welcomed those yearning for freedom, yet would not tolerate the indiscriminate slaughter of the vulnerable, nor would it accept the wicked deeds of those who perpetrated such abominable acts. Jess envisioned a land free from ruins and corpses, not a wasteland left behind by marauding thugs, nor would he acquiesce to the desires of those consumed by their basest instincts. Thus, proclaiming the decree, Dargus promptly commanded the Secret Intelligence Service to dispatch the assassins to uphold world peace, urging them to swiftly escort the vile leaders of the insurrection to their eternal rest, thereby allowing the Assassin's Creed to once again illuminate the world with its original glory. In the basement of a grand hotel, a group of men and women clad in black and white robes, their faces partially concealed, chanted their dogmas in unison. One by one, they swiftly melted into the shadows, disappearing into the depths of the cellar. Stonehelm Town, a derivative settlement of the rainforest Stonehelm City, had been granted to the Lord's vassal, yet tragically, this steward failed to maintain order. The rabble breached Stonehelm Town, slaughtering all nobles within, regardless of their virtue or vice. Moreover, the ruffian leader commenced a spree of carnage, mercilessly butchering civilians, abducting women, and wreaking havoc with no regard for decency. As dusk fell, an inconspicuous man received a white dove on the thoroughfare outside Stonehelm Town. After perusing the contents of the missive, he lowered his hood and swiftly infiltrated the town. "Damn, the taste of a noble lady is indeed distinct from that of a village woman," remarked the scarred leader of the rebels, belching with a hint of intoxication. His words slightly garbled. The boss was right. In retrospect, it was quite a delightful experience, though regrettably, it ended all too soon. A one-eyed brigand concurred, while a middle-aged man at the table, upon hearing their banter, displayed a look of disdain, raising his goblet and stepping aside, ignoring the raucous revelry around him. "Look at that fellow's self-righteous demeanor. No wonder he hasn't touched a woman in all his years," one of the rebels scoffed. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, quietly drinking, his gaze filled with contempt for the ruffians. A gust of evening wind swept through, rustling the curtains, and the middle-aged man sensed a shadow flicker before him. In the next moment, it seemed as though a heavy object had leapt onto the table, followed by a series of sharp clinks. When the middle-aged man turned, the room fell into an eerie silence, save for a figure cloaked in black, their face partially obscured, perched atop the table. The ruffians, who moments ago had boasted their bravado, now clutched their throats, blood oozing from their mouths. The quietude of the room allowing the middle-aged man to distinctly hear the gurgling of their failing organs. A chill enveloped him as he witnessed the cloaked figure leap from the table, arms crossed, and with a swift flick, two glimmering hidden blades shot forth, expelling the blood from their gleaming surfaces. The shadowy figure sheathed the blades and brushed past the middle-aged man, their voice resonating with a magnetic timbre. "Never allow your blade to be stained with the blood of the innocent." The middle-aged man, taken aback, quickly inquired in a hushed tone, "Who are you? Why have you done this?" The cloaked figure paused momentarily, then leapt onto the windowsill, leaving behind a resonant reply, "An assassin who walks in darkness, serving the light." Upon finishing his words, the figure vanished in a flash. The middle-aged man was taken aback and hurriedly leaned over the windowsill to gaze outside, only to find that the shadow had already disappeared without a trace. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing that nothing had transpired. Yet 3 lifeless bodies lay starkly present in the room. Suddenly, he noticed an iron shard resting on the table, inscribed with the image of a black, colossal sword, accompanied by a line of small text. Alexios, he murmured, recognizing the familiar insignia, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he mused. Justice shall inevitably arrive. Ha. In the bustling streets of the high court, Marguerite, accompanied by several maidens, entered a boutique to select her desired garments. Ivy, do you think His Majesty would favor this attire? Marguerite inquired. The maiden named Ivy, tall and graceful with a striking appearance, beamed at the queen's worried expression and replied, Your Majesty, I believe His Majesty might take issue with the green hat atop your head. Though puzzled, Marguerite accepted Ivy's counsel, deducing that the attire was unsuitable. After trying on several outfits and receiving Ivy's approval, she finally decided on a floral dress to be packed. Ivy, why has His Majesty suddenly assigned you to me? The letter mentioned I should keep you close at all times. Is there a threat against me that concerns the Emperor? Marguerite asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ivy, the head maid of the Imperial Palace, had arrived at the High Court a few days prior, bearing a personal letter from Gus for Marguerite. Upon hearing the query, Ivy merely shook her head, her expression conveying uncertainty. The group strolled leisurely along the boulevard, occasionally purchasing trinkets and stopping to converse. As twilight approached, Ivy gently reminded Marguerite, Your Majesty, it grows late. There have been reports of rioters outside. We should return home quickly. Marguerite, caught in thought, flicked her gaze sideways, her large eyes glimmering with contemplation. After a moment, she nodded slightly and led her companions swiftly towards their castle. Along their path, they encountered numerous outsiders, visibly not of the locality, many in tattered clothing with unfriendly gazes, which stirred a sense of unease within Marguerite. They soon arrived at a city gate, where a procession of wagons awaited, with several peasant subjects being ordered by the guards to inspect the supplies. Charge! Overcome them! Slay all the guards! Suddenly, the farmers atop the wagons erupted in rebellion, rushing to the sides and seizing various iron implements from the haystacks to engage in a fierce battle with the castle's soldiers. Enemy attack. A soldier barely had time to shout before a farmer impaled him with a pitchfork, lifting him high before casting his lifeless form onto the cobblestones. The corpse tumbled to Marguerite's feet, its expression frozen in death, blood oozing forth as the body convulsed. Marguerite gasped, her small hand raised in shock. Ivy swiftly grasped the queen's arm, urging her to flee, with the 2 maidens hastening closely behind. Look, a noble lady, a sharp-eyed rider exclaimed, drawing the attention of a dozen bloodthirsty marauders. The crowd turned to the source of the commotion and indeed spotted 4 elegantly dressed noblewomen, their alluring figures wafting a fragrant aroma from afar. Damn it, chase them down. I shall slay them, bellowed one of the ruffians, rushing towards Marguerite and her companions, followed closely by his cohorts. Marguerite and her companions, terrified, screamed in panic, soon finding themselves pursued by the loudest of the assailants. The brute reached out and seized Ivy, who appeared particularly fierce. With one hand caught, Ivy's gaze sharpened, without waiting for the thug to utter a word. She pushed Marguerite aside and swiftly drew something from beneath her skirt, a small cannon, fitting snugly in her grasp. Before the thug could voice his confusion, a thunderous boom erupted. His head burst like a watermelon, gore splattering everywhere. The approaching rioters froze in shock at the sight, while Marguerite and her 2 attendants gaped in disbelief at the previously amiable Ivy. Unfazed by the carnage staining her visage, Ivy casually blew the smoke from her firearm. What on earth was that? One of the marauders exclaimed. How should I know? Damn it, just a few women. What are you afraid of? Enough. Floor him. With a leader emerging, the ruffians regained their courage and surged towards Ivy. Ivy glanced at Marguerite, who quickly urged her maid to flee. The head maid, in a swift motion, drew 2 gleaming short swords from beneath her skirt. As Marguerite glanced back while running, her large, beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the scene. The marauders were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, Ivy sprang into action. Her movements were remarkably swift, in mere strides. She closed the distance to the nearest thug. From several meters away, she hurled a short sword, which pierced the heart of the leading assailant with a swift and deadly accuracy. The thug's body stiffened, and Ivy seized the opportunity to leap forward, retrieving her blade as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining ruffians, bewildered, had not fully grasped what had transpired when they witnessed one of their own fall. Hesitant, they raised their weapons but dared not advance. Ivy, however, offered no explanations. As she continued to run, she twirled her wrists, wielding her twin swords like whirling windmills, swiftly slicing open the throats of several marauders. Gurgling sounds escaped the throats of those whose necks had been severed, blood pooling around them. Don't eat the sour radish. Quickly, let us kill her. The remaining marauders finally rallied, charging forward with their weapons raised. Ivy skillfully sidestepped a thrust from a pitchfork, crouching low, and with a deft flick of her wrist, she slashed the tendons of the assailant's leg with one sword. In one fluid motion, she hurled another short sword, dispatching a knife-wielding thug with a shot to the head, before executing a nimble roll to evade another strike. Crouching on the ground, hands planted firmly, she suddenly executed a handstand while twisting her waist, disregarding the exposure beneath her flowing dress as her long legs executed a perfect 360-degree kick. Several thugs, engrossed in admiring the view beneath the maid's long skirt, were caught off guard. One of them faltered, causing two to kneel on one knee. With the agility of a fish leaping from water, Ivy half-squatted on the ground, drawing a short sword from the eye socket of the fallen thug, swiftly aiming at the eyes of the kneeling assailants, delivering a rapid thrust. Then, with a sharp pull, she stood upright. Thud! The two thugs, struck down, collapsed into a cloud of dust. Marguerite stood in stunned silence, captivated by Ivy's fierce presence, resembling a goddess of war. The remaining thugs, paralyzed by fear, trembled in place before turning to flee. With a mere flick of her wrist, two more thugs fell, rigid, to the ground, twitching slightly. Ivy approached gracefully, extracting her short sword from their backs, swiftly flicking off the blood before tucking it away beneath her skirt. At that moment, two thugs brandishing knives charged at Marguerite from the opposite side. Ah! Marguerite screamed, only to witness the two maids beside her simultaneously draw short swords from beneath their skirts and throw them. Thud! With two resounding impacts, the thugs fell lifeless to the ground. The maids, holding the items they had purchased that afternoon, approached the corpses with elegance, bending to retrieve their short swords, flicking off the blood before stowing them away. Marguerite, Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Ivy approached, wiping her cheek while inquiring about the situation, also cleaning the blood from her palm. Marguerite pouted, her brows knitted in a frown, her beautiful eyes reflecting a look of displeasure, as if to say, if you don't tell me what happened, I shall be angry. In response, Ivy cast aside the blood-stained handkerchief and, along with the other two maids, bowed gracefully, proclaiming, The royal combat maid corps is at your service. With the declaration from the Seven Kingdoms executioner, the nobility truly realized that the empire possessed absolute power. Why? Because within a mere week, the unrest across various regions had been quelled, silently, and without their knowledge. It was only through the empire's proactive message that the lords became aware that the tides had turned. Lands once under their dominion now bore the flags of the empire. As if overnight, the banners of the empire had sprouted around them. By the seven gods, who can tell me what in the world has transpired? Cobre shouted in exasperation, cradling his head in disbelief. Having left 5,000 troops stationed at Bloodgate after departing from Facing Seagull Town, he marched tirelessly for days, receiving distress signals from various factions. Cobre had no choice but to divide his 5,000 troops to sweep through the valley and confront the insurgents, facing multiple attacks from rioters along the way, all of which he managed to suppress, daring to provoke the backsides of tens of thousands of troops. One can only imagine the audacity and sheer numbers of the resistance forces in the valley. Cobre hesitated to speculate. He even contemplated leading his army back to defend Heartstar City. However, taking the larger situation into account, along with the formidable strength of his stronghold and the considerable garrison within, Cobre decided to proceed as planned towards Seagull Town. On the journey, messages came in rapid succession, mostly reporting the continuous loss of small noble strongholds in the valley, indicating a rural encirclement of the city. Fortunately, no major noble stronghold had yet fallen, which eased Cobre's mind considerably. Yet, this morning, a sudden wave of reports arrived from various houses, all conveying a similar, astonishing message. The entire resistance had retreated. The strongholds that had been occupied either raised the empire's red flag adorned with a black sword or fled under the cover of night. Some were even set ablaze. Cobre stared at the map of the valley, now dotted with the empire's red flags and marked with vassal strongholds, his head cradled in his hands, utterly bewildered. The damned iron-blooded empire. How long had the war commenced, and already they were seizing others' homes once more. In truth, Cobre had been overly cautious. Had Gus not been focusing on training his troops, the valley might have already succumbed entirely. For over 6 months, military intelligence had infiltrated the valley and various factions, poised to execute decapitating strikes at any moment. Yet, considering all factors, Gus opted to act as a legitimate conqueror, perhaps to disillusion certain individuals once and for all. My lord, All vessels in Seagull Town have been requisitioned, and the army is fully assembled, said Vadis, the newly appointed Viscount of the Valley and one of the knights accompanying the expedition. Send word to Imans of Dragonstone Island. He can embark. Vadis nodded in agreement and departed briskly. Cabery returned his gaze to the map, his attention drifting towards Crab Bay and ultimately converging on the newly established Imperial Arena in Juneland. Gus sat regally in the center of the spectators' platform. A confidant approached swiftly, bending close to whisper a few words in Gus's ear. Gus nodded with a smile while clapping and cheering, embodying the spirit of a radiant young man. Below him sat Jeffrey, who had been engaged in pirate hunting for months, clad in resplendent crimson and gold garments. Wearing a hexagonal golden crown, with an open collar exposing a golden chain adorned with a vivid red gemstone, Jeffrey lounged with a relaxed demeanor, his eyes fixed intently on the combat in the arena, brimming with a bloodthirsty delight. This ensemble, reminiscent of the Blood Emperor, was personally designed by Gus, which Jeffrey had immediately adored, prompting him to commission an array of similar attire from the master tailor, Tony. Coupled with Gus's relentless training, Jeffrey had evolved into a figure nearly identical to the Blood Emperor, albeit exhibiting a more savage and bloodthirsty nature. Father, look, the most anticipated execution ceremony is about to commence, Jeffrey exclaimed, rising with excitement and turning to call out to Gus. Upon hearing this, Gus exclaimed in surprise, his face filled with curiosity as he stood up. In the arena, after the bodies of the condemned criminals were dragged away by the staff, a young man with slicked back hair and a golden circlet, sporting a distinctive mustache, entered the arena with a peculiar hand axe slung over his shoulder. He walked to the center and opened his arms to the audience. Oh, look, the honor executioner. It's him. He is said to be the direct disciple of Lord Locke, and his flying axe performance is truly spectacular. Oh, Gus. Gus, observing this familiar scene and the young man, who appeared somewhat lecherous yet exuded confidence, was momentarily taken aback. Ladies and gentlemen of the Empire, welcome to the Imperial Gladiatorial Arena. The young man's powerful voice ignited the atmosphere as countless spectators leapt to their feet, applauding fervently. Oh, Honor Executioner, please, showcase your talents. Honor Executioner, I can hardly wait to behold your prowess. Ah, the Honor Executioner is so handsome. I wish to bear his children. Gus, the mustachioed youth bowed slightly to a noblewoman, blowing her a kiss. She flushed instantly, breathless, her voluptuous figure twisting in delight, eliciting even more cheers from the arena. As the excitement reached its peak, the Honor Executioner clapped his hands and stood straight in the center of the arena. The grand doors on all sides of the arena slowly creaked open, revealing 4 ragged criminals armed with weapons emerging from the shadows. Astonishingly, one of them was a woman, and she had white hair. Gus, by the gods, is that a Valyrian survivor? It seems so. I heard she was seized from pirates by Prince Joffrey. Wait, but doesn't the arena deal only with condemned criminals? You know how Prince Joffrey is. Whispers of this nature reached Gus, furrowing his brow as he patted Joffrey's shoulder and quietly inquired, Little Joff, what is the story with that white-haired woman? Joffrey, brimming with excitement, turned to see Gus's displeased expression, his demeanor stiffening as he stammered, Father, that woman resembles the Mad King too closely, so I. Gus nodded silently, his taciturnity making Joffrey uneasy, causing him to lose focus on the match. In the arena, 3 distinctly different male criminals launched their attack first, having been informed that if they killed the long-haired youth, they would earn clemency. As the 3 charged together, the young man remained unperturbed, calmly drawing his peculiar hand axe from his back, splitting it into 2, and began to spin them rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The executioner's dual axes whirled with a tremendous rush of wind, stirring up dust from the ground. The sheer force of it left the 3 criminals frozen in shock. However, the executioner granted them no opportunity to react. With hands crossed, he spun the hand axe and executed a complete 360-degree turn before hurling the weapon. Everyone witnessed the axe swirling gracefully through the air, embedding itself into the skull of a stunned criminal. Oh my! The crowd gasped in unison, rising to observe the spectacle. The other 2 criminals, regaining their wits, brandished their swords and charged at the executioner, with a sinister smile revealing a set of pearly whites. The executioner advanced rather than retreating, sliding in close to the lifeless body of the felled criminal to retrieve his axe. He then knelt on one knee, his wrist twisting rapidly as he once again brandished the dual axes with a fierce flourish, swiftly rising to pursue the remaining criminals. An overwhelming aura of ferocity enveloped the scene, instilling dread in the 2 remaining criminals, who babbled incoherently in terror. The executioner grinned, his footsteps swift as he declared, "It's showtime." With a powerful shout, he brought his hands together, merging the two axes into a massive one, which he hurled with remarkable speed. In the arena, the colossal axe spun rapidly as if skimming the ground, hurtling toward one of the criminals. In a panic, the criminal raised his sword to parry. But with a resounding crash, the massive axe shattered the sword into splinters, then struck the criminal's jaw and half of his skull, finally rebounding into the air. The other criminal, witnessing this carnage, felt his heart seize with terror, and even though the executioner was momentarily unarmed, he fled in desperation. The executioner, however, made no attempt to pursue, instead calmly extending his hand skyward. Astonishingly, the rapidly spinning axe was deftly caught by its handle, twirling once more in his grasp. With a pivot of his body, he launched the giant axe anew. It whirled close to the ground, pursuing the fleeing criminal. The criminal barely had time to glance back before a scream escaped his lips. He stood frozen in place. The axe passed through him, this time not soaring into the sky, but continuing its relentless spin, ultimately embedding itself in the ground, cleaving the criminal in two. With a thud, the severed halves collapsed to the earth, blood gushing like water, staining the arena's floor. By the gods! How terrifying! Cursed a spectator. Damn it! Why must you bring me to witness such a grotesque performance? Yet, the executioner's display was thrilling, indeed extraordinary. The audience erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The executioner, arms outstretched, blew kisses to the crowd, then gracefully retrieved his massive axe. On the platform, Joffrey watched with flushed cheeks, exhilarated, his fists clenched tightly against the railing. Occasionally, he glanced back at Gus, only to find Gus's expression unchanged, allowing him to focus entirely on the performance. "What an unusual hue, and a woman, no less," he remarked, observing the pale-haired descendant of Valyria, as the executioner flashed a toothy grin. Regrettably, the silver-haired woman merely stood quietly in place, gazing at the executioner with an air of indifference, as if she had no intention of uttering a single word. Observing this, the executioner ceased his idle chatter, glanced at the massive sword in the woman's grasp, furrowed his brow, and with a haughty grin declared, "Do you even deserve to wield a great sword? Huh. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, the executioner unleashed a thunderous roar, brandishing his colossal axe and lunging towards the silver-haired woman with astonishing speed. In the audience, many averted their eyes in distress, while some women gasped, covering their faces in terror. A resounding clang echoed through the arena as an astonishing scene unfolded before all. The executioner's flying axe was unexpectedly deflected by the woman's mighty swing of her great sword. "What the?" gasped numerous spectators in disbelief. After parrying the axe, the silver-haired woman took a decisive step forward, gripping her enormous sword in a reverse stance, and delivered a fierce downward strike. The executioner, momentarily taken aback, hastily raised his axe to block. The impact was thunderous. The great sword collided with the blade of the axe, causing the executioner to stagger back, feeling the immense force behind her strike. Seizing the momentum, the silver-haired woman leapt into the air, wielding the heavy sword with the strength of her waist. Spinning like a graceful butterfly, the great sword descended upon the executioner with the ferocity of a tempest. The clang resonated again, sending the executioner reeling several steps backward. Before he could recover, the silver-haired woman leapt once more, swinging her sword in the opposite direction. Alarmed, the executioner braced himself to withstand the impending blow. Another resounding clash followed, and he found himself swaying precariously, ultimately dropping to one knee. A multitude of spectators had risen to their feet, including Joffrey, who stared intently at the unfolding drama. The silver-haired woman seized her great sword and executed a mid-air somersault, harnessing her formidable momentum to deliver a powerful downward strike. The force of this blow seemed capable of collapsing the very heavens. None could guarantee their ability to withstand it. The executioner, stubborn as he was, gritted his teeth in a grimace and prepared to absorb the impact with his axe. "Enough," he roared. In the next instant, the dragon slayer's sword spun through the air, accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind. The silver-haired woman, acutely aware of the imminent danger, swiftly contracted her body in midair, forcibly positioning the great sword in front of her. The piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the arena, causing many to cover their ears in agony. Having endured the blow, the silver-haired woman was sent flying several meters away, landing heavily and rolling multiple times to dissipate the momentum. Everyone in the arena watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Joffrey stared blankly at the sudden appearance of Gus. Gus approached the edge of the platform and leaped down from the 3-meter-high wall, landing with a cloud of dust. He slightly bent his knees to absorb the impact and walked steadily into the arena, seizing the Dragon Slayer's sword that had just been deflected and resting it upon his shoulder. "Your Majesty," the executioner winced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly having sustained significant internal damage. Gus patted him on the shoulder, lifting him up with a slight smile. "Well done, lad. Your axe work is commendable. You have not disgraced your master." At this, the executioner's lips curled in a smug grin. "Now, hurry back to tend to your wounds. Do not let them fester." For I would not know how to explain it to Locke. Gus waved him off, and the executioner, beaming, nodded and departed swiftly. Only Gus and the silver-haired woman remained in the arena, as the audience erupted in excitement, astonished by the spectacle of the execution performance that had even drawn the Imperial Emperor himself. "Your Majesty, you are too handsome. Ah, by the spirits, you are like a deity descended from the heavens. Ah, Your Majesty, I wish to bear your children." Disregarding the lewd outcries from the crowd, Gus, wielding the Dragon Slayer, approached the silver-haired woman with deliberate steps. In his clumsy Valyrian, he declared, "You have achieved honor. Thus, you may depart." The silver-haired woman, initially wary, paused at his words, then scoffed with a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with fervor. "I am lost, Emperor. You are formidable. Let us engage in combat." Gus raised an eyebrow, realizing she understood Westerosi, and the cheers from outside had revealed his identity to her. It appeared she sought to use him as a means to sharpen her own skills. Gus would not allow himself to be taken advantage of, stating, "No, unless you concede to one of my requests." The corners of the silver-haired woman's mouth lifted, and without inquiring about his demand, she brandished her sword towards him with both hands. Seeing her eagerness, Gus wasted no time. He too gripped his sword with both hands, his feet positioned apart, knees slightly bent, assuming the most serious combat stance. Joffrey's eyes sparkled. He had witnessed Gus's remarkable fighting skill before and was thrilled at the prospect of seeing it again. The audience began to cheer, fervently rallying behind Gus. The two took their stances, and the silver-haired woman struck first. She initiated with a powerful forward thrust, dragging her colossal sword, then leaping to gain momentum for a sweeping attack, aiming to deliver a triad of strikes akin to an execution. This maneuver reminded Gus of the tactics employed by a character in a certain game, lacking in finesse and indeed rather clumsy. To Gus, her reckless style seemed a desperate attempt to compensate for her physical limitations. It appeared forceful, yet was riddled with vulnerabilities. As she lunged, Gus stepped back, evading the edge of her blade, and with a high arc of the Dragon Slayer, he executed a diagonal slash. The blade, accompanied by a resounding steel cry, met the silver-haired woman's sword with the intent to cleave it in twain. The white-haired girl, surprisingly quick to react, abandoned her sword upon realizing her strike had missed, leaping towards Gus with the ferocity of a tiger. Gus, momentarily taken aback, soon revealed a wicked grin, releasing his grip on the sword and extending a hand that seized her neck amidst her terror-stricken expression. Standing at over 2 meters, Gus easily held the girl, who was just over 1.60 meters and weighed a mere 100 or so pounds, as if she were a mere child. She struggled, kicking her legs in vain, before Gus unceremoniously dropped her to the ground, hefting his large sword behind him and proclaiming, "You have lost. Now you are mine." The white-haired girl, coughing on the ground, paused at his words, her head bowed as she rubbed her throat. Suddenly, a towering figure loomed closer, blocking the sunlight. Frowning, she looked up at Gus in irritation. He slowly began to loosen the collar of his ornate attire, causing her to gasp in shock as he gently remarked, "You are exposed." Upon glancing down, she realized that her coarse garment, which barely concealed her modesty, had been torn to shreds in the fray, particularly at the chest, leaving her modesty in jeopardy. She quickly lowered her head, covering herself. Gus pouted, secretly wishing for a better view, and promptly draped his outer garment over her. "My name is Gus, and I am the emperor of this land. What is yours?" he inquired softly, helping her to her feet as they began to walk away from the arena. The white-haired girl, momentarily taken aback by the sunny smile of the boy, lowered her gaze and replied in a subdued tone, "I have no name." Gus raised an eyebrow, declaring, "You are now mine, and thus I possess the right to name you." The girl was perplexed. With a sudden malevolent grin, Gus exclaimed, "From now on, you shall be called Ming Ming." The girl was bewildered. Gus continued, "I will take you to a secret base." "Ming Ming?" she echoed, confused. "What base?" With a cryptic smile, Gus replied, "The site of the fierce landings and naval guerrilla warfare, Quan City." Quan City, located in the eastern part of the Hejian region, stood at the confluence of the Trident River, a crucial port city on the route to the sea and the first stronghold leading directly into the realm of the king. Capturing Inquan City would allow the forces of the valley to swiftly pass through Magoo Town and strike directly at King's Landing. Meanwhile, the 15,000 naval troops of Stormland had already been assembled, their fleet stationed at Dragonstone Island, awaiting the command from the valley's army to advance in unison with the land forces, launching a tempestuous assault on King's Landing. This was the strategic plan laid out by Commander Cabri of the valley. Over 30,000 soldiers began their upstream march from Crab Bay, making their way past Candlehole City. Cabri then sent a missive to the army of Imans at Dragonstone Island, signaling their departure. The combined forces of over 50,000 warriors under the banner of House Stark finally began to converge upon King's Landing, yet tragically, their leader, Stannis, found himself ensnared at the gates of the Copper Gate, besieged day and night by the relentless harassment of the Bears. One can only hope that the iron-blooded emperor, who has usurped the throne, will be driven away by other loyalist forces, allowing oneself to soon exert influence far and wide and escape the depths of despair. Alas, the Iron Throne has long been a symbol of tenuous existence. Stannis possesses no real deterrent power, and his influence pales in comparison to that of the highest noble families. Were it not for the necessity of opposing the Empire, Stannis would attract no attention, let alone be acknowledged as a king. Unfortunately, the stubbornness of the man known as Two Elk is such that even when he grasps this truth, he remains obstinately determined to crash against the southern wall rather than reconsider. In the original narrative, this leads to his family's ruin, a fate that Jess finds utterly incomprehensible. As the naval forces of Dragonstone advance into the throat of the enemy, Lord Ismont receives reports that Lord Coberys' army is poised to commence their landing at the city of Inquan. Hearing this, Ismont, Stannis' uncle and one of the leaders of the Ismont family from Greenstone Castle, nods slightly. The Florent family has diminished in power, and as Ismont hails from an island lineage, the command of the navy naturally falls to him. Gazing out at the sea with narrowed eyes and a serious expression, Ismont reflects on his investigations into the iron-blooded emperor's tactics. He has discerned that Jess delights in surprise attacks, often dispatching small forces to spring forth unexpectedly when others are either careless or prepared, only to retreat swiftly after causing disruption, leaving their pursuers frustrated. This thought weighs heavily on Ismont's mind, for he has heard rumors of an imperial fleet capable of wielding fire magic. The artillery, said to be even more fearsome than crossbows, is rumored to launch fireballs that can pierce hulls and ignite ships, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The very notion of it is terrifying. The fleet from Dragonstone, hastily constructed, possesses scarcely any crossbows. Should they encounter the imperial fleet, they would have no choice but to engage in boarding actions to have any chance at success. Speed up the march, Ismont calls out, fervently hoping that they do not encounter the imperial fleet too soon. Yet, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Suddenly, a long black line emerges on the horizon of the tranquil waters of Blackwater Bay. The commanders of the Dragonstone fleet widen their eyes in alarm, and upon confirming the imperial banner, they call upon their crew to prepare for battle. Ismont shouts urgently, "Hurry! Increase speed and close in for boarding." His aide nods in acknowledgement and hastens away. With orders given, Ismont's gaze is fixed on the approaching ships, anxiety coursing through him as he dares not shift his eyes from the imperial fleet. The two fleets draw closer, and the commander of the Imperial Navy, Admiral Edmure, finds himself in a naval confrontation of such scale for the first time, feeling a surge of excitement. With a flourish of his white cloak, emblazoned with the words Black Glory, Admiral Edmure proclaims, "Let them experience the might of the Imperial fleet." In response, the Imperial naval officers raise their fists to their hearts, shouting in unison, "Long live the Empire." Under command, the captains of the Imperial fleet simultaneously turn their ships. On the surface of the sea, Ismond witnessed the opposing fleet abruptly pivot, and as all vessels shifted to their sides, they came to a sudden halt. Upon seeing the ominous black mouths of cannons aimed at his fleet, Ismond broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Quick! Everyone, take cover!" Just as his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. Accompanied by a cacophony of explosions, the Longstone Island fleet beheld countless dark specks descending from the sky. The crew stared wide-eyed, filled with astonishment. Bang! Bang! The air resounded with a multitude of detonations, the ocean churning violently, as several ships of the Longstone Island fleet shattered instantaneously amidst flames and screams that echoed across Blackwater Bay. Ismond bent over and stood up from the deck, his face a mask of horror as he surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that most of his fleet remained largely unscathed, he quickly raised his voice, "Fack! Accelerate towards them. Their fire magic surely requires time to cast." The Longstone Island fleet, regaining their composure, promptly heeded the order to hasten their advance. Edmith, observing the situation with calmness, commanded loudly, "Load the ammunition." The Imperial artillery fleet, seasoned through encounters with pirates, grinned widely as they noted the enemy fleet possessed scant crossbows. As a new volley of shells was prepared, Colonel Edmith issued the command. A resounding roar filled the air. The fresh barrage surged forth, and the Longstone Island fleet understood how to brace for impact, with crew members swiftly taking cover. The explosive sounds erupted. With the distance significantly reduced, the Longstone Island fleet suffered direct hits, resulting in numerous vessels sinking on the spot, flames and cries engulfing the sea surface. Ismon, having narrowly escaped disaster, cursed angrily as he rose to gaze at the enemy fleet. He saw the vessel adorned with intertwined twin fish turning to flee. Filled with rage, Ismon shouted, "Go! Pursue them! Summon the archers to shoot down those damned fish." Unfortunately, the Imperial fleet employed more advanced technology, maintaining a safe distance from the Longstone Island fleet. Moreover, disgracefully, every ship's stern was equipped with 2 cannons. The Longstone Island fleet was forced to endure bombardment while navigating their vessels. Thus, the 2 fleets engaged in a relentless chase across Blackwater Bay, with the fleeing fleet occasionally launching magical projectiles in retaliation. Meanwhile, at the Crabclaw Peninsula coastline, as the ferry arrived at Inquan City, Koberi noticed strange dark cannons being positioned along the shore. Feeling a sense of unease, he swiftly ordered the army to disembark at full speed. Soon, the fleet reached the shore, the massive vessels crashing into several wooden ships at the Inquan City port, splintering them to pieces. A long gangplank was lowered from the ferry, and within moments, hundreds of individuals disembarked. The city of Inquan finally echoed with the sound of horns. Before the forces of the valley could react, cannons identical to those on the coast were rolled out atop the city walls. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Hearing that familiar sound, Koberi was momentarily stunned. "Shit, why does the city of the fountain have fire magic as well?" Koberi exclaimed, looking around angrily. It dawned on him that there was a traitor within their ranks. However, with half of the boats already stranded, and despite the inevitability of a brutal and seemingly unwinnable battle, Koberi steeled himself. "Quick, all troops advance. We have no retreat," he roared, issuing the command. His heart heavy with despair, observing the anxious and fearful expressions of those around him, as if the battle had not yet begun and morale had already crumbled. Koberi's face reflected a sense of emptiness. Boom. The battlefield was filled with waves of valley soldiers descending from the ships under orders, raising their weapons. Yet, just as they landed and charged, they were met with a barrage of cannon fire that obliterated them. The surviving soldiers screamed in panic, scattering in retreat, while only a handful of elite troops managed to push through the onslaught, finally reaching the battlements where the cannons were stationed. They were immediately met with a volley of sharp spears. With a cry of anguish, the soldiers, pierced by the spears, fell from the walls, their anguished screams echoing throughout the city of the fountain. It was as if this war had devolved into a one-sided massacre of the valley forces. Gus, on the other hand, exhibited no concern for the battle's outcome, confident that the Imperial army would prevail. After all, they had trained for so long. It was imperative to test their mettle and swiftly transform the Empire into a formidable force. Speaking of training, Gus's contingent of 15,000 infantry had yet to engage in combat, and many soldiers were growing restless for battle. Without the opportunity to fight, their chances for glory diminished, and military achievements remained elusive. They had been taught that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Upon receiving the news, Gus felt a sense of helplessness. Who would have thought the seemingly formidable enemy would turn out to be as fragile as paper? Retreating at the slightest provocation? What should have been an invasion had morphed into a defensive conflict. Reflecting on Stannis still languishing in Coppergate awaiting reinforcements, Gus shook his head. Perhaps I should send some troops to stir the waters? Gus contemplated, recalling that his father-in-law had recently messaged him about besieging the Windrest Fortress and requested assistance in restraining the forces at Coppergate. Understanding his father-in-law's fervor, Gus deliberated and decided to dispatch a composite brigade to Coppergate for observation, aiming to expedite the conclusion of this war, especially as the situation in the north grew increasingly dire. This composite brigade comprised 2 artillery battalions for fire support, a light cavalry battalion for reconnaissance, a heavy cavalry battalion leading 2 chariot battalions, and 3,000 infantry for logistics and cleanup, totaling 6,000 troops. In the grand city of King's Landing, a force of 30,000 was dispatched to confront the Vale, comprising 3,000 light cavalry and 5,000 artillery. 500 light cavalry remained with the Royal Guard, while an additional contingent prepared by Jess brought the total garrison to over 15,000. not counting the troops responsible for maintaining order and security. That evening, Jess commanded his men to indulge in a hearty feast and rest well. However, upon setting out the following morning, he encountered a rather amusing incident. Ahead of the main force stood a lone figure astride a horse. Upon sighting Jess's troops, the individual dismounted and hastily approached him, only to be halted by the spears of the royal guards. Jess, momentarily taken aback by the sight of this tall woman resembling a character from a play, quickly gestured for his guards to lower their weapons. With a radiant smile that exuded charm, he addressed her, "Mighty lady, may I inquire what brings you to me?" This unexpected demeanor left the newcomer momentarily speechless before she declared, "I have heard that your majesty intends to assault the pretender, Stannis. I wish to join you in avenging my prince." Jess, intrigued, smiled and responded, "Ah, what a courageous lady you are. If I am not mistaken, there seems to be a profound enmity between you and him." The towering woman nodded solemnly, her demeanor resolute as she replied, "Indeed, your majesty. I am Brienne of Tarth, sworn shield of Prince Renly. I witnessed Stannis' shadow take my prince's life, yet none would believe my words." The surrounding soldiers shared a light-hearted chuckle at her earnestness, causing Brienne to furrow her brow in indignation. "My lady, I believe every word you speak and will gladly welcome you into my ranks." The jovial demeanor of the imperial soldiers faded as Jess's sincerity became evident, leaving them in solemnity. Brienne, taken aback, felt a surge of gratitude towards Jess, recognizing the strict discipline of the imperial soldiers. Since being branded with the accusation of murdering Renly, Brienne had been a fugitive, avoiding her home and seeking refuge during the conflict between the Empire and House Baratheon. With resolve, she sought out Jess in King's Landing, hoping to clear her name and seize the opportunity to eliminate Stannis, avenging the prince she admired. "Thank you, your majesty, for your trust. I shall personally slay Stannis to repay your kindness," Brienne vowed, kneeling and raising her half-drawn sword. When no one responded after a moment, she looked up in confusion, only to find the onlookers grinning at her. "Lady Brienne, the Empire welcomes the participation of all, but glory must be earned through your own endeavors." Jess replied with a smile. Understanding the customs of the Empire, Brienne swiftly mounted her horse and joined the ranks against Stannis. Brienne's inclusion became a favored topic among Jess's troops. The soldiers held no disdain for the female knight, for their own origins were often just as extraordinary, and the renown of Miguel and the Valkyrie Legion stood as a testament to the prowess of women in battle. Just like in this troop, there were once quite a few green recruits eager to provoke the Valkyries, yet now, they remain as naive as ever. "Hey, Bestu, which of Blue's guards was that woman? It sounds reminiscent of the former Imperial guards. I wonder who is superior, her or Lord Miguel." The elder brother from Hudgian shook his head dismissively, indicating his ignorance. What a joke. No matter how impressive the noble's bluster, can this mere Brienne compare to the divine Lady Miguel? Noting the elder brother's disinterest, another veteran from Hudgian continued his chatter. "Brother, Lord Miguel is already engaged to that insufferable pretty boy. I think Brienne has her merits. Though she may not be as beautiful or towering as Miguel, she hails from a genuine noble lineage. Perhaps her family deals in gemstones." As Besta listened, his irritation grew, and he turned sharply to glare at this once battle-hardened companion. "Hey, my good brother, what's the matter? I'm speaking seriously." Besta merely cast a serious glance at him and remained silent. The atmosphere fell into a lull, and as the troop came to a halt for rest, Besta suddenly spurred his horse forward. The veteran, startled, hastily followed suit, and the two galloped ahead, drawing the attention of several Imperial soldiers. Brienne was quenching her horse's thirst by the riverbank when she suddenly heard the thunder of hooves behind her, followed by a rough voice calling out, "Are you Brienne?" She turned to see a burly man dismounting, his stature comparable to hers. The newcomer was none other than Bestu, the fervent admirer of Miguel. Sensing hostility, Brienne furrowed her brows and, with a stern demeanor, inquired, "Who goes there?" Taken aback by her noble and knightly composure, the straightforward Bestu quickly adapted, mimicking her formality as he introduced himself. "I am Sir Bestu, a lieutenant of the Empire and a centurion of the heavy cavalry." Brienne, momentarily taken aback by his plethora of titles, responded with solemnity, "Sir Knight, do you seek me for a reason?" Bestu, noticing her unexpected courtesy, softened his tone, adopting a more gentle demeanor as he replied with a grave expression, "It has been said that your martial prowess is unparalleled, rivaling even that of the Valkyries of the Empire. Hence I wish to challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing this, Brienne frowned, dismissing Bestu as just another man who underestimated her, and chose to ignore him. Observing her disregard, Bestu turned to the riverbank to polish his sword, his expression stiffening with annoyance. Yet out of respect for her previous politeness, he continued, "Knight Brienne, I wish to duel with you. I hope you can grant me this opportunity." Upon hearing Bestu refer to her as a knight, Brienne's lips curled slightly in amusement. Yet she soon reverted to her serious demeanor and replied, "Sir Bestu, I regret to inform you that I am not a knight. I have yet to receive the recognition to become one." Upon hearing this, Bestu was momentarily taken aback, then, with a face full of confusion, inquired, "But are you not that?" Brienne rolled her eyes and interrupted, "I am a rainbow guardian. I represent the blue within the rainbow." Bestu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled, "Yes, yes, the rainbow guardian." Brienne, indifferent to his heartfelt words, found her interest only in the knight's head street. Yet, due to her personality, despite her yearning for acknowledgement, she chose silence. Brienne is the legitimate heir of Tars Island, her father being Count Selwyn Tars, the current evening star of Tars. He has had 4 offspring, most of whom perished early, leaving only Brienne to grow up safely, which has led Count Selwyn to dote on his only surviving daughter. Unfortunately, due to her appearance, Brienne often faced ridicule and bullying. Although many of her bullies were ultimately defeated by her, the experience wounded her self-esteem, rendering her exceedingly introverted and eager for recognition. This longing is one of the reasons she strives to become a top knight. Count Selwyn Tars is a gentleman who, though troubled by this, supports his daughter's choices and sought a mentor to teach Brienne martial skills. To no one's surprise, Brienne became a formidable warrior. Yet she continued to face skepticism, even after becoming the Blue Rainbow Guardian. Her narrative has always aimed at being the pinnacle of knighthood. Ultimately, she was knighted by James and became a member of the Royal Guard, even sharing a bed with the smiling knight, James. However, it may also be due to certain reasons, such as not wanting her dear father Selwyn to worry about her any longer. By becoming a member of the Royal Guard, Selwyn could legally recognize an illegitimate son as the heir of Tars. After all, the aging Selwyn has taken a mistress each year. By the riverbank, noticing Brienne's continued silence as she sharpened her sword, Bestu felt increasingly awkward. Yet, recalling his previous words, his eyes brightened. "My lady, I have heard that you are incredibly powerful, yet have never been knighted," Bestu said, his gaze fixed intently on Brienne. Indeed, upon hearing this, Brienne swiftly turned her attention to Bestu. With excitement, he continued, "My lady, the Empire reveres the strong. If you can defeat me, I shall personally petition His Majesty to knight you. Furthermore, the Empire has a special honor reserved solely for women." Brienne, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, directly asked, "Are you referring to the Valkyrie?" Seeing that she had taken the bait, Bestu's lips curled into a smile as he reverently replied, "Yes, the Valkyrie, the highest honor bestowed upon powerful female warriors. Currently, only Lord Miguel holds this distinction. While Brienne may not be well versed in other matters of the Empire, she is acutely aware of these particular issues." Upon hearing the rumors, the fugitive Brienne was deeply intrigued, feeling as though the Empire was her closest confidant. This sentiment was one of the reasons she chose to serve Jess. "I understand. Draw your sword." Without further ado, Brienne declared resolutely, "For glory." Bestu's grin widened as he exchanged glances with a companion, prompting the veteran friend to clear a space for the duel. As the commotion drew attention, soldiers nearby quickly gathered, whispering amongst themselves in eager anticipation. The excitement soon reached Jess's ears. Upon learning that Brienne intended to spar with one of his knights, the Emperor, feeling rather bored, hastened to witness the spectacle. By the time Jess arrived, the combat had already commenced. With a resounding clash, Brienne wielded her sword, striking left and right with formidable force. Each blow resonated with a powerful impact, creating sparks and sharp sounds as Bestu was forced to retreat, parrying her relentless attacks. Jess observed silently. Brienne's aggressive style mirrored the techniques he had imparted to Miguel. Before long, they had nearly exchanged positions in the arena. Bestu, realizing he had been pushed back so far by a woman, felt a surge of indignation. In his anger, he braced himself to counter Brienne's sweeping strike, intending to grapple with her. However, Brienne, despite her raw strength, demonstrated finesse. Feigning a struggle, she swiftly reversed her grip on the sword and with a decisive move, struck Bestu's wrist with a sharp crack. The clang of his fallen sword echoed as Bestu stood in stunned silence. Before he could utter a retort, he found Brienne's blade poised against his throat. "You have lost, knight." Bestu's chest heaved with frustration, but upon glancing at the sword at his neck, he ultimately bowed his head in silent defeat, eventually murmuring, "I shall plead your case to His Majesty." From the sidelines, Jess observed the duel with keen clarity, ultimately concluding that in a life-and-death confrontation, Bestu might not have faced such a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, the cunning Brienne, having honed her martial skills over many years, proved to be no ordinary adversary, which likely explained James's endorsement of her. Clap, clap, clap. Jess was the first to applaud, inspiring a multitude to join in to honor the valiant female warrior. Brienne quickly lowered her gaze, sheathing her sword, her expression betraying her discomfort with the unexpected accolades. At that moment, a majestic steed approached her, and the sound of applause faded into silence. Brienne paused, and upon looking up, encountered Jess's radiant and charming visage. "I have heard about your endeavors. It is quite an impressive tale. Therefore kneel, knight." Stunned, Brienne gazed at Jess, joy flooding her features, before promptly dropping to one knee. In jest, to receive the recognition of the ghost-howling swordsman, the mightiest knight celebrated across the Seven Kingdoms, Brienne bit her lip, striving to appear more dignified. Yet it was evident to all that the girl's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Guts retrieved the Dragon Slayer's sword, holding it aloft with one hand upon Brienne's right shoulder. Overwhelmed by the astonishing weight upon her shoulder, Brienne felt a surge of admiration for the legendary knight. At that moment, Guts shed his playful demeanor, adopting a countenance of solemnity and authority, proclaiming, "I, Guts, as the new conqueror and guardian of the three realms, the people's champion, the emperor of the new empire, and a hero reborn, hereby declare Brienne Tarth of House Tarth to be a knight of the empire." As the weight of countless envious gazes fell upon her, Brienne's emotions surged. Guts continued, tapping the sword on either side of her shoulders. "In the name of warriors, I command you to advance boldly. In the name of the Heavenly Father, I command you to uphold righteousness. In the name of the Holy Mother, I command you to protect the innocent." After reciting a series of oaths to the seven gods, Guts solemnly declared, "Arise, steadfast shield of the empire, Sir Brienne." Brienne slowly rose. Applause erupted around her as the soldiers of the empire expressed their admiration with cheers and claps. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the spectacle, Brienne's cheeks flushed, and after a slight bow to Guts, she hurriedly slipped away. Guts, smiling, waved to the onlookers, who promptly dispersed. Regarding the knightly accolade, it was still conducted in the name of the seven gods, for although the empire revered the heroes, the majority still held faith in the seven. Guts rarely pondered alternatives, primarily because he could not conceive a worthy substitute for the seven gods. The following morning, by the banks of the Wendell River, as Guts was washing up, he received news of a resounding victory for the Imperial Navy over the forces of the city of Women's Spring. Commander Cobury had fled, and the fleet commander of Dragonstone Island, Ismon, had perished, with countless casualties on both sides, ultimately adding only over 20,000 mouths to feed for the Empire. After listening to the report from his aide, Guts wrung out a towel to dry his face, then took a sip of warm milk from a chair and stated, "Order the march to hasten. If we delay, Stannis will escape." The aide nodded slightly, then added, "Your Majesty, Lord Mace's army has arrived at Windbreath Fortress. Additionally, Prince Oberyn of Dorne is about to advance on Heart's Rest." Guts acknowledged this with a slight nod as the aide departed hastily. He hadn't anticipated that Oberyn would silently venture into enemy territory to plunder. Guts felt a twinge of concern that Oberyn might be caught by Cobury during his raid, as the timing suggested a high probability of confrontation between their forces. Moreover, his father-in-law, Mace, was singularly focused on capturing Windbreath Fortress, seeking to quell his inner demons and avenge past humiliations, a sentiment with which Guts fully empathized and supported. Yet, he wondered why these individuals seemed to share his penchant for raiding the homes of others. Upon reflection, Gus came to a realization. The two individuals must have seen the battle reports from his front lines and, fearing a futile effort, decided to pursue an alternate path, perhaps hoping to gain some advantage for themselves. Gus stroked his chin thoughtfully and sent a message to Oberyn and his father-in-law, Mace, hastening his troops to avoid Stannis receiving news of the theft from their homeland and potentially countering his father-in-law's forces. With the military orders dispatched, the Imperial soldiers promptly readied themselves for action. At a command, 6,000 men and horses marched towards Coppergate City. Along the way, Gus recalled the previously deployed Bear ambush unit, tasked with intercepting Stannis. However, to Gus's surprise, a significant number of Stormland subjects had sought to join the Empire. Upon encountering the guerrilla forces, they learned of the unit's allegiance to the Empire and eagerly joined their ranks. Consequently, the guerrilla unit grew exponentially, swelling from a mere 1,000 to 3,000 combatants, with many bringing their families to reside in the Imperial camps. The former captain of the guerrilla camp had now become a commander, remaining silent and not requesting supplies from the Empire, relying solely on previous provisions and the Imperial support to sustain nearly 5,000 individuals. Such remarkable self-sufficiency demonstrated that this individual was indeed a rare talent. Gus resolved to learn more about his story upon his triumphant return. From the guerrilla group, he selected 500 skilled fighters, sending the rest back to King's Landing. Gus pressed on, finally reaching Coppergate City before sunset. Traitor, scoundrel, rebel, you are unworthy to be a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. You possess no honor. Stannis bellowed from the ramparts, his voice resonating with fury. Below, Gus, bearing the dragon slayer's sword, lazily cleaned his ears, exuding an air of brazen arrogance. This display only intensified Stannis' ire, his chest heaving like a bellows as his teeth ground together ominously. Lannister, I advise you not to be foolish. Come down and bow in apology, and I shall spare your life. Gus shouted, sword pointed at Stannis atop the battlements. Stannis, his face contorted in rage, was already in a foul mood from recent defeats at the Valley and against his uncle's forces. Just moments ago, news had arrived from Windwhisper Keep that Mace had launched yet another assault on it. Whether out of strategic necessity or paternal concern, Stannis resolved to withdraw his troops to aid Windwhisper Keep. Yet, unexpectedly, Gus emerged, accompanied by a small contingent, hurling insults at him and his family from below the city walls. Stannis, ever cautious, suspected this was a ploy and chose to ignore him. However, Gus continued his tirade for an entire hour, even sending a group of routed Stormlanders to sing beneath the walls. When they grew weary, they set up a pot to cook, the aroma wafting through the air, evoking inexplicable feelings of nostalgia and warmth. In this extraordinary display, some soldiers within Coppergate's garrison retreated to corners, discreetly wiping away tears, while others boldly embraced comrades from their village, weeping openly. In summary, the morale of the troops began to waver significantly. Stannis was compelled to first appease his soldiers, treating them to fine wine and sumptuous feasts, even resorting to offering a substantial amount of gold dragons to stabilize the wavering troops of Storm's End. Lannister, have you made up your mind? He shouted. Surrender to the Empire now, and I assure you that both you and your daughter will be spared. Beneath the gates of Coppergate, Gus devoured a fragrant leg of venison, his voice booming. The unique aroma of roasted meat wafted up to the city walls, causing many soldiers to swallow hard. Even Stannis discreetly gulped. With the allied forces turning against him and the main army defeated, Stannis understood he was in a dire predicament, yet he defiantly proclaimed, You lack the legitimate claim to the throne. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. His rant continued, revealing his stubborn pride. Gus, shaking his head in resignation, waved his hand, summoning the recently returned guerrilla leader, who had been a thorn in Stannis' side for some time, leading to a mutual recognition of sorts. Stannis, I beseech you, as a spirit of your noble lineage, speak plainly. Will you surrender or not? The guerrilla leader's words incited Stannis' fury, who seized a longbow from a nearby archer and aimed an arrow at his old adversary. Unfortunately, the arrow quickly lost its momentum, gently falling at the guerrilla leader's feet. Infuriated, Stannis cast aside the bow and strode away. Observing in silence, Gus realized that Lannister would not easily yield, having delayed for the troops' recovery. It was now time to find a place to rest for the night. After dinner, darkness enveloped the sky, and the walls of Coppergate were illuminated by rows of torches, with figures occasionally patrolling the ramparts. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air as a patrol spotted an arrow adorned with a cloth lodged in the battlements. The soldiers exchanged glances but cautiously retrieved the arrow, avoiding the noble officers, and discreetly unwrapped the cloth, enlisting a literate comrade to read the contents aloud. Brothers of Storm's End, the message is as you suspected. Yet the Empire's offerings far exceed our expectations. The Empire imposes no agricultural taxes on citizens and has even aided my sister. Here, the nobility holds only titles, devoid of the power to exploit us, and my family enjoys a life once thought unattainable within the Empire. The crowd's expressions reflected doubt. They had some awareness of the Empire's conditions, but it was not the same as witnessing it firsthand. The letter continued, Brothers of Storm's End, I know you harbor doubts. So I will not speak to the Empire's true nature, but you must have heard the current circumstances. Is it truly worth serving a noble on the brink of collapse? The Empire's marshal has issued an order. If anyone is willing to open the gates tonight, they will be granted first-class merit. With merit, your loyalty to the Empire will ensure a steady ascent to knighthood. Chris from Maple Leaf Village observed the conclusion. The soldiers claimed they were unmoved. Yet that was a mere fade. They lacked understanding, but throughout their lives, they had primarily encountered nobles, particularly knights. Although the knights represented the lowest tier of nobility, they were still a class to which the soldiers aspired. In an instant, the crowd stirred, as everyone recognized that opportunities do not wait. Surely, they were not the only ones privy to this information. Some were quick to act, only to be restrained by their more seasoned comrades. The gatekeeping forces were Stannis' loyal troops, and merely a dozen of them would be insufficient to breach the city gates. I too hail from Maple Leaf Village. I know that lad Chris well. We all admired Sister Ginny. Before the Lord's conscription, we even had a brawl in the barn over her, remarked a young man, startling the crowd. For the individual named Chris in the letter had now risen to the rank of a village-level administrative officer in the Empire's propaganda department. Witnessing a young fellow ascend so swiftly within the Empire fortified the resolve of the Stormland soldiers to defect. In the dark of night, with the city walls illuminated by bright torches, the flickering flames danced in the evening breeze, mirroring the soldiers' uncertain thoughts. Chris's compatriots, through relentless networking, rallied support from neighboring villages, swiftly enlarging their ranks with trustworthy allies. Even those who had come to serve as logistical support from various villages joined their cause. Consequently, they clandestinely devised a plan to poison the night meal of the gate guards, seizing the opportunity to signal their uprising and breach the gates. Upon receiving a response from within the city, Gus promptly gathered his forces, poised to seize the moment the gates swung open. Time passed as the Imperial troops lay concealed in the shadows outside the city, with Gus idly stroking his horse's ears. Suddenly, a conflagration erupted within the city. Accompanied by the sounds of battle, the great copper gates opened slightly, splattering blood that stained the entrance crimson. Gus's spirit surged as he raised his dragon-slaying sword and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, charge with me! Forward! Forward!" With that, Gus surged towards the copper gates, where fierce combat ensued atop the walls, and the occasional cries of the wounded echoed as they fell, leaving behind streaks of red. Observing the unguarded Imperial troops, Gus felt a sense of relief and quickened his mount's pace. At the very moment the gates were about to close, he flung several throwing knives into the darkness beyond the gates. The knives struck true, and with a thud, an elite soldier of the Deer family collapsed in response to the attempted closure. Gus hastily tethered his horse and dismounted, gripping his dragon-slaying sword as he sprinted towards the gates. Just as he neared, a crossbow bolt suddenly shot forth from the darkness within. Gus halted mid-stride, instinctively raising his sword in defense. The clash of metal rang out as the bolt struck the blade just as it was lifted. In the midst of the battle, Gus was taken aback by the treachery of the Storm Goblin elite, his heart racing with fury. Quickening his pace, he raised the dragon-slaying sword and executed a sweeping strike, cleaving through the city gate with the ease of slicing through wood. With a resounding crash, he carved out a massive triangular opening, tall enough for a man to pass through. He forcefully kicked aside the debris of the fallen gate and stepped through the gaping hole, the sword resting on his shoulder. The soldiers of Coppergate City, who had been fiercely engaged in combat just moments before, stood frozen in shock. A few elite soldiers from the Liu family, holding their ground, quickly regained their senses and charged towards Gus, swords raised in defiance. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Gus retaliated with a sweeping motion, the dragon-slaying sword emitting a shrill cry of steel. With a thunderous clash, accompanied by the horrific sound reminiscent of flesh being torn asunder, several elite soldiers were sent sprawling, their upper bodies flying through the air, splattered with crimson against the walls. "Damn!" The sword-wielding specter. A gasp echoed through the ranks, and the fighting came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned to the tall figure, his striking features smeared with blood. The traitorous soldiers hastily retreated to the corners, their only task having been to breach the city gates. With one arm raised, sword pointed at the hesitating elite soldiers, Gus proclaimed, "The era of noble rule is at an end. The Balatian family is on the brink of extinction in the annals of history. The gates are breached. Do not squander your lives in vain. The Empire welcomes all." While his words prompted many to lower their weapons, a considerable number of the Liu family's diehard loyalists remained unconvinced, doubting that one man could defend the wide-open gates. "Damn it, he is but one. Fear not. Let us slay him together. For the Emperor, charge." Dozens of valiant noble scions of the storm surged forth, emboldened by their comrades' cries. Seeing this, Gus silently shook his head. If that was their choice, he would grant these warriors their final honor. Taking a steadying breath, he sank his body slightly, gripping the dragon-slaying sword in reverse, his muscles coiling with tension as his arms swelled with power. With a thunderous crash, the dragon-slaying sword whirled like a windmill, moving with astonishing speed and weight, clearing a radius of several meters around Gus, leaving behind a grim tableau of lifeless bodies from the waist down. Countless severed torsos soared through the air, splattering blood everywhere, before the remaining have thudded to the ground. The soldiers rushing from the back faltered for a moment. Yet their fearless resolve propelled them forward. Gus held deep respect for their bravery in defending the gates. The dragon-slaying sword transformed in his hands into a whirlwind of destruction. The air filled with the shrieks of the dying and the scent of blood saturating the gate passage. Gus stood as an immovable barrier, whether faced by one or many. The outcome remained unchanged, merely adding to the grim heap of corpses beneath him. As the echoes of battle faded, a deep rumble resonated from the city gates, heralding the demise of numerous lives. Beneath the flickering flames, soldiers clad in gleaming metallic black armor of the Empire swiftly surged through the city gates. Jess, no longer holding back, advanced with ferocity into the ranks of the storm-touched forces. The clamor of battle echoed, clang, clang, clang. The city guards, who had just arrived and crowded together, beheld the sight of dismembered bodies soaring through the sky, their terrified cries abruptly silenced. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The monster! The ghostly swordsman is a monster. Run! Run for your lives! It is too terrifying. With a relentless charge, Jess dispatched dozens more. And the elite soldiers of the storm could no longer withstand their inner dread, erupting into frantic screams and scattering, igniting a panic among the already demoralized common soldiers. With no opposition left, the Empire's soldiers swiftly seized control of the gates. Jess halted the carnage, observing the continuous influx of Imperial troops pouring into the city. He summoned his aide and issued commands. Deploy forces to maintain order, prohibit pillaging, arson, and the violation of women and children. Those who defy this will face execution. After giving his directives, Jess personally led a squad of elite cavalry, guiding the surrendered officers towards Stannis' residence. As they traversed the streets, the residents of Coppergate kept their doors tightly shut, while several fleeing soldiers attempted to take advantage of the chaos to loot. Jess, however, dealt with them all ruthlessly. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at Stannis' estate, only to find the entrance deserted, devoid of any guards. Jess, accompanied by two of his personal guards, entered first, encountering numerous servants fleeing in panic. He called upon a maid, who informed him that Two Deer was in the conference room, while the others had already escaped. Guided by the maid, Jess swiftly made his way to the conference room. His guards kicked open the door, and Jess stepped inside. Under the dim glow of the candlelight, he saw Stannis, a solitary figure facing the door, while the Onion Knight cast a look of deep concern toward the entrance. Your speed is truly remarkable. I fear no castle in Westeros can withstand your advance, Stannis remarked, his back to Jess, his bald head glinting in the firelight. Jess scanned the room, puzzled, and inquired, "Where is your red-robed woman?" Stannis shook his head with a cold laugh, turned to face Jess for a moment, then lowered his gaze to draw his sword. The surrounding guards immediately unsheathed their weapons. Stannis paused, looking up at Jess. Jess raised a hand slightly, and the guards sheathed their swords. "That which betrayed me. Though unspoken, I can sense it. Now, this sword, the Lightbringer, belongs to you. Take it to Dragonstone and assume control of my wife's faction." With a clang, Stannis cast the sword upon the conference table, then turned his gaze toward the unwavering Onion Knight. "Your Majesty," Davos began, but was interrupted. "Davos, you know my stance," Stannis replied, unwilling to allow the Onion Knight to plead on his behalf. At Stannis' words, Davos lowered his head, his expression complex. "Stannis, do you remember the conditions I promised?" "It is not too late." Gus spoke, expressing his admiration for the original character of the Second Deer. After all, in comparison to the Pillar of Support, the misled Second Deer had still accomplished some deeds. Upon hearing this, Stannis lowered his head, smiling as he shook it gently, then fixed a profound gaze upon Gus and Davos. With a sudden, swift motion, Stannis drew the sword of a nearby guard and pressed it against his neck. Davos gasped in shock, managing only to exclaim, "No, Your Majesty." In an instant, as blood splattered onto the face of the Onion Knight, Stannis' lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, leaving Davos in a state of bewilderment as he stared at his king. A moment of silence ensued, and Gus, shaking his head slightly, turned and departed.